Jincheng University. This is the finest medical university in Jincheng. Today is the first day of the freshmen's military training. The sky hangs low and overcast as if rain could fall at any moment. On the sports field, the students of nursing class 1 are changing into their military training uniforms. Yet as soon as they notice that familiar figure, everyone begins whispering to one another. What is Lu Ming doing? Does he want to get soaked in the rain again? No idea. I heard he says that whenever it rains he thinks of his ex-girlfriend who died. Damn, how did his ex-girlfriend die? He said it was like she was ruined by him. Lu Ming stands with his back to the crowd. He hears every word clearly, yet his face remains expressionless. But inside he is cursing them out. Damn it, you idiotic system. How did I end up stuck with something like you? Floating lines of text appear before his eyes. Sense discussion. Boldness points 0. 9. Boldness points 1. Watching the words drift past in midair, Lu Ming can only sigh inwardly. He is a transmigrator and has lived in this world for a full 18 years. All this time he had thought this was an ordinary world. So he studied desperately, finally managing to get into Jincheng University. And the result? On his 18th birthday, the system awakened. Can someone tell me what on earth the Jiahao becoming God system is supposed to be? Yes, that is exactly what his system is called. What is even more ridiculous is that the system still has not been unlocked. The reason it gives is that it cannot sense any aura of Hao on Lu Ming. The system declares that only by becoming a qualified Jiahao can he unlock it. It demands that he first collect 100 points of boldness. According to the system, as long as he performs behavior befitting a Jiahao and provokes emotional reactions in others, mockery, shock, disdain, and so on, all of it can grant him boldness points. Distance to unlocking system 10,069. 7 boldness. Lu Ming lets out a silent sigh. Back when the semester had just begun, in order to unlock the system, he pulled one outrageous Jiahao stunt after another every single day. In less than a week after classes started, students from the neighboring class all knew who he was. Along the way, he did accumulate a good amount of boldness points. But the price was that he had alienated everyone. Forget it. He might as well unlock the system first, then think about the rest. Just then a voice sounds beside him. Lu Ming, hurry up and change into your military uniform. You're the only one who hasn't. A stunningly beautiful girl walks over to his side. Lu Ming turns his head and glances at her. Wen Qingxin, the class monitor. She is gorgeous, and rumor has it her family background is formidable. A girl of this goddess-like level by rights would never bother with a Jiahao like Lu Ming. But there is no helping it. Military training is about to start, and as class monitor, she has to personally make sure everyone changes. The boys around them start muttering under their breath, damn, Lu Ming really knows what he's doing. He deliberately didn't change just so the monitor would come call him. Don't say that. I think Lu Ming is kind of like Sasuke. For real. You mean his profile? No, his backstory. Wen Qingxin ignores the comments around her and looks at Lu Ming with a calm face. Lu Ming, hurry up and get changed. The instructor will be here any minute. In fact, she even suspects that Lu Ming is doing this on purpose, just to attract her attention. She cannot help sighing inwardly. Such a handsome guy, yet his behavior is so childish. She has heard quite a lot about Lu Ming's so-called heroic exploits. During the opening self-introductions, he had called himself a baby-faced wolf. The whole class had been dumbfounded. Utterly outrageous. To be honest, sometimes she really does not want to speak to Lu Ming. But today she has no choice. He is the only one who has not changed, and as class monitor she cannot just ignore it. Lu Ming looks at Wen Qingxin and says evenly, all right, I'll change in a bit. Wen Qingxin is just about to nod, surprised that he is being so cooperative, when suddenly Lu Ming adds, but do you have any weighted ones? If you don't give me at least 10 kilos of load during military training, I'll feel uncomfortable. Wen Qingxin falls silent. The other students are speechless as well. Boldness points 1. Boldness points 1. Lu Ming's eyes light up. It really is faster to farm points in a crowd. Wen Qingxin takes a deep breath, already at her wit's end. Lu Ming, can you stop joking around? Do you really think military training is that easy? Of course it isn't easy. Do you really think I actually want to carry 10 kilos of weight? Lu Ming curses inwardly, but on the surface he remains calm. It's not that bad, he says evenly. You have no idea how crazy I was when I got dumped. I once ran 10 kilometers in a downpour with my abs bare before I felt even a little better. Wen Qingxin is speechless. The people around them are speechless. Boldness points 1. Boldness points 1. Before anyone can even fully react, Lu Ming suddenly looks as if something has occurred to him and asks in puzzlement, by the way, why do I keep hearing you all say some Jiahao joined our class? I haven't seen anyone with that name. The moment those words fall, the people around him almost lose it. Good grief. He stands in the very midst of Hao, yet doesn't know he's Hao himself. How can he not realize who we're talking about? So he really doesn't know we mean him. Boldness points 1. Boldness points 1. Lu Ming watches as his boldness points soar upward, 70, 80, 85. In just this short span of time, he is about to break 90. Damn, At this rate, he is going to unlock the system any moment now. Go on, laugh all you want. When the time comes, you'll see who the real Jiahao is. Lu Ming. Wen Qingxin really is a little angry now. Can you act normal for once? Look at the people your age around you. Can't you try learning from them? She is utterly exasperated. How can someone be this childish? But Lu Ming only looks at her in genuine surprise. What is there to learn from them? They're just a bunch of kids. Everyone around them is stunned. A bunch of kids. Wait, is he talking about us? Us. A bunch of kids. Bro, then what are you, an embryo? Lu Ming, however, completely ignores their comments. Instead, he says with utter seriousness, people our age only know how to play games and chase girls. Aside from playing around, what else can they do? Unlike me. Before he can finish, Wen Qingxin gives a cold little laugh. Unlike you, who only knows how to dabble in stocks and funds. She honestly thought that was what he was about to say. After all, isn't that the standard voice line of a Jiahao? No, Lu Ming replies quietly. I play with people my age. Well, what did he just say? The whole field erupts. It is as if everyone's brains have overheated like burned-out CPUs. A massive wave of bold, arrogant energy surges forth, flooding the air. Boldness points 1, boldness points 1, boldness points 1. The numbers leap crazily. 91, 95, 98, 99. In the very next instant, boldness points sufficient. System unlocked. Lu Ming's whole body trembles. Holy, the system finally opened. Host perfectly matches the requirements of this system. As if I wanted to, he thinks. I was forced into this. He grits his teeth inwardly. I was forced. The system booms, boldness soaring to the heavens. Who can? Enough nonsense, Lu Ming cuts it off. Hurry up and tell me what you can actually do. Yes. The system then launches into a self-introduction. In essence, through all kinds of Jiahao behavior, he can provoke emotional reactions in others, gain boldness points, and then use those points to add stats, improve his abilities, level up, and so on. As long as he accumulates enough boldness points, he can even become a god. Lu Ming swallows hard. Become a god. Before he can fully process this, the system chimes again. Beginner mission activated. Complete it to receive a newbie gift pack. Lu Ming freezes. Are you kidding me? I still have to complete a beginner mission. Then he sees the mission details. Mission issued: perform a sword dance in the rain and raise boldness points to 600. Unlock newbie reward heaven cleaving sword Dao. Lu Ming falls silent. At this moment, Lu Ming froze in place, his gaze fixed on the task displayed on the system panel. His whole being sank into deep thought. Sword dancing. And it has to be in the rain. The heroic value has to reach 600 as well. Heroic value 100. Looking at the number that had appeared before his eyes, he realized he still had to gain another 500 for the task to be deemed a success. System humph. Lu Ming cursed furiously in his heart. Then he slowly raised his head, glanced up at the layer of dark clouds in the sky, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn it. He had thought the bold stunts he pulled before were already ruthless enough, yet with just a casual line from the system, everything he had done combined was rendered laughably tame. This is way too outrageous. All my careful scheming and mental acrobatics can't compare to a single offhand move from you. Ding. Please have the host perform a sword dance in the rain and raise the heroic value to 600. From the moment you begin sword dancing in the rain, the heroic value will officially start being calculated. Lu Ming roared, what kind of joke is this? Who? The system cut in the reward is one of the strongest sword daos in the world. After completion, you will also unlock the full system panel. Lu Ming abruptly changed his tone. Who wouldn't want to leisurely perform a sword dance on a rainy day? Only then, listening to the system's words, did he truly notice the reward it had mentioned. One of the strongest sword daos. System, what exactly is this thing? System Zhantian sword Dao, an extremely powerful path of the sword. As the host's strength increases in the future, you may even be able to sever the heavenly Dao with a single sword strike. Lu Ming was completely stunned. Damn, that's strong. This novice reward is insane. But he immediately caught on to the key phrase as his strength increased. In other words, right now he was still a complete weakling. Even if he obtained the sword Dao, he would have to grow slowly into it. Correct. However, after claiming the reward and comprehending the embryonic form of the sword Dao, you will obtain one instance of the ultimate sword intent, sword opening the heavenly gate. From then on, every time the host deepens his understanding of the sword Dao and breaks through in sword intent, he will gain another instance of sword opening the heavenly gate. Lu Ming was once again stunned. What is sword opening the heavenly gate? System sword opening the heavenly gate is the manifestation of sword intent, allowing you to cleave open the firmament with a single slash and force open the heavenly gate. The host may regard it as an unrivaled ultimate move. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. So that's what it is. All right then, a sword dance in the rain is it? No, just then a question occurred to him. Right, does the sword dance have to be done with a real sword? System, no. As long as they clearly recognize that you are performing a sword dance, it will suffice. Lu Ming replied calmly, understood. By now the people around them had finally recovered from their shock. Damn, this has to be competition-level showboating, right? Top tier 2. Is he playing at jokes or playing with us? My brain can't keep up anymore. Insane. He's like some immortal among mortals. A living legend, truly a living legend. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Lu Ming, their gazes as if fixed on some alien being. Some had already engraved a mental label onto him. This guy definitely has something wrong with him. When Qin exhaled a long breath, she had already made up her mind. From now on, she would absolutely never speak to Lu Ming again. Saying even a single sentence to him was mental torment. Just then a harsh voice cut through the noise. What are you all doing? Everyone's eyes turned in unison. A man in an instructor's uniform strode toward them, his face tightly set. It was their instructor, HM. With a single glance, the instructor spotted Lu Ming. In the entire class, he was the only one who had not changed into the military training uniform. Impossible to miss. The instructor's expression darkened. Why is there still someone out of uniform? What exactly are you all doing? His gaze landed on Lu Ming, laced with obvious irritation. This brat, could he be a troublemaker? Instructor, it's like this. When Qin reacted quickly, hurrying forward to explain Lu Ming's earlier request from beginning to end. When the instructor finished listening, he was utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? 10 kilograms. You're just a university student in military training, and you want to carry an extra 10 kilograms. Do you really think you're some special forces soldier? You're just an ordinary recruit. Then the instructor's lips curled into a cold smile. Fine. Change into your uniform first, and I'll make arrangements for you later. He had originally assumed this student just wanted to put on a show, so he would simply go along with it. When the boy ran a few laps under load in the height of summer, the heat alone would be enough to push him to the brink of collapse. Then they would see if he still felt like showing off. The other students hearing this couldn't help but snicker. He's done for. Lu Ming's getting the instructor's real deal now. Let's see how he talks his way out of this. He'll probably back down now, right? Everyone assumed Lu Ming's legs would go weak. Yet Lu Ming's expression did not change in the slightest. Oh, then he simply changed into the military training uniform. Everyone else was stunned. Seriously, that's all the reaction he has. He's not afraid. Wen Qin was a little surprised as well, but she quickly let out a cold snort. Fine, keep pretending. Lu Ming, stop putting on an act. If you admit you were wrong now, maybe the instructor is only teasing you. In her heart, she was certain Lu Ming was just posturing, clinging to false pride and suffering for it. She despised that kind of person the most. No real ability, yet always craving attention. Lu Ming did not even turn his head, only tossed out a mild reply, I'm sorry. It's only natural that you don't understand. We're simply not people from the same world. The moment he spoke, the entire class was once more thrown into shock. Unbelievable. Did he really just say they're not from the same world? How can a single line sound both so pretentious and so earnest at the same time? The instructor fell silent, staring at Lu Ming's back. A thought surfaced in his mind. There might be something wrong with this kid's mental state. Just then, drip. A raindrop fell onto the instructor's The instructor was momentarily taken aback. Then, drip, drip, drip. All at once, a torrential downpour burst from the heavens. The rain grew heavier and heavier. Summer rain is like that, coming without warning, without the slightest intention of consulting you. In an instant, the entire field erupted into chaos. Yes, it's raining. We're free from training. Whoever prayed for this rain, I owe your whole family my thanks. This is amazing, we're liberated. Over 1,000 freshmen cheered in unison, the scene truly spectacular. The instructor could only shake his head at the sight. He waved his hand decisively. Enough training is cancelled. Everyone returned to the classrooms for self-study. With that declaration, the students bolted toward the teaching buildings as if they had gone mad. In less than 2 minutes, the field that had held over 1,000 people suddenly felt empty. This rain is truly a nuisance, someone muttered. When Qin was about to follow the crowd, when a familiar silhouette brushed the edge of her vision. She paused, stunned, because she realized Lu Ming was walking in the opposite direction. At this moment, while everyone else rushed toward the teaching buildings, only Lu Ming moved against the flow of people heading toward the center of the field. He must be insane, when Qin muttered, then stopped paying him any attention and turned to run toward the building. The rain poured down ever harder. Lu Ming walked slowly against the current of fleeing students, against the current of the river. He suddenly brightened, his eyes flashing. Not far away under a tree, there happened to be a straight wooden stick lying on the ground. No one knew who had thrown it there earlier, but it looked like it would fit his hand perfectly. A fine weapon, he murmured. The college students who wanted to escape training ran with impressive speed. In just 3 to 5 minutes, everyone had rushed into the teaching buildings. Those who needed to hide from the rain did, so those who needed to wipe themselves dry began to do so. By the time when Qin reached the building, a large portion of her clothes was already soaked through her hair, plastered to her face. She was debating whether to return to the dormitory to change into dry clothes first. Suddenly, someone beside her shouted, "Wait, what is that guy doing?" At that sound, many people instinctively lifted their heads. They looked in the direction the person was pointing. My. Wen Qingxin also raised her head. Then her pupils constricted. She was completely stunned. In the torrential rain, the entire playground was empty. Only one figure stood in the center. Rain poured down on him, soaking his military training uniform, clinging tightly to his body. In his hand, he held a wooden stick. Wen Qingxin's mouth involuntarily dropped open. Wasn't that Lu Ming? What was he doing? Before she could figure it out, everyone witnessed a scene they would remember for a lifetime. Lu Ming slowly raised the wooden stick in his hand. Then the wooden stick carved an arc through the rain, splitting the water and splashing a white spray. Thousands of people were simultaneously dumbfounded. Wen Qingxin's mind went completely blank. What was he doing? In the heavy rain, that figure swung the wooden stick, his movements not exactly standard. But that momentum. That person seemed to be sword dancing. The classroom was eerily silent. Everyone was stunned. What the hell is this? Am I seeing things? Which ancient-style talent is making their debut at the military training site? Meanwhile, in the distance. What the hell? Is he really not in his right mind? The instructor who had just witnessed this scene was shocked to the core. His expression was quite spectacular. He couldn't believe that someone could be this outrageous. This was no longer Jiahao. This was insanity. Countless people reacted differently to this scene. Some burst into laughter, tears streaming down their faces. I'm dying of laughter. This guy is too cool. Isn't this the ancient-style Jiahao? Class leader, come quick. I didn't expect our school to have such a national treasure. Which class is he from? I want to get to know him. This must be posted on social media. Sword dancing in the rain. This is from Jiahao University. At this moment in the rain. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 1. I should be in the martial world. Damn it, who is laughing so loudly? Lu Ming shot a glare at those people in the distant classroom. At this moment, he was still sword dancing, the wooden stick spinning in his hand. Raindrops streamed down his face. He felt the gazes around him and silently snorted. Let you all laugh for another 5 minutes. Wait until I comprehend the sword intent, and then we'll see how you laugh. At this time, since everyone in the school was looking over, the speed of gaining heroic value was rapidly skyrocketing. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 3. Current heroic value 133. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Just like that, he gained so much in such a short time. Awesome. And at that moment, I'm here. A figure suddenly dashed out from the classroom, directly plunging into the heavy rain. Lu Ming was taken aback. He saw a chubby boy laughing as he ran over. Hey, don't steal all the spotlight yourself. The chubby boy shouted while laughing, and then he directly sprawled on the ground. He started doing push-ups in the rain. 1, 2, 3. His movements were impressively standard. The entire school. Lu Ming. 606. He truly mixed in with the heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Before Lu Ming could... Ha, we are here too. How exhilarating. 2 more people rushed out from the crowd, running into the heavy. Without saying a word, they began doing military boxing. The rain splashed everywhere from their punches and kicks. 3 people plus Lu Ming made 4. In the heavy rain, each engaged in their own activities. 1 dancing with a sword, 1 doing push-ups, and 2 boxing. The scene. How should I say it? It was absurd yet filled with passion. Over 1,000 students watched this scene. They collectively fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted in an uproar. Wow. Awesome. This is no longer Jiahao. This is Jiahao on top of Jiahao. Did they plan this? Even if they planned it, it wouldn't be this absurd. Wen Qingxin stood among the crowd watching Lu Ming in the rain. She had no idea what expression to wear. She only had one thought in her mind. This world has gone mad. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away from Jiahao University, in a desolate mountain, the rain fell heavily. A group of people dressed in black appeared here, completely drenched by the rain. Be careful, that rain howling beast is not simple. A middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. It's probably a variant, and this thing never appears alone. His name was Lu Tian, the captain of this small team. Each of them wore a black medal on their chests. The Extraordinary Bureau. This is a mysterious organization of Huaxia, specifically dealing with extraordinary events, protecting ordinary citizens, and preventing extraordinary powers from being exposed to the public eye. Just now, they had tracked the traces of a rain-howling beast, and it was clearly not right. An ordinary rain-howling beast only possesses the strength of the first realm body refinement. But this one was different. Lu Tian was already a powerful warrior of the second realm spirit condensation, and his talent was the sequence 17700 slashes. Logically, killing a rain-howling beast should be as simple as crushing an ant. But just now, with his full power strike, he hadn't killed it. I now suspect that the rain-howling beast also possesses spirit condensation strength, and definitely not lower than mine. Lu Tian's expression was serious. We must quickly kill it to prevent it from entering the city afterwards. This was their duty. They absolutely could not allow ordinary citizens to be harmed by these extraordinary beasts. Captain, I feel something is off. A red-haired woman spoke, her brows furrowed tightly. Rain-howling beasts generally act in groups. We've only encountered this one, but where are the others? Why haven't we seen a single one? Lu Tian nodded, feeling a bit heavy in his heart. This is indeed a bit strange. We must quickly find that beast from just now, and then trace its origins to find the others. That beast definitely hasn't run far. Oh, where could it hide? Rain-howling beasts like to hide in sewage pipes or buildings with heavy energy, only coming out to move. Now that beast has directly disappeared. It must be hiding somewhere. But the surroundings are all desolate mountains. Where could it hide? Hong Niao, check what human buildings are around. Lu Tian decisively ordered. Yes. Hong Niao took out a device and quickly tapped a few times. A few seconds later she looked up. I found it. There are several abandoned steel factories nearby and further out. Is Jiahao University on the outskirts? Lu Tian nodded. Then it's probably in those abandoned factories. Jiahao University is still quite far. I've checked the weather forecast, and the rain doesn't cover that wide an area, so the rain-howling beast likely won't go there. Hong Niao and the others all nodded. That makes sense. Rain-howling beasts only move in the rain. If it's not raining at Jiahao University, they are unlikely to go there proactively. Hong Niao put away the device, but suddenly her other pocket's phone rang. She instinctively took it out to check. Then, her fingers froze. A picture popped up on the screen. It was just posted on the trending topics of the city. The title read Jiahao in the rain dancing with a sword. The accompanying image showed a blurry figure standing in the rain-soaked playground, holding a wooden stick. Hong Niao was stunned. Lu Tian noticed her expression. What's wrong? Hong Niao trembled as she handed over the phone. Lu Tian glanced at it, and then smiled. This video is quite interesting. The footage showed a child dancing with a sword in the rain, surrounded by a few others doing push-ups and military boxing. This is the feeling of youth. Lu Tian couldn't help but reminisce about his own youth. But then, he noticed Hong Niao's face had turned pale, her lips trembling. What's wrong? Lu Tian frowned. Captain, Hong Niao's voice was shaking. The location of this picture is right at Jiahao University. What a... Lu Tian's body shook. Jiahao University. This. Hong Niao continued, her voice trembling. Captain, something's wrong. The range of this rain completely exceeds our expectations. If the rain-howling beast goes there. If the rain-howling beast enters the school, there would be thousands of students inside. The consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Lu Tian did not hesitate. In the next moment, his internal spiritual power erupted with a roar, cracking the ground beneath his feet, and rainwater exploded around him. Everyone, now, immediately, rush over there. Yes. 7 figures moved simultaneously, their spiritual power surging. The torrential rain was torn apart. 30 kilometers. They must arrive before disaster strikes. At this moment, at Jiahao University, thousands of students were crowded in the corridors and by the windows of the teaching building, witnessing the revelry that belonged to Jiahao. Many were holding their phones, filming videos while laughing. This is hilarious. Thank goodness I enrolled in our school. I'm dying of laughter. Look at that sword dance. Is this the grand demise of Jiahao in the pouring rain? It's incredible, brother. Hurry and capture this. This material will keep me laughing for a year. At this moment, countless people were mocking the scene. Originally, everyone just wanted to laugh at Lu Ming alone. But now with this explosion, a whole crowd of Jiahao emerged. Is this the resonance among Jiahao? Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued to dance with his sword in the rain, droplets arcing around him. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Current hero value 193. Damn, why does it feel like I've lived half a lifetime? Lu Ming was speechless. His face was drenched and his arms were starting to ache, especially with these sudden Jiahao crowding around him. He truly wanted to swat them all away. What is wrong with you? Get lost, will you? Just then, several figures emerged from the teaching building. Leading them was the principal of Jiahao University. The principal had been in his office with a female teacher, but the commotion outside was louder than anything in his office. He looked out the window and saw such an absurd scene. What kind of behavior is this? What on earth are you doing? The principal's face turned green. Are the students today out of their minds? How did they even get into Jiahao University? At this moment, the chubby guy seemed to be unable to do more push-ups. He turned to look at Lu Ming, sizing him up, and leaned in. Brother, your sword. Heroic value 1. Heroic. At this moment, Lu Ming was still focused on his heroic value, having overheard Jiahao's conversation. Lu Ming glanced over. You get lost. The chubby guy pondered. Oh, are you afraid your sword will hurt me? Lu Ming. The chubby guy seriously replied, you can't hurt me. Then Lu Ming was furious. He swung a wooden stick at him. He was also caught up in the moment. Damn it. Why was he the only one being heroic? Meanwhile, the distant onlookers were enjoying the scene, even more, laughing and slapping their thighs. Oh wow, a Jiahao internal conflict. Is this a heroic duel? Only Jiahao can deal with Jiahao. This is a battle among Jiahao. Only death can stop it. Wen Qingxin stood in the corridor. Watching this scene in the rain, she sighed deeply. Lu Ming really is out of his mind. Truly the Jiahao among Jiahao, an utterly boring man. She decided to keep her distance from Lu Ming in the future as far away as possible. Meanwhile, on the playground, the chubby guy yelled, "Damn it. Why are you hitting me? Didn't you say I couldn't hurt you?" Actually, it doesn't hurt. Saying this, he went back down to do push-ups. While doing so, he thought to himself, he couldn't let this guy take all the limelight. He was definitely trying to attract the attention of all the girls in school. I must compete with you. However, he needed to check the confession wall later to see if anyone had reached out to him. Just then, due to the commotion happening, Lu Ming's heroic value was directly flooding the screen. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 3. Heroic value 1. Current heroic value 273. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, so fast. In just a short while, it was almost half full. Amazing. I'll soon be able to obtain the heavenly sword path. At that time, I could comprehend the sword intent and gain the ultimate move to open the heavens with my sword. Exciting. Just then, the rain seemed to lighten significantly. From a torrential downpour to a light drizzle. Sparse and scattered. Lu Ming paused. But it didn't matter, a drizzle was still rain. He could still wait to finish his sword dance. In the distance, noticing this scene, the principal's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Hey, everyone, return to normal military training." If it continued like this, the rain would stop soon. He couldn't let these kids idle around. This shout made all the students feel miserable. What the hell? So boring. Damn. This annoying rain. Just when it stopped for 5 minutes, we have to go back to military training. The students cursed. But they could only walk back one after another. Just then someone noticed. Lu Ming was still standing in the center of the playground, continuing his sword dance. Many people twitched their lips. "Dude, the rain is almost stopping. Are you still going?" But Lu Ming completely ignored them. Almost done, almost done. He didn't expect the principal to have them return to military training. But it didn't matter, he would be done soon. Current heroic value 330. It was almost there. Just then, "Student, that's enough. Hurry back to your line." The principal with a grim face walked over with the instructor. This student was really crazy. The rain was almost stopping, and he was still dancing with his sword. Wasn't it never-ending? Lu Ming frowned. But he didn't stop his movements, completely ignoring him. "I don't care about you." Seeing this scene, the surrounding people, "Awesome. This guy actually isn't listening to the principal. Wow, is he still immersed in the mood? He's really in. Now I'm genuinely impressed, not even the principal can get through to him." The principal's face turned completely dark. "My words aren't effective anymore." He was somewhat enraged. "Which class are you from? Right now you need to return to your line. Otherwise I will immediately give you a demerit." He intended to scare Lu Ming with the threat of punishment. But because of the principal's interference, the heroic value surged even faster. Heroic value 3. Heroic value 2. Current heroic value 374. Hearing the principal's words, Lu Ming felt a bit annoyed. This annoying principal had to come and cause trouble at the last moment. Meanwhile, the instructor, seeing the principal genuinely angry, thought quickly. Thinking this was a great opportunity to show off, he quickly stepped forward, reaching out to grab Lu Ming. "Student, that's enough." Everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Lu Ming was also stunned, but his movements didn't stop as his gaze turned towards the direction of the sound. Everyone was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Lu Ming was also stunned, but his movements didn't stop as his gaze turned towards the direction of the sound. There, a huge hole had blown open in the distant audience area. Debris, dirt, and metal frameworks were flying everywhere. The rain was flipped by the shockwave, creating a visible white ripple. Then, a blue figure shot out from the hole. The thousands of spectators were left collectively dumbfounded. Lu Ming's eyes widened. What the hell was that? Everyone could clearly see what it looked like. It was a monster at least 3 or 4 meters tall, resembling a monkey covered in blue scales. But its body also had patterns like a python, and a thick tail swung behind it. Its face had 4 blood-red eyes, and its mouth was filled with protruding fangs. Roar! The monster opened its enormous mouth, letting out a deafening roar. The sound waves rolled. Bang! 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 The glass in the corridor of the teaching building shattered everywhere. In an instant, the entire school exploded. Damn! What is that? Did it escape from a zoo? Have you ever seen such a zoo? This is a monster. It's truly a monster. So gross. So many eyes. My legs are weak. Is this a demon? Everyone's faces turned pale, because this thing had completely surpassed human comprehension. And just then, the monster, the rain howler, fixed its gaze on the crowd. It slowly walked over, its eyes gleaming with greed. Just this glance sent everyone into a panic. Damn! Run! It's coming! It's really coming! Mom! Mom! In an instant, everyone's faces were filled with terror as they scrambled to escape. Some fell, but didn't care about the pain, scrambling back up to continue running. Even the principal was terrified, his face ashen. He ran for his life. It wasn't that they were cowardly. They had never seen such a thing before. However, at that moment when Qingxin suddenly noticed something, her face pale, and she shouted, Lu Ming, what are you pretending for? Hurry and run. This shout made many instinctively look back. Then everyone on the playground, Lu Ming was still standing in place, still dancing with his sword. Raindrops fell on his shoulders, face, and hands, and his eyes were closed. His movements were neither hurried nor slow, as if the 3 to 4 meter tall monster behind him didn't exist at all, as if the entire world had nothing to do with him. Everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. What did they just witness? Everyone was frantically running backward. Yet one person remained in place, still dancing with his sword. The principal was completely stunned. Is this guy a divine being? He had just given him a punishment, and he did not. Now a monster is coming, and he still isn't running. This thing is a monster. The kind that eats people. Impressive. The instructor was also shocked. You are the true tough guy, not running at all. You won't run, huh? Then I will. When Qingxin's eyes were filled with disbelief. When she ran earlier and looked back, she saw Lu Ming still dancing with his sword and couldn't help but shout, that's a monster. Is he really thinking of himself as a swordsman? Meanwhile, Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface. But, damn, what the hell are you running for? Bravery points 1. Bravery points 2. Bravery points 1. Current bravery points 444. The task was about to be completed. How could he fail at this? So he did not run. Moreover, the most important thing was that after comprehending the way of the sword, he could open the heavenly gate with his sword. One strike to cleave the heavens. As long as he completed his task, he believed he could slay the monster in front of him. My. The rain howler beast was initially enjoying the sight of its prey in a panic. However, when it caught sight of Lu Ming, a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes. With the crowd running away, it was hard not to notice the one person standing still. The rain howler beast suddenly became interested and walked toward Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming's heart sank. Damn, go chase after them. No, wait a little longer. As long as the task is completed, I can slash it. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The bravery points were already close to 450. Thus he gritted his teeth and continued dancing with his sword. Meanwhile, the others had no idea what he was thinking. They only saw the monster approaching Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still dancing with his sword. Impressive. This Jiahao is invincible. I was laughing too loudly earlier. I apologize. I call him the strongest. Still not running. This kid is truly immersed in his own realm. This is the decline of bravery. This is the decline of bravery. Everyone thought he was insane, but nevertheless they felt escaping was the priority. However, at that moment a cacophony of roars suddenly erupted around them. Roar, roar, roar. The sounds originated from various manhole covers. Soon after, dozens of half-meter-tall small monsters burst out from the manholes. They looked like that big monster with blue scales, blood-red eyes, and rows of sharp teeth. All around there were those things. They blocked every escape route for everyone. In an instant, everyone was trapped on the playground. This is the nature of the rain howler beast, living in groups, enjoying toying with its prey. Now that the rain had lightened to a drizzle, they planned to play slowly. If it had been the downpour from earlier, they would have pounced in a frenzy, bloodthirsty. At this moment, everyone was completely despairing. God, I don't want to die. So disgusting. They are so disgusting. Someone save us. Is there anyone out there? The entire playground was in chaos. Damn it, why are there so many? Lu Ming's heart sank upon seeing the horde of small monsters. Damn, what the hell are these disgusting things? Roar. Just then the rain howler beast let out a deep. Everyone looked over in fear. There it was, the massive monster was now right in front of Lu Ming, less than 5 meters. For blood-red eyes loomed down at Lu Ming, their foul breath wafting out. In an instant, everyone's faces turned pale. It's over. That Jiahao is going to die. Damn, I don't want to witness such a terrifying scene. Why is he still pretending? Is he really not scared? Everyone thought Lu Ming was undoubtedly doomed. Lu Ming gripped the wooden stick in his hand, his palms drenched in sweat. Bravery points 1. Bravery points 2. Current bravery points 496. Damn. There's not enough time. That damn thing is right in front of him. The rain howler beast lowered its head, its bloody maw slowly opening. Just as everyone thought Lu Ming would be torn to shreds in the next moment. Suddenly, beast. How dare you? A roar exploded in the air like thunder. Soon after, in the sky, dozens of silver-white slashes appeared out of thin air, tearing through the rain curtain and hurtled toward the rain howler beast. The rain howler beast's eyes flickered, and it quickly retreated. But those slashes surprisingly curved around. They chased after it. The rain howler beast was momentarily stunned. Boom! The slashes struck it squarely, the immense force sending its entire body flying. It crashed through half the audience area, debris flying everywhere. Everyone was stunned. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded. At that moment, several figures descended from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. They landed on the ground, causing the rainwater to explode into waves around their feet. It was Lu Tian and the others. Fortunately, we made it in time. Lu Tian's spiritual energy surged. The rainwater was pushed away before it could hit him. The people behind him brandished their weapons simultaneously. Everyone get ready for battle. Protect the students. Yes. In an instant, the surrounding crowd exploded with excitement at this scene. Damn. Are they human? Did they descend from the sky? Impressive. So cool. Is there really extraordinary power in this world? Really? We are saved. We are saved. Everyone was directly shocked because they had just witnessed the slashes. They also saw how these people even the principal was stunned with only one thought in his mind. Is there really extraordinary power in this world? At this moment, everyone was excitedly gazing at the 8 figures standing shoulder to shoulder. 8 figures. Wait, 8. Lu Tian and the others noticed the figure still dancing with the sword beside them. Lu Tian. Others. Bravery points 25. Bravery points 19. Bravery points 1. Current bravery points 563. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. What the hell? Why did the bravery points increase so much? Then he turned his head and found Lu Tian and the others were looking at him. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Lu Ming. He seemed to understand a bit. It seems that the bravery points are closely related to the strength of the opponent. The high numbers clearly came from this group. Does this mean they already see me as Jiahao? Lu Tian's mouth twitched. In fact, he had noticed the boy dancing with the sword while they were in the sky. But damn, it's already this time. Why is this guy still dancing? He is still dancing. He initially thought Lu Ming was scared out of his mind. Now that they had all arrived, this guy was still waving that broken wooden stick. So he really just loves dancing with his sword. Classmate, please go to a safe place immediately. Hong Miao couldn't help but remind him, her eyes filled with confusion. She recognized him. Isn't he the boy who was dancing with his sword in the rain earlier? Why is he still dancing? This child, does he have a bit of a problem? They could sense that Lu Ming had no fluctuations of spiritual energy at all. He was just an utterly ordinary person. Yet facing a 3 to 4 meter tall monster, he didn't take a single step. Either he is fearless, or he is completely out of his mind. Lu Ming heard Hong Miao's words, but he had to stay put since the task was about to complete. He could only continue dancing with his sword. Meanwhile, the entire school was shocked not because of Lu Ming's bravery, but rather at the ridiculousness of it. Impressive. This is the most amazing Jiahao I've ever seen. He really thinks he's a swordsman. He really got into character. He has gone crazy, gone completely insane. Forget about him. At least we are saved. Even though Lu Ming's actions were indeed ridiculous, at least because a mysterious group had appeared before them, they no longer had to worry about the monsters. Just at that moment. Bravery points 11. Bravery points 1. Current bravery points 612. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the beginner task. Reward obtained, sword Tao of the cleaving heavens. Lu Ming slowly lowered the wooden stick in his hand, his arm, sore to the point he could barely lift it. Raindrops dripped down from his fingertips. Finally, it was over. In the next moment, a roar even angrier than before erupted from the ruins. Lu Tian abruptly turned his head, his pupils constricting. Impossible. His previous strike had been with full force without holding back in the slightest. This beast, it's still alive. Something's not right. This rain howler beast is definitely not normal. At this moment, Lu Ming's mind was not focused on the rain howler beast, for he had already attained the sword Tao of heaven severing. In an instant, a profound understanding surged from the depths of his heart, filling his entire mind. Before the Tao of heaven, a person was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Lu Ming felt that overwhelming disparity, a despairing gap. But in the next moment, a sword energy man. Before the Tao of heaven, a person was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Lu Ming felt that overwhelming disparity, a despairing gap. But in the next moment, a sword energy manifested, piercing through heaven and earth. That sword energy spanned the skies above. Then, the heavens split apart. A massive crack exploded in the middle as if torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Lu Ming's scalp tingled. He could even sense the will contained within that sword energy. Slash, shatter, annihilate, obliterate. Each word was as if forged from the laws of heaven and earth. Is this the sword Tao of heaven severing? Ding, insight into the embryonic form of the sword Tao of heaven severing acquired. Current level beginner. Ding, host sword intent has achieved a breakthrough. Congratulations, host has gained 1 sword. Opens the heavenly gate. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This time his gaze had changed, as if a sword lay hidden deep within his pupils, ready to burst forth at any moment. He glanced down at the wooden stick in his hand, but in Lu Ming's perception, it had transformed into a sword. As long as he wished, he could sever all. Damn it, it's finally my turn. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Let's see who dares to say I'm Jiahao this time. Heroic spirit value 11. Heroic spirit value 12. Heroic spirit value 13. Heroic spirit value 1. Lu Ming. Damn, what are you guys doing? I'm supposed to make my entrance. Meanwhile, others saw that Jiahao had been rescued and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Incredible, these people. They can fly down from the sky and teleport. I want to be like them, so cool. These are true experts, unlike that Jiahao just swinging a sword there. Exactly standing next to them is just dragging them down. Everyone felt that this time it was secure. With so many extraordinary people present, that beast surely won't last long. Wen Qingxin looked at Lu Ming and couldn't help but say, Lu Ming, you should thank them. If they hadn't saved you, you would have. Lu Ming frowned. Unnecessary. Indeed, it was unnecessary. He had originally planned to directly slice that beast. But Wen Qingxin was stunned. What? You're really trying too hard to act cool. They saved your life. And you're still acting like this. Wen Qingxin looked at Lu Ming with a gaze full of annoyance and disdain. Do you really think you're a swordsman? Can you kill that beast? Heroic spirit value 1. Heroic spirit value 2. Seeing the heroic spirit value appearing before him, Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Wen Qingxin. At that moment, the surrounding small rain howler beasts charged toward the crowd. Protect the students. I'll handle this beast myself. Lu Tian commanded. Yes. The other team members surged toward those small monsters. They understood well that the captain's strength was at the Foundation establishment realm. Only he could deal with that large beast. While they were still at the peak of body refinement, rushing in would only mean death. Better to clear the smaller ones first to prevent the students from getting hurt. In an instant, blades flashed and blood splattered. You beast! How dare you come to school? Lu Tian bellowed, then charged out. The rain howler beast roared in response and charged forward as well. A man and a beast collided with a thunderous crash. The scene left the surrounding students dumbfounded. Wow, this is so cool. This is real combat. Damn it, why did my phone screen go black at this moment? Mine too. Oh no, I wanted to record this and post it on social media. Many students realized their electronic devices were malfunctioning, anxiously stamping their feet. What they didn't know was that the people from the Bureau of Anomalies carried specialized jammers specifically to prevent extraordinary powers from being recorded and spread online. At this moment, the battle between Lu Tian and the Rain Howler Beast had already reached a fever pitch. The Rain Howler Beast was covered in wounds. Lu Tian grew more adept as he fought, his sword speeding up. He was an old hand in the Bureau of Anomalies with a talent of sequence 17700 slashes. There were a total of 300 talent sequences. His combat power far surpassed that of the ordinary sequence. After sequence 181, he once single-handedly slayed over 100 exotic beasts. At least a dozen beings in the condensation spirit realm have perished at his hands. Well then, let your head become part of my collection. Lu Tian smirked, and the sword in his hand suddenly radiated a black glow. Black slash. With a single stroke, the sword was unleashed. Where the sword light passed, the air wailed, and the ground was plowed into a deep ravine. The team members fighting nearby witnessed this scene, their eyes shining with excitement. This was the captain's strongest technique. No being in the condensation spirit realm could evade this move. The black sword light struck directly at the Rain Howler beast. Puff! The beast's body was cleaved neatly in half from shoulder to waist. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain. Everyone's eyes lit up. Victory was theirs. But just at that roar, the Rain Howler beast suddenly let out a heart-wrenching howl. Its 4 eyes turned dark gold, then its body began to heal. The 2 halves of its body were seemingly glued back together by an invisible adhesive, restoring it. Lu Tian's pupils constricted. Before he could react, the body of the Rain Howler beast expanded 4 meters, 5 meters. Its aura surged dramatically. The Rain Howler beast swiped a palm, moving so fast, it was almost indistinguishable. Lu Tian tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Bang! He was violently sent flying, his left arm torn apart in an instant. Captain! Hong Miao and the others exclaimed in shock. Lu Tian crashed heavily to the ground, his face as pale as paper. Half-step flowing spirit. The beast's aura had actually surged to half-step flowing spirit. It was even faintly brushing against the threshold of the 3rd realm. Damn, this was beyond what he could handle. Hong Miao, Lu Tian shouted with the last of his strength, get the students out. Escape as many as you can. I'll hold it off. Captain, you, hurry and go. At this moment, the Rain Howler beast stood in the torrential rain like a small mountain. All the students were dumbfounded, their minds blank. Even that powerful figure couldn't defeat it. It was over. All over. Despair spread like a plague in everyone's hearts. Some began to flee. Wen Qingxin's face turned pale, her entire body trembling. How could no one defeat that monster? Suddenly, someone stepped forward, walking towards the beast. Wen Qingxin was stunned. Because that person was Lu Ming. Everyone wanted to run. Only Lu Ming went against the crowd, walking towards that monster. Are you crazy? Wen Qingxin shouted, what do you think you're doing? Even that person was no match for the monster. What could an ordinary person do? Going to die. Lu Ming did not look back. Swing the sword. Wen Qingxin was stunned, then cried out in despair, "What do you mean, swing the sword? You're just a Jiahao. What are you pretending for?" She was truly fed up with this person. Why did he have to act at such a critical moment? Does acting save lives? Does acting make that monster disappear? Heroic value 1. Heroic value 2. Heroic value 1. Heroic value 1. Looking at the text before him, Lu Ming's lips curled up. Really? Lu Ming tilted his head slightly. Then you better watch closely. This heroic act will be quite impressive. Wen Qingxin was left in a daze. With a deafening boom, the rain roar beast stomped its foot, blasting a massive crater into the ground. Debris and muddy water splashed several meters high. Its aura surged outward like a tidal wave, tainting even the sky itself. The dark clouds pressed lower, and the rain fell with even greater ferocity. A torrential downpour soaked everyone's clothes, drowning all hope in a deluge of despair. Half-step Lu Ming, Crimson Bird, and the others felt their spiritual energy waver under this oppressive force, their breaths turning labored. At such a level, one could already influence the surrounding environment. No wonder this rain was so bizarre. So this beast had already touched the threshold of the Lu Ming realm. Such a monster was beyond what their squad, an elite team from the provincial capital, was needed. But why? Why would such a creature appear here? At that moment, Crimson Bird slashed down a small monster lunging at her and shouted hoarsely, "Captain, get out of here." All she could do now was desperately try to save a few more students. Yet she couldn't bear to see her captain die here either. Lu Tian scrambled to his feet, wiped the blood from his mouth, and tightened his grip on his blade. His left arm was already useless. "Crimson Bird, obey my orders." He turned, glaring at the colossal rain roar beast, and growled through clenched teeth. "So what if it's half-step Lu Ming? I've never killed one before." With that, he charged forward once more. This was his duty, even if he couldn't win. But just then the rain roar beast suddenly spoke. "Idiot." Its voice dripped with mockery. Lu Tian's body jolted. It could talk. Usually only third-stage beasts could speak. This creature hadn't even reached that realm, yet it could already utter words. This meant it was a complete mutant. An anomaly among anomalies. Such a monster might even become a terrifying fourth-stage existence in time. "You must not live." Lu Tian roared, his blade slashing wildly. A barrage of strikes rained down upon the rain roar beast like a storm. 100 slashes. But this time the cuts barely left a mark on the beast's hide, only shallow white scratches. The rain roar beast grinned. Then it moved. So fast. Before Lu Tian could react, a massive claw had seized his head. Bang. He was slammed into the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Bang, bang, bang. Again and again his head was pounded into the dirt. Captain, Crimson Bird, and the others watched, their eyes bloodshot. They desperately tried to rush to his aid. But the rain roar beast merely waved a claw, and the rain coalesced into a wall of water. It trapped them like a prison. Not only them, but the fleeing students in the distance were also blocked by the water wall. Now the entire school was trapped in place. "No, I don't want to die. Someone save us." Cries and sobs erupted everywhere, everyone utterly terrified. Even these supernaturals who descended from the sky were no match for the monster. Who else could save them? The principal leaned against the wall, his face deathly pale. Lu Tian's breath grew weaker, his eyes filled with despair. He never thought he'd fall to such a beast. But just then a figure caught his peripheral vision. That was... A person walked slowly forward. Lu Tian's eyes widened in shock. My. The rain roar beast also sensed something, paused its actions, and turned to look. Not just it, but the entire school saw it. Because it was too obvious. Everyone was afraid, fleeing, crying in despair. Only one person walked against the crowd, heading slowly toward the monster. It was impossible not to notice. It's that Jiahao. Someone shouted in terror. Everyone finally recognized him. It was Lu Ming. It was that Jiahao who danced with his sword in the rain. What did he think he was doing? Was he truly mad? Seeking death? Lu Tian also recognized the boy, the one who had been practicing with a wooden sword in the playground. Kid Run. He had no idea what the boy intended. Why would he come this way when danger was so imminent? But Lu Ming's next words stunned everyone. "No need. I'll slay it." What a... Everyone's minds exploded in chaos. What were you even saying? Even these supernaturally empowered people couldn't defeat it. What did you, a mere Jiahao, think you could do? Why were you still putting on an act? Crimson Bird and the others were also frozen, a single thought echoing in their minds. This kid was overplaying his bravado, wasn't he? Even the captain couldn't beat that thing. What could a commoner possibly do? Bravery points 12. Bravery points 27. Bravery points 14. Bravery points 1. Current bravery points 734. Lu Ming watched the refreshing numbers in silence. He simply stared at the monster before him. The rain roar beast paused, then laughed. It laughed with cruel excitement. It casually tossed Lu Tian aside and faced Lu Ming. Man and beast stood less than 10 meters apart, confronting each other in the pouring rain. The beast lowered its head, its gaze filled with amusement. It had noticed this human from the very beginning. Now he had delivered himself to its doorstep. Human. The rain roar beast opened its maw. How do you wish to die? But Lu Ming ignored it entirely, instead looking at Lu Tian lying in a pool of blood, his tone calm. Earlier you swung your sword for me. This time I'll swing mine for you. Lu Tian was utterly baffled. Was this kid truly insane? Earlier he had indeed struck the beast away with his sword. But how could you swing? With that wooden stick? What a joke. The rain roar beast. Human, I'm talking to you. All right. Lu Ming cut it off. It's almost time for class to end. Don't waste my break time. The rain roar beast fell silent. The entire school fell silent. Break time. We're about to die. We could rest for an eternity. Lu Ming wasn't done yet, adding, actually, I said from the start that human. The rain roar beast suddenly erupted in fury. Are you even listening to me? With its roar, its body expanded further. Its aura became terrifyingly suffocating, warping the very air around it. It opened its gaping maw, lunging to bite Lu Ming. Seeing this, everyone was plunged into despair. It was over. That Jiahao was doomed. When Kingxin's tears streamed down her face, unable to utter a word. No. Lu Tian stretched out his hand, desperately trying to do something, but he couldn't even stand. It was too late. Everything was too late. But just then Lu Ming raised his wooden stick. In your next life, remember to brush your teeth properly. The next moment, before everyone's stunned eyes, Lu Ming swung down, and then a sword aura appeared. It was a sword aura born from nothingness, piercing heaven and earth. Sword opening the heavenly gate. In that instant, everyone felt time freeze. Raindrops hung suspended in midair. Between heaven and earth, only that single sword remained. Boom! The sword aura erupted from the tip of the wooden stick, piercing through the rain roar beast's body without pause. And then, it cleaved the sky. Boom! The entire playground exploded with a deafening roar. Bang! 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 All the glass in the school shattered at that very moment. Crack! The knife in Lu Tian's hand was directly shattered by the residual force of that sword energy. Lu Tian's eyes nearly popped out. How is this even possible? And that sword energy, after piercing through the rain howler beast, showed no signs of stopping. Going upwards. Upwards. It roared towards the sky. The heavy dark clouds were shattered instantly. Boom. A massive crack appeared in the sky, as if someone had torn a wound that would never heal. The rain stopped. That crack extended directly above the playground, reaching the edge of the sky. It seemed as though the entire sky had been split in half. At this moment, when everyone could clearly see the scene before them, they discovered the rain howler beast had completely vanished. Clean and clear. Not a single drop of blood was left. The young figure stood firmly on the playground. Lu Ming's voice was calm. Class is dismissed. Everyone was in a daze. Thousands of people, not a single one could utter a word. Then, I can't believe it. What the hell is this? Is he a celestial being? Oh my, is he a celestial being? He split the sky open with a sword. Everyone erupted. What did they just witness? They saw that Jiahao whom they had mocked for half a day. The lunatic who wielded a broken wooden stick in the heavy rain. Cleaved the sky with a single sword. Moreover, he also killed that monster which even transcendence could not defeat. Lu Tian's eyes were filled with shock. What on earth is happening? The power of that one sword even surpassed the third realm. Even if he drained all his spiritual power, his strength would not even be 1% of that sword energy. 1%. Who exactly is this young man before me? Heroic value 30. Heroic value 18. Heroic value 14. Heroic value 12. Current heroic value 884. Damn. This is so awesome. Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, standing there with an air of nonchalance. But inside he was already in an uproar. This is too ruthless. Damn it. How could this sword open the heavenly gate so impressively? And he instantly gained so much heroic value. So exhilarating. Just at that moment, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up in disbelief at that crack. In the next moment, the crack suddenly began to shatter. Then in the heavens an eye appeared. Huge, deep, like an entire universe condensed into a pupil. It slowly rotated, overlooking everything below. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. Is this really not a dream? What on earth is this thing? The might of a celestial being. Meanwhile, the remaining rain howler beasts were all trembling in fear. Lu Tian looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disbelief. In his perception, this young man was clearly an ordinary person without any trace of spiritual energy. But why? Why could he unleash such sword energy? A thought flashed like lightning through Lu Tian's mind. His pupils suddenly constricted. Could it be that he awakened? The Master Sequence. Provincial City. The Anomaly Bureau Branch. This is one of the core areas of the entire branch, with the whole building towering into the clouds. At this moment, an old man with white hair was sitting in the office with his eyes closed, as if dozing off. Suddenly, the old man with white hair opened his eyes wide, his gaze penetrating through walls and hundreds of miles into the distance. He sensed that terrifying sword energy. Not just him. The entire Anomaly Bureau, all the powerful beings with any level of strength raised their heads at that very moment. They all looked shocked. They felt the changes occurring hundreds of miles away. That sword energy, even for those who were accustomed to strong beings, sent a chill down their spines. The quality of that sword energy was too strong. Strong to an absurd degree. Even those high-risk sword sequences within the top 30 of the talent sequence could not compare in terms of sword energy quality. That was a power of a higher level. Sword opens the heavenly gate. The old man with white hair slowly stood up, his lips trembling slightly, as he murmured this terrifying sword path. Is the sword's sovereign emerging? He immediately recognized it. Although this sword energy appeared to be newly born, its level was extraordinarily high, so high that even he felt unfamiliar with it. This is clearly the legendary Sword Sovereign. The Master Sequence, the 6th Sword Sovereign. In this world, there are 300 talent sequences ranked from high to low, the higher the number the stronger. Sequences 181300 are ordinary sequences of extremely low strength, often relegated to clerical work within the Anomaly Bureau. The first 10 are known as the Sovereign Sequences. Their power is overwhelmingly formidable, never appearing lightly. Each awakener of a Sovereign Sequence is a remarkable existence. The last one to emerge appeared a decade ago. Now, another one has appeared. The old man with white hair gazed in shock. Jin Chung. In an instant, his figure vanished from the office. Every Sovereign Sequence, as long as they do not fall, will at least become a powerful figure of the 6th realm in the future. At this moment, at Jianqing University, across the entire playground, everyone looked up, dumbfounded, gazing at the sky. My goodness, is this still a human? Who exactly is Lu Ming? What a terrifying sword. My legs were weak just now. When everyone looked at Lu Ming again, their expressions had completely changed. No longer were they looking at him with amusement. No longer were they looking at Jiahao with contempt. Instead, there was a look that sent shivers down their spines, filled with reverence, fear, and disbelief. It turned out he was not Jiahao at all. It turned out they were the real Jiahao. That person dancing with the sword in the rain was never joking. He was serious. Just then, a gigantic eye in the sky slowly descended, casting a glance at all the people below. With just that one glance, over 1,000 people felt their blood freeze. It was as if something had poured a bucket of ice water over them from head to toe, leaving them stiff and forgetting to breathe. In the next moment, the remaining rain howlers suddenly let out a piercing scream. Squeak. The sound was chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Following that, before everyone's incredulous eyes, the bodies of those monsters began to disintegrate into ashes from the edges. Dozens of them all turned to ashes, disappearing completely. After doing all of this, the gigantic eye slowly turned, deeply looking at Lu Ming. In that gaze there was scrutiny, surprise, curiosity, and an indescribable feeling. Heroic value 14. Heroic value 17. Heroic value 12. Current heroic value 1050 for Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming could react, the crack in the sky began to slowly heal. Then the eye gradually dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened just moments ago, except for the massive pit on the playground, and the shards of glass scattered everywhere. This. When Kingsen's eyes were filled with disbelief, her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Her mind buzzed as she recalled the words Lu Ming had just said. She finally understood. Every word he spoke was true. He really could slay that monster with a single sword. It turned out the clowns were them. The principal and the instructor were so frightened that they sat on the ground, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. It was terrifying. They looked at Lu Ming in disbelief, with only one thought in their minds. Is this still human? They suddenly recalled what had just happened on the playground. If they had really reached out to touch Lu Ming at that moment, then they would have been the ones to be struck down. Both of them shivered simultaneously. They dared not think further. At that moment, Lu Tian slowly stood up from the ground, his wound still oozing blood, but he seemed completely unaware of the pain. His gaze was fixed firmly on Lu Ming. Captain. Hong Niao flew over directly, her eyes wide with shock as she looked at Lu Ming, her mind in chaos. What on earth is happening? The boy who danced with a sword in the ring was not joking after all. He truly had the ability to slay that monster. Lu Tian took a deep breath and slowly spoke. He may have awakened the Sovereign Sequence. What a... Hong Niao's pupils constricted sharply as if struck by lightning. She had heard of the Sovereign Sequence. It was among the top 10. Their captain, who had awakened for less than 3 years, had already become a renowned genius in the Jianqing Anomalous Bureau, yet even so his sequence was only 177. The person before them was actually the legendary Sovereign Sequence. No wonder. No wonder an ordinary person like him could unleash such terrifying sword energy. No wonder he dared to approach that monster alone. Everything made sense. At this moment, Lu Ming stood in place. The wooden stick in his hand had completely turned to ash after that last sword strike, scattering into the wind without a trace. He glanced around at the shocked and dazed expressions surrounding him. His heart was filled with joy. This was worth it. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the exotic beast sequence 129 Rain Howler King. Ding! Acquired talent sequence 129 Rain Master. Acquired ability Heavy Rain Enhancement. Lu Ming was stunned. What was going on? Before he could react, a cool sensation suddenly surged from within him, spreading from his chest to his limbs. It was indescribably comfortable. Then he realized he could feel the moisture in the surrounding air. Those invisible droplets were now clear to him. What is happening? Text appeared before his eyes. Host Lu Ming, Realm, None Talent, Rain Master Abilities, Heavenly Sword Path, Heavy Rain Enhancement, Heroic Value, 1123. Lu Ming was directly stunned. He hurriedly asked the system, what is going on? How did he suddenly acquire something? What is this? The system began to explain. Host, this is the extraordinary system of this world. Under the system's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood. He also learned about the power system of this world. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken their own talent sequence, and once awakened, they can embark on the path of cultivation. The people before him, including Lu Tian, had all awakened their talent sequences. I see now. Ding! Not only humans have talent sequences, but some exotic beasts also give birth to unique sequencers, such as the Rain Howler King earlier. The system continued to explain. Then, Lu Ming understood. That monster earlier was seriously over the standard among its kind. It was a king of its clan. This kind of king possesses an exotic beast sequence. It's quite similar to human talent sequences. No wonder those people kept saying something was off. It turns out that beast was cheating. Lu Ming nodded. His lingering doubts were finally resolved. Then he recalled something. By the way, system, didn't you say I could use heroic value to become stronger? How specifically? Ding! The host can use heroic value to enhance existing abilities. Moreover, when the host raises their realm, they can also gain new abilities from their talent sequence. So that's how it is. Lu Ming quickly looked down at his panel. He wanted to check which ability could be upgraded with his heroic value now. He first looked at the Heavenly Sword Path. He discovered the Heavenly Sword Path could be improved, but from entry level to minor success. It actually required a full 3,000 heroic value. Impressive. No wonder it's the strongest sword path. Its appetite is indeed large. Although it's not enough now, once he accumulates enough to level up, he can once again obtain the sword that opens the heavens. That was a move capable of splitting the heavens. Now the only thing he could enhance seemed to be Heavy Rain Enhancement. Just as he was pondering this, the system popped up a prompt. Ding! Do you want to spend 100 heroic value to upgrade Heavy Rain Enhancement to LV2? Sure. Lu Ming nodded without a second thought. After all, he had accumulated so much heroic value. Didn't he have to spend it? Ding! Enhancement successful. Would you like to continue enhancing? Spend 300 heroic value to upgrade to LV3. Continue upgrading. Lu Ming thought about it. He still had surplus heroic value. Let's upgrade one more level to see the effect. Current heroic value 723. He resolved to upgrade twice to test the waters. But he couldn't just focus on one ability. After all, he would gain more abilities later. Ding! Upgrade successful. Heavy Rain Enhancement LV3 can summon Heavy Rain, restricting the enemy's abilities, reducing all attributes by 10, while the host's attributes increase by 10 once it exceeds the host's 2 major realms. This ability will be invalidated. Ding! 500 heroic value needed for the next upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow. Incredible. All attributes increased by 10. No wonder that beast got fiercer as it fought. It kept getting stronger. It turned out to be because it was cheating in the rain. Moreover, it not only boosted himself, but also debuffed. Although it would be invalidated if it exceeded 2 major realms, that was already sufficient. I'm not an idiot who would seek out such enemies to fight. If this were applied to himself once he became stronger in the future, how much could that 10 increase? And this ability could continue to upgrade. What if it became 15, 20, 30 later? Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Incredible. He suddenly felt that being a heroic figure wasn't so bad after all. I want heroic value. I want to be the strongest heroic figure. Meanwhile, the people around him were slowly coming back to their senses from their shock. They recalled the things they had mocked Lu Ming for earlier, and their expressions were not so pleasant. So it turns out, the heroic figure is us. Enough. I will never say those 2 words again, but it's too humiliating. How terrifying. What kind of monster were we just mocking? They finally understood. It turned out they were the real heroic figures. Just then a figure suddenly burst out from the crowd and strode up. Then, he began to dance with a sword. Everyone was stunned, realizing it was the chubby guy who had done push-ups with Lu Ming in the rain earlier. At this moment, the chubby guy stood in the center of the playground dancing with a sword while reciting a heroic figure not belonging to this era. The mysterious swordsman on the playground. The king of heroic figures who commands sword energy. Others. Lu Ming. The entire venue fell silent for 3 seconds. This chubby man, after witnessing Lu Ming's might throughout, actually began to imitate his swordplay, because he was envious. He dreamed of being able to slice through the sky and annihilate monsters like Lu Ming with a wave of his hand. So cool. He too desired extraordinary power. Although he didn't understand how it happened, recalling Lu Ming's previous actions, the chubby man chose to give it a try. Lu Ming looked at the chubby man in the distance and shook his head helplessly. When people began to imitate Jiahao's actions in moments of despair, it's usually referred to as the moment of grandeur. Just then Lu Tian hobbled over, his eyes filled with complexity. What's your name? Huh. Lu Ming turned his head. Lu Ming. Lu Tian stared at him, his voice a bit hoarse. How did you swing that sword just now? It was a grand flourish. Others. What does that mean? They didn't understand the statement. Lu Tian twitched his lips and then spoke. If I let you swing it again, you wouldn't be able to do it, would you? Lu Ming remained silent. Isn't that a given? Do you think my sword is like cabbage by the roadside to be chopped at will? That thing can cleave the... If I could swing it freely, would I still be here wasting words with you? I could just go back on my word and not eat beef anymore. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Lu Tian suddenly understood. Indeed, it's an awakening burst. Exactly as he had thought. How could an ordinary person without cultivation suddenly unleash such earth-shattering power? The only explanation is that it was the awakening burst after awakening the dominant sequence. When sequences above high risk, specifically the top 80 sequences, awaken, there will be a brief explosion of sequence power. He had heard of such a situation before. Although he hadn't seen it many times, the characteristics matched perfectly. Just then an incongruous voice suddenly exploded. Enough! Are you messing with us? Everyone was taken aback and turned to look. The speaker was a young man from Lu Tian's team, his face flushed red. If your talent has awakened, why didn't you use it sooner? Always pretending to practice swordplay. The man was Bai Kai, known for his explosive temper. He had been holding back his voice, but now he couldn't restrain himself. He pointed to his battered body, all the wounds from protecting the students from monsters. The captain had almost died at the hands of that beast. Grounded into the dirt. And now all the spotlight was given to this boy who had been pretending from the beginning. He really couldn't take it anymore. To him, Lu Ming had definitely awakened long ago and had been saving that burst of sequence power to show off. Otherwise, that Rain Howler King was almost right in front of this kid, and he was still practicing swordplay. Would an ordinary person dare to do that without awakening? Lu Ming clearly paused for a moment. Bai Kai thought Lu Ming was intimidated by him and snorted. You. Lu Ming suddenly shouted angrily, damn monster. How dare you disguise yourself as a human? Bai Kai, Lu Tian, and the others. Before they could react, Lu Ming waved his hand. A sword aura belonging to the Sword of Heaven directly slashed out. Boom. Bai Kai, already injured, didn't react at all. Boom. He was directly cut away by the sword aura and crashed heavily onto the ground. A deep blood mark appeared on his chest. Ah, what the hell? How dare you hit me? He really didn't expect Lu Ming to strike without saying a word. Lu Tian and the others were all bewildered. What's going on? What does this mean? What the hell? You? Bai Kai turned red in anger, shouting loudly. Do you know who my brother is? And you have accomplices? Lu Ming's expression was shocked. You group of monsters are quite well disguised. Eat another sword from me. Saying that, he was about to swing his sword again. Hey. Bai Kai's face turned pale. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to act, Lu Tian's expression changed. Hey. Wait. Calm down. He's not a monster. The Rain Howler beast does not have disguise capabilities. He hurriedly blocked Lu Ming and then turned to Bai Kai, growling. Bai Kai. Shut up. Apologize to him. Without him, we would have been finished long ago. Captain. You almost died. Bai Kai stiffened, his face turning red. If he had acted sooner, you wouldn't have been so embarrassed, and I wouldn't have been hurt. Enough. I said apologize to him. Lu Tian suddenly turned his head, glaring intensely at Bai Kai, his tone extremely serious. Bai Kai was stunned. He could sense that the captain was genuinely angry. But why? The captain had never Why was he making him lose face in front of so many people for a stranger? Why should I? Bai Kai gritted his teeth. Just because he awakened and saved us. I, Bai Kai, have never apologized to anyone. So what if he opened the heavens with a sword? He simply unleashed that power because he awakened a high-risk sequence. Essentially, he was still an ordinary person who hadn't cultivated. That sword aura just lightly broke through his own defense. If it came to a real fight, he wouldn't back down. Besides, even if this Lu Ming awakened a high-risk sequence, what of it? His brother Bai Yi also awakened a high-risk sequence. Sequence 58, Golden Radiance. Now at the Provincial City Paranormal Bureau, a key trainee. Even the local paranormal bureau in Jincheng can't accommodate such a genius. Even in the provincial city paranormal bureau, he would rank among the strong in the future. So he wasn't afraid at all. In his eyes, Lu Ming was at most on the same level as his brother, a genius of the same high-risk sequence. What was there to be arrogant about? Can you, someone who just awakened, defeat my brother? He remembered very clearly that when his brother awakened, it was as if a deity descended. The momentum was magnificent. To him, it was no less impressive than the eye in the sky. Haha, indeed, a deeply disguised monster. Apologize. There's absolutely no need. I detest post-fact apologies the most. So what if you have cultivation? Wait until I cultivate for 3 days, then I'll come back to slay you, the beast disguised as a human. Lu Ming looked at Bai Kai, his voice calm. Others may not see it, but I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Bai Kai was so angry, he almost laughed. I'm not human. How can I not be human? Captain, do you think I'm human? Am I human? Am I really human? Others. It seems like he's almost not human anymore. Bai Kai was infuriated. This person was truly out of his mind. What? Do you still think you can take action against me after you cultivate? Being in the same high-risk sequence, can you catch up to my brother? Do you even know who my brother? Before he finished speaking, rumbling, everyone instinctively looked up. The next moment, an old man with white hair appeared out of thin air above the playground, hovering in midair. Then just as he appeared, all the students around fell down in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Over 1,000 people fell to the ground, one after another. Soundly asleep, unable to be awakened no matter how hard they were called. Lu Tian saw the newcomer, and his body jolted. Old Yi, Hong Niao, and Bai Kai were also dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. Why has Old Yi come? This is the highest authority of the Paranormal Bureau in Jiangnan Province. The pinnacle of extraordinary power in the entire province. It's usually harder than ascending to the heavens to even meet him once. Someone at their team leader level at most would have just seen him from afar. Now this big shot has personally descended. In the next second, Old Yi's figure appeared on the ground. His gaze fixed directly on Lu Ming. That sword strike, was it you who did it? Lu Ming glanced at the students sleeping like dead pigs, and then at the expression on Lu Tian's face that conveyed this is a big shot, and he already understood. It was likely that the previous sword strike had been too fierce. It had attracted some big shot. But he showed no panic. He slightly raised his chin. Of course, why? Do you want to learn it? The persona of Jiahao cannot collapse. Lu Tian. Others. Bai Kai. The entire venue fell silent. Grandeur points, 17 grandeur points, 21 grandeur points, 17. Old Yi glanced at Lu Ming curiously. This child seems a bit different. Faced with him, he was neither nervous nor stuttered nor weak-kneed, and even dared to make such jokes. Truly worthy of being the awakener of the Sword Monarch. Haha, I can't learn your talent. Old Yi smiled kindly. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Yi. I am the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Paranormal Bureau, and I came here specifically to find you. When these words came out, Lu Tian and the others were completely stunned. What? Old Yi came specifically to find him. Especially Bai Kai, the expression on his face was truly something to behold. What? Old Yi is looking for him. The highest authority of the Paranormal Bureau in the provincial city, personally, descends to find this boy. Why? Old Yi slowly descended onto the playground, retracting his gaze from Lu Ming and surveying his surroundings. He first glanced at the chaotic scene around him, then shifted his attention to the injured Lu Tian and others. Please explain what's going on here. Lu Tian took a deep breath. Old Yi, it's like this. Subsequently, Lu Tian recounted the events in detail from beginning to end, starting with their pursuit of the Rain Howler Beast, then the sudden appearance of the Rain Howler Beast at Jincheng University. Finally, Lu Ming wielding his sword in the pouring rain, ultimately slaying the creature that was close to the flow spirit realm. Lu Tian spoke in great detail. The red bird beside them occasionally interjected with comments. Especially when discussing Lu Ming's swordplay in the rain, their expressions were quite complex, because it was truly astonishing. After listening, Old Yi's eyes grew brighter. Indeed, the descriptions matched perfectly. It was definitely the Dominator sequence. Moreover, it was likely the sixth of that sequence, the Sword Sovereign. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain that one strike. There was also no way to explain why a young boy without cultivation could wield such a level of sword intent. Furthermore, Rain Howler Beast. Old Yi murmured softly. He grasped the key point in Lu Tian's words, that Rain Howler Beast was absolutely not an ordinary exotic beast, but most likely a king among them possessing a sequence. If it weren't for Lu Ming this time, none of the students at Jincheng University would have survived. Old Yi thought of this and looked at Lu Ming with even brighter eyes. Your name is Lu Ming, right? Lu Ming nodded. Old Yi slowly spoke. I invite you to join our Jiangnan Province Anomaly Bureau. What do you say? What? The others were immediately stunned. Old Yi personally invited him to join the Provincial Anomaly Bureau. This had never happened before. This was enough to show how high Lu Ming's talent was. Just when they thought Lu Ming would accept, immediately the outcome was. Lu Ming looked at him frowning. Anomaly Bureau. What is that? Is it better than the Education Bureau? I need to consider if it's worthy of me. Lu Tian, Redbird. Old Yi was dumbfounded. Was this how this kid always spoke? Heroic value 4, 22, heroic value 21, heroic value 17. Lu Ming's eyes nearly sparkled. Wow, this old man is generous. No wonder he's a big shot. Indeed, the stronger the individual, the more exaggerated the heroic value they provide after being impressed. Lu Ming instantly formed a judgment in his mind. In the future, if he wanted to be heroic, he should seek out strong individuals. Those ordinary classmates offer too little, and it's too slow. Just then Bai Kai suddenly spoke up, anxiously. Wait. Old Yi. He cannot join the Anomaly Bureau. Old Yi glanced at Bai Kai. Why not? He harmed someone. He actually dared to attack a member of the Anomaly Bureau. Bai Kai's expression was grim. According to the rules, this person must be severely punished. He was bewildered, not understanding why Old Yi would allow him to join the Anomaly Bureau, and specifically sought out Lu Ming. Harmed someone. Old Yi frowned. Seeing this, Lu Tian hurriedly explained, it's like this, Old Yi. He detailed the incident involving Lu Ming and Bai Kai. Alright, I understand, but after hearing this, Old Yi spoke calmly. He doesn't need to be punished. He must join the Anomaly Bureau. Why? Old Yi replied calmly, because he is of the Dominator sequence. Upon these words, the others who did not know the situation were directly shocked. Bai Kai was left stunned. He opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. The Dominator sequence. The person wielding the wooden stick in the rain was of the Dominator sequence. Bai Kai had certainly heard of the Dominator sequence. There are a total of 300 in the talent sequence. The higher the rank, the stronger the potential, and the top 10 are known as the Dominator sequence. The appearance of any one of these 10 sequences would draw the attention of the entire Huaxia Anomaly Bureau, because as long as they don't die, such individuals will at least reach the 6th realm in the future. They even have a chance to reach higher. Bai Kai's brother Bai Yi is ranked 59 and is already a genius in the provincial capital, but 59 in the top 10 are simply not on the same level. Bai Kai broke out in a cold sweat. He was actually of the Dominator sequence. And just now, he had spoken to a Dominator sequence like that. This is bad. Suddenly, wait, I seriously suspect this guy is one of those monsters in disguise, including his brother. Lu Ming pointed at Bai Kai, his expression serious. I recommend a thorough investigation of the 3rd generation, a strict handling, and immediate execution. Old Yi looked deeply at Bai Kai. Is that so? Alright, I will give you a serious handling result. Bai Kai immediately felt a chill down his spine. A wave of coldness surged through him. It's over. This is a serious issue. It seems I've kicked a steel plate. However, Old Yi's thoughts were not on Bai Kai, as the most important thing now was Lu Ming. You come first. Old Yi waved his hand. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt a flash before his eyes. The surrounding playground, teaching building, and students all vanished. The two of them directly disappeared from their spot. Before leaving, Old Yi's voice echoed in Lu Tian's ears. Lu Tian, you handle things here at the school. Let the logistics department take over the follow-up, calming the students, cleaning the scene, and controlling public opinion. Not a single detail should be left out. Lu Tian immediately bowed his head. Yes, the logistics department of the Anomaly Bureau is specifically responsible for handling the aftermath of extraordinary events. They do not engage in frontline combat. However, every time an exotic beast appears, they are responsible for sealing off the scene, calming ordinary people, and repairing damaged areas. If necessary, they will contact hospitals, schools, and local departments to unify external statements. Lu Tian was very familiar with this process. But now he had no mind for such things. His mind was filled with Lu Ming's sword strike. Captain I. Bai Kai's face turned pale. He suddenly felt that his brain was somewhat insufficient. He felt doomed. He had offended a person of the Dominator sequence. Moreover, Old Yi also said he would handle him seriously. Whether or not this was to appease what Lu Ming casually said, such words from a person like Old Yi once known. Forget about him, even his brother would have a bleak future. Thinking of this, Bai Kai was overwhelmed with fear, despair rising within him. It's over. He regretted it. He shouldn't have been so reckless. On the other side, Lu Ming and Old Yi appeared in a deserted place. It was an abandoned basketball court devoid of students and surveillance. The ground was somewhat damp, and there was a row of old iron nets nearby. See, Lu Ming looked around, his heart jolting. Wow, what kind of technique is this? Just a moment ago, they were on the school playground. In the next second, they changed locations. Space transfer. Or was it just too fast? Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he was already pondering. This old man is very strong, exceptionally strong. At least the current him certainly couldn't defeat him. With the sword opening heaven gate no longer available, he couldn't recklessly be heroic for the time being. But he couldn't let his persona collapse either. Old Yi looked at Lu Ming and spoke directly. Lu Ming, you are of the Dominator sequence. Joining the Anomaly Bureau is your best choice right now. When Lu Ming heard this, he raised an eyebrow. Dominator sequence. What is that? and he knew he certainly wasn't part of any Dominator sequence. What he truly relied on was the system and the Sword of Heaven's slaughter. Lu Ming asked, "What is the Dominator system?" And Master Yi, aware that this youth had previously been an ordinary student, patiently began to. This world is far more intricate than it appears to ordinary eyes. Many individuals, upon reaching a certain age or undergoing extraordinary stimuli, awaken their innate sequence. Only after awakening may one formally interface with spiritual energy and embark upon the path of transcendence. There exist 300 ranked innate sequences. The higher the rank, the greater the innate power. Sequences ranked 1130 are classified as extremely high risk, 3180 as high risk, 81180 as perilous, and the top 10. They are uniquely exceptional, designated the sovereign sequences. They manifest exceedingly rarely, perhaps once per decade. Each sovereign sequence awakener commands national-level attention. And Lu Ming listened, gradually piecing together the picture. Thus the core of this world's transcendental power lies in the innate sequence. Nan Master Yi had mistakenly concluded Lu Ming had awakened the sixth sovereign sequence, Sword Sovereign. Lu Ming nodded inwardly. Not misunderstanding, yes. And the deeper their misapprehension, the more advantageous for him. And still the title Sword Sovereign did carry a certain convenient gravitas. After all, he possessed a system. What did titles like Sword Sovereign matter? Meantime, he would surely surpass. Master Yi continued, that sword strike you unleashed was likely an awakening surge, a brief volatile outburst common immediately after awakening a high-risk or higher sequence. Such surges are uncontrollable and nearly impossible to replicate. And Lu Ming remained silent. And the elder's analysis sounded remarkably plausible. Though his premise was flawed, his conclusion happened to be correct. Indeed, sword-parting Heaven's Gate was temporarily unavailable. And Master Yi added, regarding cultivation realms, from lowest to highest, they are body-tempering, spirit condensation, spirit flow, martial, infant, martial, tribulation, martial, sovereign, and beyond martial, sovereign, lie even loftier tiers. But those remain distant from your current state. No need to dwell on them now. And he then cited Lu Tian and others as examples. And upon hearing Master Yi's explanation, Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. In body tempering, spirit condensation, spirit flow. And so Lu Tian was at spirit condensation, and that Rain Howl King a half-step into spirit flow. And this elder before him. And Lu Ming asked, what realm have you attained? And Master Yi replied calmly, martial sovereign. And Lu Ming inwardly cursed. What? Sixth realm? And damn, it's no wonder this elder was so formidable. And no wonder his Heagi value was so immense. And no wonder he'd spirited Lu Ming away so effortlessly. This elder truly defied reason. And soon Lu Ming understood fully Master Yi's true name was Yi Guanshan. He served as director of the Jiangnan Provincial Bureau of Anomalous Affairs and ranked among the province's publicly acknowledged strongest cultivators. The Provincial Bureau oversaw all anomalous incidents across Jiangnan. Its structure comprised combat squads, logistics division, intelligence division, training camp, and research institute. Combat squads handled rogue awakened beings and anomalous beasts. Logistics managed aftermath containment. Intelligence monitored fluctuations in anomalous energy. The training camp cultivated new recruits. The research institute studied beast materials, sequence abilities, and spirit energy equipment. Nai Guanshan presided over all these departments. Lu Ming murmured, just as I imagined a classic urban high cultivation setting. And Master Yi tilted his head, puzzled. And meanwhile, Lu Ming had already formed his own assessment. Joining the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs seemed genuinely advantageous, and first, it granted access to the transcendental world. In second, it offered a clear path to strength. In third, the Bureau housed countless elite cultivators. In time, he could draw upon their prowess at will, amassing Heagi effortlessly, and far swifter than grinding classmates back at school. And with so many anomalous beasts roaming about, perhaps he'd even acquire new abilities through rare drops. At that moment, Lu Ming reached his decision. Very well, I'll join. And Master Yi nodded, unsurprised. And for awakened individuals, the Bureau was naturally the optimal destination. It provided resources, cultivation manuals, missions, and protection, all in abundance. And especially for someone bearing a sovereign sequence, left unaffiliated, such a talent would inevitably draw scrutiny from foreign powers and malevolent sects. Master Yi glanced at Lu Ming, and the boy spoke somewhat erratically, but his nature was sound. In that perilous moment, he'd stepped forward and drawn his blade, an act confirming at least baseline moral fortitude. Pride was natural, even expected. Na's sovereign sequence devoid of pride would itself be unnatural. Excellent. I shall escort you to the provincial capital immediately. You must first undergo formal induction. Once you attain the body-tempering realm, you'll be eligible for assignment to a rookie squad. Lu Ming nodded and agreed. and shortly thereafter at the provincial capital's Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, a towering edifice outwardly resembling an ordinary office building. Yet upon entering, Lu Ming realized appearances were profoundly deceiving. Beneath its surface lay training arenas, armories, medical bays, and mission halls, layer upon layer, each secured by biometric authentication. And no ordinary citizen could ever gain entry. Master Yi assigned Lu Ming a private room. And Lu Ming observed, the room isn't large, but it's also not small. And Master Yi. Indeed, it contained only a bed, a desk, and an emergency call button mounted on the wall. And Master Yi handed Lu Ming a slender manual. This is the foundational spirit invoking manual, required study for all initiates. It is no supreme cultivation art, yet prized for its safety and stability. And master it first to sense spiritual energy. Once your body withstands its purifying surge, your induction will be complete. Why not give me the most powerful manual instead, Oi? Lu Ming asked. And Master Yi. Because I fear you'd explode. Oh, and Master Yi paused, then added, given your aptitude, progress should be swift, but induction must never be rushed. Even a prodigy requires roughly half a month. Do not recklessly force matters simply because you bear a sovereign sequence. And Lu Ming accepted the manual. No problem. In seeing his nonchalance, Master Yi felt compelled to offer further admonitions. Only then did he depart. As the door clicked shut behind him. Finally gone. Lu Ming settled onto a meditation cushion and opened the foundational spirit-invoking manual. He read 2 pages. Then fell silent. This looked rather tedious. Sense spiritual energy, guided inward, temper tendons and bones. According to the text, ordinary people required a full month just to perceive spiritual energy. The gifted might discern it within 2 or 3 weeks, the less endowed perhaps half a year, without ever feeling a trace. Sensing it was merely the beginning. Next came guiding it into the body. In that phase tested endurance most severely from 3 months to over a year before one could officially enter the body tempering realm. Lu Ming snapped the book shut. Wait, wasn't I reading textbooks daily at school? Now that I'm transcendent, must I still pore over manuals? Can't we skip straight to the beefless part? Lu Ming tugged at his hair, exasperated. Ni's system, seemingly attuned to his frustration, suddenly chimed, detected foundational spirit-invoking manual. Spend 500 Heagi to achieve perfect mastery. Lu Ming's eyes nearly blazed with light. 500 Heagi. Was such fortune possible? No meditation. No contemplation. Instant perfection. This wasn't cheating, it was divine intervention. Brilliant system. Now that's a brilliant system. Use it, immediately. Without hesitation, Lu Ming confirmed. Expenditure successful. Ending. Foundational spirit-invoking manual perfected. Boom. The next instant, Lu Ming felt an explosive surge erupt within his body. Not pain, but a profound, exhilarating sensation of expansion. The force detonated from his chest, flooding his limbs and marrow. Boom. He heard the resonant thunder of his own anatomy. He distinctly felt his muscles tearing apart. In ecstasy. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy. A soft, involuntary hum escaped his lips. Dark, viscous impurities began oozing from his pores, the accumulated toxins of 18 years expelled in torrents. 1 layer. 2. 3. Yet Lu Ming unmistakably sensed his strength swelling, his vision sharpening, his senses heightening with every passing second. Had Master Yi witnessed this, he'd have stood dumbfounded, for Lu Ming was undergoing induction. Not step by step, but with a single roaring full-throttle lurch into the abyss. He crashed through a journey requiring half a year, before his backside had even grown warm on the cushion. Minutes later, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes. Ending. Cultivator has successfully undergone induction. Current realm midstage body tempering. Ending. New ability acquired, rain manipulation. Lu Ming was taken aback. A new ability had arrived. He thought that just the storm enhancement would be enough, but unexpectedly he could gain another for leveling up. This feels amazing. He quickly wiped the black mud off his face and opened the panel to check the new ability. Control of rain LV. 1. I can slightly manipulate rain water. Lu Ming's lips twitched. It didn't seem very useful. And right after that, would you like to spend 100 vigor points to upgrade control of rain to LV? 2. Without a second thought, Lu Ming exclaimed, upgrade. Upgrade. Give me the upgrade. It's just 100 vigor points. He still had over 400 left, so he wasn't worried. Ding. Upgrade successful. Control of rain LV. 2. Can manipulate rainwater with a strength comparable to steel. Raindrops can be used as bullets. Lu Ming inhaled sharply. Wow. Raindrops as bullets. Doesn't that just make it a water version of a machine gun? His mind was already imagining the scene. Next time he encounters a monster, he won't need to pull out a wooden stick. He can just raise his hand and let the rain droplets fly everywhere, turning the enemy into a sieve. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the better it sounded. His smile was practically reaching his ears. Host Lu Ming Realm Mid-Foundation Establishment, Talent Rain Master Abilities, Heaven Slicing, Sword, Dao Storm Enhancement LV. 3. Control of Rain LV. 2. Vigor Points 443. Lu Ming looked at the panel and felt utterly pleased. So comfortable, so wonderful. Even though he had already used the Heaven Slicing Sword to open the sky, his ultimate move was temporarily on cooldown, so he couldn't strike it well. But now he could definitely take on 10 of his former selves. Wait, Lu Ming thought for a moment and shook his head again. 10 might not even be enough to fight. From today onward, he had officially stepped into the extraordinary world. No longer just the one-move hero relying solely on a single ultimate technique. However, Lu Ming also knew in his heart that while these abilities were useful, his true trump card was still the Heaven Slicing Sword Dao. That thing was the real ace. Other abilities were merely embellishments. Only the Heaven Slicing Sword Dao was what set him apart from others. What level of power is that? That is the sword path that can split the heavens. The most supreme power in this world. Once he accumulates enough vigor points, 3,000, to upgrade the Heaven Slicing Sword Dao from beginner to minor accomplishment. At that time, he could once again open the sky with his sword. Just the thought of striking the heavens with a single sword was exhilarating. With that thought, Lu Ming felt invigorated. Vigor points. He must gather vigor points. Go all out. He needs a bigger stage. The next day, Lu Ming followed the arrangements left by Elder Yi. He went to the new recruit reporting area of the Anomalous Bureau located on the first floor of the training base. This place is specifically responsible for receiving new recruits who pass the selection process. Every year, awakened individuals from various cities come here to participate in assessments. The assessment content is stringent. Physical tests, spiritual power tests, practical combat tests, psychological tests, none are omitted. Only those who pass can officially enter the Anomalous Bureau. Today just happens to be the day this batch of new recruits finishes their selection. 4 individuals stood in the hall, 3 men and 1 woman. They were all newly passed recruits, still bearing the fatigue of training, yet each had an undeniable pride on them, because being able to enter the Provincial Anomalous Bureau represents that they are geniuses. Then the staff said, "Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Anomalous Bureau. You are among those who passed. Someone will come to guide you shortly." At this moment, the 4 nodded. There shouldn't be any other passers. The staff checked the list, and just then a voice rang out. "Wait, I want to report too." The others looked over to see a young man walking in. When Lu Ming entered, several people frowned. "Who is this?" At this moment, the staff member in charge of registration flipped through the list. "Are you also a new recruit?" Lu Ming nodded. "Yes." The staff member looked down at the list, scrutinized it for a long time and frowned. "Your name, Lu Ming." The staff member checked again and then spoke with confusion. "Your name is not on the list." The other 4 new recruits also frowned. They had no impression of Lu Ming. During this assessment, they had spent 3 days together, so they knew who was strong and who was weak. But they had never seen Lu Ming. One of the white-haired boys stepped forward. His name is Gu Chun, 18 years old, talent rank 144 Heavenly Blade. The characteristics of this talent are straightforward. Awakened individuals can condense spiritual power into blade intent, making their attacks very strong with high explosive potential. Gu Chun ranked first in this selection at the late stage of Foundation establishment. Gu Chun looked at Lu Ming, his tone relatively restrained. "If you didn't pass the assessment, you should wait aside for the staff to verify. You must be in the wrong place. This is for those who passed." In his eyes, Lu Ming was either someone who failed but pretended to be foolish or a new recruit who went to the wrong place. Moreover, the timing was also off. They had come here several days ago. Lu Ming glanced at him. "I didn't go wrong." "What?" Gu Chun's frown deepened. At this moment, the staff member frowned. "Lu Ming, your name is indeed not on the list. Are you sure this is not the wrong place?" He had flipped through the list several times. After all, there were only these 4 who passed. Moreover, the most crucial point was that there was no Lu Ming on the participant list. How strange. He assumed the other party was just in the wrong place. Lu Ming said, "Your people sent me here." The staff member asked who. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Elder Yi seems to hold a high position. Would saying his name be too ostentatious? Never mind. After all, this is his current persona. Lu Ming spoke lightly. "You don't have the qualifications to meet." It fell silent. The few people in the hall were stunned. No qualifications to meet. What the hell? Gu Chun's gaze toward Lu Ming changed. They were not ordinary people. They were new recruits who had passed through rigorous assessments. The staff responsible for their registration was also not an ordinary person. Yet Lu Ming's statement of not having qualifications to meet was clearly showing off. Vigor points, 17 vigor points, 12 vigor points, 9 vigor points, 11. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy inside. What a great place. The Anomalous Bureau is truly a fantastic place. Just a casual remark gives more than what he received at school. Gu Chen suppressed the discomfort inside him. His gaze toward Lu Ming had changed. To be honest, he was already proud by nature, having restrained himself just now. But upon hearing Lu Ming's nonsensical remarks, he no longer wanted to pretend. The assessment of the anomalous bureau was stringent, and the four of them had fought hard for their spots. Now a lunatic appeared, making him want to laugh. Oh, what invitation. Are you kidding? What? Is the director your relative? Do you dare to pull strings in the anomalous bureau? Gu Chen sneered. We went through 3 days of assessments, suffering injuries, being eliminated, practical combat. We completed all the processes. If you really are a special invitee, please provide proof. If not, then get lost. In his eyes, Lu Ming was merely a fool trying to trick his way in without passing the assessment. Proof. I don't have any, nor do I need it. Lu Ming said nonchalantly. I, Lu Ming, do whatever I want in my life. Oh, why do I need to prove anything to you? You must be joking. Gu Chen had never seen someone so pretentious, and he couldn't help but laugh angrily. What the hell are you talking about without proof? In a place like the anomalous bureau, do you think you can muddle through? Get as far away as you can. Don't make a fool. At that moment, the others also furrowed their brows. They too felt that Lu Ming was nothing more than a clown seeking attention. They had never seen anyone so ostentatious without the strength to back it up. Wasn't that just like Jiahao? Lu Ming's expression remained impassive. Making me leave. I'm afraid you don't have the capability. He spoke nothing but the truth. Enough. Gu Chen could no longer suppress his anger. If you don't get out, I'll have to force you out. The next moment, Gu Chen raised his hand. A blade of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. This was the ability of the Heaven Blade sequence. Forming a blade from spiritual energy, its body was not real metal, yet it could sever steel. The 3 new recruits nearby watched without intervening. They also thought Lu Ming was being insufferably fooled. The staff member was about to speak when Lu Ming turned his gaze to Gu Chen. I told you your blade doesn't have that capability. Moreover, if I were to wield a sword, it would be you who should leave. He had been invited here in the first place. This fool inexplicably demanded he prove himself. Why should he bother? He had better things to do. A few people couldn't help but almost laugh out loud. A sword? Did you even have one in hand? Gu Chen was of the Heaven Blade sequence at the late body tempering stage and the top scorer in this new recruit assessment. Even if Lu Ming had some background, he shouldn't speak like that. Gu Chen also smirked. All right then, I'd love to see how you plan to wield a sword. Come on, where's your sword? Lu Ming looked around. Then his eyes lit up, and he walked over to pick up a training iron rod from the corner. That iron rod was used for basic sparring among new recruits. It wasn't considered a weapon. Seeing this, Gu Chen frowned. You're using this. Lu Ming nodded. It's enough. Valor points 15, valor points 13, valor points 11. The same thought crossed everyone's mind. What kind of person is this? Gu Chen said no more. He was utterly speechless with Lu Ming. This guy really needed a lesson. He stepped forward, swinging his spiritual energy blade at Lu Ming. The strike wasn't at full force. He was afraid of killing this arrogant fool with one blow. The Anomaly Bureau allowed private sparring, but causing casualties was a different matter. But the next second, Lu Ming raised the iron rod, sword chi attaching to it. Clang! The rod blocked the spiritual energy blade. Gu Chen stood frozen. It blocked. The iron rod didn't break. Not just him. The 3 new recruits were dumbfounded. The staff member's pen stopped midair. They could sense Lu Ming's cultivation level. Middle body tempering stage. But Gu Chen was at late body tempering, and his Heaven Blade sequence was highly offensive. How could Lu Ming block it? Impossible. Gu Chen's expression shifted, and he was about to intensify his spiritual energy. But Lu Ming had already moved. Enough, get lost. He pressed the iron rod forward. The heaven-slaying sword chi surged explosively. Boom. What? In that instant, Gu Chen felt as if he wasn't facing an iron rod, but a real sword. A sword he couldn't withstand. Gu Chen's face paled. The next moment, bang! Lu Ming struck Gu Chen's chest with the rod. Gu Chen's eyes widened as a tremendous force surged into him, like being hit by a speeding motorcycle. Boom! He was sent flying. What? The others watched in disbelief. How was this possible? Defeating Gu Chen so easily, so fast that they couldn't even see it clearly. Gu Chen crashed to the ground. Clutching his chest, his face was filled with incredulity. Lost. He had actually lost. And beaten back by someone at middle body tempering stage wielding an iron rod. Valor points 22, valor points 18, valor points 16, valor points 13. Lu Ming looked at the valor points, his mood excellent. The quality of people here was truly high. No, impossible. Gu Chen gritted his teeth and stood upright, his chest aching. But the pain in his pride was worse. He had just secured first place in the new recruit assessment. Yet before officially joining, someone not even on the roster had knocked him back with a single rod strike. He couldn't accept it. Who exactly are you? Lu Ming's expression was indifferent. You're not worthy of knowing. I said the person who invited me is someone none of you are qualified to meet. Gu Chun gritted his teeth. Stop spouting nonsense. Do you think the Anomaly Bureau is some place where you can use connections to get in? I admit you have some skill, but that's no reason to bypass training and assessment. Is personal strength all that matters? Do you know how much team coordination and anomalous beast knowledge we've learned? Do you know how to use equipment in urban areas to handle beasts without harming civilians? You know nothing. Just because you have some strength you think you can cut corners. Someone like you will get your teammates killed sooner or later. At these words the other new recruits fell silent. Though they were shocked by Lu Ming's strength they agreed with Gu Chen's point. The Anomaly Bureau wasn't an ordinary unit. They would face terrifying anomalous beasts. At the same cultivation level anomalous beasts were even more formidable, which was why combat personnel formed teams to operate. If someone joined without assessment relying solely on connections and believing their strength made them invincible, they would inevitably get their teammates killed one day. Lu Ming glanced at Gu Chun. This man was so annoying. You? Enough. Just as Gu Chun was about to continue, Lu Ming cut him off, his expression calm. Teamwork. That's something the weak need. And I am a Valor 1. The others? Valor 1. What the hell does that mean? Lu Ming continued, cattle and sheep travel and herds of beasts of prey walk alone. Gu Chun was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. He laughed in anger. Walk alone. Even the highest risk sequences wouldn't dare claim they needed no teamwork against anomalous beasts. And this guy was saying he walked alone. Seriously, do you even understand anything? No training at all. You're arrogant just because you have some strength. Gu Chen's voice dripped with scorn. I don't believe your connections are that powerful. I'm going to report this. He'll report it to the deacon. He'll report it to Elder Yi. He refused to believe it. How could this guy's background be that formidable? Suddenly footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A voice rang out. Who wants to report something to me? A middle-aged man in a black uniform walked over. He looked about 40 with a silver badge hanging from his chest. On the badge were two characters: Deacon. Deacons of the Anomaly Bureau were the management above new recruits and ordinary squads. They were responsible for reviewing new recruits, assigning squads, and handling internal conflicts. Every deacon was at least at the flowing spirit realm, and this one was the head of the new recruit reception. Deacon Bai, full name Bai Chengyue. He rarely appeared in person. Minor matters like new recruit check-ins were usually handled by staff. So seeing him appear, everyone was stunned. The staff member quickly stood up. Deacon Bai. The three new recruits also immediately composed themselves. Then they looked at Lu Ming with expressions of anticipation for a show. After all the commotion, here was significant enough to draw Deacon Bai. Gu Chen quickly reacted. It's me. I want to report. Deacon Bai, and he'll also report this person to Elder Yi. He then recounted what had just happened. After finishing, he sneered at Lu Ming. Just wait. The Bureau would kick out this rotten apple. But then after hearing the entire account, Bai Chengyue simply looked at Lu Ming. Are you Lu Ming? Lu Ming, Bai Chengyue spoke calmly. Elder Yi sent me to fetch you. Come with me. Lu Ming nodded. Okay. At that moment, the entire hall fell silent. The people in the lobby were completely stunned. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Yi Lao. These two words exploded like a bomb in the hall. The newcomers were all dumbfounded and the staff wore shocked expressions. Gu Chun was in disbelief. Yi Lao. He is the highest authority of the Anomaly Bureau in the provincial city. The pinnacle of extraordinary power in the entire province. These newcomers had been in training at the Anomaly Bureau for 3 days and had never even seen Yi Lao. They had only heard his name from their instructors. It was said that he was one of the strongest individuals in the entire provincial city. 6th Realm late-stage martial lord. Now Bai Zhishir personally came to say that Yi Lao asked him to pick up Lu Ming. This is too outrageous, right? How could this be possible? Is this person really connected? Is this person connected to Yi Lao? Everyone was dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that this person, and looking at it this way, this person's backing is Yi Lao. Bai Zhishir said, then let's go. Wait. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and said, even if you know Yi Lao, you can't use backdoor connections. I will report to the capital. He did not believe it. He would report step by step. He could not believe he had no way to deal with Lu Ming. Bai Zhishir stopped and turned to look at Gu Chun, speaking calmly. Go ahead, report it. By the way, let me remind you, he is of the Dominator sequence, and those in the Dominator sequence are qualified to be exempt from testing. Dominator sequence. In an instant, they all understood. No wonder he was so arrogant. Gu Chun was stunned. Dominator sequence. Bai Zhishir replied calmly, all right, kid, stop being stubborn. True geniuses have privileges. He actually could have chosen not to mention this. He said it to protect Gu Chun, as if this kid stubbornly reported to the capital, it would only be himself who suffered. All right, let's go. Then Bai Zhishir slowly led Lu Ming away. Everyone was stunned. They swallowed hard, watching Lu Ming's departing figure, unable to say a word. Gu Chun's expression changed from pale to green. His lips moved as if wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing. His heart was in turmoil. No wonder the other party easily defeated him like that. No wonder he was so arrogant. No wonder he walked alone. It turned out they were not even in the same world. Truly, a clown. Meanwhile, Bai Chengyue walked ahead, with Lu Ming following behind. The corridor was long and the lights were white. There were security doors every few steps. At this moment, Lu Ming looked around, still holding the iron rod. Bai Chengyue did not speak along the way, but his mind could not help but pay attention to the young man behind him. Dominator sequence. His heart was far from as calm as it appeared, because the other party was of the Dominator sequence. Sword Lord. He was aware of the sword energy above Jincheng University. It was this kid who struck it with a single sword. Bai Zhisher was shocked inside when Yi Lao informed them of this news. They were dumbfounded. A place like Jincheng had produced a dragon. After a while they arrived at Yi Lao's office. Bai Chengyue exhaled, suppressing his shock, and knocked on the door. Yi Lao, the person has been brought. Come in. Bai Chengyue pushed the door open and Lu Ming walked in. Yi Lao was sitting behind the desk holding a cup of tea. At this moment Lu Ming also saw Yi Lao. Then Yi Lao spoke to Bai Chengyue with a calm expression. All right, you can go back now. Yes. Bai Chengyue nodded and turned to leave. The door closed. Only 2 people were left in the office. Lu Ming looked around. The office was small but had many items, and there was a calligraphy on the wall that read guarding. There was also a rack nearby with several stones placed on it. They looked like some kind of material. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow and directly said, "You called me here, yet your staff didn't even know my name. They almost didn't let me through the door." Yi Lao fell silent, not speaking for a long time. But at this moment his heart was in turmoil. Unbelievable. Because he had indeed arranged for Lu Ming to report. But it was not supposed to be today. Because he originally thought Lu Ming would at least stay in that room for half a month. After all, he had just given him the basic spirit induction technique yesterday. A normal person who had never come into contact with spiritual energy would take quite a while just to sense it. So when he notified the reporting office, he said someone would come in 2 weeks. He never expected that just a day later Lu Ming would come. So Yi Lao was also quite dumbfounded. When Lu Ming first entered the Anomaly Bureau, Yi Lao knew immediately. Yi Lao had been wondering why this kid was not practicing in his room and had come out. But just now he saw the footage of Lu Ming fighting Gu Chun in the surveillance. That single scene almost shocked him to the point of crushing his teacup. Mid-stage body refinement. Lu Ming's aura was indeed mid-stage body refinement, and he had sensed it clearly. It was indeed mid-stage body refinement. But how could this be possible? Just yesterday he was still a newcomer who hadn't entered the realm. Yi Lao suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended to calmly set down his teacup. You broke through shortly after I left. Did you finish reading the spirit induction technique I gave you? This kid had definitely perfected the spirit induction technique. Otherwise, there was no way to explain how he reached mid-stage body refinement. But this was too fast. How long did this kid take? Then he saw Lu Ming seriously say, "Isn't it enough to read it once?" Yi Lao remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Wait, what do you mean by reading it once is enough? Yi Lao was stunned. Although the basic spirit induction technique is not a high-level skill, its training cycle is clear. An ordinary awakener takes at least half a year to sense spiritual energy and draw it into their body to refine their bones. The extremely gifted genius could compress all 3 steps into the shortest time, but it would still take at least half a month. About 10 years ago, there was a Dominator sequence awakener ranked 9th in the sequence named Natural Disaster. It was said that at that time in the Anomaly Bureau of the capital, he went from receiving the technique to officially entering the realm in just 6 days. 6 days. That was the fastest entry speed in nearly 40 years. The entire Anomaly Bureau of Huaxia was shaken by this. But Lu Ming, one day, he might have even only used a few hours. And not only did he enter the realm, but he also directly broke through to mid-stage body refinement. This, simply a monster. Yi Lao stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. He knew the talent of the Dominator sequence. But the Dominator sequence was not this outrageous. Natural Disaster took 6 days to enter the realm, which was already incredible. This Lu Ming directly shortened the record by 5 days. Yi Lao suddenly felt that he might have brought back a monster from Jincheng. And a true monster. Heroic value 359, heroic value 382. Lu Ming looked at the numbers flashing in front of him, almost unable to contain his smile. Wow, 359. More than 301 go. This old man is truly a walking heroic value ATM. So refreshing. So fucking refreshing. Ahem. Lu Ming controlled his excitement, restoring a blank expression on his face. So now I count as a member of the Anomaly Bureau, right? When can I take on missions? To be honest, he was indeed a bit curious about this extraordinary world. Moreover, going on missions with others might allow him to earn some heroic value along the way. The bigger the scene, the better to earn. Yi Lao looked at him deeply. You are still too weak now. New members of the Anomaly Bureau need to undergo special training before joining a team. Considering your special circumstances, your teammates assigned to you will be at least of the spirit condensation realm. The growth speed of the Dominator sequence is too fast. If paired with teammates at the body refinement level, it wouldn't be long before they couldn't keep up. So they must be paired with someone from a higher realm. What? You, a mid-stage body refinement practitioner, looked down on a Ningling. In the entire provincial capital's Anomalous Affairs Bureau, there are only about 1,000 members in the Ningling realm. This kid really speaks without thinking. Forget it. After all, he has strength. Old Yi doesn't want to argue with him about such matters. Just then, Old Yi suddenly glanced at the iron rod that Lu Ming was still holding. You don't have a weapon. Lu Ming looked down at the iron rod in his hand. Isn't this it? Old Yi twitched. Put it down. That's for training. Then what should I use? Old Yi sighed, then stood up and walked to a cabinet in the corner of the office. The cabinet had 3 locks, all spirit locks. He unlocked them in sequence, opened the cabinet door, and inside was only one item. A sword. The sword was not long, about 3 feet. It was entirely silver gray, with dark patterns flowing on the blade, as if alive. The scabbard was deep black, without any decoration. But when it was in Old Yi's hand, Lu Ming could feel a faint wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. This sword is called Han Yuan. Old Yi took the sword out and placed it on the table. It is a growth-type spirit tool. Growth type? Lu Ming was puzzled. Growth type? What is that? Old Yi explained spirit tools are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Ordinary spirit tools have a fixed level. They remain at whatever level they were created. But growth-type spirit tools are different. They can grow stronger alongside their users. Currently, Han Yuan is only a mid-grade yellow level suitable for body refinement realm, but its upper limit is Earth level. In other words, as long as you are strong enough, it can grow to the Earth level, which is a spirit tool usable even in the martial infant or martial tribulation realms. Wow. Impressive. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Although he was quite handy with the iron rod, having a real sword to pair with the sword Tao of Heaven strike would definitely elevate its power to a whole new level. And its growth type. It can be used all the way to Earth level. Lu Ming's eyes shifted. So you want to give it to me to curry favor? Old Yi, can this little brat say something normal? Who said I would just give it to you? I have conditions. Old Yi snorted. He originally intended to give it directly, but how could this kid's mouth not spout ivory? After thinking for a moment, he said, this way for the upcoming new trainee training. If you can be recognized by the training instructor and take first place, I will give you this sword. This sword is valued at 3,000 contribution points within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment, shaking his head in disappointment. Sai, I was hoping to give you a chance to curry favor, and it turns out there's a condition. Old Yi, where does this lunatic come from? By the way, what are contribution points? 3,000. Is that a lot? Lu Ming wasn't quite sure what that number meant, but it sounded like it shouldn't be cheap. Old Yi suppressed his impulse to curse and explained, there is a contribution point system within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Completing tasks, killing anomalous beasts, and meritorious deeds can all earn contribution points. Contribution points can be exchanged for techniques, spirit tools, pills, intelligence, training resources, and everything else. Generally, a normal task can earn about dozens to 100 contribution points. 3,000 contribution points would take an ordinary small team about 3 to 4 years of non-stop tasks to accumulate. After hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. What? That sounds pretty impressive. A small team has to accumulate for 3 to 4 years. And now it's being given to me for free. As long as I take first place in the upcoming training and get the instructor's recognition. Isn't it almost like getting it for free? In an instant, Lu Ming looked at Old Yi again, wearing a just-as-I-thought expression. After all this time, you're just trying to curry favor. Old Yi's forehead twitched with veins. If you dare to say that out loud, you're dead. Got it. Lu Ming agreed quite readily. After all, he was a leader. It was better not to truly anger him. After Old Yi snorted, he took a phone out of the drawer and handed it over. This is a communication device specifically for the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. This is for you. It contains techniques, resources, task information, all of it. You can purchase directly with contribution points. Okay. Lu Ming took the phone and casually flipped through it. The interface was very simple. Technique store, spirit, tool store, pill store, task hall, leaderboard, personal information. He first clicked on personal information. Name Lu Ming, contribution points 1,000. Yesterday you killed those rain-howling beasts. According to the Anomalous Affairs Bureau's standards, you were awarded 1,000 contribution points. Old Yi said. After all, among those rain-howling beasts, there was a king of the anomalous beast hierarchy. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the entire Jin City University would have been doomed. This matter couldn't be suppressed either. The potential harm to society would be enormous. Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded. Only 1,000. All right. Old Yi. Only 1,000. Do you know some small teams can't even earn 1,000 after 6 months of tasks? Does this kid really not know, or is he doing it on purpose? But at this moment, Lu Ming didn't care about Old Yi's expression and started scrolling through the technique store. There were various techniques available, from tens of contribution points to thousands of contribution points. Low-level yellow techniques could be bought for just dozens of points. Somewhat better mystic low-grade techniques suitable for the Ningling realm cost about 200 to 300 points. Further up, mystic mid-grade techniques generally started from over 1,000. Lu Ming was scrolling and looking. Suddenly his finger stopped. At the very bottom of the page, there was a special option. Unlike other techniques, it had no name or description. Only one line of text. Heritage Technique Selection Library 1,000 contribution points. What is this? Lu Ming turned the phone toward Old Yi to show him. Old Yi glanced at it and explained, that is the Heritage Technique Selection Library. Unlike ordinary techniques, the techniques inside are legacies left by powerful individuals of past generations in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. But these techniques have a characteristic. Old Yi paused, they will choose people. Lu Ming choose people. What does that mean? It can work like that. Yes, it chooses people. This means that after you invest 1,000 contribution points, those heritage techniques will automatically sense your talent, and some may even sense your character. If they take a liking to you, they will resonate with you. If not, you will have wasted your points. 1,000 contribution points wasted with no refund at all. Old Yi emphasized the last sentence, fearing Lu Ming would impulsively spend everything. After all, the first contribution points that a newcomer receives are very precious. Spending them on reliable techniques is the right thing to do. After hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes brightened even more. Just this one. He directly clicked to purchase. Old Yi, could you at least hesitate a bit? 1,000 contribution points, just like that. What if there are no techniques that resonate with you inside? Then you would be left with nothing. Old Yi sighed. This kid probably thinks he's the lord of the sequence and won't have bad luck. Young people are too confident. They haven't tasted the bitter fruit of arrogance. Sigh. In the next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. The walls, desk, and cabinets of the office all vanished. Lu Ming found himself enveloped in a pitch-black void. There was no up or down, no left or right, only endless darkness. Lu Ming was taken aback. Is it possible to do this? Of course. Old Yi's voice came from beside him. He had also entered, but was merely an observer, not affecting the choices. Within the Anomalous Bureau, the Inheritance Technique Selection Library can be activated anywhere. It is essentially an independent space constructed by the predecessors using spiritual energy. As soon as the words fell, fragments of light began to flicker in the darkness. 1, 2, 3. More. Each glimmer represented a form of inheritance technique or martial skill. They floated in the void, some bright and some dim. Some were as large as a fist, while others were as small as grains of rice. Lu Ming counted. There were about 20 or 30. Could this be the inheritance techniques of the strong? This is interesting. Meanwhile, Old Yi watched everything and said, I am ready. Lu Ming stood still. After a while, the lights began to move. Some drifted away, others spun in place before dimming. A few came, but soon they retreated. Old Yi observed from the side, pondering. He truly did not know if there would be a technique that resonated with him from the domineering sequence. This is hard to say. Inheritance techniques or martial skills are essentially manifestations of the spirit and will of those top-tier powerhouses. And those true powerhouses often have peculiar temperaments. Sometimes, even if their talent is outstanding, they simply do not choose you. Luck plays a significant role. Seconds passed. Most of the lights had drifted away from Lu Ming. Old Yi's brow twitched slightly. Why were so many not choosing him? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be because he had just awakened and his foundation in spiritual energy was still unstable? Just as Old Yi was thinking this, suddenly, a light moved. It was originally in the farthest corner, nearly invisible. But at this moment it suddenly shone brightly, dazzlingly. Then that light shot towards Lu Ming at an incredible speed, crashing directly into his chest. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He just knew. In the next moment, a surge of warmth exploded from his chest, flooding into his limbs. A line of text appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Ming Lei Tian Lu, complete set of techniques and accompanying skills, current grade, middle grade, Xian level, growth type, with a ceiling of Tian level, growing with the user's realm. Core ability: harness the power of heavenly thunder, refine spiritual energy with thunder, and attack with the will of thunder, a thought wielding thunder like 1,000 tons. Impressive. Lu Ming gazed at this information, the corners of his mouth curving slightly. A complete set of growth type techniques and skills at the middle grade of Xian level, and it could grow to Tian level. Not bad, not bad. Old Yi also noticed the unusual movement of that light and recognized it. Ming Lei Tian Lu. He knew this technique was a legacy left by a thunder-type powerhouse 300 years ago. Its character was quite arrogant, and for decades it had chosen very few people. Unexpectedly, it chose Lu Ming. Did it think Lu Ming suited its taste? However, upon reflection, Lu Ming did indeed have a somewhat arrogant disposition. Well, just a bit. Lucky indeed, Old Yi nodded. Indeed not bad. Although only one technique chose him, Ming Lei Tian Lu itself was not weak. Starting at the middle grade of Xian level, it is not top tier among inheritance techniques, but it certainly is not inferior. Lu Ming looked at the other lights that had dimmed. Why didn't the others choose me? Old Yi replied, inheritance techniques have their own judgment. Not choosing you doesn't mean you are not capable, it may just be unsuitable. Lu Ming pondered for 2 seconds and earnestly said, I understand. They probably think they are not worthy of me. Arrogance value, 289 Old Yi. Impressive. Being able to say such a thing is already remarkable. However, Old Yi thought about it and realized that Lu Ming was after all from the domineering sequence. This statement seemed not wrong. Following that, the void dissipated. The two returned to the office. Old Yi glanced at Lu Ming and said, you have obtained the technique, and it even comes with a full set of skills, so you won't need to buy skills separately. Next, you should practice diligently. Soon Steward Bai will come to take you to the training location. After saying this, Old Yi looked at the time. I have matters to attend to, so wait here for a moment. All right. Lu Ming nodded. In the next moment, Old Yi's figure flickered and disappeared from the office. Only Lu Ming remained in the room. At this moment, he was not idle. He immediately opened the system panel. Current arrogance value 1538 1538. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Today's harvest was considerable. Old Yi alone contributed over half, plus those he had gained earlier in the hall. The arrogance value finally had some savings. Then he focused on the Ming Lei Tian Lu he had just obtained. In the next moment, the system popped up a prompt. Detected technique Ming Lei Tian Lu, would you like to spend 200 arrogance value to directly enter? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming exclaimed, charge. Ding, expenditure successful. Enhancing Ming Lei Tian Lu. In the next moment, Lu Ming had not yet reacted. He felt a surge of completely new power flooding into his body. It was a different sensation from yesterday's entry. Yesterday was his body being torn apart and reassembled. This time something new was added to his body. It was a bolt of thunder. Very faint, but undeniably present. Then the next moment, Lu Ming felt that bolt of thunder pulsating like a heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. With each pulse, he felt the spiritual energy within his body becoming more lively. Moreover, his perception informed him. This bolt of thunder did not conflict with his Zhan Tian Jian Dao. In fact, it seemed to have a subtle tendency to enhance each other. Ming Lei Tian Lu entry level refreshing. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and continued to look at the panel. Would you like to spend 500 arrogance value to upgrade Ming Lei Tian Lu to small accomplishment? Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Ming Lei Tian Lu small accomplishment. In the next moment, boom. The bolt of thunder within Lu Ming's Dantian instantly expanded. It was as if it had transformed from the size of a flame to the size of a fist. In just an instant, Lu Ming could feel that the speed of his spiritual energy operation had increased. Moreover, the thunderous power within his body was refining his meridians. He could now feel that if he encountered those Yuxiao beasts again, except for the Yuxiao King, he could even summon thunder directly to annihilate them. And in the next moment, system text continued to appear. Ding. Would you like to spend 800 arrogance value to upgrade Ming Lei Tian Lu to great accomplishment? Lu Ming glanced at his arrogance value. 1538 minus 200 and then minus 500, leaving 838. That's enough. Upgrade. In the next moment, ding, upgrade successful. Ming Lei Tian Lu great accomplishment in just an instant. Boom, boom, boom. This time Lu Ming's entire body trembled. The thunderbolt in his Dantian exploded completely. Countless small arcs of thunder surged violently within him. From the Dantian to the meridians, from muscles to bones, every inch of his body was being baptized by the power of thunder. Lu Ming closed his eyes. In his mind a scene appeared. It was a pale sky. There were no clouds, no sun, nothing, but at the highest point of the sky, there was a bolt of lightning. This was no ordinary lightning, it was grayish-white, like a giant dragon that had slept for billions of years. It did not move. Boom. But merely existing there made Lu Ming feel a sense of oppression. That was the will of heavenly. Lu Ming gazed at that bolt of heavenly thunder, taking a deep breath. Then the vision vanished. He opened his eyes and changes occurred within him. Spiritual energy surged and his aura climbed. In just an instant, Lu Ming directly reached the late stage of body refinement. He had broken through. He was almost touching the peak of body refinement. Lu Ming looked down at his hands. Tiny bolts of lightning flickered between his fingers. Impressive. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. After reaching great accomplishment in Ming Lei Tian Lu, not only did the power of the technique greatly increase, but it also pushed his realm to the peak of the late stage of body refinement. If Old Yi knew, he would probably be unable to sit still. Then Lu Ming glanced at the panel. Host Lu Ming Realm Late Stage Body Refinement Talent Rain Master Abilities Sword Path of Heaven Slashing Beginner Storm Enhancement LV 3 Control of Rain LV 2 Thunder Record Greater Achievement Heroic Value 38 That was a bit excessive. The heroic value dropped from over 1500 to 38. But it's worth it. So worth it. Now he not only has a sword, thunder, and rain, but the 3 abilities complement each other. Just thinking about it feels insane. Oh, You asked me what if it doesn't rain. Please, I summon thunder. Doesn't that turn it into a rainy day? When the time comes, isn't it normal for it to rain? Then a heavy rain follows, full attribute enhancement. Control the rain to strike once. Then unleash a bolt of thunder. Finally, in the critical moment, slash the heavens with a sword. He. Who can withstand this? So exhilarating. Lu Ming was reveling in it. Suddenly a knock came at the door. Lu Ming, elder, ye asked me to take you to the training ground. Bai Chenjiu's voice came from outside. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Great. Just in time. As long as he finishes first in the training, he can obtain that sword. But then he felt he was overthinking it. After all, could he really break through in such a short time? Bai Chengyue dismissed the thought and turned to lead the way. Bai Chengyue stood at the door and glanced at Lu Ming. His brow slightly furrowed. This young man's aura seems different from just now. But then he felt he was overthinking it. After all, could he really break through in such a short time? Bai Chengyue dismissed the thought and turned to lead the way. Lu Ming followed. On the other side, in a training room. The room was large, with the floor covered in special materials and the walls reinforced. This is the exclusive training room for newcomers. At this moment, there were already people in the room, a man and a woman along with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stood at the front, around 40 years old, not very tall, but robust, wearing the black uniform of the Anomaly Bureau with a training officer badge hanging on his chest. His name is Zhao Qingshan, the head of this newcomer training session. Midstage Spirit Condensation Realm Talent Sequence 165 Earth Ghost. The Earth Ghost characteristic is the control of earth and stone with strong defense and good sealing abilities. He had served as a combat personnel in a third-tier city's Anomaly Bureau branch for 12 years with considerable combat experience. 6 months ago, he had to retire from the front line due to injury and was assigned to the Provincial Bureau as an instructor. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan looked at the newcomers in front of him, his voice filled with frustration. It has been so long since I transferred to the Provincial Bureau, and they say there are many geniuses in the provincial city, but how come I hardly see any? It's really dull. Well, if there are no geniuses, so be it. As long as they aren't here through backdoor dealings, I'm fine with it. Zhao Qingshan has always especially disliked one type of person. That is, those who didn't rely on their own abilities to get in. He had joined the Anomaly Bureau too early back, then the Bureau wasn't as fair and just as it is now. Some people, after awakening their talents and being approached by the Anomaly Bureau personnel, would be subtly hinted to give gifts. Then, they would just go through the motions of the assessments and sneak in. In reality, when they faced the battlefield, they knew nothing, risking not only their own lives, but also endangering their teammates. He had once seen a newcomer who couldn't use the equipment drag down the entire squad, leading to them being surrounded by anomalies. That time 2 people died. Since then, Zhao Qingshan has developed a strong aversion to such dirty dealings. However, after several rectifications over the past decade, this phenomenon has already decreased significantly. At this moment, the other 2 newcomers, a man and a woman, were quietly chatting in the room. Have you heard? A person came in directly without participating in the assessment. The black-haired man crossed his arms, frowning. His name is Zhou Chao. Peak Body Refinement Talent Sequence 146 Sky Wind. I heard about it. Lin Mianmian nodded, her expression somewhat grim. It said that Elder Yi arranged it. She is also at Peak Body Refinement with a talent sequence of 161 Spirit Silk. These 2 are not from Gu Chen's batch. They came in a few days earlier after passing the assessment. At this moment, they had also heard about what happened in the morning. So what if Elder Yi arranged it? Zhou Chao scoffed, skipping the proper procedures without participating in any assessment and coming in directly if they went to the battlefield. Would that be reliable? He was annoyed by such connections. Moreover, he never expected that even Elder Yi would act like this. Is there no law anymore? What a jerk. But it said he defeated Gu Chun, and I heard his realm is only mid-stage body refinement. Lin Mianmian suddenly spoke up. Gu Chun. Zhou Chao snorted coldly, the one at late-stage body refinement. Defeating him isn't difficult. If it were me, I could do it too, but does that mean he should be exempt from the assessment just for that? As for realm, we are all dangerous sequences above 180. We are not ordinary sequences who wouldn't be able to battle above their level. What he said wasn't bragging. He was at peak body refinement, half a small realm above Gu Chun, and the Sky Wind itself has high attack power. If they actually fought, Gu Chun might not hold up. And just because he defeated Gu Chun, he gets to skip the assessment. Why? If others came in without assessment, they could just fight Gu Chun every day. Oh, wouldn't that be better? Damn it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhao Qingshan stood at the front, and he had of course heard the 2 chat. After hearing this, his expression darkened a few shades. What does this mean? Elder Yi. Has he fallen? Taken a bribe? His first reaction was disbelief. After all, Elder Yi had always appeared quite upright in his eyes and shouldn't do such things. Moreover, Elder Yi is a martial monarch. What kind of bribe could shake him? Zhao Qingshan couldn't help but ask, who are you talking about? Zhou Chao turned around, and upon seeing it was Zhao Qingshan speaking, he quickly replied, "Instructor Zhao, we heard a newcomer came in without participating in the assessment. His name is Lu Ming, and he severely injured Guchun, but still had no issues." "What? Injured someone?" Zhao Qingshan immediately frowned. "And he didn't participate in the assessment?" "Yes, it said it was arranged directly from above." Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brow. "Is what you're saying true?" It should be noted that the Anomaly Bureau's assessment system is based on experiences earned through life and death, meant to filter out those who are unqualified. Skipping the assessment means risking the lives of other teammates. It's really true. I swear many people know about this. Zhao Qingshan fell silent. What? Has Elder Yi lost his mind? Really taken a bribe? Or is it? That kid is his relative. All right. Zhao Qingshan's expression darkened. He had thought the Anomaly Bureau had undergone a complete transformation by now, but unexpectedly, such disgusting things still happened in this day and age. And it's Elder Yi. He had already made up his mind. When he encounters this kid named Lu Ming, he would definitely have to take good care of him. After all, he is the training instructor for newcomers and cannot let him bypass him. But then, no wait. Zhao Qingshan's brow suddenly furrowed. Wait, he has connections with Elder Yi. Oh, what if he also skips training and bypasses him directly? Thinking of this, Zhao Qingshan suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness towards these background connections. Just then, bang, the door was pushed open. Then everyone turned to look, and they saw a young man walking in. The others were momentarily stunned. At this moment, Lu Ming walked over and glanced around the training room. Then he saw Zhao Qingshan and the two newcomers. "My name is Lu Ming, and I am here for training. Earlier Steward had brought him here, and then let him come over on his own. This place is so large that he almost walked in the wrong direction." But just then, after Lu Ming said his name, he suddenly frowned. Because he noticed that at the moment he said his name, he clearly felt the change in the expressions of the three people in front of him. Do they know me? At this moment, the three were a bit dumbfounded. They had just been talking about Lu Ming, and he happened to arrive. What a coincidence. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was observing Lu Ming. His first impression, too young. He looked to be only 18 or 19. Zhao Qingshan then scanned Lu Ming's aura. Late stage of body refinement. Wasn't he supposed to be at the mid-stage? He actually reached the late stage of body refinement. In just a moment, the two of them understood. No wonder he could defeat Gu Chun. It turned out he wasn't fighting beyond his level. The two of them shook their heads in disappointment. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingshan had already labeled Lu Ming as someone who relied on connections. He was curious to see just how capable someone could be to have Elder Yi pull strings for him. Lu Ming, right? You can call me Instructor Zhao. I will be your instructor for the upcoming training. Zhao Qingshan spoke, his tone not particularly warm. I already know about your situation. Lu Ming nodded. I knew it. The others were taken aback. What do you mean you knew? Then Lu Ming spoke. No wonder when I mentioned my name your reactions were so obvious. It seems you've heard of my reputation long ago. Everyone was shocked. What? So arrogant. You think it's great to enter through connections? Indeed. Did you hear about my reputation for slaying the heavens in the rain? Just as he was enjoying the surge of reputation points on the screen. Enough. Zhao Qingshan suddenly furrowed his brow. No matter how you got in here, I only look at strength and performance. Those who can't keep up, I won't go easy on just because of who they are. Lu Ming replied, not bad, good instructor. Zhao Qingshan. The others. Is he being sarcastic? What the hell? Is this how arrogant a connection-based person can be? Alright, if you understand, go stand over there. You'll be in the same group as them. Zhao Qingshan suppressed his anger and didn't want to talk to him anymore. He then pointed to Zhou Chao and Lin Yinyan. Lu Ming glanced at the two. Due to the small difference in their realms, he could sense their auras. Two peak body refinement experts. Not bad. Zhou Chao also sized him up, but said nothing. However, the disdain in his eyes was clear. Lin Yinyan also looked at him a couple more times before averting her gaze. Lu Ming walked over, standing beside them, and spoke. You two are a bit lacking, but that's okay. Oh, I don't mind. Zhou Chaos' expression froze instantly. Lin Yinyan also turned her head, her expression a bit dazed. What's wrong with this guy? Just arrived, and already saying we're lacking. Have you seen us fight? Are you better than us? Zhou Chao held back for 2 seconds, snorted coldly. I'm peak body refinement, you're late stage, who's lacking? Lu Ming replied. Just because your realm is half a level higher doesn't mean you're not lacking. You, Zhou Chaos' expression darkened. Even if I am lacking, so what? I'm here by merit. I at least have more right to speak than you. The atmosphere suddenly fell off. Zhao Qingshan glanced over, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, casting a approving look at Zhou Chao. Well said. Zhao Qingshan pretended not to see, clearing his throat. Alright, first I'll conduct a physical assessment. The first event is a 1 kilometer speed test. After speaking, he glanced at Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao's sequence is wind, focusing on speed. Zhao Qingshan turned, this event is perfect for you. Zhou Chao, you go first, and also. Wait a minute. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. Zhao Qingshan looked at him. Lu Ming said 1 kilometer. That's too short. Are we just out for a stroll? In the past, I would run 10,000 miles with a load in one breath. The entire place fell silent. Zhou Chao froze for a moment, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Are you serious? Running 10,000 miles with a load. That's 5,000 kilometers. You could traverse half of China. Who brags like that? Lin Mianmian also pursed her lips. Why does it feel like this person talks with a kind of arrogance? Zhao Qingshan glanced at Lu Ming, choosing not to comment. He no longer wanted to evaluate. Let the facts speak for themselves. All right. Zhao Qingshan calmly said. Then you also go run with Zhou Chao. You can compare the differences. Zhou Chao's mouth curved at this. Sure, let's run together. He excelled in speed. For 1 kilometer, he would finish just over a minute, which was already comparable to car speed. Lu Ming nodded. Okay. Haha, just don't find excuses later when you can't keep up with me. Zhou Chao's words were not sarcastic. He genuinely thought so. Lu Ming, being in the late stage, wants to compare speed with him. Isn't that seeking pun? Reputation points 16, reputation points 11, reputation points 19. Lu Ming looked at the numbers flashing before him. Not bad. It wasn't in vain that I acted arrogant. Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface. I won't. At this moment, the two arrived at the starting line. Zhao Qingshan raised his hand. Start. In an instant. Buzz. Zhou Chao unleashed his spiritual power, propelling himself forward. On the 1 kilometer training ground, he ran with the wind. His peak body refinement physique was evident. Every step brought a resounding thud. Impressive. Lin Mianmian observed from the side, mentally calculating that at this speed, he would finish in about a minute. Then she looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was still standing in place, not moving. Lin Mianmian was stunned for a moment. Zhao Qingshan noticed as well. Lu Ming stood motionless at the starting line. Zhou Chao had already run several hundred meters. What's going on? Zhao Qingshan frowned. Is he scared by Zhou Chao's speed? It seems his strength isn't that impressive. Although he could defeat Gu Chun compared to Zhou Chao, the gap was still quite clear. The next moment, buzz, a flash of lightning erupted from the starting line. The ground beneath Lu Ming cracked open. That was the mark left by the acceleration of thunderous power. Zhao Qingshan's pupils constricted. What the hell? At this moment, Lin Mianmian was also dumbfounded. What's going on? It was just too fast. Lu Ming's figure almost vanished into thin air, leaving only a shadow and a loud bang. Crack! Thunderbolt. Under the mastery of the thunderous heavenly record, the power of thunder surged into his legs. His speed skyrocketed to an unfathomable level, with a gray-white arc trailing behind him. At this moment, Zhou Chao was running vigorously. He sneered inwardly. This connection-based guy dares to run with me. I could easily outpace you by 800. What's that sound? Zhou Chao suddenly felt a commotion behind him. Then the next moment, boom, a powerful gust of wind knocked him off balance. He couldn't even see what it was. That figure had already vanished at the end of the training ground. Buzz. Then, Lu Ming stood at the finish line. Zhou Chao was still midway on the track. The training room fell silent. Zhao Qingshan stood there, his expression shocked. He could feel his own heartbeat. What the hell? This is not the speed expected of someone at the late stage of body refinement. This is not even the speed of a peak body refinement expert. Lin Mianmian's mouth was slightly agape, unable to close for a long time. Her heart was filled with shock. She thought Lu Ming was too scared to move. But he simply felt there was no need to start at the same time as Zhou Chao. He waited a few seconds before setting off again, and still crushed him. At this moment, Zhou Chao finally finished running. He stood at the finish line, completely stunned, looking at Lu Ming with disbelief. Did he actually lose? He lost in the speed he prided himself on to a latest-stage body refinement. He wasn't a fool. He understood what being overtaken just now meant. You? How could you? Zhou Chao wanted to say something, but couldn't. The gap was simply too vast. It wasn't something that could be surpassed by sheer force. It was a complete crushing that wasn't even on the same level. Why? Why was he so fast? Zhou Chao couldn't accept it. The aura value was rapidly increasing. Suddenly, Lin Mianmian's expression changed. No, something was wrong. How could a latest-stage body refiner be faster than Zhou Chao? You just cheated, right? This was the only thing she could think of. At that moment, upon hearing this, Zhou Chao quickly seized the opportunity, his expression darkening. What were those electric arcs on you just now? Did you cheat? With someone like you, how could you possibly surpass me? Lu Ming glanced at him. Then he stepped directly in front of Zhou Chao. Zhou Chao hadn't even reacted yet. The next moment, a hand had firmly grasped his throat. With you think you can make me cheat? Lu Ming's expression was emotionless. He was most annoyed by those who couldn't accept defeat and sought excuses. Zhou Chao was lifted off the ground. He instinctively grabbed Lu Ming's wrist, his spiritual energy surging wildly, trying to break free. But even with all his strength, Lu Ming's hand remained unyielding. Zhou Chaos' face turned red not from lack of oxygen, but from shock. I am at the peak of body refinement. Yet now a late-stage body refiner holds my throat with one hand. He couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Is this reasonable? Let go. Zhao Qingshan shouted angrily as he rushed over grabbing Lu Ming's arm. You can't attack teammates in the training room. That's a strict rule. Lu Ming released his grip. Zhou Chao fell to the ground coughing a couple of times. His face was extremely ugly. It was almost purple. Zhao Qingshan stood in front of Lu Ming, his expression grim. You have quite the temper. He said I cheated, Lu Ming replied calmly. Even if he was wrong, you still can't make a move. This is the training ground. You two are considered temporary teammates. Attacking teammates will lead to punishment. Zhao Qingshan's voice rose a few notches. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qingshan and suddenly said, You seem to be deliberately targeting me. Zhao Qingshan was taken aback. I won the first subject against him, and you said nothing. He accused me of cheating, and you didn't intervene. I rebuked him, and you jumped in. We didn't know each other before, yet you inexplicably have hostility towards me. Let me guess why? After saying this, Lu Ming suddenly appeared to understand. Oh, I get it. You don't dislike me for not following the rules, you dislike me for coming in without participating in the assessment, right? The only other reason Lu Ming could think of aside from his looks was this. Zhao Qingshan fell silent. Because Lu Ming was speaking the truth. He indeed had a bias against Lu Ming from the start. He hated those who took shortcuts. He had witnessed teammates die on missions because of such people, so he inherently rejected anyone who didn't follow the normal process. But Lu Ming's speed, just now. He had to admit that this young man was not useless. Far from it. Yet he had no intention of backing down on this matter. No matter how strong you are in my eyes, the rules are the rules. Zhao Qingshan's tone deepened. You came in without participating in the assessment, and I do not recognize that. If you want me to acknowledge you, you must prove yourself. If your performance is unsatisfactory, I have the right to recommend that you be sent back. This was his authority as a training instructor. After hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. Prove myself. Was my performance lacking? But then he thought of the sword that Elder Yi mentioned. A growth-type spirit tool worth 3,000 contribution points. To obtain it, he needed to be recognized by the training instructor and come in first. In other words, he had to gain the approval of the person in front of him. A bit troublesome. While Lu Ming was pondering, the system suddenly popped up a prompt. Ding. System task released. Task: beat up the instructor. Reward: 1,000 tribulation barbaric body. Lu Ming was stunned upon seeing the task content. Beat up the instructor. What an absurd task. Why does Jiahao love to hit instructors? He fell silent for a moment and asked in his heart, what is the 1,000 tribulation barbaric body? System: 1,000 tribulation barbaric body, an extremely powerful innate physique. Lu Ming. Once this physique is obtained, the host body will gain the power of antiquity. The higher the cultivation level, the stronger the physique. In the body refinement realm, one can use the power of 1 tribulation, enhancing defense and strength by 5. Once one possesses the 1,000 tribulation power, a single punch can shatter a planet. After hearing the system's words, Lu Ming's breath momentarily halted. Shatter a planet. A single punch can shatter a planet. He looked down at his fist, then at Zhao Qingshan in front of him. The sword of the heavens governs the sword, while the 1,000 tribulation barbaric body governs the fist. One cuts the heavens, the other pounds the earth. The combination of these two. Lu Ming's expression changed as he stared at Zhao Qingshan, his gaze shifting from indifference to seriousness. Very serious. What are you doing? Zhao Qingshan noticed the change in Lu Ming's expression, and his expression shifted. He felt something was off. Why does his gaze feel so strange? Then he heard Lu Ming speak. Let's do it. Zhao Qingshan. Aura value 25, aura value 17, aura value 20. Zhao Qingshan was a bit dazed, thinking, is this kid mentally unstable? He hesitated and asked, what exactly do you want to do? Of course, to beat you. You said my performance was lacking, so I should be sent back. So what? Let's have a match. If I can convince you with my strength, you will let me pass the training directly and acknowledge that I am the strongest among this batch of newcomers. The training room went silent. Zhou Chao got up from the ground, holding his neck, looking dazed. Lin Miamian's mouth dropped open again. They all thought they had misheard. Zhao Qingshan stared at Lu Ming, not speaking for 5 seconds. Then, he laughed. Not a mocking laugh, but genuinely found it funny. A latest-stage body refiner wants to fight a mid-stage spirit condensation, and wants to convince him. Not to mention, there was a whole major realm difference between body refinement and spirit condensation. The spirit condensation realm is called that because at this stage, spiritual energy can condense into substance, making both attack and defense far superior to body refinement. Generally speaking, even 3-peak body refiners attacking a mid-stage spirit condensation might not win. And Zhao Qingshan was in the mid-stage of spirit condensation and was an experienced instructor with extensive combat experience. Even if Lu Ming was fast, even if he could grab Zhou Chao. So what? Zhou Chao was only at the peak of body refinement. How could he compare with spirit condensation? Sure, Zhao Qingshan said with a playful glint in his eyes. I want to see just how capable you are. To be honest, he indeed had a bias against Lu Ming, since Lu Ming made such a request. Don't blame him for teaching him a lesson. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply asking for punishment. How could he, a veteran combat personnel and mid-stage spirit condensation instructor, possibly lose? Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian automatically retreated to the edge of the training room. They exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. Is this guy serious? Going against Ning Ling? Zhou Chao rubbed his neck, feeling a mix of emotions. He had to admit that just now Lu Ming's strength was indeed greater than his. But that was a comparison between those in the refining body stage. Ning Ling was on another level entirely. It was not even the same magnitude. He's doomed, Zhou Chao whispered. Lin Mianmian said nothing, but she thought the same. Zhao Qingshan stood in the center of the training room. Kid, let me make it clear, I won't let you escape. No need. Lu Ming also stepped to the center. You can strike first. Zhao Qingshan's eyes twitched slightly. You want me to? Lu Ming nodded, looking very serious. Exactly, you go ahead. Zhou Chao almost couldn't hold back his laughter from the side. He wants Zhao Instructor to attack first. Zhao Instructor is at the mid-stage of Ning Ling. You at the late stage of refining body want a mid-stage Ning Ling to go first. Are you out of your mind? Valor points 14, Valor points 18, Valor points 28. Current Valor points 757. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Not bad, not bad. This trip was worth it. In just a little while I already have over 700. This feeling. Zhao Qingshan took a deep breath. He no longer spoke. He had to personally teach him what the gap in realms. Teach this damn kid a lesson. Let me show you what humility is. Zhao Qingshan stepped forward. He planned to let Lu Ming witness what true power is. Let's end the fight directly. In the next moment, the spiritual power of the Ning Ling realm erupted. His sequence is Earth Demon. The ground beneath him trembled violently and then cracked. Several massive rocks burst forth from the ground, forming a stone wall around him. This is the ability of the Earth Demon to manipulate the earth and stones within its range. Not only can it attack, but it can also seal off space. Bang, bang, bang. The stone wall rapidly spread out from beneath Zhao Qingshan's feet. The entire floor of the training room was shaking. Within seconds, 3 directions around Lu Ming were completely blocked by the stone wall. Only one path remained in front. Zhao Qingshan stood in front. You can't escape now. Escape, eh? Lu Ming smiled slightly. I never thought of running, and is this considered a gravestone? Setting up 3 gravestones for yourself. That's interesting. Arrogant. Zhao Qingshan growled. This kid is truly too arrogant. He completely has no idea that he is in grave danger. The greatest characteristic of the Earth Demon is to control the field, sealing off all of the opponent's escape routes, then crushing them hidden. He has used this move for 10 years and has never missed. Then, Zhao Qingshan threw a punch. The spiritual power of the Ning Ling realm infused into his fist. If this punch lands, the body at the late stage of refining body simply can't withstand it. Even at its peak, it would still spit blood. Buzz. The force of the punch hadn't arrived yet, but the pressure from the spiritual power had already reached. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian felt that pressure from afar. The two of them stepped back simultaneously. So strong. This is the gap between Ning Ling and refining body. In Zhao Qingshan's mind, as long as this punch hits, the fight would be over. He had already controlled the power. It wouldn't kill Lu Ming, but it would make him honestly admit defeat. But his fist missed. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure directly vanished from in front of him. What? Zhao Qingshan's pupils contracted. His fist struck the stone wall behind. Boom. The stone wall exploded and fragments flew everywhere. But Lu Ming was no longer there. Zhao Qingshan turned his head sharply. Lu Ming stood 3 meters away on his right. There were still faint electric arcs flickering in his hand. You're quite fast, Zhao Qingshan said in a deep voice. He genuinely did not expect this. Lu Ming's speed actually allowed him to avoid his full-powered strike. But he only felt surprised. He didn't think it was anything alarming. Being fast doesn't mean you can win. If all he can do is dodge, he will eventually be worn out. However, Zhao Qingshan's doubts grew larger. Why is this guy's speed so fast? Could it be that his sequence is also speed-based? But a latest-stage refining body having such speed is just too outrageous. Zhao Qingshan stopped testing. I won't let you dodge. In the next moment, he pressed his hands to the ground. Whoosh! The entire floor of the training room cracked open. The earth and stones surged, rolling towards Lu Ming like waves. This time, it wasn't a stone wall blocking the way, but the entire ground as a weapon. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian were so frightened that they jumped up. Damn it. Instructor Zhao is serious. Under such an attack, Lu Ming has nowhere to hide. The ground was rolling earth and stones. Every direction was blocked. This is the terror of the Earth Demon. In a confined space, he is the absolute king. Let me see where you can run to. Suddenly, boom, a flash of lightning exploded in the training room. Zhao Qingshan's face stiffened, his voice cut off. He saw it. Lu Ming was enveloped in a dense mass of grayish-white lightning. Crackle, crackle. Each bolt was making a loud sound. The rolling earth and stones upon contact with the lightning arc were directly shattered, reduced to powder. Zhao Qingshan's heart shook. What ability is this? Lightning system? No, that's not right. Zhao Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. The way this thunder operates. This is the thunderstorm celestial record. He recognized this technique. During a visit to the capital's anomaly bureau, he had seen a martial monarch demonstrate this technique. That terrifying power left a deep impression on him. He had asked that strong individual who said it took him a full 3 months to master the basics and half a year to achieve minor success. Then, he never improved again. Because the difficulty of practicing this technique is simply too high, he was forced to switch to another method. But the scale of the lightning on Lu Ming right now. Zhao Qingshan's expression changed. This is not merely basic, nor is it minor success. This is freaking major success. Major success in the thunderstorm celestial record. How is this possible? In an instant, his brain felt overwhelmed. But Zhao Qingshan had no time to think further. Lu Ming moved. The Lu Ming enveloped in lightning stepped forward. It's my turn. Lu Ming slapped forward. The lightning in his palms surged. So fast. Zhao Qingshan had no time to dodge, crossing his arms to block. Boom. A loud bang. Zhao Qingshan was directly blasted back 5 or 6 meters. His feet gouged 2 trenches into the ground. His arms went numb, his palms were cracked, and even a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. What? Zhou Chao and Lin Minyan saw this scene. Their minds exploded. Instructor Zhao was pushed back. The mid-stage Ning Ling instructor, pushed back by a late-stage refining body. How is this possible? What the hell is going on? Valor points, 21 valor points, 30 valor points, 22 valor points, 26. Lu Ming looked at the dazed Zhao Qingshan. How is it? At this moment, Zhao Qingshan stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of monster is this young man? Is this really reasonable? What kind of latest-stage refining body can push back a mid-stage Ning Ling? When he discovered that the other party had achieved major success in the thunderstorm celestial record, Zhao Qingshan already knew that Lu Ming's speed was due to this major success, not his sequence, but that was already shocking enough. Because achieving major success at such a young age has fully proven the opponent's abnormal talent. However, Zhao Qingshan had 12 years of combat experience. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Alright, impressive. A bit of something. In the next moment, he charged forward again. This time he wouldn't hold back. Since the creature before him was a little monster, he couldn't afford to restrain himself. Then all of his spiritual energy during the mid-stage of spirit condensation gushed forth. The Earth Spirit sequence operated at full capacity. The entire training room trembled. Stone pillars erupted from the ground, smashing down on Lu Ming like giant fists. 1, 2, 3, 5. All attacked simultaneously. Boom, 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 boom. The two people around were already dumbfounded. The battle had completely exceeded their imagination. Even facing such an attack, Lu Ming's figure still weaved through the stone pillars. Thunder arcs flashed. With each pillar he dodged, he closed in on Zhao Qingshan by a step. Zhao Qingshan gritted his teeth. Impossible. He couldn't believe that someone in the late stage of body refinement could withstand his fool-in assault. No matter how fast he was, how strong he was. After all, there was a whole great level of difference in their realms. Yet the scene before him left him utterly shocked. Because the facts were right before his eyes. Lu Ming not only withstood it, but also counterattacked. Boom. Another palm strike. Zhao Qingshan tried to block, but this time he couldn't. Lu Ming's palm power penetrated his defenses, directly striking his chest. Boom. Ugh. Zhao Qingshan was sent flying, crashing against the wall of the training room. The wall cracked with several fissures. Flopping. Zhao Qingshan slid down from the wall, half kneeling on the ground. Blood surged from his mouth, but he immediately got back up. The two continued to clash. Although Zhao Qingshan was at a disadvantage, he was still in the mid-stage of spirit condensation, with experience and foundation on his side. In the next few minutes, the two fought fiercely, neither side giving an inch. The stone walls shattered and reformed. Thunder arcs flickered and extinguished. The floor of the training room was plowed over and over. My goodness. Zhou Chao and Lin Minyan huddled in the corner, not daring to breathe. They were completely dumbfounded. This didn't seem like a sparring session between a newcomer and an instructor. It looked like two masters of equal level fighting desperately. But Lu Ming was clearly just in the late stage of body refinement. And at this moment, it seemed that Lu Ming was the one gaining the upper hand. At this time, Elder Yi had returned to his office after finishing his tasks. It's nice to slack off. At this moment, he remembered that kid named Lu Ming, a sword monarch awakened 6th in the dominant sequence. He had cut through the sky with a single sword, slaying the rain-howling king, who was half a step into the spirit flow. Elder Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. It had been years since he had seen such an interesting young person. By the way, this kid should have gone to training by now. Elder Yi raised his eyebrows. Today seemed to be Zhao Qingshan's turn on duty. He knew Zhao Qingshan well, his professional skills were unquestionable, so there shouldn't be any issues. As Elder Yi pondered, he casually opened the surveillance screen on his desk. The live footage of the training room popped up. He wanted to see how Lu Ming was performing. Then, he was completely stunned. The footage showed the training room in disarray with blackened marks. Lu Ming and Zhao Qingshan were locked in a fierce battle. Elder Yi's eyes widened. What the hell? Why are they fighting? Weren't they supposed to be in training? But then he saw the terrifying thunder erupting from Lu Ming's body. Lightning surged from within him, radiating a terrifying aura that made one's scalp tingle. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. Wait, this isn't. He recognized it at a glance. The thunderclap heaven record. And now the scale and power of the thunder erupting from Lu Ming. In his eyes, he could tell at a glance that this was at the perfected level. Thunderclap heaven record perfected. In an instant, Elder Yi's finger trembled. He had no time to ponder why these two were fighting. His mind was filled with a single thought. What the hell is going on? Because he clearly remembered that this morning he had just seen Lu Ming obtain the thunderclap heaven record. But now, perfected. Elder Yi sat in his chair, his eyes fixed on the screen. He was a person who had seen great storms, but what kind of genius hadn't he seen? He had taught several high-risk sequence geniuses ranked within the top 80, and he had witnessed many prodigies with incredible comprehension. But today's Lu Ming, he had truly never seen before. Elder Yi's mind suddenly recalled something Lu Ming had said before. Isn't it enough to just read it once? At that time, he hadn't taken it seriously, but looking back now, he truly had learned it just by reading it once. And not just learned it, he had directly perfected it. Elder Yi felt his worldview collapsing little by little. Then suddenly he realized. His expression, no way, they're still fighting. Zhao Qingshan, you better hold back. On the other side, at this moment, Zhao Qingshan showed signs of excessive depletion of his spiritual energy. Huff. Although his total spiritual energy was higher than Lu Ming's, the explosive power of the perfected thunderclap heaven record was simply too strong. With every collision, he had to endure the impact of the thunder's power. The depletion of his spiritual energy was far greater than Lu Ming's, and Lu Ming was getting fiercer. Finally, take that. Lu Ming slammed a fist into Zhao Qingshan's abdomen. Boom. In an instant, Zhao Qingshan's expression turned ugly. His knee crashed onto the ground. Bang. Then Lu Ming lifted his foot and stepped on his shoulder. Zhao Qingshan was kicked to the ground. Then Lu Ming kicked again, stepping on his back. Do you submit? Zhao Qingshan opened his mouth to speak. Lu Ming kicked him on the mouth. I ask you, do you submit? Zhao Qingshan tried to speak again. Lu Ming kicked him again. Answer me. He kicked again. Do you submit? Zhao Qingshan, you bet. Bang. Another kick. Just say whether you submit or not. This scene left the two distant observers dumbfounded. What? What is going on? Zhao Qingshan is being beaten. Damn. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan finally spotted an opening. He shouted with all his might. I submit. I submit. Just stop kicking me. Oh. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, withdrawing his foot. Why not say that earlier? Zhao Qingshan. The other two. In the next moment. Ding, mission accomplished. Successfully beat the instructor. Reward, ancient body of 10,000 tribulations. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Here it comes. Immediately, an overwhelming and savage force erupted from within him. Boom. Lu Ming's pupils contracted and his entire body trembled. That feeling wasn't an external force hitting him, but an explosion from within each of his cells. He could feel his bones reshaping. That was the power from the primordial age. Suddenly a vision exploded in Lu Ming's mind. It was an endless expanse of barren land. The sky was dark red, and in the center of the land stood a colossal beast with myriad arms. Then it raised its hand. A fist smashed down towards the ground. Boom. The earth cracked open. But that giant beast didn't stop throwing another punch. A continent was brutally smashed in half, drifting in two directions. Finally, the planet broke apart. A glimmer of fierce light flashed in Lu Ming's pupils. He looked down at his hands. He could feel his body had grown much stronger than before, and this enhancement was... Lu Ming's mouth slowly curved into a smile. Awesome. Moi. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan suddenly felt something was off. He suddenly felt that the person standing beside him was not a human. It was a beast. The kind of pressure made it hard for him to even breathe. What is going on? Just then the door to the training room swung open. Zhao Qingshan, if you hurt. Elder Yi stood at the door, his voice caught halfway. He was completely stunned. He looked at the piles of rubble, the cracked walls, and the figure of Zhao Qingshan lying on the ground, unable to get up. Then he looked at the young man. A stark contrast formed. Elder Yi's face was filled with 3 words. What the hell? What the hell is going on? What are you all doing? Lu Ming raised his head to look at Elder Yi, his tone calm. Can't you tell? The training is over. Elder Yi. He looked at Zhao Qingshan's miserable state, then at Lu Ming's nonchalant face. Training. This is called training. You knocked the instructor down, and then said the training is over. Elder Yi's mouth twitched. At this moment, Zhao Qingshan was lying on the ground, lifting his head to glance at Elder Yi. Then he used his last bit of strength. Elder Yi. Please don't let him hit me anymore. Elder Yi. At this moment, Elder Yi was completely dumbfounded. He had already been shocked after seeing the surveillance footage in his office. But standing in the training room and witnessing the scene before him was a whole different level of astonishment. The shock he felt multiplied exponentially. Elder Yi's lips twitched, and upon sensing the cultivation level within Lu Ming, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. Late stage of body refinement. Wasn't he just in the mid stage of body refinement? Good heavens. Elder Yi's scalp went numb. This kid is breaking through way too fast. How could he break through in just a short while? And to be able to defeat someone in the mid-stage of spirit condensation like this. Is he even human? Heroic value 374. Heroic value 445. Heroic value 28. Heroic value 31. At this moment, Lu Ming was overwhelmed by the flood of heroic value notifications. Elder Yi alone had given him so much. Truly worthy of being Elder Yi. The value is indeed high. How exhilarating. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhou Chao and Lin Mian were utterly stunned. They couldn't utter a single word. Zhou Chaos' face turned pale, and only one thought remained. Was what just happened a dream? No, I must be dreaming. Instructor Zhao in the mid-stage of spirit condensation was defeated by someone in the late stage of body refinement. Kicked down repeatedly. While being stomped on, he was asked if he surrendered. This scene, is this something a person can witness? Where did this monster come from? Lin Mian's mind was in complete chaos. She had originally heard that Lu Ming got in through the back door. Deep down, she felt disdain. The Bureau of Strange Reports is a place of fierce competition. Who would want to team up with someone who has connections? But the scene before her completely shattered her previous judgment. With such strength, can he really have entered through the back door? This is truly giving face to the Bureau of Strange Reports. At this moment, Lu Ming walked up to Elder Yi and spoke. Elder Yi. Elder Yi came back to his senses. Instructor Zhao has already acknowledged me. Lu Ming said casually, the promises made to me before can be fulfilled now, right? Elder Yi's lips twitched again. Acknowledged. This is called acknowledgement. This is damn being beaten into submission. I wanted you to earn his acknowledgement, not this kind of nonsense. What's wrong with your thought process, kid? But that being said, the fact that Lu Ming could even subdue Zhao Qingshan truly meant he had earned his acknowledgement. As for whether he was the best, Elder Yi glanced at the 2 dumbfounded individuals beside him. That doesn't need to be elaborated on. There are no flaws to be found in that statement. Elder Yi sighed. All right, you wait for me in my office for a moment. Oh, I still have some matters to attend to. Sure. Lu Ming nodded, turned, and left. When he reached the door, he didn't forget to glance back at Zhao. Instructor Zhao, thank you for your guidance. Zhao Qingshan lay on the ground, his lips twitching. Shouldn't it be you guiding me? But he couldn't say that as his mouth had been kicked to the point where he really didn't want to talk anymore. After that, Lu Ming left. In the training room, only Elder Yi, Zhao Qingshan, and the 2 stunned new. Elder Yi walked over, squatting down to help Zhao Qingshan up. Zhao Qingshan coughed twice, spat out a mouthful of blood, and struggled to speak. Elder Yi. How is it? Are you seriously injured? No broken bones, just a huge loss of face. Zhao Qingshan forced out a bitter smile. Elder Yi, what on earth is this kid's background? He truly couldn't understand. How could someone in the late stage of body refinement push the thunderous record to perfection? Not only that, but he could also pin him down someone in the mid-stage of spirit condensation. Such a thing he had never even heard of before. Elder Yi did not answer directly, instead glancing at Zhou Chao and Lin Mian. The 2 of them immediately grew tense. Elder Yi's voice turned serious. You all know that the assessment system of the Bureau of Strange Reports is an ironclad rule. A few of them were taken aback. Then Zhao Qingshan nodded. He had always thought this way, which was why he held such strong opinions about Lu Ming. Then let me ask you this. Elder Yi said calmly. Under what circumstances would the Bureau of Strange Reports allow a newcomer to skip the assessment and enter directly? Once this question was asked, Zhou Chao and Lin Mian were both stunned. They hadn't been in the Bureau for long and hadn't really studied such rules. Zhao Qingshan furrowed his brows. The most likely situation would be entering through the back door or bribery, but since Elder Yi spoke so openly about it, it clearly seemed unlikely. If it were a compliance situation, there were also instances. He had been in the Bureau of Strange Reports for 10 years, so he certainly understood such matters. The first scenario is when one has made a significant contribution to the Bureau of Strange Reports. But someone who could make a significant contribution to the Bureau of Strange Reports would typically not be a newcomer. That would be an old monster joining the Bureau for the first time, thus exempt from the assessment. Zhao Qingshan slowly spoke, and the second scenario. He suddenly stopped. He certainly knew what the second scenario was, but he couldn't bring himself to say it as that condition. He had never thought he would see it here. Elder Yi glanced at him speak. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. The second scenario is when one's talent is so strong that testing is unnecessary, which is... He didn't continue, but Elder Yi finished for him, his voice calm. The sovereign sequence. The entire training room fell silent in an instant. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian's minds went. The words sovereign sequence echoed in their minds, causing their brains to momentarily crash, because they had heard of the sovereign sequence. Lin Mianmian's pupils constricted violently. She recalled Lu Ming's terrifying strength and those outrageous feats. Could it be? And Zhao Qingshan was completely frozen. He raised his head and stared intently at Elder Yi, his voice trembling. Elder Yi, are you saying? Exactly. Elder Yi's gaze was serious. Lu Ming's sovereign sequence number 6, sword sovereign. Boom. Zhao Qingshan's mind went completely blank. 6th of the sovereign sequence. After 10 years as an instructor, he had seen more geniuses than these two newcomers had eaten meals. But the sovereign sequence. He had only heard of it in documents. Those were the top tier of Huaxia. They were the true pillars of the Bureau of Strange Reports. Every awakened individual in the sovereign sequence is regarded as a national treasure. And this person was just now scolded by him as a background figure. And then he said he wanted to send Lu Ming back. Zhao Qingshan felt his face burning even hotter than when he had just been beaten. Zhou Chao muttered to himself beside him, sovereign sequence number 6. What useless trash who got in through connections, and what newcomer who hadn't participated in a single assessment. Now reflecting on it, each sentence felt like a slap to his own face. He wasn't someone who needed to enter through the back door. He was someone who didn't even qualify to be tested in the first place. Lin Mianmian's lips trembled. She remembered asking Lu Ming earlier if he had cheated. At that time, she still thought Lu Ming was too guilty to argue. Now she realized he simply couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind. Elder Yi. Zhao Qingshan swallowed hard. But the sovereign sequence number 6, sword sovereign, is something that has recently emerged. Correct. Elder Yi nodded slowly. Do you all remember the sword that appeared over Jin Cheng not long ago? Zhao Qingshan's whole body trembled. He certainly remembered. It was the incident that had shaken the entire provincial city just a few days ago. In the skies above Jincheng, a sword chi appeared out of nowhere. It pierced through heaven and earth, splitting the sky and even leaving a brief dimensional rift above the firmament. The entire upper echelons of the Anomaly Bureau were alarmed. At that moment, everyone thought that it must have been some top-tier powerhouse hiding in the shadows who had made a move. Some wanted to take a look, but they were all stopped by the returning Elder Yi, who insisted that they would naturally know later. Zhao Qingshan's expression changed. Elder Yi, are you saying that sword? It was struck by him. Elder Yi pointed to the spot where Lu Ming had just stood. One sword opens the heavenly gate, the power of the 6th awakening in the master sequence. Zhao Qingshan's mind exploded again. That sword was struck by Lu Ming. He replayed the scene in his mind over and over. The entire sky was split open. What kind of existence could accomplish such a feat? He had always thought it was some hidden old monster. But the result was a young man who had just awakened. Zhou Chao and Lin Mianmian were at a loss for words. They had entered the game late, but had heard about the rumors of the sky-splitting incident. In their hearts, it was a legendary event, something tens of thousands of miles away from them, distant and and now they were being told that it was done by a newcomer they had trained with today. The two exchanged glances, seeing despair reflected in each other's faces. So, Zhao Qingshan forced a smile as he looked at Elder Yi. So what he said wasn't all just bravado. Elder Yi nodded. He has that capital. Zhao Qingshan understood. In an instant, he comprehended everything. Every word Lu Ming had said since entering the room replayed in his mind. It seems he has heard of my reputation. I usually run 10,000 miles while carrying a burden. Previously, he had thought this kid was just being ridiculously arrogant. But now, upon further reflection, it was terrifying, especially Zhou Chao, whose heart was stirred by turbulent waves. He gasped, could he really run 10,000 miles in one go? Elder Yi, what the hell? A human-shaped high-speed train. Did that kid just brag again? Elder Yi shook his head, his gaze lingering on Zhao Qingshan for a moment, somewhat complicated. He knew that Lu Ming had fought Zhao Qingshan in the training room. The commotion was so great. Plus, they had just had that conversation. It wouldn't be long before Lu Ming's name spread throughout the Anomaly Bureau of the entire provincial city. However, this is rather interesting. Lu Ming, let your name resonate throughout this world. And at that moment suddenly, Zhao Qingshan's expression suddenly became excited. I actually got done by a master sequence. Truly, truly an honor. Do you think anyone would believe it if I posted about this on the forum? Elder Yi, Zhou Chao and the others. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already returned to Elder Yi's office. He closed the door and sat down on the sofa. The next moment, bravado value 25, bravado value 3, 71, bravado value 19, bravado value 42. The text in front of Lu Ming simply wouldn't stop. The numbers kept jumping. What the hell is going on? Lu Ming was momentarily stunned. Why was the bravado value still increasing? But he didn't know that after he left, Elder Yi had boasted about him considerably. Moreover, due to this substantial bragging, the bravado value hadn't stopped since earlier. At this moment, current bravado value 3136. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 3136. This number made his eyes shine. This run was worth it. And most importantly, the bravado value required for the Sword of Heaven's severance was sufficient. He immediately opened the system panel. He planned to upgrade the Sword of Heaven's severance. Would you like to spend 3,000 bravado value to elevate the Sword of Heaven's severance to a minor achievement? Just enough. Lu Ming's lips curled up. As long as he upgraded, not only would his swordsmanship improve significantly, but he would also gain an opening of the heavenly gate. Awesome. Finally reached this step. He didn't hesitate. Upgrade. I want to upgrade now. Just as he was preparing to upgrade, the door was pushed open. Bang. Elder Yi walked in. Lu Ming noticed this scene and then withdrew his focus. Elder Yi. Elder Yi glanced at him and sighed. You kid, the commotion you made today was quite something. Just a minor scene. Lu Ming remained calm. Elder Yi. Forget it, I won't bother with this guy. Elder Yi then walked around from behind the desk to a cabinet on the wall. He placed his hand on the cabinet, and the cabinet door opened silently, revealing the sword inside. Han Yuan. But the moment the cabinet door opened, the air in the entire office seemed to tremble, and even the air felt slightly cold. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. A growth-type spirit weapon. It could even reach the earthly level in the future. Elder Yi took out the sword and handed it over with both hands. Take it. I promised you. Thank you. Lu Ming smiled as he reached out to take it. The moment his fingers touched the sword sheath, buzz, the sword body suddenly trembled, and a repulsive force surged from the hilt. It was as if the sword was saying to Lu Ming, get lost. What right do you have to touch me? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Elder Yi watched from the side, chuckling. No need to be surprised. Growth-type spirit weapons all possess a trace of spiritual intelligence. It can recognize its master, but the prerequisite is that you can make it recognize you. I gave you the sword, but using it is not that simple. Elder Yi narrowed his eyes, feeling a bit amused, as if he already knew this. In fact, he knew that this sword capable of growing to the earthly level was quite challenging to handle. Let alone Lu Ming. Even cultivators of the spirit condensation realm would need several months to tame it. And Lu Ming was only at the body refinement realm. Whether he could tame it was still debatable. In Elder Yi's view, this sword was a long-term investment. Let Lu Ming slowly cultivate it, and as his realm increased, the sword would naturally submit. Of course, he certainly didn't want to see Lu Ming suffer. He definitely. Take it slow, don't rush. Elder Yi suppressed his laughter and patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. To be able to wield it, one need not be the highest in realm, but must certainly match in temperament. I understand. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Elder Yi was quite satisfied. Although this kid was arrogant, he was still able to listen to advice. But little did he know at that moment Lu Ming was thinking, damn it, you broken sword, how dare you act all high and mighty with me? What right do you have over me? Fine. I'll show you why I can take you. He planned to directly upgrade the Sword of Heaven's severance. Put some pressure on this thing. After all, the panel in front of him was still there. Would you like to spend 3,000 bravado value to elevate the Sword of Heaven's severance to a minor achievement? Upgrade. Lu Ming chose directly. Elder Yi stood by, intending to share some experience. Then he saw Lu Ming closing his eyes. Elder Yi was taken aback. Why is he closing his eyes? What's going on? He thought Lu Ming might be a bit disheartened by the sword's repulsion. After all, a sword monarch in the early stages had already been looked down upon by the sword, and he probably wanted to adjust his mindset first. Elder Yi didn't disturb him. Just let him be quiet. However, the next moment, buzz, Lu Ming suddenly erupted with a sharp sword chi all around him. This was not an ordinary breath fluctuation. It was a substantial sword intent visibly swirling around him. Elder Yi's expression suddenly changed. The words had yet to be finished. Something even more outrageous happened. The cold abyss in Lu Ming's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The trembling frequency increased rapidly. The sword emitted a low humming sound, as if it were being suppressed by something. Elder Yi was completely stunned. What on earth is going on? Why did this sword suddenly start calling out? He stared at Lu Ming. Could it be? This kid suddenly comprehended something about the sword path. But why A? It was so baffling that he comprehended it out of the blue. At that moment, an even more bizarre thing happened. Outside the office, the entire anomalous building. Buzz, a clear sound of swords ringing echoed from all directions at the same time. The Elder Yes pupils contracted. What the hell is going on? At the same time, in the archives of the anomalous bureau, a middle-aged cultivator was sorting through documents. He had a sword hanging at his waist. In the next moment, that sword suddenly began to vibrate. The middle-aged cultivator froze. What is happening? On the other side, in the anomalous bureau's weapon storage, hundreds of spirit-grade swords were neatly placed on the shelves. At the same time, all of them trembled. They kept emitting mournful cries. The old man in charge of guarding was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. Damn, is it haunted? The entire anomalous bureau. Countless people's swords rang out simultaneously. What the hell is this noise? Why are the swords calling out by themselves? Is something evil at work? The entire anomalous bureau in the provincial city, all sword-type spirit tools regardless of their grade rank, it was a sound of submission. The entire bureau was in an uproar. In the office, Elder Yi stood there completely dumbfounded. He had been in the anomalous bureau for decades, and he had never heard of such a thing. All the swords in the building rang out at the same time. What does this mean? This is resonance of the sword path's ultimate truth. Elder Yi's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming. He remembered something. Sword Sovereign. Is this the Sword Sovereign? Ranked 6th in the hierarchy. From the name one could tell. This hierarchy is the pinnacle existence of the sword path. Other swords are merely subjects. Thus, after Lu Ming displayed the power of the Sword Sovereign, the sword that had originally rejected him began to tremble violently. It was not resisting. It was submitting. Elder Yi's legs felt weak. He had originally thought that even if it was the Sword Sovereign, because Lu Ming was currently too weak, the might of the Sword Sovereign would not be fully realized. Therefore, he believed it would take Lu Ming several weeks to subdue this sword. But now, not only has he subdued the one in his hand, but even the swords of the entire anomalous bureau have also submitted. Can this still be done by someone in the late stage of body refinement? How on earth did he accomplish this? At this moment, Elder Yi was unaware that Lu Ming's sword path had undergone another major breakthrough. Lu Ming closed his eyes, and a storm was raging in his mind. That familiar scene reappeared. The heavens were split open, but this time it was clearer and more detailed than before. He could see the will contained within that sword energy. He could also see what was revealed through the cracks in the sky. It was a sea of stars. The truth could only be seen after tearing apart the heavens. Lu Ming's breathing gradually deepened. He could feel the sword intent within him surging, as if he had broken through some bottleneck. Shortly after, ding, completion of the upgrade of the Sword of Heaven cutting. Current level minor achievement due to the host's breakthrough in sword intent. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining one sword opens Heaven's Gate. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy. Here it comes again. Sword opens Heaven's Gate. A peerless ultimate move that cleaves the heavens with a single sword. This is amazing. With this I can show off once again. He could feel that his entire being was rapidly becoming stronger due to this breakthrough in sword intent. His bones and muscles were continuously becoming more powerful. The Thousand Tribulations body was also enhancing Lu Ming's physique. Then it directly broke through that layer of barrier. Bang! Lu Ming felt the surge of power within him. Peak of body refinement. Hiss! Lu Ming couldn't help but take a deep breath. Has he leveled up again? This upgrade speed is faster than riding a rocket. But it feels so good. In the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes, which sparkled with the essence of sword intent. Sharp with a hint of an imperious aura. This time the sword in Lu Ming's hand instantly quieted down. It no longer trembled, nor did it reject him. Like a hunting dog that finally found its master, it obediently lay in his palm. Elder Yi watched this scene mouth agape, because he could also clearly feel Lu Ming's breakthrough in cultivation. Has he really broken through? Suddenly comprehending and inexplicably breaking through. Elder Yi found it hard to explain this phenomenon. After all, he was not a sword cultivator. But in the end, you really are something, kid. Elder Yi held back for a long time before finally saying this. All the talks about subduing and the compatibility of heart and nature were all nonsense. He can master it just by reading it once. The moment he holds it, it submits. He even comprehended the sword path and broke through his realm. This kind of service is top-notch. Just ask if you want more. Lu Ming weighed the sword in his hand. It felt good, heavy, but not cumbersome. He nodded in satisfaction. This sword is quite good. Heroic value 374, heroic value 25, heroic value 31. The numbers in front of Lu Ming began to jump again. Elder Yi's shocked emotional value was still being output. Awesome. It feels really great. Lu Ming felt a wave of bliss. Elder Yi took a while to snap back from the shock he had just experienced. He looked at Lu Ming, truly at a loss for words on how to describe it. This kid refreshes his understanding with every single thing he does. He opened the heavens with a sword right after awakening. On the first day in the bureau, he pressed the instructor down. The first time he got a growth-type spirit tool, it made all the swords resonate. And then he conveniently broke through as well. Elder Yi sighed. He no longer wanted to be shocked. Too much shock could shorten one's lifespan. Alright, it's enough messing around for today. At this time, Elder Yi recalled something and spoke. You sit down or I need to tell you something. Lu Ming tucked the sword into his waist. Elder Yi looked at Lu Ming with a helpless expression and then sat down opposite him. Tomorrow, the Anomalous Bureau has a temporary mission, and I plan to assign you to it. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. A mission? That works. With a mission comes combat, and with combat comes heroic value. But he didn't agree immediately. Instead, he asked, what kind of mission? Elder Yi took a sip of tea, hunting a beast. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Elder Yi, are you excited? Lu Ming replied, let me finish first. Elder Yi continued, this beast is not simple. Among beasts, it belongs to the higher tier. Lu Ming became a bit interested. How high? Elder Yi put down his teacup. Speaking of which, I need to introduce you to the hierarchy of beasts. Oh. Lu Ming pretended to be puzzled, but he actually already knew from the system. However, he didn't expose it. Elder Yi completely failed to notice Lu Ming's little tricks and started to explain. Beasts like humans are also divided into hierarchies with a total of 300 ranks. But unlike humans, beasts do not possess a hierarchy by birth. Only by becoming the king of their group can they be called a rank. I see. Lu Ming nodded. The system had said the same thing before. Elder Yi casually said, take the Rain Howler beast that appeared in your school before as an example. That was the king of the Rain Howler beast clan, rank 129. Lu Ming certainly knew this, but still pretended. Only 129. No wonder it's so weak. Elder Yi. Elder Yi observed his reaction and rolled his eyes. A score of 129 is already exceptionally high. Half-step Lingling strength. Ordinarily, dispatching an elite squad from a municipal occult affairs bureau would be required to handle such a threat. But this mission, Elder Yi paused briefly, is even more perilous than the Rain Howl King. Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. Higher in the sequence. Elder Yi nodded gravely. Though the beast we face is not a king, its species ranks extraordinarily high. 16th in the sequence. 16. Lu Ming sat upright, genuinely stunned. 16th among 300. This placed it among the absolute apex. That was the elite echelon, the creme de la creme. Were it a king, the implications would be staggering. Alas, Elder Yi clarified that this was merely an ordinary Jiahao, not a king. A faint regret stirred within Lu Ming. Were it a king, after I slay it, might I inherit its sequel? For now, he'd have to settle for harvesting hacky points. Still, it was understandable. Kings did not appear. Observing Lu Ming's response, Elder Yi was thoroughly satisfied. Ahem. The incident began when recently several villages in the southern mountainous region of Jiangnan province vanished without trace. Vanished? Lu Ming frowned. Yes, vanished. Not a single soul remained. Elder Yi's voice. Locals initially suspected bandits or flash floods, but when the Occult Affairs Bureau investigated, they found the truth far more sinister. Near those villages, a strange, distant roar echoes each night. Those who hear it fall into mental disarray and ultimately perish. Casualties have already reached tens of thousands. Lu Ming's frown deepened. Tens of thousands. A quiet sigh escaped him. This creature must be eradicated. Our investigation confirmed it as Jiahao. Such beasts never travel in packs. They are born sovereigns of strength. A single one rivals entire swarms of lesser entities. So even one specimen could devour several villages whole. Lu Ming nodded. He understood completely. A 16th-ranked species possessed innate supremacy. Elder Yi continued. Yet this is not the gravest complication. What is a? The gravest complication is that this Jiahao appears to be on the verge of breakthrough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Breakthrough into what? Lingling. Lu Ming's expression shifted subtly. Mistaking it for apprehension, Elder Yi waved dismissal. No need to worry. It is approaching the breakthrough, not yet having achieved it. Our objective is to strike during that fragile window, when its cultivation is unstable. That moment is our optimal opportunity. Lingling, the third realm where spiritual energy condenses into liquid form. Beyond lies Wuying. Among monstrous beings, attaining Lingling signifies true calamity. How unchecked such a beast could raise an entire county town. Sigh. Lu Ming exhaled. Elder Yi asked, puzzled. Why sigh now? I lament its weakness. It's unworthy of my sword. Elder Yi stared, speechless. Not again. You're putting on airs. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming now wielded the sword that parts the heavens and stood unshakably resolute. Even if it had broken through, so what? He would still cleave it down before their very eyes. Elder Yi ignored Lu Ming's eccentricity, assuming jest, and continued. I've assembled the team. Captain Qin Lu at early Lingling stage plus 4 other members, all at Ningling realm. Their combined strength is more than sufficient against a Jiahao nearing breakthrough. Lu Ming arched a brow. 5 Ningling cultivators plus 1 Lingling captain. Indeed, a formidable configuration. I'm assigning you to observe, to experience firsthand what a genuine monstrous beast operation entails. Given your current cultivation level, this is primarily for exposure. With Qin Lu present, your safety is assured. Yet Elder Yi withheld another unspoken consideration. Lu Ming had risen too swiftly. Though a sovereign sequence awakener, he was newly awakened. Excessive brilliance invited peril. Sending him with Qin Lu served dual purposes, accumulating field experience while exposing him to high-tier combat. Something essential given the young man's temperament, which Elder Yi had already begun to grasp. He was no ordinary youth, unruly, untamable. To Elder Yi's surprise, Lu Ming simply nodded. Agreed. Elder Yi blinked. You accepted? Lu Ming remained perfectly composed. Hacky points and front row insight into Lingling combat. Why hesitate? As for safety, the safest place is always with oneself. Should unforeseen danger arise, so long as it stayed within reasonable bounds, he could sever it with a single stroke. Elder Yi inwardly marveled, at last some decorum. A mere Jiahao, I'll intervene if necessary. Elder Yi fell silent. Invincible child, utterly lost in your own cosmos, oblivious to heaven and earth. He had no inkling of Lu Ming's inner thoughts. Very well, settled then. Elder Yi shook his head. Report tomorrow at 8 a.m. to the Occult Affairs Bureau's mission hall. Qin Lu and the team will await you. Understood. Lu Ming rose. I'll take my leave. Go ahead. Elder Yi gestured lightly, watching Lu Ming's retreating figure vanish beyond the door. Elder Yi released a long, weary sigh. Today had been more extraordinary than the past decade combined. Inside the Occult Affairs Bureau headquarters, chaos erupted. What was that sword resonance just now? My blade trembled on its own. It felt exhilarating. Every sword in the archives trembled. The armory district nearly collapsed from the vibration. Stunned disbelief painted every face. Phenomena of this magnitude had occurred only a handful of times in the Bureau's entire history. Just then Zhou Chao and Lin Mianyan returned from the training hall, both still visibly unsteady from Lu Ming's earlier instruction. Colleagues approached. Why were you two in the training hall? Did you feel that disturbance? Where's Instructor Zhao? Why hasn't he spoken? Zhou Chao and Lin Mianyan exchanged glances. This secret burned unbearable. Then Zhou Chao clenched his teeth and whispered low. You don't know yet. A sovereign sequence awakener has just joined our branch. Instantly pandemonium broke. What are you serious? A sovereign sequence. Have you spiked your tea? Many refused to believe it. What was a sovereign sequence? A Onsenatacade anomaly. Most here ranked above 150. Yet as the rumor spread, not only through Zhou Chao and Lin Mianyan, but also via seasoned insiders who sensed the truth and echoed it, the Bureau ignited. Then came the title Jianjun, the Sword Sovereign. At once all recalled the recent legend, the sword stroke that cleaved open heaven's gate. And word spread further. Instructor Zhao Qingshan had been defeated by Lu Ming. Shock reverberated across the Bureau. Some even questioned whether they'd misheard. Instructor Zhao, overcome by a new recruit. Their branch hadn't just gained a prodigy. It had acquired a monster. At this moment, Lu Ming was completely unaware of the uproar outside. He had just pushed open the door to Old Yes' office and walked down the corridor. No matter where he went, he could hear the murmurs. It's him, the ruler of the sequence. The Sword Monarch. Oh my, is this for real? Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly. It seemed that the news spread quite quickly. However, he paid it no mind and headed straight towards the temporary accommodation arranged for him by the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Along the way, many people looked at him. Lu Ming ignored them completely. His aura of grandeur increased. Aura of grandeur 14, aura of grandeur 22, aura of grandeur 18, aura of grandeur 27. It hadn't stopped at all. Lu Ming's eyes lit up at what was going on. He hadn't done anything, yet his aura of grandeur was still rising. With a thought, he immediately realized that it should be the sword sound from earlier combined with the identity revealed by Old Yi. It caused the entire Anomalous Affairs Bureau to go into a frenzy. All the discussions, shock, and awe transformed into his aura of grandeur. Impressive. Lu Ming muttered softly. Was this the effect of fame? Earning while lying down. He returned to his dormitory, shut the door, and plopped down onto the bed. Then he opened the system panel. Current aura of grandeur 2811 2811. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had just spent 3,000 to upgrade the sword path of heaven slaying, and with the leftover scraps from before, his aura of grandeur was almost depleted. Yet he had picked up so much along the way. Moreover, while he was looking at the panel, the numbers were still jumping. Aura of grandeur 12, aura of grandeur 35. Lu Ming smiled. All right, let's not worry about the outside for now. He looked at the system panel. Sword Path of Heaven-Slaying minor completion to upgrade to major completion 100 aura of grandeur needed. 10000. Lu Ming was taken aback. It only took 3,000 to go from entry level to minor completion. Why was it suddenly 10,000 from minor to major? This increase seemed a bit excessive. However, Lu Ming quickly understood after all, the Sword Path of Heaven-Slaying was an immensely powerful sword technique. The higher one goes, the greater the cost required. Reasonable. Let's not worry about the Sword Path of Heaven-Slaying for now. Lu Ming shifted his gaze to the Thunderous Roar of Heaven. Thunderous Roar of Heaven major completion to upgrade to perfection 1,500 aura of grandeur needed. 1,500. This is bearable. Lu Ming didn't think twice. Deep Blue. Increase it for me. Ding, expenditure successful. Thunderous Roar of Heaven is upgrading to perfection. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a sudden jolt within his body. Then an entirely new power surged from deep within his meridians. That wasn't just lightning, it was thunder itself. Boom. Lu Ming was surrounded by a dense array of lightning, and the air in the entire dorm began to hum. Rumble. The bed, desk, and the lamp on the wall all trembled. Lu Ming could clearly feel that this lightning was different from before. The lightning of major completion was arc-like, but now the lightning was dragon-like. Small grayish-white lightning dragons swam through his meridians, each movement strengthening his body further. His meridians expanded, and his muscles were refined. Ding! Thunderous Roar of Heaven perfection in the next moment. Before Lu Ming could feel excited, he suddenly froze, because he sensed something shifting in his dantian. That was the barrier of his realm. The barrier from the peak of body refinement to the spirit condensation realm. Boom! The barrier shattered. Lu Ming's spiritual power condensed into substance in an instant. It rolled within his dantian, and shortly after, Lu Ming's perception as well as his physical body began to rapidly enhance. A force from the ancient times continued to wash over his body, making him stronger and stronger, like a fearsome ancient beast. Initial spirit condensation. Lu Ming opened his eyes, exhaling a breath. His mouth crackled with faint electric light. Is this spirit condensation? He looked down at his body and could feel that every inch of his skin was rejuvenated. Strength, speed, perception, all of them had improved a tier. More importantly, he could clearly feel that his 1,000 calamities body had also strengthened with the increase in realm. Previously in the body refinement realm, he could only use the power of 1 calamity. But now, Lu Ming felt it. The power of 5 calamities. His eyes lit up. 5 calamities. According to the previous description from the system, 1 calamity's power could enhance defense and strength by 5. So the power of 5 calamities. Was that not a 25 increase? That was a noble percentage boost. Lu Ming could even envision it. With 1 punch. It must feel amazing. So exhilarating. At that moment, the system once again displayed a prompt. Ding, Rain Master Sequence, new ability unlocked, Roar of Rain. Lu Ming was taken aback. New ability. Was this a bonus after breaking through to spirit condensation? Roar of Rain, LV1. In the rain can amplify 1 aspect of physical attributes by 4, can be speed, strength, defense, choose 1. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This thing has some merit. The ability to choose a specific enhancement. That meant in the rain he could selectively emphasize different attributes against various opponents. Against speed-oriented foes, head enhance his speed. Against strength types, head boost his speed to outmaneuver them. Against high defense opponents, head boost his speed to bypass their defenses directly. So flexible. But of course this was just Lu Ming's joke. Enhancing strength would crush the opponent. And this was just the LV1 effect. If it were to level up a few more times. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. Ding, do you wish to spend 100 aura of grandeur to upgrade Roar of Rain to LV2? Upgrade. Ding, enhancement successful. Do you wish to continue enhancing? Spending 300 aura of grandeur will upgrade to LV3. Continue. Ding, upgrade successful. Roar of Rain LV3. Summon torrential rain can maximize 1 aspect of physical attributes, effect 12. 500 aura of grandeur needed for the next upgrade. Lu Ming calculated in his heart. Roar of Rain LV3. He adds 12. The torrential rain enhancement LV3 he had already upgraded that long ago. Together. A solid 22 increase. This was just at the 3rd level. The enhancements from the Rain Master sequence at the 3rd level could already compete with the flowing spirit realm. In other words, when it rained, his initial spirit condensation would definitely not be afraid of flowing spirit. Lu Ming's lips curved upwards. Exhilarating. Since the upgrades had begun, he might as well go all the way. He focused on rain manipulation. Previously, it was only LV2 and needed to be upgraded. Rain manipulation LV2 to upgrade to LV3. 300 aura of grandeur needed. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Rain manipulation LV3 can control torrential rain within a radius of several miles, obeying the host's commands with a power level comparable to fine iron. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Several miles. What kind of concept was this? It could cover an entire small town. When it came time to fight, he could simply summon a torrential rain, and the rainwater could be manipulated freely, equivalent to having a second pair of hands. Coupled with the thunderous roar of heaven, one strike of lightning could electrify the entire area. Combined with the sword path of heaven slaying, a single sword could open the gates of heaven. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement just thinking about it. Exhilarating. While he was happily contemplating, he suddenly noticed the sword resting by the bed. That growth-type spirit weapon. Lu Ming focused and looked closely. The aura from the scabbard had changed. The previous low-grade yellow tier aura had now risen to high-grade yellow tier. Lu Ming was taken aback. What was going on? He reached out to touch the sword's hilt. The blade was warm and even gave a faint response. Lu Ming thought for a moment and quickly understood. Ever since he upgraded the sword path of heaven slaying to minor completion, he had kept the sword with him. The sword intent emanating from Lu Ming was like top-tier nourishment for a growth-type sword. This guy had been quietly absorbing it all this time. It had elevated itself. Lu Ming smiled. The sword path of heaven slaying is impressive. This technique not only enhanced himself, but also nurtured the sword. A perfect match. Lu Ming leaned back against the bed, closed his eyes, and felt his current state. Initial spirit condensation realm, minor completion of the sword path of heaven slaying, and the power of 5 calamities from the 1,000 calamities body. Perfection of the thunderous roar of heaven. A high-grade yellow tier, growth-type spirit weapon. Even Lu Ming felt it was a bit excessive. An initial spirit condensation with so many talents and techniques. Lu Ming's lips revealed a slight smile. Tomorrow's task was to deal with a sin beast on the verge of breaking through to flowing spirit. Lu Ming suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. The discussions within the Anomalous Affairs Bureau building had not ceased. And the central figure of all this was lying in bed, eyes closed, preparing to sleep. Tomorrow would be his first mission in the Bureau. The next morning, Lu Ming opened his eyes, and the sun was already hanging outside the window. He stretched lazily, feeling refreshed after a good night's sleep. Having just broken through to the condensation realm, Lu Ming felt like he was reborn. He glanced at the clock. It's about time. He got up, washed up, changed his clothes, and fastened the Han Yuan at his waist. As he pushed open the door, he saw a couple of members from the Anomalous Events Bureau passing by in the corridor. Their gazes immediately sharpened. Is that Lu Ming? It must be him, the 6th in the master sequence. Don't stare at him. I'm so envious. The three whispered to each other, lowering their voices. But Lu Ming had sharp ears. Every word was crystal clear to him. Heroic value 8, heroic value 11, heroic value 9. A grin involuntarily crept onto Lu Ming's lips. This feels amazing. The emotional value of waking up early was directly maxed out. Is this the reward for showing off? He hadn't done anything special, yet he could earn just by walking. He made his way to the mission hall of the Anomalous Events Bureau. Elder Yi was already waiting there, accompanied by 4 others. Lu Ming took a glance. One man in his 30s, tall and slender with a serious expression. The other 3 were also adults, 2 men and 1 woman. From their attire, it was clear they had executed many missions. Elder Yi waved at Lu Ming as he approached. Lu Ming, come here. This is Qin Lu, the team leader for this mission at the early stage of the Flowing Spirit Realm sequence, number 61, a Jin Yan. Lu Ming took a look. Jin Yan. Sounds like a fire type. He nodded at Qin Lu and replied nonchalantly. Qin Lu twitched the corner of his mouth. The expressions of the other 3 team members were even more colorful. This was the first thing he said upon meeting. Not bad. What does that mean? It sounds like they barely qualified. Why is this guy so arrogant? Instantly, everyone formed a first impression of Lu Ming, thinking he was a bit arrogant. And, not bad, you old man. Heroic value 21, heroic value 34, heroic value 20. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Here it comes, here it comes. A good start. Qin Lu took a deep breath. When he received Elder Yi's call last night, he knew he would have to bring a master sequence member. His first reaction was to refuse. Why? The master sequence is indeed impressive. But the other party is only at the body refining stage. Isn't that asking for trouble? A body refining individual following a group of condensation and flowing spirit members to hunt a sin flood dragon. What if something goes wrong? Can the team leader bear that responsibility? Qin Lu was even thinking that if Lu Ming showed any fear, he would simply refuse to let him participate in, but unexpectedly, the first thing he said upon meeting was like this. It seems this kid is not only unafraid, but also quite arrogant. Qin Lu smiled and nodded at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, I've long heard of your name. He deliberately added the word team member in front of Lu Ming's name. The meaning was clear. No matter your sequence in this mission, you are just a team member. Don't give me any fancy stuff. Although the other party is from the master sequence, he is still a newcomer, not someone who has grown into a big shot. This might even cause them trouble. Lu Ming's expression remained calm as he glanced at the other 3. Although I am from the master sequence and much stronger than your sequences, you don't need to take it too seriously. Let's introduce ourselves. Hello everyone, I am the Awakened Master Sequence member Lu Ming. Not just comrades. You said we don't need to take it seriously earlier. What does repeating that mean? Is this what you call not taking it seriously? He is clearly afraid that others wouldn't know. The female team member standing to Lu Ming's left turned pale. Her name is Shun Qingyuan, 28 years old, mid-stage of the Condensation Realm sequence, number 112, Shadow Thread. She was the youngest member of this small team and also the most hot-tempered one. Her temples were throbbing if she didn't know the other party was from the master sequence. She probably would have exploded on the spot. Why is he so arrogant? The master sequence is indeed impressive, but you are still a newcomer. Don't you understand respect for your seniors? The other two male team members were equally speechless. One is named Meng Yue in the late stage of the Condensation Realm, a big guy. The other is Zhou Sheng in the mid-stage of the Condensation Realm, looking rather refined. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the same thought in each other's eyes. This kid is as arrogant as the rumors say. But neither of them spoke. After all, the other party is from the master sequence. Moreover, he is the most treasured one in the Anomalous Events Bureau. They didn't want to stir up trouble. Qin Lu took several deep breaths, then forced a smile at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, I will explain the task details later on the way. For now, let's depart. All right. Lu Ming cooperated. Elder Yi watched this scene from the side, his mouth twitching. He understood what was happening. From now on, wherever this kid goes, it will be a large-scale show-off event. Qin Lu, take care of Lu Ming on the way. Elder Yi instructed. Qin Lu sighed, understood. Then the group exited the Anomalous Events Bureau. A specially painted SUV was parked downstairs. It was black and looked very sturdy. They all got in the car. Lu Ming sat in the back seat by the window. As the car started, the buildings and trees outside retreated. After a while, the car hit the highway. This time the destination was in a mountainous area 300 kilometers away. The atmosphere in the car was somewhat awkward, but it wasn't warm either. Qin Lu sat in the passenger seat and turned to look at Lu Ming. Team member Lu, let me brief you on the situation for this mission. Lu Ming leaned back in his seat, half closing his eyes. Qin Lu cleared his throat. This time we need to deal with a Sin Flood Dragon, which is currently in a breakthrough phase, transitioning from the peak of the Condensation Realm to the Flowing Spirit Realm. According to intelligence, it should be at its weakest right now. Lu Ming nodded. Elder Yi had briefed him on some. Qin Lu's expression turned serious as he continued. Sin Flood Dragons are anomalous beasts that carry dragon blood. Although they are distant relatives, their bloodline makes their skin as tough as steel, and ordinary spirit tools find it hard to penetrate their defenses. Moreover, their main attack methods are tail sweeps and dragon breath, which have a long range. When encountering it, try to keep your distance and don't give it a chance to get close. Lu Ming listened and suddenly spoke up. Dragon bloodline, is that all? Qin Lu replied him. Lu Ming said seriously, I've even been served by a dragon before. Qin Lu. Shun Qingyuan in the back couldn't hold it in and sprayed water forward. Meng Yu and Zhou Sheng were also stunned. Wow, he's quite a character. Speechless. Shun Qingyuan wiped her mouth. She no longer wanted to talk to this. Qin Lu fell silent for 2 seconds, then pretended he didn't hear that, and continued. The focus of this mission is to capture it during the breakthrough window. If it successfully breaks through, it will be a huge problem. A Sin Flood Dragon at the Flowing Spirit Realm would be a disaster if released. Understood. Lu Ming nodded, then added, by the way, I'll take a nap for a bit. I'll step in when necessary. Dealing with a Sin Flood Dragon sounds quite interesting. Qin Lu, Shun Qingyuan, Meng Yue. The car fell silent for 2 seconds, and then the atmosphere changed. Shun Qingyuan bit her lip tightly, feeling an intense urge to curse. Slaying a dragon. You at the body refinement stage, slay a dragon. What are you slaying? Your mother's head. That monster is at the peak of the spirit condensation stage, about to break through. You dare to shout that out as a body refinement cultivator. If it weren't for the ruler sequence, shed suspect that this person was a bit mentally unstable. No, wait. Even if it's the ruler sequence, this is already a bit insane, isn't it? Heroic value 24, heroic value 33, heroic value 19. Lu Ming looked at the heroic values in front of him. Very satisfying. At this moment, Meng Yue, having held it in for a long time, finally uttered a sentence. Team member Lu, this mission is mainly under the captain's responsibility. Just follow along and observe. He didn't dare to say it too bluntly, but the meaning was clear. You just act as a mascot. Don't babble nonsense. Zhou Sheng also spoke up. Yes, with Captain Qin here, the Sin Serpent is not a problem. Just rest well. After they finished speaking, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. A thought crossed their minds. If this idiot really goes up there, isn't that just asking for death? A sweep of the Sin Serpent's tail would leave even the body refinement cultivators with no remains. Lu Ming heard their words and felt amused. Heroic value 35, heroic value 41, heroic value 26. Come on, keep talking. Keep going. After all, the more the merrier for me. I understand. Lu Ming casually replied, and then really closed his eyes to sleep. The others looked at this scene momentarily speechless. What kind of person is this? Did he really fall asleep? Qin Lu sighed deeply. He turned his head to exchange a glance with the other three. That glance had only one meaning. This guy, everyone just treat him as a mascot, just humor him. Definitely don't let him go on stage. If something really happens, no one can bear the consequences. The car continued forward. 3 hours later, the car stopped at the outskirts of the mountainous area, and the destination was a mountainous area called Haesong Ridge, where there were hardly any signs of human presence. The few small villages that existed had now become desolate. The five walked along an abandoned mountain path flanked by dense pine trees. Yet the entire mountain range was utterly silent. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing. Qin Lu's expression grew serious. We have arrived. Everyone stay alert. He led the way while the other three took a triangular formation. Lu Ming walked at the back. As he walked, he surveyed the surroundings. This mountain wasn't desolate, but the atmosphere felt off. It was very quiet in the mountains. But that kind of quietness didn't feel like a lack of movement. It felt more like all living things had fled, or rather, had all perished. After about 10 minutes of walking, a small village appeared ahead, or more accurately, the remains of a village. Wooden houses were collapsed all around, and dried black bloodstains were on the ground. Not a single person could be seen, nor a corpse. Shen Qingyuan crouched down, touched the bloodstains on the ground, and then looked up. Captain, these bloodstains are not very old, and there are no people left. Lu Ming replied. Hearing you speak is better than 1,000 words. At this moment, Qin Lu nodded. No need to search, the corpses were probably all swallowed by that beast. His voice was very low. Continue onward deeper into the mountains. The five continued for over half an hour, and the more Lu Ming walked, the stranger he felt. This mountainous area was quiet, but not just ordinary quiet. He faintly sensed that deep within the valley there was a peculiar aura. That aura was very strange. It was indescribable, just a feeling that something was off. Logically speaking, the Sin Serpent was about to break through, and the surrounding aura should be very turbulent. The surrounding plants and animals should also be agitated. But now this mountain was as silent as if it were dead. Finally, the five arrived at a valley. The valley was not large, surrounded by steep stone walls with a flat area in the center. In the middle of that flat area was something. A gigantic black egg. Qin Lu suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the other three team members were also stunned. Looking at the scene before them, their expressions were filled with shock. Because that egg was about 10 meters tall, like a damn building. Its surface was glossy, like it was coated with a layer of glaze, and faintly one could see something moving inside. It was wriggling. Captain, what is this? Shen Qingyuan asked softly. She looked towards Qin Lu, who had seen the most exotic beasts and had the most experience. Qin Lu frowned, his mind racing. Could this be the egg laid by the Sin Serpent when it is about to break through? The intelligence department gave me some relevant information. Beasts with dragon bloodlines will lay an egg during their crucial breakthrough period, using excess essence blood to nurture their offspring. And due to the uniqueness of the dragon bloodline, this egg should have a certain connection with that Sin Serpent. As long as we break this egg, the Sin Serpent should suffer a backlash. At that time, we will be able to kill it more easily. Qin Lu pondered for a moment before finally issuing the command. That Sin Serpent should not have fully broken through to the spirit condensation stage, yet otherwise it would have come to incubate this egg. What we need to do is smash it and draw that Sin Serpent out. Understood. The other three responded in unison. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The captain is indeed the captain, experienced, and had looked over the data in advance, quickly confirming the solution. Awesome. But at that moment, Lu Ming frowned. He had been scrutinizing that egg. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. No, wait. Lu Ming spoke up. My. Qin Lu turned back. Lu Ming took a couple of steps forward, standing not far from the egg. He slightly closed his eyes, extending his perception towards the egg. The next moment, he opened his eyes, his expression a bit stern. The aura inside this egg is off. Huh? Qin Lu asked, what's off? Lu Ming contemplated for a moment. I have also seen the data on the Sin Serpent. Beasts with dragon bloodlines indeed lay eggs during breakthroughs, but those eggs should carry the aura of the Sin Serpent itself. However, in this egg, I don't seem to sense the aura of the Sin Serpent. In other words, this is not the offspring of the Sin Serpent at all. Qin Lu's eyes shifted. He took a couple of steps forward, concentrating to sense the egg, but he sensed for a long time and couldn't perceive anything. Qin Lu's brow furrowed even tighter. He was at the initial stage of spirit condensation, and his perception was the strongest in this team. But what the other party sensed, he could not. What was going on? Meanwhile, the other three team members witnessing this scene all had a synchronized thought. This guy is starting to show off again, right? Even the captain can't see the problem. You at the body refinement stage claim you can see it. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow, shaking her head inwardly. To her, Lu Ming probably just wanted to show off. But he didn't do it well. After all, even the captain at the spirit condensation stage couldn't sense it, let alone you. Really? What a show-off. Meng Yu couldn't help but speak up. Team member Lu, is it possible that you are overthinking this? He didn't dare to say anything too harsh, but his tone already carried some displeasure. Zhou Sheng also nodded. The aura of this egg is a bit chaotic, but I think you should trust the captain's judgment. His experience is definitely richer than yours. Qin Lu also remained silent for a moment before speaking. Team member Lu, I understand your caution, but the intelligence department's data is clear. Regardless, what we need to do now is smash it. Lu Ming shook his head. I think it would be best for us to contact Elder Yi and have the intelligence department confirm it again. Lu Ming stared at the numbers popping up in front of him, his mouth twitching. Damn, are these people laughing at me in their hearts? I'm serious this time. I really feel something is off. Meng Yu looked towards Qin Lu. Captain, this little matter is not worth it. We're already here. Do we really need to contact Elder Yi for confirmation again? What if something goes wrong while we wait for a response? Zhou Sheng also agreed, nodding and saying, yes, this mission is crucial. If we miss out, we won't get another chance. Elder Yi will definitely send a stronger team. Qin Lu pondered for a moment. He also felt it was unnecessary. The intelligence department shouldn't have any issues. Lu Ming wanted to overturn everything based solely on a feeling which was simply impractical in the mission process. Team member Lu. Qin Lu looked at Lu Ming, his tone slightly harsher. I understand your caution, but the information provided by the intelligence department has been verified multiple times by professionals. It's unlikely to be wrong. Let's proceed according to the original plan. If there really is a problem, we will handle it after we act. Just watch for now. Oh, after all, you're a novice in body refinement and don't understand a lot of things. He spoke very politely, but his attitude was clear. Don't listen. As a novice in body refinement, just watch us operate. Lu Ming glanced at them expressionlessly. He didn't say anything further. Fine. Lu Ming calmly said, do as you wish. Anyway, if something goes wrong, I'll have to clean up after you. The others replied. What do you mean by cleaning up after us? Do you think you're the strongest? The others were speechless. This person was too arrogant. Qin Lu shook his head in silence and turned to the 3 team members. Proceed as planned. Formation 3, shatter it. After all, it was just an egg and 3 of them were more than enough. Yes, the 3 responded. In the next moment, the 3 moved simultaneously. Shun Qingyuan flashed and cut in from the left while Meng Yu clenched his fists, gathering spiritual power into 2 orange flames. Zhou Sheng manifested a series of azure blade lights in his hands. Kill! The 3 forces simultaneously smashed towards that black egg. Bang! The 3 rays of light collided with the egg, exploding into a dazzling array of sparks. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed. That egg remained completely still. Meng Yu's pupils shifted. He had put all his strength into that punch. If it were a mid-level spirit beast, its skull would have been crushed. Yet this egg didn't even have a crack. Something's off. Qin Lu's eyes flashed, and he immediately made a decisive decision. He conjured a fiery long blade of spiritual power in his hand. A full 10 meters. Infusing the power of early flow spirit, the blade glowed a bright red. Burning flame descend. Qin Lu slashed down. This strike was 70% of his full strength. Bang! The blade struck the egg, and the blade edge actually deflected slightly. It only left a faint white mark on the surface of the egg. Qin Lu's face changed completely. What is this thing? His blade was a high-grade spiritual artifact combined with his early flow spirit firepower. Even an ordinary mid-level flow spirit beast wouldn't be able to withstand it. But now it couldn't even break the eggshell. How is this possible? Didn't they say it hasn't broken through to flow? How come I can't even deal with its egg? Just when everyone was dumbfounded, a furious roar suddenly echoed from deep within the valley. Roar? Before the roar even reached them, the entire valley shook. Rocks fell from the stone walls. Qin Lu's face changed dramatically. What? The roar continued to reverberate in the valley. In the distant sky, a black shadow rushed over at an observable speed. It grew larger and larger. The 5 raised their heads. In the next moment, everyone's pupils constricted. What the hell? Meng Yu couldn't help but curse. It was a black flood dragon, nearly 20 meters long. Its scales shimmered with a bluish hue under the sunlight, its 4 claws sharp as iron hooks, and it had 2 curved dragon horns on its head. A pair of blood-red eyes were fixated on them. The most terrifying part was the aura it emitted. Flow spirit. Qin Lu's mind exploded. Impossible. It should still be in the breakthrough stage. The intelligence report clearly stated it was a condensed spirit. How can it already be a flow spirit? At that moment, the others were also dumbfounded. They were all condensed spirits, and when they felt this pressure, everyone felt ice cold. After all, this was a sin flood dragon. But how can it be a flow spirit? If that's the case, everyone looked in disbelief at the huge black egg beside them. What the hell is this thing? Damn it! Qin Lu shouted. The intelligence department. Damn it! Are they trying to send me to my death? When I get back, I'll take my sword and cut down everyone in the intelligence department. Lu Ming looked at the flood dragon, silently nodding in his heart. Something was indeed off. He felt earlier that the aura from that egg was not aligned with the Sin Flood Dragon. Now it was evident that this egg was not produced by a Sin Flood Dragon. This Sin Flood Dragon was likely just here to guard this egg. But the question is, what exactly is this egg? Lu Ming sensed that whatever was inside could be even more powerful than the Sin Flood Dragon. However, Lu Ming was not overly worried. After all, he still had his trump card, and he was simply watching with great interest. Roar! The Flood Dragon roared. Dark mist surged around it. Prepare for battle. Qin Lu gritted his teeth and shouted. He didn't have time to ponder the intelligence issues now. Survive first. Although they were all early flow spirits, the sequence was different. The Sin Flood Dragon's racial sequence was too high. It was a born monster. Facing it head-on, he was unsure if he could withstand it. But he still had 3 condensed spirit teammates behind him. Adding himself, the 4 combined might be able to hold it back. As for Lu Ming, Qin Lu turned and yelled, "Stay back. Don't cause any trouble. We'll hold it off you find a chance to retreat." The words were very direct. He didn't have the time to reason with Lu Ming anymore. Lu Ming, no need. When necessary, I will take action. Qin Lu. Shen Qingyuan. Mengyue. Zhou Sheng. Heroic value 31, heroic value 21, heroic value 21. Lu Ming planned to let them go first. He would observe the situation and take action when necessary. After all, he still wasn't clear about the opponent's exact strength, so he didn't want to waste his sword. But the others didn't know what Lu Ming was thinking in his heart. They just thought he was brain dead. Damn, the others were somewhat speechless. Does this guy in the Dominator sequence have a problem with his brain? What can a body refinement do? They only hoped this esteemed one wouldn't cause trouble. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Let's commence. With Qin Lu's command, the 4 moved simultaneously. For streams of spiritual power smashed towards the Flood Dragon from 4 directions. The battle has begun. With a thunderous crash, the battle erupted. The 4 of them unleashed their most formidable attacks simultaneously, holding nothing back, for they knew full well the terrifying nature of their foe. With a furious roar, the Flood Dragon, as if provoked, charged down and swept its tail across. The very air was torn asunder, leaving a concave scar. Mengyu was struck and sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into the stone wall. Qin Lu coughed, then swung his long blade. A scarlet blade ray descended from the heavens, cleaving into the Flood Dragon's neck. Black blood splattered, yet the wound was merely 2 fingers deep. Qin Lu's face darkened. This hide was impossibly tough. Shen Qingyuan turned into a phantom, stabbing repeatedly at the Flood Dragon's belly. But each strike barely penetrated an inch before being repelled by the creature's muscles. After half a day of relentless combat, the wounds on Mengyu outnumbered those on the Flood Dragon. How could it? Shen Qingyuan was on the verge of breaking down. Focus the attack on its throat, Qin Lu gritted out. That's the weakest spot. The 4 regrouped and readjusted their positions. Mengyue, despite his injuries, held the front to draw the aggro, while Qin Lu and Shen Qingyuan flanked the sides. Zhou Sheng maintained a steady stream of long-range pressure. The battle raged on. At last, the Flood Dragon revealed a flaw. A perfect opportunity. Qin Lu thrust his blade, striking precisely into the soft flesh beneath the dragon's neck. The Flood Dragon let out a pained roar as black blood gushed forth. We got it. Shen Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Qin Lu smiled, finally drawing blood. As long as the health bar showed, there was hope for victory. But in that instant, from the black egg beside them, a furious low dragon roar suddenly emanated. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Qin Lu's heart skipped a beat. Something was wrong. Before he could, suddenly the Flood Dragon's aura exploded. The wound in its throat healed at a visible rate, and its entire body expanded once more. 20 meters, then 25. Its blood-red eyes turned a dark purple. A violent aura swept through the entire valley. The next moment, a tail lashed out. Mengyu failed to react in time and was struck head-on. Mengyu was sent flying over 10 meters, instantly losing consciousness. Everyone else was frozen in shock. Qin Lu's pupils contracted violently. Mengyu. Shen Qingyuan stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed. That bastard deserves to die. Qin Lu gnashed his teeth. The enraged Flood Dragon charged forward and slammed its claw into the ground. A large section of the valley floor collapsed. Qin Lu was thrown into the air, coughing up blood. He crashed to the ground in a heap. Captain! Shen Qingyuan cried out. Qin Lu struggled to his feet, his face deathly pale. After going berserk, the Flood Dragon's power neared the mid-stage of Flowing Spirit. A mere early-stage Flowing Spirit like him stood no chance. Qin Lu turned his gaze to Lu Ming. With the last of his strength, he roared, Lu Ming. Run, damn it. This is beyond you. Get out of the mountains. Once you reach the highway, you'll have a signal. Contact the Bureau of Anomalies. He knew full well that with their current lineup, dying here would be the best outcome they could hope for. But Lu Ming couldn't die. Not a single member of the Dominator sequence could fall here. He was a pillar of the nation. He knew he might not hold out for long. But every second he bought was a second more for Lu Ming to survive. Yet Lu Ming suddenly spoke. No need. Leave the rest to me. Everyone else was dumbfounded. What was he saying? In an instant their eyes filled with disbelief. Why at this critical moment wasn't he running? Was he still putting on an act? What the hell are you pretending for? Lu Ming watched the constantly jumping valor points before his eyes. Lu Ming raised his head to the sky. Soon a single raindrop landed on his face. Then drop by drop, a torrential downpour engulfed the entire valley. Qin Lu was startled to see the rain. Where did this rain come from so suddenly? But he had no time to ponder, for Lu Ming still wasn't running. Lu Ming, what the hell are you still doing here? Get the hell out. Qin Lu roared in exasperation. Shun Qingyuan stamped her foot in panic. They didn't understand. But the next second, they were stunned. Lu Ming didn't run. Instead, he walked step by step towards the flood dragon. Even Qin Lu was at a loss. They all shared the same thought. Was this guy insane? Lu Ming spoke as he walked. I told you. When necessary, I will act. Qin Lu, Shin Qingyuan, and Zhou Sheng were all blank-minded. You're going up now? A mere body-tempering stage going up against that. Do you even know what you're facing? That's a Berserk Sin flood dragon. Its power is nearly at mid-stage flowing spirit. You are just a body-tempering cultivator. Are you offering yourself as a meal? Lu Ming watched the valor points fly up, feeling immensely pleased. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With everyone on the brink of death believing they were doomed, stepping in at this moment would maximize the dramatic effect. The valor points would double. The Berserk Flood Dragon finally noticed Lu Ming and glanced at the approaching. Its gaze was utterly devoid of emotion, filled only with the contempt for an ant. With a calm expression, it casually flicked its tail. It swung towards Lu Ming. In its eyes, he was nothing but an insignificant insect, even less worthy of attention than the others. No. Qin Lu closed his eyes in despair. It was over. The sword sovereign of the Dominator sequence had fallen. The nation's pillar was dead. They would surely face severe punishment. But first they had to survive. Yet the next second a crisp sound echoed through the rain. Huh, what was that noise? Qin Lu's eyes snapped open. Everyone turned to the source of the sound. Then their pupils constricted as they witnessed the most unbelievable sight of their lives. The tail that had lashed out was severed. Half of the flood dragon's tail fell from the air, crashing to the ground, splattering a pool of black blood. The flood dragon was stunned. The others were stunned. Silence fell over the entire scene. The rain continued to pour down in sheets. Through the curtain of rain, a figure slowly emerged holding a sword. It was Lu Ming. He then sat down amidst the torrential rain. The sword strike he had just delivered was so swift that no one had seen it. By the time they registered what had happened, the flood dragon's tail was already gone. Lu Ming's gaze swept over the crowd. He spoke calmly. Only a coward lacking in valor would flee. But a true king needs only to sit serenely in the rain. Shun Qingyuan's mind went utterly blank. She stared dumbfounded at Lu Ming, whose aura, no longer concealed, now radiated with unmistakable intensity. This was no mere body-tempering cultivation. It was spirit condensation. Spirit condensation. The words burst from Shun Qingyuan's lips, her expression frozen in utter disbelief. You were supposed to be at the body-tempering stage? Qin Lu stood stunned. Among the team, his perception was the sharpest, though he had failed to see Lu Ming's sword strike clearly just moments before. He had nonetheless captured every ripple emanating from Lu Ming's body-spirit condensation. Undeniable, absolute, and real. A storm of shock roiled within Qin Lu's chest. After all, he knew Lu Ming's background. He had been an ordinary mortal just days ago. And now, spirit condensation. What in the world was happening? When had he broken through? In less than a day since entering this trial, and even Elder Yi remained unaware. Elder Yi himself had confirmed Lu Ming was only at body tempering. This defied all logic, until Qin Lu recalled Lu Ming belonged to the sovereign sequence. He was the sword sovereign, the one who cleaved the heavens asunder with a single stroke. For such a being, rapid breakthroughs ceased to seem miraculous. Yet still, even if you are at spirit condensation, Qin Lu roared, you shouldn't be able to sever flowing spirit's tail in one blow. This made no sense whatsoever. Utterly impossible. This was the true impossibility. At those words, Shun Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng snapped back to awareness. Exactly. Even at spirit condensation, how could anyone sever flowing spirit's tail in a single stroke? That simply couldn't be right. No one else would believe it. Not in 1,000 years. Flowing spirit was a sinful dragon, a creature bearing true draconic blood. Its scales were harder than refined Arangrade spirit artifacts, impervious to blades. Just minutes earlier, the four of them together had fought for several minutes, inflicting only superficial wounds. Yet now, Lu Ming severed its tail in one strike. How could that be possible? Lu Ming ignored them entirely. Slowly, he tightened his grip on his sword, Han Yuan. Rainwater streamed down its scabbard, The blade itself hummed faintly, vibrating with eager anticipation. For Lu Ming stood beneath the torrential downpour, his Rainmaster sequence fully awakened. The roar of rain surged his strength. The deluge enhancement amplified all his attributes. Add to that the 5 calamities force of his 1,000 calamity desolate body, and the nascent mastery of his heaven-sundering sword Dao, and Lu Ming's combat prowess in the rain transcended mere terror. To call it terrifying would be an understatement. Suddenly, the dragon erupted in blind fury. Its severed tail sent searing agony coursing through its very essence, driving it into feral madness. Roar! Eyes blazing with wrath, the sinful dragon expelled a thick, inky mist, its venomous draconic breath, and lunged forward wreathed in darkness. It meant to obliterate Lu Ming. Lu! Qin Lu began to shout a warning, but Lu Ming rose. Casually, he planted his sword into the muddy earth beside him. Qin Lu, Shenqing Yuan, Zhou Sheng, what on earth were you doing? Putting your sword aside. Before they could react, you're too weak. I don't need my sword. Mighty Qi 38, Mighty Qi 24, Mighty Qi 25. Lu Ming's face remained impassive, but inwardly he exulted. This kind of effortless grandeur, this was pure exhilaration. Meanwhile, the others were unraveling. You're going to fight a sinful dragon barehanded. Brother, please just pick up your sword. It's a sinful dragon. What are you even thinking? Shenqing Yuan felt her thoughts short-circuit. She had one urgent question for this sovereign sequence cultivator. Is your mind truly intact? In that instant, whoosh! The enraged dragon, charged mouth agape, breath billowing black. Lu Ming moved, vanishing in a flash, evading the draconic breath not by retreat, but by stepping forward like lightning splitting the sky. In an instant he reappeared directly before the dragon's maw. Then, he raised his right fist. Before their disbelieving eyes, boom! A thunderclap, not of sound but of sheer sonic rupture. The shockwave exploded outward, shattering the air itself. The blast forced the dragon's black breath back down its throat, crash, and hurled its 20-meter-long body high into the air. A colossal beast, launched skyward like a projectile. Qin Lu stood petrified. Shenqing Yuan's mouth hung open, speechless. Zhou Sheng stammered, Abba, Abba. Every mind had flatlined. Lu Ming, one punch, had sent a sinful dragon of the flowing spirit tear hurtling airborne. Impossible. You're the sword sovereign, yet your fist outstrikes your blade. Crunch. The dragon slammed into a distant cliff face, carving a massive crater. Dazed, it staggered upright, eyes wide with incomprehension. What was this? It had never been struck barehanded in its entire existence. Especially not by a human. How could this be? In that instant, humiliation ignited fresh fury. The dragon roared and charged again. Lu Ming stood calmly in the rain, watching it close in, then spoke, voice measured. Truly I envy beings born with innate talents. The dragon snarled, roar. Lu Ming's expression softened, almost wistful. From birth you possess everything. Abilities, blessings, natural gifts. As for me, only my sword, and this body forged solely through relentless self-discipline. Still, talent is merely one thread in the tapestry. What matters most is perseverance. So in my spare time I've honed other techniques as well. Qin Lu, Shenqing Yuan, Zhou Sheng, their eyes met, each reading the same stunned thought in the other's gaze. What in the 9 hells was he even talking about? Yet no one dared mock, not after he'd just sent a sinful dragon flying with a single punch. Mighty Qi 39, Mighty Qi 24, Mighty Qi 23, Mighty Qi 34. Lu Ming watched the numbers surge, his heart soaring. Exhilarating. Absolutely intoxicating. Then, the dragon lunged, claws slashing straight for his face. Unchivalrous brute. Lu Ming thrust up his left fist, meeting the claw heat. Crockum. Fist and talon collided. One of the dragon's talons shattered under the impact. Roar. It shrieked in agony. Lu Ming let out a cold, contemptuous snort. Left fist, high damage. Instantly his right fist followed. Boom. Crashing into the dragon's skull, driving its entire head downward. Right fist, also high damage. The sinful dragon. Then came another punch. Another, thud. 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 Over a dozen blows, each heavier than the last. The final strike drove the dragon's head, and the front half of its body, deep into the earth. A colossal crater erupted. Lu Ming withdrew his fist, voice calm. This is a technique I devised myself. Earth-binding lock. Qin Lu. He had long since lost all capacity for rational thought. Earth-binding. Earth-binding. You're the sword sovereign, yet you just punched it into the ground. And you call that earth affinity? At that moment a roar erupted. The dragon in the pit struggled to rise, filled with both fear and anger. It opened its mouth wide and dark flames surged forth from its throat. That was the strongest technique of the sinister dragon. Sinful flame, dragon breath. A column of black fire shot towards Lu Ming. To an ordinary person, this was a lethal move, and it was almost point blank. There was no way to dodge. Shen Qingyuan's heart leapt into her throat, but she saw Lu Ming raise both palms. Then, he suddenly clapped them together. A terrifying power from the Thousand Tribulations body surged forth, directly unleashing the explosive force of the Five Tribulations compounded by various enhancements from the Rainmaster. A terrifying gale erupted from his palms. The force of that wind forcibly sliced through the black fire. Then it pushed back. The gale, entwined with black flames, was shoved back into the dragon's mouth. Roar! The dragon howled in agony as it was burned by its own flames. Half of its face was scorched. Lu Ming wiped the raindrops off his hands. This is a wind-based defensive technique I researched, but I haven't named it yet. Do you have any suggestions? Qin Lu. The others. You call that a wind-based defensive technique, and you haven't even named it. Clearly you just made it up on the spot. Shen Qingyuan's lips trembled. She only had one thought now. Is this a human? Is the ruler sequence made up of such monsters? She felt that what she witnessed today was more than the past few years combined. What kind of monster can deflect attacks with just a gust of wind? What the hell is this? Roar! At this moment the dragon's half-burned face trembled all over. Not from pain but from fear, it was completely terrified. Its eyes were filled with terror. A flowing spirit sinister dragon was afraid in front of a human in the initial stage of spirit condensation. It wanted to flee, turning to escape. But Lu Ming was faster. I didn't say you could leave. He stepped forward, directly appearing in front of the dragon, lightning arcs wrapping around him. Lu Ming raised his hand, his voice calm. I have one more move, but it's a blade technique. Then he brought his four fingers together, resembling a knife. There's nothing mysterious about it, you just treat your hand as a sword, commonly known as a hand knife. The next moment, Kacha! Lu Ming sliced through the dragon's neck. With that strike, the dragon's head fell from its neck, accompanied by intense pain. Boom! The massive dragon head crashed to the ground, black blood gushing out like a spring. The 20-meter-long dragon body collapsed in the muddy valley. The entire earth trembled. It laced. The entire venue fell silent. Qin Lu stood there, his mind blank. Shen Qingyuan's Zhou Sheng simply sat on the ground. They weren't tired, they were scared. Not scared of the dragon, but scared of Lu Ming. A flowing spirit sinister dragon was killed barehanded by a human in the initial stage of spirit condensation. Is this something a human should do? Heroic value 32, heroic value 18, heroic value 26, heroic value 35. Lu Ming watched the heroic value crazily scrolling on the screen before him. His mouth couldn't help but curl into a grin. Delight. It was exhilarating. Today's outing was worth it. The rain continued to fall as Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the Han Yuan that had been stuck in the mud. He wiped the mud off the sword and sheathed it at his waist. Are you all okay? Qin Lu opened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but found his throat extremely dry. Okay. It's a miracle that his mind was still functioning. Shen Qingyuan managed to stand up, walking over to Qin Lu. She glanced at Lu Ming, then lowered her head deeply. Lu Ming, we were disrespectful just now. She recalled her previous attitude towards Lu Ming. Now that she thought about it, she felt embarrassed. Zhou Sheng also lowered his head. I'm sorry we underestimated you. Lu Ming waved his hand. It's fine. He spoke in a light-hearted manner. Yet the more casual those three words sounded, the heavier their hearts felt. A powerful figure like this, such a monster, could he really not care? They didn't know. As a result, Lu Ming, you are too weak. Why won't care about the doubts of the weak? The others. Damn. So that's how it is. In an instant, they finally understood the gap between them and Lu Ming. It was immense. Finally, Qin Lu regained his senses and walked in front of Lu Ming, bowing deeply. Mr. Lu, I will remember the life-saving grace you have given me. Lu Ming, it's fine. At this moment, Zhou Sheng looked sorrowful. It's just that Meng Yu has suffered. When the others heard this, they nodded. Only Meng Yu. Suddenly, damn. Mr. Lu Ming is amazing. In the next moment, a small mud figure suddenly appeared on the ground. Then, with an excited expression, everyone was stunned. That voice is... You didn't die, eh? Zhou Sheng was bewildered. Meng Yue, no, my sequence is 133 mud body. After receiving fatal injuries, I can temporarily attach my soul to the earth. That's how I survived. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood. Meng Yu had witnessed the entire process and was completely astonished by Lu Ming. Amazing. At that moment, Qin Lu turned his gaze to the dead sinister dragon. Then he looked at the black egg, furrowing his brow. Mr. Lu, that egg. You said earlier it shouldn't belong to this sinister dragon, so whose is it? Lu Ming shook his head. I don't know either, but it definitely has issues. This sinister dragon was here to guard it. Whatever it is that can be guarded by a flowing spirit sinister dragon, the thing inside will only be stronger. After hearing this, Qin Lu's expression darkened. Then we need to contact Elder Yi immediately and request reinforcements from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. He was genuinely frightened now. When Lu Ming suggested contacting earlier, he hadn't taken it seriously. If he had contacted earlier, it wouldn't have come to this. Qin Lu was filled with regret as he squatted down, taking out his communicator from his pocket. But just as he opened it, the entire valley suddenly shook. Everyone was stunned. Then the black egg began to tremble violently. Qin Lu's face changed dramatically. Not good. It's about to hatch. Lu Ming also narrowed his eyes. He had anticipated this, but not so soon. Everyone stepped back. Qin Lu shouted. Shun Qingyuan and Zhou Xing hurriedly retreated. Lu Ming didn't move. He stood still, quietly observing the egg. Crack! A fissure appeared on the eggshell, followed by a second, then a third. The cracks spread like a bang. The entire egg exploded. Black shards flew everywhere. From within, a figure emerged, initially just over 2 meters tall. But in the next second, its body began to swell. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. An 80-meter-long giant dragon. Its scales were not black, but an indescribable deep purple, exuding a chilling, spine-tingling aura. 8 vertical pupils, each shining with an eerie light. It lifted its head and let out a roar. Roar? That roar shook the sky for dozens of kilometers. Even the rain couldn't help but pause. Qin Lu froze, feeling a chill run through him. He sensed a massive aura that was suffocating. It was not just a flowing spirit, it had surpassed the flowing spirit. It was at the 4th realm. Martial infant. Qin Lu's voice broke. How could it be a martial infant? This is a martial infant. Shun Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng's legs went weak simultaneously. They collapsed to the ground in despair. It's over. Everyone was in despair. Wuing, that was a being transcending the lower 3 realms. The 1st realm is body refinement, the 2nd realm is spirit condensation, the 3rd realm is flowing spirit, and the 4th realm is Wuing. Every advancement to a higher realm is not merely additive, it represents a qualitative change. A peak flowing spirit powerhouse is no different from an ant in the presence of a Wuing. Dozens of peak flowing spirit warriors combined cannot match a single initial Wuing. This is the gap between realms. Qin Lu trembled all over. He finally understood that the Xin Jiao was not the mother of this egg. It was a guardian of the flowing spirit realm. This is watching over a being at the Wuing level. It shouldn't even be an egg, it might just be a protective barrier, because this being is breaking through to Wuing. Qin Lu's lips trembled. The intelligence department. You damned. This was no longer a simple intelligence error. This was a catastrophe. The Wuing giant dragon lowered its head, its 8 eyes simultaneously gazing at the 4 people on the ground, its voice deep and rumbling as if it came from the earth. Humans, did you kill my child? Qin Lu and the others were momentarily stunned. Child. Everyone instinctively looked at the dead Xin Jiao. Wait a moment. They realized. So, that Xin Jiao was the child. Lu Ming also reacted, narrowing his eyes at the Wu-ing. He understood the general situation in his heart. They had completely misunderstood. They thought the Xin Jiao was about to break through to flowing spirit and laid an egg. In fact, that egg was the mother of the Xin Jiao. Now that the son was dead, how could this Wu-ing not go berserk? Lu Ming's mouth twitched. This intelligence department is truly foolish. You dare to kill my child. The Wuing giant dragon let out an enraged roar of pressure from the Wu-ing realm, exploding. Boom. The air in the entire valley solidified. In an instant, Qin Lu collapsed on the ground, unable to move, feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Others were not faring any better. Under the pressure of the Wu-ing, they felt like ants. Lu Ming was also struggling. A powerful sense of oppression enveloped him, as if the air had turned to concrete. But he stood firm because he possessed the 1,000 Calamities' ancient body and the sword intent of the sky-slaying sword path for protection. Though uncomfortable, he could hold on. Qin Lu painfully raised his head from the ground, looking at Lu Ming, his face full of despair. Lu. Mr. Lu. Run quickly. This is a Wuing, not something you can fight. You still have a future, you cannot die here. Shun Qingyuan also raised her head and spasmed, her eyes filled with tears. Sword Monarch. Live on, avenge us. You are the master of the sequence. You cannot die. Only you have the right to survive. Lu Ming looked at them, silent for a moment. Finally, he spoke calmly. No need to run, this little bit is not enough to make me run away. Qin Lu. Others. They were all stunned. This is a Wuing. It's not that easy to Please stop pretending. How far can you run? Guts 22, guts 38, guts 16. That is a true powerhouse at this level, no longer an ordinary being capable of crushing mountains as if drinking water. Anointed by heaven and earth. It can even manipulate a small part of the power of heaven and earth. Easily destroy a small county simply. But Lu Ming stopped speaking after that. He looked up at the Wu-ing giant dragon with serious eyes. You are worthy of me drawing my sword. The Wu-ing giant dragon. It lowered its head to look at this tiny human, a trace of confusion flashing in its eyes. Then it laughed. Human, are you an idiot? Though it didn't know why this ant could stand, how could a spirit condensation dare to say such words? Ridiculous. Qin Lu. He wanted to say that this guy is not an idiot, but just loves to pretend, yet his mouth couldn't open. Under the pressure of the Wu Ying, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to even speak. The sword monarch of the master sequence was about to die at the hands of a Wu Ying. He would die with his eyes wide open, just as Lu Ming was about to use his sword to open the heavenly gate and kill this guy. At that moment, a rumbling sound came from the distant sky. Huh. Everyone was stunned. That is, Buzz. It's a helicopter. A black helicopter emerged from the clouds. It was speeding towards them. Huh. The wooing giant dragon glanced up, its eyes showing a bit of impatience. A fly. It withdrew its gaze and looked back at Lu Ming. Human, you can die first. Just as the wooing giant dragon opened its mouth to bite down. Boom. A red light fell from the sky. It struck directly on the wooing giant dragon's face. The power contained within that red light forcibly tilted the wooing giant dragon's head. The giant dragon was furious. Who? It turned its head to look at the sky. At this moment, everyone was stunned as well. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the helicopter. Long red hair flew in the rain. It was a woman. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 with very fair skin. When she landed from the sky, the ground beneath her feet did not even show a trace. The aura she exuded made Qin Lu's eyes on the ground widen. Late flowing spirit. Immediately, Qin Lu's pupils constricted as he realized this woman looked very familiar. Damn. The first thing the red-haired girl said upon landing was a curse, then she shouted at Lu Ming. Is it Lu Ming? I specifically came to find you, but I didn't expect that you are also a talent even encountering a Wu Ying. You're impressive. Lu Ming. He looked at this unfamiliar girl stunned for a moment. Qin Lu noticed the red-haired girl, his pupils shifting. It's her. It's her. Shen Qingyuan also recognized her. How could this red-haired woman be her? In the entire Anomalous Affairs Bureau, almost no one did not know her identity. Master Sequence No. 7 Red Dust 10,000 Methods. Awakened at the age of 17, 11 years ago. One of the youngest Master Sequence Awakeners in Huaxia. Her cultivation was at the late flowing spirit stage, and her name was Jiang Yinhong. She hails from the Jiang family in Huaxia's capital, a top-tier cultivation family, truly a prodigy. But how did Jiang Yinhong end up here? Qin Lu's mind was in a state of chaos. At this moment, Jiang Yinhong also saw Qin Lu and the others on the ground. She glanced at them, and then withdrew her gaze. Then she looked at Lu Ming. The situation was such that she actually came here to provoke Lu Ming because she had heard not long ago that a new master sequence had awakened. Moreover, it was a sword monarch, one rank higher than her. She became immediately interested. So she took a leave, flew all the way from the capital wanting to spar with Lu Ming, but upon arriving in Jincheng, she heard that Lu Ming was on a mission. Her temper flared, and she directly chartered a helicopter to chase over. Along the way, she sensed an aura. Her heart sank. That new sword monarch couldn't possibly be dead already, right? If so, wouldn't she lose her chance to spar? Thus, she finally arrived here, and upon landing, she saw Lu Ming standing in front of the Wu Ying looking like he was about to go to his death. Jiang Yinhong was immediately anxious. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. The last time he was about to unleash a powerful move, it seemed he was also interrupted by a red-haired woman. What a hassle. At this moment. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Jiang Yinhong shouted at Lu Ming quickly. I can hold it off. 5 minutes is enough for you to run to the signal area. Call for reinforcements. Although he came to check on this guy Lu Ming in such a situation, he could not care about anything else. After all, she was at the master level, able to resist for a moment or two, but in the later stages of the flowing spirit, holding off a martial infant for 5 minutes had already reached her limit. She also could not hold on any longer. At the 7th level of the master sequence, facing a martial infant of a higher realm, she had little chance of winning. But she could hold on for a while. Qin Lu's eyes turned red as he struggled to get up. Yes, Mr. Lu. Miss Jiang is right, hurry up. He'll hold it off. You take Miss Jiang and go. Lu Ming asked. Jiang Yinhong exclaimed, are you stupid? I will let you go. I am the one at the master level. Qin Lu was silent. Yes. I must be. His mind was muddled with fear. Mr. Lu, hurry up. Qin Lu shouted again. Shen Qingyuan and Zhou Sheng were also struggling to get up, casting hopeful glances at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood still, not saying a word. He looked at Jiang Yinhong, gazing at this unfamiliar. Then he looked at the martial infant giant dragon before him, over 100 meters long. Tisk, you guys are really troublesome. Who said to run? Lu Ming slowly spoke. Jiang Yinhong asked. What do you mean? She thought she had misheard. Lu Ming replied. I said there's no need to run. I can just kill it. Jiang Yinhong shouted. Are you crazy? She exploded. That's a martial infant. You're not playing house. I tell you, holding on for 5 minutes is already my limit. If you don't leave now, we'll all die. At this moment, she felt speechless. Is this sword lord crazy? What nonsense is he saying at a time like this? But Lu Ming glanced at her and spoke earnestly. I have a sword. What? Lu Ming said, how mo? Jiang Nianhong was confused. Lu Ming continued, how xian? Jiang Nianhong was bewildered. Lu Ming added, how long? Jiang Nianhong was speechless. The entire valley fell silent. Even the martial infant giant dragon was momentarily stunned. What kind of incantation are you reciting? How chi value 23, how chi value 40, how chi value 62, how chi value 35. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This woman gave quite a lot. The quality is not bad. Others were speechless. What is this person? How mo, how xian, how long? What the hell is that? Jiang Nianhong's eyelids began to twitch. She traveled a long distance to meet a master level 6 only to find such an idiot. She took a deep breath. Endure. He might have been scared silly by the martial infant. This is a stress response. I know you are very nervous, Sword Lord. Lu Ming replied, my last name is not Zhang. Jiang Nianhong took a deep breath, trying to suppress her anger. You have to trust me, I can hold it off. Lu Ming ignored her. He slowly raised his hand, gripping the hilt of the cold abyss sword at his waist. Then he drew his sword. Clang! A sharp sword sound echoed through the valley. The rain curtain was forcefully torn apart. Lu Ming stood in the torrential rain. The sword intent surged. A terrifying aura, as if it could cut through the heavens, erupted from him. The sword opened the heavenly gate. Jiang Nianhong was frozen in place. This is... She felt a pure and extreme sword intent. That sword intent gave her a suffocating feeling. It was not the oppression of cultivation, but the pressure of intent. It seemed to say, today I will cut through the heavens. Qin Lu and the others also felt it. That sword intent made their scalps tingle. Even the martial infant giant dragon was momentarily stunned. What is this? Sword come. Lu Ming made his move. In the torrential rain, the sword in Lu Ming's hand slowly rose. Then, one sword cut down. That strike without any flashy moves. Just one sword, a simple sword. From top to bottom. Buzz. The entire world fell silent in that instant. Raindrops froze in midair. The wind stopped and the thunder ceased. In the heavens and earth, only that beam of sword light remained. A sword light rising from the ground, extending toward the sky. That sword light grew longer. Longer and longer. It pierced the sky, penetrating the layers of clouds above. The entire sky was simply split in two. Crack! The firmament split open. From that fissure one could vaguely see the stars beyond the clouds. And some indescribable things. That sword light, from above the clouds, slashed down, straight towards the 80-meter-long martial infant giant dragon. What is this? The martial infant giant dragon felt the danger. Its 8 eyes showed fear for the first time. It wanted to dodge, but its body was too large. And the range of that sword light was even larger than it. No. The martial infant giant dragon let out a desperate roar. Boom. The sword light fell. When that sword light struck the martial infant giant dragon, boom, the entire world shook. The entire Black Pine Ridge mountain range was forcefully split open, creating a massive trench. That trench extended for dozens of kilometers. The mountains were cleaved, the stones vaporized, and the clouds dispersed. And that martial infant giant dragon was sliced into 2 segments, then 4, 6, 8. In the end, it turned to dust. Nothing remained. The entire valley. An eerie silence. Qin Lu stood there unable. Shen Qingyuan's hand was raised in the air, as if she forgot to lower it. Zhou Sheng and the others slumped to the ground. Jiang Nianhong stared wide-eyed, looking at the massive trench carved by the sword energy and at the boy standing in the rain with his sword. Her mind went blank. What kind of sword is this? Her voice trembled. Jiang Nianhong, the 7th level of the master sequence in the late stage of flowing spirit. For the first time she witnessed such a level of sword. That was not just a sword. That was the opening of the heavens, truly opening the heavens. A sword slashed down. The firmament had been cleaved open. This had exceeded her understanding. She couldn't fathom how such a level of attack could erupt from a human body. This was more exaggerated than any technique she had ever seen. Jiang Nianhong stared at Lu Ming, a thought rising in her mind. A thought that seemed absurd even to her. Master level 6, Sword Lord, is an absolute monster. Just then, in the sky, the fissure created by the sword light. From the fissure, a black suction force emerged, pulling up the shattered remains of the martial infant giant dragon along with the surrounding black debris. All of it was drawn up by that suction force. Then the fissure began to slowly close. A few seconds later, the sky returned to its original state. The 4 of them remained in a state of shock. Lu Ming sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. The sword opened the heavenly gate. With one sword strike, he looked up at the now closed fissure in the sky, his brow slightly furrowed. This thing seems to appear every time I open the heavenly gate with the sword. Each time it appears, it seems to absorb the shattered remains of the strange beasts. What exactly is that? Lu Ming muttered to himself, but he didn't dwell on it any longer. Now is not the time for that. He turned around, looking at the 4 people who were still in shock. He spoke calmly. I said, if necessary, I will take action. Qin Lu. Jiang Nianhong. Lu Ming said another sentence. But it's fine, even though I've sacrificed some talent. Facing such a perilous situation, I had no other choice. Jiang Nianhong. Sacrifice talent. You? What did you say? She snapped back to reality and asked hastily. Lu Ming's tone was calm. That strike just now drew upon a part of my foundation. Such a technique comes at a great cost. Each time I use it, I lose a fraction of my talent. But it's all right as long as I could save you all. That strike was worth it. The entire valley fell silent. Qin Lu's eyes reddened instantly as he stared at Lu Ming. He had been wondering earlier, how could Lu Ming merely at the initial condensed spirit stage unleash such a terrifying technique? So it required sacrificing his talent. He had sacrificed his precious talent to save them. And this was the talent of a dominator sequence. Together they bowed deeply to Lu Ming. To sacrifice the talent of a dominator sequence to save others. How could anyone in this world do such a thing? Mr. Lu, thank you. Qin Lu's voice choked. We are unworthy to have you pay such a price. Jiang Nianhong stood aside. She had come to provoke him, her mind filled with defiance before she arrived. But now as she looked at Lu Ming, only 2 words remained in her heart. Admiration. True admiration. A sword lord of the dominator sequence willing to sacrifice his talent to save his teammates and her. What kind of man was this? He was a hero, the true pillar of Huaxia. The petty grievances within Jiang Nianhong's heart. That competitive spirit, that stubbornness. All dissipated like smoke. Sword lord, you are a true hero, Lu Ming. He looked at the people before him. His exterior was calm, but inwardly, he almost lost his composure. Because this was obviously a lie. He could explain the first strike with sequence burst, but for the second, he had to claim it cost him his talent. Sorry, my name is Lu Ming and I'm about to start lying. The next moment, the valor points before Lu Ming's eyes had completely flooded the screen. Lu Ming was ecstatic inside. What the hell was sacrificing talent? Get lost. This was the era of valor points now, ha. Lu Ming feigned a sigh. Get up, all of you. There's no need for this. Qin Lu and the other 2 rose to their feet. But the way they looked at Lu Ming had completely changed. It was reverence. A gaze that regarded him as a faith. At first they thought Lu Ming was putting on airs, but now he had the right to put on airs. So Lu Ming was just bad at speaking, but his heart was truly kind. We had misunderstood him. Jiang Nianhong also stood beside Lu Ming, her gaze toward him, far more serious than before. This man was worthy of her earnest regard. Lu Ming was overjoyed inside, but he maintained that indifferent expression on his face. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the beast sequence no. 16. Sinful Dragon King. Acquired talent sequence no. 16. Sinful Abyss. Acquired abilities Blazing Ember, Heavenly Flame, Beast Intimidation. Lu Ming was startled. Huh. Sequence no. 16. That thing was actually the Sinful Dragon King. The king of the Sinful Dragon clan. It was a beast sequence. By killing it, Lu Ming directly inherited its sequence. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Was it satisfying? Hell yeah, it was satisfying. Lu Ming looked at the system panel. Current valor points, 4428. 4,428. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. This harvest exceeded his expectations. He immediately opened the system. Blazing Ember, Heavenly Flame can condense an extreme flame. Power varies by level. Current LV. 1. Beast Intimidation naturally suppresses beasts. The higher the level, the stronger the suppression. Current LV. 1 inch. Both abilities sounded quite powerful. Blazing Ember, Heavenly Flame was offensive. Beast Intimidation was supportive. Lu Ming thought for a moment. Upgrade. Upgrade both. He had plenty of valor points now. He had to maximize his setup. Ding, spend 100 valor points to upgrade Blazing Ember, Heavenly Flame to LV. 2. Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and without thinking, upgrade. Ding, enhancement successful. Continue enhancement. Spend 300 valor points to upgrade to LV. 3 inch. Keep going, keep going. Ding, upgrade successful. Continue enhancement. Spend 500 valor points to upgrade to LV. 4 inch. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Continue. Ding, upgrade successful. Blazing Ember, Heavenly Flame, LV. 4. After flame attachment, the target's spiritual energy burns at 200 speed and inflicts a fire poison effect. Can be mentally controlled to track the target. When releasing flames, creates a high temperature domain within a 300-meter radius. Next level upgrade conditions change, requires 2,000 valor points to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Awesome. This thing can chase people on its own. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. In future fights, he could just fling this fire at the enemy, and it would chase and burn them. Moreover, within 300 meters, the enemy's spiritual energy would constantly drain, plus the fire poison. System, you're truly amazing. This was totally worth it. Then Lu Ming looked at the other ability. He planned to continue upgrading it too. Ding, spend 100 valor points to upgrade Beast Intimidation to LV. 2. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and without thinking, deal. Ding, enhancement successful. Beast Intimidation LV. 2-inch. Continue enhancement. Spend 300 valor points to upgrade to LV. 3-inch. Upgrade. Ding, upgrade successful. Beast Intimidation LV. 3-inch. Continue enhancement. Spend 500 valor points to upgrade to LV. 4-inch. Continue. Lu Ming was truly thrilled now. Because he had plenty of valor points. No need to fear. Ding. Upgrade successful. Beast Intimidation LV. 4. When releasing pressure, can invoke a trace of ancient beast aura, causing absolute suppression against same realm beast targets. Against beasts one major realm higher, can also induce a moment of fear or paralysis, rendering them immobile. Next level upgrade conditions change, requires 2,000 valor points to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This is amazing. From now on, when encountering those ferocious beasts, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just one glare, and they'd flee in terror. So much easier. Just imagining that scene was exhilarating. Satisfying. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth involuntarily curled up. This mission had yielded tremendous gains. More importantly, his showing off today had reached an unprecedented height. A spirit stream sinful dragon killed with bare hands. A martial infant initial stage sinful dragon king, shattered with a single sword strike. If these 2 feats spread, his name Lu Ming would surely echo throughout the entire Daxia. Lu Ming stood in the rain, sheathing his sword before not rushing to leave. He opened the system panel and glanced at his abilities. The 2 from the Rainmaster sequence were still not fully upgraded. This thing is truly useful in the rain. Upgrade. Lu Ming silently thought. Ding, spent 500 valor points to upgrade Heavy Rain Enhancement to LV. 4. Ding, spent 500 valor points to upgrade Roar of Rain to LV. For in the next moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a surge of power arise within him. It was a refreshing, yet violently potent force. Then, Heavy Rain Enhancement LV. For during rainy conditions, all attributes increase by 15. The effect range expands to a radius of 500 meters. The conditions for the next upgrade have changed. Need 2,000 valor points to reach LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Roar of Rain LV. 4. Summons a torrential downpour, maximizing one aspect of physical attributes with an effect of 15, causing the rain to emit a terrifying roar that instills a momentary fear in the opponent, causing their reaction speed to decrease by 30. The conditions for the next upgrade have changed. Need 2,000 valor points to reach LV. 5. And unlock a new form. After reading it, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The thrill inside him was undeniable. The enhancement from Roar of Rain had increased from 12 to 15. More absurdly, now the rain itself could roar, directly disrupting the enemy's mind. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. While the opponent is engaged, the rain above them suddenly roars, directly intimidating the enemy. In battle, a moment can change a lot. Adding to that with the 15 from Heavy Rain Enhancement LV. For the combined battle power boost in the rain skyrocketed to 30. 30 is a significant concept. With the addition of Angry Flame of Heaven LV. For hell, with just one thought, he could probably turn a peak condensing spirit beast into ashes, leaving no trace behind. Then Lu Ming glanced at the panel. Host Lu Ming Realm Early Condensing Spirit Talent Rain Master Abyss of Sin Physique 1000 Calamity Body Abilities Sky Slashing Sword Path Minor Success Heavy Rain Enhancement LV. For O Rain Manipulation LV. 3. A Roar of Rain LV. 4. O Angry Flame of Heaven LV. 4. Beast Intimidation LV. 4. Thunderous Heaven Record Perfected Valor Points 1578. Lu Ming smiled broadly, feeling that with his current setup, he was simply a war god in the rain. No matter what monsters or spirits there were, as long as it rains, they won't be able to escape. Feels good. Lu Ming couldn't help but grin. He still had plenty of valor points left, but he planned to save them for now, saving them for crucial moments. He came back to his senses and scanned the surroundings. Qin Lu and a few others were still there looking at him, as if he were an ancestor. Jiang Nianhong stood beside him, observing Lu Ming with a slight frown. This man is not simple. Truly not simple. Jiang Nianhong silently made a decision in her heart. After returning to the capital, she had to relay everything that happened today to her family without missing a word. Let the entire Jiang family know. A sword lord like this has emerged from Huaxia. Lu Ming noticed her constant gaze on him. Jiang Nianhong was also staring intently at Lu Ming. The two just stared at each other for a long time. Everyone else was puzzled, wondering what these two were doing. Then, are you staring at me because you like me? Are you staring at me because you want to fight? The two spoke in unison. After finishing, everyone froze. What was that? Jiang Nianhong's face turned red instantly. Who the hell likes you? Oh really? Lu Ming replied. I thought staring was a non-sexual spiritual kiss between humans. Jiang Nianhong said, staring should be the most naked provocation and declaration of war right. Others. No, do these two masters from the sequence have problems? Are they even speaking human language? Lu Ming reached to his waist and felt the Hanyuan sword, then paused. The blade of Hanyuan felt heavier than before. Had Master Yi witnessed this, he'd have stood dumbfounded, for Lu Ming was undergoing induction. And not step-by-step, but with a single roar. Lu Ming nearly laughed out loud. This sword actually leveled up. He instantly understood, just now, when he swung the sword to cleave the heavens, it absorbed a lot of sword energy. It directly rose from yellow tier to low-grade Xian tier. Damn, this sword really knows how to live well. Lu Ming felt delighted inside. 100 kilometers away in the sky, two figures shot down from the clouds at an astonishing speed. The leading figure with silver hair was none other than Elder Yi. Following him was a middle-aged man in a deep blue uniform, his face ashen. He was the head of the intelligence department. And in the next moment, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed from afar. The momentum was colossal. Elder Yi's expression changed drastically. He sensed that aura, which was clearly at the martial infant level. In an instant, he recalled that Lu Ming was here. Lu Ming was his treasured heart. The next moment, Elder Yi turned and stared intently at the head of the intelligence department. What the hell is going on? He had been slacking off in the office when the head of the intelligence department came to say that there might be a mistake in the intel, and that this mission was not so simple. Sensing something was wrong, Elder Yi rushed over directly. And now there was even the presence of a martial infant. Elder Yi's voice exploded. Explain this to me. I told you to clarify the situation before sending people over. You told me this was a small mission to break through the condensing spirit. Now what? This is clearly the aura of a martial infant. The head of the intelligence department turned pale, wiping the sweat from his forehead, cautiously speaking, I don't know either. Elder Yi. Within our monitoring range, there were indeed no traces of a martial infant. Bullshit. Elder Yi was furious on the spot. You just admitted it. This is your jurisdiction. If there are no traces, then how did this martial infant emerge from the ground? A bunch of useless fools. The head of the intelligence department was too scared to speak. Just then his communicator in his pocket vibrated. He instinctively took it out to check, and his expression changed. Elder Yi immediately noticed something was off. What now? What did they say up there? The head of the intelligence department's forehead was drenched in more sweat. He steeled himself and spoke. Elder Yi, Miss Jiang Nianhong departed from the capital a few hours ago with the purpose of finding Lu Ming, and it seems she is likely over there. Elder Yi's pupils constricted. He immediately understood. If Jiang Nianhong had come over and Lu Ming was executing a mission here, if they were to cross paths, it would mean both might face that martial infant heathen. You motherfucker. Elder Yi was furious. Are you even a spy for the beast side? Why didn't you say this earlier? The head of the intelligence department was shaking all over. Elder Yi, I really didn't know. This news just synchronized over. I'm really going to fuck your mother. Elder Yi didn't even want to hear him explain. He pushed off the ground and, quick, the two rushed forward with all their might. Just then Elder Yi suddenly stopped. He sensed an extremely terrifying residual sword energy ahead. That sword energy, even if it was just a remnant, it sent chills down his spine, feeling strangely familiar. This is... On the other side, Lu Ming looked at Jiang Nianhong, still unclear about who this woman was. Lu Ming asked directly, Jiang Nianhong. She was about to answer when Qin Lu beside her panicked. Mr. Lu, this is Miss Jiang Nianhong from the Jiang family in the capital. She is the seventh in the master sequence, all laws of the mundane. Lu Ming was taken aback. Master sequence. He glanced at Jiang Nianhong. No wonder this woman dared to say she could hold the martial infant for 5 minutes. Turns out she was from the same line. Oh, Lu Ming nodded. So you're just the seventh one. Jiang Nianhong twitched her mouth. How could this person speak so disdainfully? What does it mean to merely be ranked 7th? It's as if he thinks he's in a superior position. Aren't you just ranked 6th? But then she recalled Lu Ming's sword strike earlier. She swallowed the words that were about to come out. After all, he did have the qualifications. Jiang Nianhong took a deep breath, then looked at Lu Ming with a serious tone. Swordmaster, I admit you are quite formidable. That sword strike I will never forget in my lifetime. Lu Ming waved his hand. You're not bad either. Jiang Nianhong's eyes lit up, thinking Lu Ming was going to praise her. But Lu Ming's next sentence was, to have lasted 2 moves against a martial infant is not easy. Jiang Nianhong. Qin Lu. Everyone present fell into a state of speechlessness. 2 moves. Come on, Jiang Yinhong landed and immediately struck the martial infant. That martial infant didn't even have a chance to react before she took him down with a single sword. Jiang Nianhong's mouth twitched. But she didn't lose her temper. After all, he sacrificed his talent for them. Such a good person, why bother arguing with him? Thank you for the compliment. Jiang Nianhong gritted her teeth and forced out 3 words. Heroic value 47, heroic value 59. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. The heroic value from the Dominator sequence was indeed substantial. The quality was simply unmatched. Just then, everyone sensed something and suddenly turned their heads. 2 figures descended from the sky, crashing down before Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked up. Old Yi. Lu Ming, are you all right? Old Yi, with his white hair blown wildly by the wind, saw Lu Ming safe and sighed in relief. But then Old Yi's eyes widened, because he sensed the aura emanating from Lu Ming. Foundation establishment. This was clearly the early stage of foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. How long has Lu Ming been in the game? Just yesterday when they met, this kid was clearly still in the body refinement stage. Has it only been one night? One night. He directly reached foundation establishment. Lu Ming. What? What happened? Old Yi was dumbfounded. Lu Ming had a calm expression. I broke through. I can see that, but is that what I wanted to ask? Old Yi wanted to say something, but he took a deep breath and suppressed that topic. He turned to Qin Lu and the others on the ground. What happened? Tell me everything from the beginning. Qin Lu's face was still pale. It's like this. Then he narrated the events that had just transpired. From when Qin Lu's team confronted the flowing spirit Sin Serpent. When he got to the part where Lu Ming killed the flowing spirit Sin Serpent with his bare hands. Old Yi's pupils constricted. What the hell? Killed it with bare hands. Then he continued to explain how a martial infant giant dragon emerged from that black egg. Lu Ming cleaved the sky with his sword. The more Old Yi listened, the more his expression changed. The intelligence minister beside him was left dumbfounded. The martial infant was slain by Lu Ming with a single sword. Old Yi's voice trembled. Yes, Jiang Yinhong nodded seriously. I saw it with my own eyes, that sword strike. Split the heavens apart. Old Yi took a deep breath, turning to Lu Ming, this young man who had only joined the game for a day. In just 1 day from the body refinement stage to foundation establishment. Then he killed the flowing spirit Sin Serpent with his bare hands. Then he slashed down the martial infant Sin Serpent King with a single sword. Is this even human? This can no longer be explained as talent. This is a monster. A true monstrosity. He is simply superhuman. Just as Old Yi was so shocked he couldn't speak, Jiang Yinhong added, Old Yi, you may not know that sword strike of Lu Ming was made at the cost of his own talent. Old Yi's whole being shook, damaging his talent. He suddenly turned to Lu Ming. The talent of the Dominator sequence. How precious that is. Old Yi had witnessed Lu Ming's immense talent and understood in his heart. At that level of talent, even a slight loss could drastically reduce Lu Ming's future potential. But this sacrificed his own talent to save Qin Lu and the others. Old Yi looked at Lu Ming, his eyes suddenly becoming moist. Lu Ming, you. Heroic value 341, heroic value 89, heroic value 70. Lu Ming felt a surge of pleasure. Come on, Old Yi, this is a few hundred heroic value points. The quality is explosive. But on the surface he maintained a calm expression. Old Yi, don't say that, I just did what I had to do. Old Yi took a deep breath, stepped forward, and firmly patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. Good kid. You killed the martial infant and saved your teammates. You are a hero. I will definitely report this to my superiors. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. He didn't care much about being a hero. However, reporting it to his superiors would definitely have its benefits. All right. Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, but was already overjoyed inside. A group of people returned to the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Along the way, everyone in the bureau was talking about Lu Ming's incident. Have you heard? That new sword master slashed a martial infant. No way, how could that be possible? Are you dreaming? Really, Captain Qin said so personally. And Miss Zhang witnessed it. I heard he exhausted his talent to save them. No way. Is that true? In the corridor, wherever Lu Ming passed, every member of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau looked at him as if they were gazing at a deity. Heroic value 21, heroic value 34, heroic value 18. Lu Ming felt great. It felt amazing. He didn't do much, yet he earned value as he walked. When he reached Old Yi's office, Old Yi gestured for him to sit down. Then he handed over a card. Lu Ming, because of this incident, your contribution points have directly reached 6,000. Lu Ming was taken aback. 6,000. He remembered that when he joined yesterday, Old Yi had told him that the contribution points for a single mission would be at most 200 to 300 at best. Why did this time suddenly double? Old Yi, why so many? Lu Ming asked in confusion. Old Yi sighed. After investigation, the martial infant sin serpent you killed is very likely a king-level existence among the beast sequence, a true monster along with the flowing spirits beast. You killed them. The contribution points are worth several times more than usual. Lu Ming felt calm inside as the system had already hinted at this before. Lu Ming pretended to just realize this, the corner of his mouth curling up. A king. It's not worthy of dying under my sword. Old Yi said. This kid. The words he said would probably make others spit blood. But Lu Ming had the qualification to say this. Old Yi shook his head, choosing not to argue with him. By the way, Old Yi. Lu Ming suddenly spoke. I want to change to a different cultivation method. Old Yi's eyes lit up. This was serious. Sure, follow me. The two walked into the place where the Special Investigation Bureau stored the cultivation methods. This time there was no need to buy with mobile devices. He directly led Lu Ming inside. The cultivation methods were categorized by contribution points. As Lu Ming wandered through, he didn't even glance at the ordinary methods and headed straight for the area with 6,000 contribution points. After searching for a while, he found some that were unsuitable. They all feel unworthy of me, Lu Ming mumbled. Old Yi replied. At that moment, Lu Ming suddenly froze as he spotted an old-looking cultivation method in a corner. Heaven's Judgment. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Heaven's Judgment. The name sounded impressive. He reached out, took the book down, and flipped through a couple of pages, his eyes growing brighter. Old Yi, what about this one? Old Yi leaned over for a look, and then his expression changed. Lu Ming, don't choose this. Lu Ming paused. Why? Old Yi sighed. This cultivation method is indeed top-notch, but the requirements for cultivation are extremely harsh. It demands that the practitioner must possess a sense of justice in their heart, unable to tolerate even the slightest evil. If there is any flaw within, they will never be able to enter the door. Over the past few years, many have tried, but no one has succeeded. This book has been here for nearly 10 years. After saying this, Old Yi looked at Lu Ming, his meaning clear. Do not waste your contribution points. Yet Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Justice in the heart. Isn't that exactly me? Moreover, the system will have my back. Lu Ming raised his head, looking serious. Old Yi, isn't this talking about me? Old Yi replied. He gazed deeply at Lu Ming. Justice. He recalled Lu Ming kicking Zhao Qingshan away the day before, and how every time this kid spoke, he looked like he needed a beating. Justice. Do these two words have anything to do with Lu Ming? Old Yi wanted to say, come on, give me a break. But the words almost left his mouth, only to be swallowed back. He thought of Lu Ming's actions to save his teammates, sacrificing his own powers. Wasn't that behavior just and righteous? Old Yi's feelings were complicated. Could it be that this kid is truly insincere? On the surface, he talks and acts recklessly, but in his heart, he is a great benefactor. Heroic value 388, heroic value 277. Lu Ming said, Old Yi, I want this one. Old Yi sighed deeply. All right, you chose it, you take responsibility. But I remind you, if you can't cultivate this, the contribution points will not be refunded. Lu Ming replied, no problem. After completing the formalities, Lu Ming rushed back to his residence with the cultivation method. Along the way, he felt very pleased. Upon returning, he closed the door and opened the system. Current heroic value 4621. Lu Ming glanced at it, feeling happy inside. As he walked, people looked at him, discussed him, and admired him. Plus Old Yi's contribution. The heroic value returned significantly. Awesome. Actually, being a hero isn't that bad. Lu Ming took a deep breath. System, go ahead. Ding, do you want to spend 500 heroic values to advance Heaven's Judgment to the entry level? Yes. Ding, enhancement successful. As soon as the voice fell, Lu Ming felt as if a large amount of knowledge was suddenly shoved into his brain. These concepts were very profound, not a set of cultivation mantras, but definitions of good and evil. Lu Ming closed his eyes, stunned for a while. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to feel things he couldn't before. Intuition. He could even sense a bit of hostility and various emotions, although faint. Lu Ming indeed. He opened his eyes, moved his fingers, and felt that the power within him had increased significantly compared to before. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Ding, do you want to spend 800 heroic values to advance Heaven's Judgment to minor completion? Charge, charge, charge. Continue. In the next moment, a warm force erupted from his chest, spreading throughout his body along the veins. However, Lu Ming soon realized something was wrong, as if the entire world's black and white were. That was an extremely sharp feeling. Lu Ming could feel that at this moment his gaze toward his hand was as if it had transformed into a weapon of judgment against evil. He then subconsciously touched his face. At that moment, his left eye had changed, turning pure white, like snow. Immediately after, the power within him surged again. The spiritual energy rolled within him. Ding, due to resonance with the cultivation method, the host breaks through to the mid-stage of spirit condensation. Lu Ming's eyes widened. What was going on? Breakthrough. He just sat here doing nothing, and he broke through. He froze for several seconds. While others cultivated through meditating, comprehending, and consuming elixirs, he, on the other hand, just activated a cheat and leveled up. This was completely unreasonable. Ding, do you want to spend 1,200 heroic values to advance heaven's judgment to great completion? Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Continue. In the next moment, an aura of judgment exploded from within Lu Ming. The spiritual energy surged wildly, but the quality was entirely different. If the previous spiritual energy was like wood, then now it was steel. At the same time, Lu Ming felt his understanding of judgment deepening further. Judgment. Lu Ming took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, and then he noticed his right eye had also changed, turning pure black. Lu Ming raised his right hand, fingers spread, and in a daze he seemed to see a gigantic golden sword. Incredible. This was too impressive. Now he finally understood why this cultivation method was called heaven's judgment. It wasn't because he could judge others, it was because this sword itself was the judgment of heaven. Heaven had brought forth this tool to judge the world, and now it was in his hands. Ding, do you want to spend 2,000 heroic values to advance heaven's judgment to perfection? 2,000. Lu Ming glanced at the remaining heroic values. Just enough. He didn't hesitate. Smash it for me. In that instant, Lu Ming felt the entire world go silent. An invisible force radiated outward, centered around Lu Ming. It was not something of any physical, it was a kind of domain. Lu Ming couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was as if every inch of space within a radius of several meters had become a part of his body. He could sense the presence of everyone within this circle, even feeling their sins. Not much, just some minor flaws. Then Lu Ming discovered that within this domain, he could do certain things such as instill anxiety in a person, causing their heart to race and making them feel as if the sky were about to fall. For instance, summoning black and white chains. In the next moment, those chains emerged from the void, carrying the scent of rust. They were densely packed. Lu Ming stood there, feeling the power of the domain, sensing those chains waiting in the void for his command. He could feel that as long as he willed it, these things could penetrate anything. Then the spiritual power within Lu Ming erupted again, surging through his body, making every muscle tremble. Bang! Lu Ming felt something within him being unlocked. Ding, host has broken through to the late stage of qi condensation. Lu Ming was completely stunned. Late stage of qi condensation. He looked down at his hands, examining them repeatedly. Just a day ago, he was a mere mid-stage body refining character. Now, late stage of qi condensation, he had walked the path that would take others several years in just one day. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling, unable to suppress a laugh. His pride points were nearly exhausted, but he didn't feel a bit of regret, because this strength was worth it. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and heard a few satisfying cracks from his bones, feeling completely at ease. If he encountered that sinful dragon again, he probably wouldn't even need to move. Relying solely on the domain would be enough to pin it to the ground. Refreshing. Lu Ming smacked his lips in an exceptionally good mood. He wanted to find Elder Yi to explain his current level. However, when he reached the office door, he found it open, but the person was not there. He probably went to handle matters in the intelligence department again. Forget it. Lu Ming thought for a moment, deciding to take a stroll instead. After all, he had nothing else to do. He turned and went downstairs, pushing open the door of the oddities bureau. Just as he stepped out, suddenly a disdainful voice rang from the sky. You are Lu Ming, the new ruler of the sequence. Lu Ming looked up. He saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, a man with long white hair falling behind him. He was very tall, about 190 centimeters, dressed in a long white coat. As soon as the man landed, the tiles beneath his feet remained completely still. He raised his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. I heard you were quite arrogant. Lu Ming was taken aback. Where did this person come from? The white-haired man chuckled, his tone somewhat casual. I came from the Demon City. Ever since I heard about you, I wrote. My name is Bai Lin, the fifth of the ruler sequence, the Blade Emperor. Lu Ming frowned. The fifth of the ruler sequence. Another one shows up. He had just met the seventh yesterday, and now the fifth appeared today. But what he didn't know was that among the younger generation of the ruler sequence, no one else had yet matured. Only this person before him, along with Lu Ming and Jiang Yinhong, remained. The others in the ruler sequence had long since developed into figures of authority. So when they heard about a new sword monarch, they naturally became curious to come and take a look. Bai Lin had heard of Lu Ming's exploits regarding Zhao Qingshan. He had not heard of Lu Ming slaying the martial infant. He had only heard of Lu Ming confronting Zhao Qingshan. Therefore, he was unaware of Lu Ming's true power, leading him to harbor a natural sense of superiority. After all, he was fifth in the sequence while Lu Ming was sixth. He held a higher position, and most importantly, he believed that blades were stronger than swords. Bai Lin looked at Lu Ming with a tone of playful interest. In the ruler sequence, only the two of us are weapon-type sequences. A sword and a blade. I heard you were quite arrogant, but let me remind you, arrogance requires ability. As a body refining stage cultivator, although you are in the ruler sequence, you are an undeveloped genius, not a genius. Don't take yourself too seriously. It felt as if he was educating a junior. So, Lu Ming interjected, who do you think you are? Bai Lin. He was taken aback. Lu Ming continued, who let you in? Why do I feel like no one is watching the door of the oddities bureau? Even stray cats and dogs can come in. Bai Lin. Pride points, 34 pride points, 35 pride points, 24 pride. In the distance, several members of the oddities bureau happened to be passing by. Hearing these words, they were frozen in shock. No way. Lu Ming doesn't know who this esteemed person is. He is the Blade Emperor, 5th of the ruler sequence. How can you refer to him as a stray cat or dog? Bai Lin was stunned for several seconds after hearing Lu Ming's words. He had traveled all the way from the Demon City. No matter where he went, others treated him with utmost respect. Even those at a similar level would show him some courtesy. After all, he was 5th of the ruler sequence, and he was one who had already matured. Yet this brat opened his mouth and called him a stray cat or dog. Bai Lin stroked his chin and re-evaluated Lu Ming. Then he smiled. Interesting, you are the first one to dare to speak to me like this. Your courage is commendable. Once he spoke those words, Lu Ming was instead taken aback. This speaking style feels somewhat familiar. Bai Lin continued, his tone still carrying that sense of superiority. I heard you defeated a chi condensation cultivator while in body refining. Not bad, but can you speak some foreign language? After all, I just returned from abroad and am still a bit unaccustomed to Chinese. Lu Ming. All members of the oddities bureau present. Damn. Lu Ming suddenly understood. No wonder it felt familiar. This guy is also a true arrogant character. Moreover, he is a season 1. No wonder the style felt so familiar. He encountered a true arrogant character. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Ding, system task triggered. Task: defeat the arrogant character before you, Bai Lin. Become the strongest arrogant character. Reward: eternal true soul. Lu Ming was stunned. What is this? Defeating an arrogant character. An internal struggle among the arrogant. System, you really are something. And also, eternal true soul. What is that? Then the system explained eternal true soul, a top-tier soul talent capable of immunizing against any soul ability of the same rank. Even if the opponent's soul power is 10 times stronger than the host's, it can significantly weaken the opponent's attack. Moreover, as long as the host's soul has a trace of existence, it can reshape the body, reviving from death. In the future, if the soul power becomes strong enough, it can directly influence reality. Create all things, rewrite reality. What the hell? Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. What in the heavens is this unfathomable phenomenon? Can it even rewrite reality itself? Resurrection from death. This is absolute invincibility. A surge of excitement flared in Lu Ming's heart, his eyes blazing with fervent intensity. He must fight. Jiahao had to be fought today. Even if it cost him his life, he would prevail. He turned his gaze toward Bai Lin, his expression utterly transformed. Bai Lin stood utterly bewildered, still rigidly upholding his aloof demeanor. A pity. You are not yet a flowing spirit. Lu Ming cut him off. A flowing spirit. Hardly worth mentioning. I'll strike one down barehanded. Bai Lin froze. What arrogance! He had always regarded Lu Ming as a junior, never deigning to grant him a serious glance, for his own sequence rank and cultivation level far surpassed the youth's. Yet this youth dared such audacity, just as rumors claimed. Bai Lin's face darkened. Young man, do not grow too arrogant. Do you even grasp how many supreme cultivators walk this world? Do you know the might of a flowing spirit? Lu Ming replied, yes, I'll kill one barehanded. Bai Lin fell silent. Then do you know the power of a martial infant? Yes, I'll cleave one in two with a single sword stroke. Bai Lin exploded. Must you swagger so? This youth was insufferably arrogant, more so than himself. As a seasoned Jiahao, even he felt overshadowed. Yet he did not know every word Lu Ming spoke was truth. Bai Lin took a deep breath. No use fuming. The boy simply needed discipline. Today I shall teach you, even sovereign sequence cultivators must walk humbly. The moment Bai Lin finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his being, the oppressive weight of a latest-stage flowing spirit. Across the plaza, passing members of the occult bureau collapsed to their knees, immobilized by sheer pressure. Breathing itself became agonizing. Many stared in shock. This is the sovereign sequence pressure. Incredible. Damn it. Can't even meet his gaze straight on. Satisfied with their reactions, Bai Lin turned toward Lu Ming, expecting to see the youth groveling at his feet. Then he froze. Lu Ming stood perfectly upright. Not a blink, not a tremor. Bai Lin's expression shifted sharply. You endure well. He snorted. If pressure failed, then force would suffice. Crack. From the void, Bai Lin drew forth a blade, jet black, its surface etched with ferocious beast motifs. The instant it emerged, heaven and earth resonated with its presence. A faint smile curled Bai Lin's lips. This is my treasured saber, Bai Yu. A profound tier spirit weapon. Youngster, behold closely. He halted mid-sentence. For Lu Ming, with unhurried grace, had drawn a sword from his waist, a blade of glacial coldness. Its surface hummed with palpable energy. Bai Lin's pupils contracted sharply. This aura, was it also profound tier? His shock deepened. How could this youth possess such a weapon? A newcomer, barely 2 days in the bureau, wielding a profound tier artifact. And then, Bai Lin probed further. A peculiar fluctuation emanated from the blade. Was it a growth-type weapon? Bai Lin's features twisted faintly, jealousy flickering unbidden in his chest. How many years had he fought to attain a mid-grade profound tier weapon? And this youth, 2 days in, held a growth-type profound tier blade. Preposterous. Was this truly fair? Bai Lin swiftly suppressed the emotion, smirking coldly. Weapons aside, your sword will shatter beneath my blade. He spoke and slashed. A 10-meter-long black crescent of blade energy surged across the plaza, sweeping toward Lu Ming. In the next instant, Lu Ming raised his sword casually. Clang. A clear ringing chime. The black shattered outright, cleaved apart by Lu Ming's blade. Bai Lin's pupils constricted violently. Impossible. That slash had carried at least 70% of his full strength. Lu Ming sheathed his sword, standing calm and composed. My turn. With that, he unleashed a brilliant white sword key, soaring skyward like a pillar of light. Bai Lin instantly sensed something wrong. The chi's resonance, deeply unnatural. This was no Finding Stitch power. This was latest stage spirit convergence. What sorcery was this? He was a novice, wasn't he? Danger. Bai Lin scrambled to raise his saber in defense. Clang. He staggered back 3 steps, yet inside a storm raged. Stunned disbelief locked his gaze onto Lu Ming. You, what is your cultivation realm? You're supposed to be Finding. Lu Ming's lips curved. Finding was yesterday. Bai Lin fell speechless, utterly dazed. Yesterday, he was Finding. Today, latest stage spirit convergence. Is this even plausible? Around them, other bureau members gaped in utter stupefaction. How did Lu Ming reach latest stage spirit convergence? When did this happen? Many remained unaware of Lu Ming's slaying of the Azure Serpent in the valley. Those who knew understood he'd achieved it only by sacrificing innate talent. Impossible to replicate. Facing a latest stage flowing spirit, a sword sovereign, they doubted Lu Ming's odds. Yet, they knew his cultivation level. How could he possibly be latest stage spirit convergence? Bai Lin exhaled slowly. So, the Bureau truly excels at hiding its talents. It seemed this youth had been discovered by provincial authorities long ago, deliberately concealed, never officially reported. That Finding claim, likely fabricated. Damn it, you've buried yourself deep. Fine, you've earned my respect. Bai Lin's gaze hardened. Regardless of his realm, today's clash was inevitable. Let this youth learn once and for all the blade reigned supreme above all weapons. He tightened his grip, his aura surging anew. Young man, watch closely. Lu Ming struck back. Boom. Boom. Blade light and sword shadow collided in furious exchange. Their second engagement began. Bai Lin's astonishment mounted with every blow. He realized Lu Ming's true strength dwarfed even the impression he'd first sensed. This was no ordinary spirit converger. Each sword stroke bore suffocating pressure. What was happening? Could this truly be spirit convergence? Damn it. Bai Lin gritted his teeth, activating his ability. Instantly, hundreds of razor-sharp blade illusions swirled into existence, encircling Lu Ming completely. This technique, 100 blades encircling. No escape. It was his ultimate move. Within his mind, Lu Ming stood utterly doomed. The illusions descended like a typhoon, dense, relentless, a deluge of steel. Any ordinary cultivator would have fled. But Lu Ming did not move. He stood firm, taking the entire barrage upon his bare body. Thud, thud, thud. His robes tore in several places, but his skin, only faint pale marks remained. Not a drop of blood spilled. Lu Ming glanced down at his arm, then up at Bai Lin's horrified stare. Exhilarating. Bai Lin froze, speechless. Silence stretched thick and stunned. Bai Lin was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Withstanding the attack physically. What kind of body do you have? Although his previous strike was not with full power, it was still a profound level sword technique. Hundreds of sword shadows came crashing down. Even a copper wall or iron wall would have several holes by now. Hitting you left just a few white marks. How is this possible? Bai Lin had yet to recover from his shock. It's my turn to strike now. Lu Ming's voice exploded. You. Bai Lin's pupils constricted. In the next moment, Lu Ming had already charged in front of him. It was too fast. So fast that Bai Lin didn't have time to react before his collar was grabbed. Bai Lin. In the next moment, Lu Ming threw a punch. I will use my mighty fist against you. The punch came with a sound of breaking air. It was like a truck charging at full speed. Boom. Bai Lin was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough. Bai Lin got up from the ground, wiped the corner of his mouth, his fingers covered in blood, disbelief written all over his eyes. This kid. Is he really the sword sovereign? Isn't the sword sovereign supposed to use a sword? How can he use his fists so skillfully? Bai Lin was filled with questions, seriously doubting that Lu Ming was the sword sovereign. He is the third in the Dominator sequence, the ancient body. Otherwise, how could his physique be so but he is fifth in the Dominator sequence, and quickly reacted, taking a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart, his gaze gradually becoming serious. I can't underestimate him any longer. This kid is not an easy target. Bai Lin closed his eyes. In the next instant, the aura around him began to surge violently. The rubble on the ground was swept up by the wave of energy. Then he opened his eyes and his entire demeanor was completely different, sending chills down people's spines. Kid, Bai Lin's voice was low. Since you can withstand so much, then let me show you what a true dominator is. In the next moment, the sky above changed. A black ray of light shot from his palm straight into the sky. Then a massive black blade took shape. 100 meters long. The blade was pitch black with dark red patterns flowing on it, pulsing like blood vessels. A terrifying aura emanated from that blade. It pressured people to the point of breathlessness. Members of the Anomaly Bureau around saw this scene and were so scared that they took several steps back. Damn, what is this? It's over, it's over. What does the Blade Emperor want to do? If this strike goes down, the entire plaza will be destroyed. Can the Sword Sovereign withstand it? Bai Lin looked down from above, gazing at Lu Ming. This is my strongest move, the 100-Zhang blade cut. Prepare yourself. In the next moment, that massive 100-meter blade moved like a mountain falling from the sky, with a destructive aura smashing down towards Lu Ming's head. The air was torn apart. The ground stone slabs began to crack with fissures spreading out from under Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming looked at the giant blade descending from the sky. He smiled. He slung the sword over his shoulder and tilted his head. Then I will take this seriously. With one step forward, in the next instant, the entire plaza changed around him. The sky changed color. Half pure white, half pure black. In the air, countless black and white chains emerged, each as thick as an arm drilling out from the void. Bai Lin hung in midair, his pupils constricting. His body froze, not because he was bound by the chains, but because he felt that power. His voice began to tremble. This is the Heaven's Punishment Judgment. Impossible. Bai Lin's voice rose an octave. How could you have the Heaven's Punishment Judgment? He remembered clearly that this technique had been sitting in the Anomaly Bureau's inheritance library for nearly 10 years, and no one could cultivate it. It wasn't due to lack of talent, but because that thing was too sinister. It required an absolute heart of justice. How could anyone possess such a thing? So that technique had remained there, gathering dust untouched. But now, Bai Lin sensed the domain around Lu Ming, and the more he sensed it, the more terrified he became. Moreover, the completeness of this domain. This is perfection. Bai Lin's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The Heaven's Punishment Judgment. That is something that requires an absolute heart of justice to cultivate. This kid, has he accomplished it? And to perfection. How is this possible? Bai Lin was already starting to panic. It wasn't that he was cowardly, but this was too outrageous. And at that moment, the blade of the Han Yuan sword in Lu Ming's hand gradually became stained with a layer of gold. It was as if golden blood was flowing within the sword, ultimately appearing as if the sun was held in Lu Ming's hand. That sense of oppression was more than tenfold. Bai Lin felt that aura, his scalp tingling. This is impossible. He truly couldn't comprehend. He had seen records of the Heaven's Punishment Judgment's domain. Although strong, it wasn't to this extent. Unless the opponent was guilty and received judgment enhancement. I am not guilty. Bai Lin's voice was filled with confusion. He really wasn't. He was fifth in the Dominator sequence, and in these years he had slain aberrations, villains, and those who deserved to die. He had no regrets. How can you become so much stronger? Lu Ming stood at the center of the domain, his expression very calm. But you have committed the crime of showing off. Bai Lin, showing off. Crime. What the hell? What kind of crime is that? Does such a crime exist in the world? Bai Lin was completely stunned. Lu Ming didn't give him time to react, and he swung his sword down. But that sword carried the power of judgment, wielding the full might of the Heaven's Punishment domain. Where the sword energy passed, it let out a piercing scream. That 100-meter-long pitch-black giant blade seemed like paper in front of this sword. Crack! The blade began to shatter, turning into countless fragments. The sword energy did not diminish. It continued downward, straight, slicing onto Bai Lin. No. Bai Lin was cleaved from the sky back to the ground. Boom! The ground formed a large pit. Cough! Bai Lin lay in the pit, his chest rising and falling violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His blade flew far away, landing outside the pit, shattered into several pieces. A mid-grade profound sword. Just like that, it shattered. Bai Lin lay on his back, gazing at the sky. His mind was blank. I lost. The Dominator sequence 5th Blade Emperor Bai Lin. Lost to a newcomer who just entered the game. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Reward, Eternal True Soul. Lu Ming sheathed his sword, walked to the edge of the pit, and looked down at Bai Lin. Next time you show off, Lu Ming said casually, first take a look at who your opponent is. Only true strong people are worthy of showing off. On the other side, on the way to the Weird News Bureau, Elder Yi was hurrying back with a woman in her 30s dressed in a light purple long dress. Her name is Ziluan, a notable figure in the alchemy circle of Huaxiao, with a talent ranking of 31 in the pill category. Ziluan, you have no idea, this kid is truly a freak. Elder Yi nagged as he walked, his mouth never stopping. In just one day, from body refinement to spirit condensation directly. Have you ever heard of such a thing? I've lived this long, and it's my first time seeing it. Ziluan remained silent, listening with a faint smile, but inside her heart waves of shock were stirred. She knew that Elder Yi would never joke about such matters. If what he said was true, then that guy named Lu Ming was truly a complete monster. She had known Elder Yi for 10 years. Usually he held himself in high regard, indifferent to others, but for him to chatter about a junior like this was indeed rare. Moreover, this kid has a good heart. As Elder Yi spoke, his expression showed a hint of heartache. To save his teammate, he sacrificed a part of his talent. You see, I usually don't want to show it, but now. Sai, such a good child, how can I not feel for him? Ziluan finally spoke, her voice soft. So you brought me over from the capital to help him refine a pill to restore his talent. Exactly, Elder Yi replied, his expression one of certainty. You are the best alchemist in our lineage. If you don't take action, who will? Ziluan sighed lightly. She wanted to help, but... Elder Yi, you know that the talent of the mastery sequence is one of the rarest things in the world. To use a pill to repair such an advanced level of talent is extremely difficult. I've never even heard of anyone succeeding. I can only say I'll do my best. Ziluan spoke candidly, if she was an alchemist, not a fraud, and wouldn't make promises she couldn't keep. Elder Yi's expression darkened for a moment, but he nodded. Just do your best. Any little bit of restoration is better than nothing. This child. Sigh. The two were chatting when suddenly they both paused. In the distance, an overwhelming sword intent mixed with a violent knife intent surged into the sky. The two auras clashed in the air. Ziluan's expression changed. That knife intent. She sensed something keenly, her eyes narrowing. Is it Bai Lin? Elder Yi's expression also darkened. Mastery sequence rank 5 knife Emperor Bai Lin. What was this kid doing at the Weird News Bureau? Then Elder Yi suddenly realized. No way. How did these two start fighting? He slapped his thigh, his face turning pale. What kind of strength did Bai Lin possess? A monster at the late stage of spirit condensation. One of the top talents of the younger generation. Lu Ming is still at the early stage of spirit condensation, and his talent has been partially diminished. What the hell is this? This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Elder Yi panicked, stomping his feet. Isn't this just bullying? He couldn't afford to delay. With a push of his foot, he shot forward like an arrow. Ziluan hurriedly followed. The closer they got to the Weird News Bureau, the clearer the aura became. Elder Yi felt anxious inside. That kid Bai Lin was known for his arrogance, and Lu Ming was no pushover either. It was only expected for these two to clash. But Lu Ming couldn't hold his own right now. What if something happened? Elder Yi didn't dare to think further. Just a few hundred meters from the Weird News Bureau, a white light suddenly exploded in the air. Following that, an extremely oppressive aura surged from that light. Elder Yi's pupils contracted. This is the power of judgment. Ziluan was also stunned. Celestial punishment judgment. Who has mastered it? They exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. That cultivation technique had been in the Weird News Bureau for almost 10 years. They had both seen it. No one had been able to master it. Why was someone suddenly using it today? Wait. Elder Yi suddenly remembered something. Then a terrifying thought arose. He recalled Lu Ming. Could it be? Elder Yi's face stiffened. Ziluan looked at Elder Yi's expression, puzzled. The next moment she saw Elder Yi directly unleashing all his spiritual energy, tearing through space. Elder Yi was truly anxious now, because he knew that the celestial punishment judgment was in Lu Ming's hand. If that's the case, then it means Lu Ming has successfully cultivated it. In an instant, Elder Yi arrived above the square in the blink of an eye. Bai Lin. What the hell are you doing? I must report to Elder Bai Hao. If Lu Ming gets hurt, even a hair. Huh. Elder Yi's words came to an abrupt halt, because he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. In the center of the square, Lu Ming stood there unscathed, while beneath him in the pit lay a person. It was Bai Lin with white hair and white clothes, his chest rising and falling, blood at the corners of his mouth. Elder Yi. The late arriving Ziluan. Elder Yi was dumbfounded. What is happening? Bai Lin was beaten down by Lu Ming. He blinked, then blinked again, thinking he must have seen it wrong. But the scene before him was undeniably true. Bai Lin's mid-grade Xiantir sword was shattered into several pieces, scattered around the edge of the pit. This is fucking. Elder Yi's mind went blank, then he instinctively sensed Lu Ming's cultivation level. And he froze completely. Late stage of spirit condensation. What the hell, late stage of spirit condensation? Elder Yi nearly lost his balance. His mind was a chaotic mess. Lu Ming was still at body refinement 2 days ago, an early spirit condensation yesterday, and today. Late stage of spirit condensation. Has this kid eaten a celestial pill? Cough cough. Lu Ming heard the commotion, turned his head, and upon seeing Elder Yi wore a calm expression. Elder Yi, you're here. This esteemed knife emperor came to spar with me, and I won. Spar? You shattered his sword during a spar. What the hell happened? Elder Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. Lu Ming shrugged and briefly explained what had happened. Essentially, Bai Lin came over to show off and got beat. Elder Yi listened silently for a while. He turned to look at Bai Lin in the pit. Bai Lin was trying to crawl out of the pit, but upon hearing Lu Ming's words nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Show off. I was here to teach the new guy a lesson. And I ended up being taught a lesson by the new guy? Bai Lin was completely stunned. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly climbed out of the pit. Cough. Elder Yi. Bai Lin's voice was a bit weak. Zi Luan's sister. Why are you here too? Upon seeing Zi Luan, his eyes brightened. Although it was embarrassing now, at least he saw a familiar face. Zi Luan glanced at him, not replying. She was still in shock. Her gaze fell on Lu Ming. She sensed his energy and then froze. Elder Yi. Zi Luan took a deep breath. Didn't you say Lu Ming's talent was diminished? Then what is his current state? Elder Yi opened his mouth, realizing he couldn't speak. I have no idea either. Old Yi wore a face full of constipation. He was truly bewildered. Just yesterday, when he sent Lu Ming back, the kid was clearly still at the initial stage of spirit condensation, and it was said that part of his talent had been diminished. Logically, he shouldn't have been able to break through in such a short time. But now, after just one night, the kid has directly advanced to the late stage of spirit condensation. What the hell, his talent was diminished? How could he be so extraordinary despite that? Old Yi's gaze towards Lu Ming changed. What kind of monster is this? Old Yi, so you truly cultivated the heavenly punishment judgment. Lu Ming, it's perfected. Silence lingered for a while. Then, heroic value 342, heroic value 288, heroic value 199. Lu Ming felt overjoyed inside. Come. With Old Yi and Zi Luan present, the value, this wave alone brought in several hundred heroic value. It felt great. Meanwhile, the members of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, who were previously suppressed by Bai Lin's aura, gradually reacted. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in the center of the square, their eyes filled with disbelief. He really defeated the Blade Emperor. Defeating a latest-stage spirit condensation with an early stage. Is that even reasonable? And I just saw it. It was the heavenly punishment judgment. It was the heavenly punishment judgment. The heavenly punishment judgment, doesn't that require a righteous heart? Lu Ming. He doesn't seem like that on an... I seriously suspect that the Lu Ming we saw before was just an illusion. This kid is actually quite righteous. Many people were discussing fervently. The way they looked at Lu Ming changed from initial curiosity to a near admiring reverence. Heroic value 34, heroic value 22, heroic value 18, heroic value 12. Lu Ming's lips curled up. It's almost enough. Anyway, now that he had gathered sufficient heroic value, he planned to return and enhance the eternal true soul. This thing is indeed a great asset. Having an additional layer of talent on the soul level means an extra life-saving insurance. Old Yi, I'm heading back now. Lu Ming said this and turned to leave. Hey, stop right there. Old Yi, now realizing, grabbed him. You need to explain to me, have you been cheating? He was utterly shocked. What does it mean to be perfected? Are you even human? Lu Ming smiled. I haven't. I know you're envious, but this is just my daily routine. After saying that, he shrugged off Old Yi's hand and walked away gracefully. Old Yi. Zi Luan. The two exchanged glances, remaining silent. Zi Luan took a deep. Old Yi, you previously said for me to help him restore his talent. She let out a bitter laugh. I now feel that my trip here was in vain. With Lu Ming's current rate of progress, what would I need to restore? Old Yi's face turned red. Cough, I didn't expect this either. He had never anticipated that Lu Ming's talent would be so extraordinary. Latest stage spirit condensation. Perfected heavenly punishment judgment. What the hell? Old Yi felt utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Bai Lin finally managed to stand up, brushing the dust off his body. He looked at Lu Ming's distant figure. His mood was indescribably complex. Sister Zi Luan. Bai Lin's voice was still somewhat hoarse. How did you end up at the Anomalous Affairs Bureau? Zi Luan glanced at him. Old Yi invited me to help Lu Ming with alchemy to restore his talent. Restore his talent? Bai Lin froze. What the hell are you talking about? Does that monster even need it? At this moment, Old Yi spoke up, looking at Bai Lin with a furious expression. Are you here to add to my troubles? Do you know what happened to the Lu Ming you fought? Bai Lin. Old Yi sighed, briefly explaining Lu Ming's events over the last 2 days. From entering the bureau during the body refinement stage, to defeating Zhao Qingshan, to slaying the martial infant serpent, to diminishing his governing talent. Bai Lin's face turned paler as he listened. By the end, he was completely frozen. You said he slayed a martial infant. Bai Lin's voice trembled. At the spirit condensation realm. Correct. Old Yi nodded. And it was after diminishing his talent that he achieved that. Yes. Bai Lin fell silent. A flicker of fear suddenly arose within him. For the first time in his life he felt what true fear was. It was not the fear of being threatened. It was the fear of realizing that there exists a monster in this world that is 100 times stronger than himself. Bai Lin, the fifth in the sovereign sequence, had been nurtured as a genius since childhood. He always believed he was the strongest of his generation. But today he finally learned that the sixth in the sovereign sequence is someone he must look up to. Monster. Bai Lin murmured, what a true monster. He finally understood that everything Lu Ming had said before was true. He really did slay the martial infant with a single strike. And he did it while even diminishing his talent. Bai Lin felt like a clown, coming over to teach others a lesson. Teach your mother. Whoa. Bai Lin squatted on the ground covering his face. So humiliating. On the other side, Lu Ming returned to his residence and shut the door. He opened the system panel and took a look. Host Lu Ming, realm latest stage, spirit condensation, talent rain master, sin abyss, physique, thousand calamities, body soul, eternal true soul abilities, heaven slaying, sword, Dao minor success, rain enhancement LV. For O rain manipulation LV. 3. Rain hell LV. For wrathful skyfire LV. 4. Exotic beast intimidation LV. For O thunder record perfected, heavenly punishment judgment perfected. Heroic value 4120, that's good. Lu Ming nodded. After this wave, not only did he not lose heroic value, but he also gained quite a bit. He focused his attention on the eternal true soul. This is indeed a top-tier soul talent. It must be upgraded properly. Ding, would you like to spend 3,000 heroic value to upgrade eternal true soul to the first layer? Upgrade. Lu Ming silently thought. Ding, upgrade successful. The next moment, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly became dreamlike. Countless images appeared, flashing one frame after another. He felt his soul undergoing a transformation. Originally his soul was just a blurry halo. But now that halo began to condense. Finally, in his sea of consciousness, a small white figure appeared. That figure looked exactly like him, radiating a soft white light. Lu Ming was stunned. This is my soul. It has actually become so tangible. Immediately after, a piece of information flooded into his mind. Pure soul host soul power surges dramatically, can transform into light to purify all impurities around. Incarnate radiance. A smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's lips as he attempted to activate this ability. The next moment, a faint white light emanated from his entire body. Lu Ming could sense that this white light possessed a formidable purifying effect against negative and tainted things. Impressive, he muttered, clicking his tongue. This ability, though it might not sound as domineering as the heaven-slashing sword Dao, was undoubtedly highly practical. Moreover, it seemed capable of elevating the eternal true soul to the fifth layer. Each layer was mightier than the last. Perhaps in the end it could even directly rewrite reality. Lu Ming stretched, feeling an immense comfort throughout his body. The elevation at the soul level had revitalized his entire being. Just then Lu Ming stood up and pushed open the door. Shortly after stepping out, he spotted Elder Yi and Zilwan. What were you up to just now? Elder Yi's voice rang out. Lu Ming, of course, couldn't say he had been unlocking cheats, so he casually made up. I was just exercising, warmed up with 20,000 pull-ups, and was about to do a few sets of fly progressive overload with that 2-ton dumbbell over there. What's up? Something wrong. Audacity value 321. Elder Yi. Why don't you just ascend to immortality? 2-ton dumbbells for fly progressive overload. I've got a 3-ton curl for my single head muscle. Meanwhile, Zilwan said nothing but studied Lu Ming intently. This young man was unfathomable. You can exercise later. Elder Yi sighed and began. Let me introduce you first. This is Zilwan, the finest alchemist of our lineage. Weren't you suffering from a loss of talent recently? I invited him to treat you. Before Elder Yi could finish, Zilwan suddenly interjected. I didn't expect that even after losing your talent you'd still be this formidable. It seems this sword sovereign is truly a monster. With that, Zilwan produced a pill and handed it to Lu Ming. This is the Return Heaven pill. It can somewhat heal your depleted talent, but to what extent I cannot guarantee. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. I don't need it. Then he reached out and accepted the pill. But I won't refuse a gift. Elder Yi. Zilwan. Ahem. Feeling a bit stifled, Elder Yi sought to quickly distance himself from this infuriating young man, turning to change the subject. By the way, Zilwan, didn't you mention something else? I recall it had something to do with the purple crystal jade lotus. That's quite a rare find. Lu Ming was taken aback. Purple crystal jade lotus. What was that? Zilwan glanced at Elder Yi and nodded. Indeed, that's the case. Her expression turned grave. Some time ago I obtained a purple crystal jade lotus. I thought it was a blessing, but it inexplicably contracted a strange virus. After studying it, I found that this virus can only be purified with pure soul power, specifically from young individuals with pure hearts who have not yet reached the martial infant realm. Because experts above the martial infant realm have a unique aura in their souls, forcibly using that kind of soul power would contaminate the spiritual herb and destroy it completely. Elder Yi nodded after hearing this. I see, Ziluan sighed. Due to time constraints, the spiritual herb is on the verge of perishing, so I need the help of those with soul-related talent sequences from your bureau. Elder Yi smiled. All right, no problem. Ziluan said earnestly. Elder Yi, I entrust this to you. If anyone can revive the herb as a reward, I will attempt to refine a wandering infant pill from its essence for them. Huh. The word reward instantly triggered Lu Ming's core instincts. Puzzled, he asked, wandering infant pill. What's that? Elder Yi casually explained, this thing is a treasure. After consuming it, one can perfectly break through to the wandering spirit realm, lay the most solid spiritual foundation, and even condense a trace of spiritual infant within the body in advance, laying the groundwork for the subsequent breakthrough to the martial infant realm. Such a pill is priceless and hard to come by. In my lifetime, I've only seen it twice. Lu Ming listened, his eyes lighting up. Holy crap, this was clearly a good thing. And he happened to possess the eternal true soul. Having just comprehended the purest soul ability, his soul power had surged. This was the perfect chance to test it out. That way he could secure a wandering infant pill. It would be ideal for preparing to break through to the wandering spirit realm. Senior Ziluan, let me give it a try, Lu Ming said. Ziluan was taken aback. You? Yes, me. She studied him carefully for a moment and shook her head. You can't. Your talent sequence isn't suited for it. I need to find all the young people from the Anomaly Bureau with soul-related talent sequences. Although he was of the Dominator sequence, his talent wasn't oriented toward the soul. Going there would just be to watch the excitement. Soul, eh? Lu Ming shook his head. How do you know I can't do it? Don't underestimate my audacity, soul. Ziluan was bewildered. What was the audacity, soul? Was there such a sequence? Just then, Elder Yi shook his head with a smile. Forget it, let him go and have a look. He can join in the fun. Besides, Lu Ming is in the spotlight right now. Let him take a breather. Lu Ming smiled, but said nothing. Seeing his demeanor, Ziluan sighed. Fine, then follow me. And so the three of them walked to the hall of the Anomaly Bureau. Quite a few people were already gathered in the hall. They were all individuals from the Bureau with soul-related talent sequences. As Lu Ming entered, everyone's gazes converged on him. It's Lu Ming. Why is he here? I heard he's already at the late stage of spirit condensation and even defeated the Blade Emperor. Holy crap, this kid is too overpowered. Many murmured among themselves, some with reverence, others with curiosity. Audacity value 12, audacity value 18, audacity value 15. Lu Ming kept a poker face on the surface, but was elated inside. Just walking around like this earned him audacity value. He looked ahead. In the center of the hall stood a transparent container inside, which was a half-meter-long giant flower. The flower should have been a light purple, exceptionally beautiful, but now half of it had turned black. The blackened part was slowly spreading to the remaining portion, like a disease in the process of diffusion. Is this the spiritual herb? Lu Ming asked. Ziluan nodded. Yes, the purple crystal jade lotus, which grows in the deepest spiritual veins. Its condition is highly abnormal. Those black areas resemble a virus. I've studied it extensively and found this virus to be very peculiar, unlike anything I've ever heard of. But I've found a solution now, so I can only rely on you young ones to help. Everyone in the hall nodded. They had all come upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's eyes gleamed as he watched the scene. He felt this was tailor-made for him. With his eternal true soul making an appearance, he was absolutely certain he could eradicate that virus. Just as he was about to speak, Senior Ziluan, let me go first. A dark-haired man stepped out from the crowd. He appeared to be around 27 or 28, handsome and clad in a black robe. As soon as he spoke, many around him turned their attention his way. Who is he? He seems to be from White City. I remember him. Talent sequence 34, Soul Fiend. That Shun Mo at the peak of Wandering Spirit. Upon hearing this, many drew in a sharp breath. Talent sequence 34, Soul Fiend was a rare soul-type talent, and his cultivation was at the peak of Wandering Spirit. Such strength already placed him among the top figures of the younger generation. At that moment, Ziluan also noticed this person. She nodded and said, Shin Mo, you may try first. Alright. Shin Mo approached the spirit herb. Just as he was about to make his move, Lu Ming suddenly spoke up, let me do it. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Ziluan, who had not anticipated Lu Ming's words, furrowed her brow and said, Lu Ming, didn't I already tell you? Why are you? Lu Ming replied, what? Don't you trust me? The others were equally stunned. How could they trust him? Trusting his talent and strength was one thing, but was this even his area of expertise? Shin Mo also frowned. Of course he knew Lu Ming and was aware of his formidable power. However, this was not a contest of combat prowess. It required those with strong souls, The sequence holders. Why was Lu Ming meddling? Shin Emo shook his head. Lu Ming, I admit you are powerful, but when it comes to the soul you are an outsider. Don't cause trouble. He believed Lu Ming simply wanted to show off. Having accomplished so many extraordinary feats, it was natural for one to become arrogant. Lu Ming probably thought there was nothing he couldn't do. But unfortunately, Shin Emo then ignored Lu Ming and stepped forward. Closing his eyes, he began to channel the power of his soul. A faint black mist emanated from his body, slowly enveloping the spirit herb. A hush fell over the hall as everyone held their breath. The black mist made contact with the dark blight on the herb. Then a miraculous scene unfolded. The blackness on the herb began to recede bit by bit. Is it working? It's actually working. The soul demon talent is truly formidable. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. Ziluan's eyes lit up. It seemed there was indeed hope of saving the spirit herb. Lu Ming stood behind. He simply watched in silence. Through his perception of the myriad ages, true soul things seemed far from simple. Just as everyone believed they had succeeded. Suddenly, blood trickled from Shun Mo's eyes as he let out a scream. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes turning pitch black, utterly black. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Ziluan's expression shifted as she rushed over to check on him. The others were dumbfounded. What was happening? Hadn't it been working? After examining him, Ziluan exclaimed in shock, He has been corrupted. What in the world is this thing? This blight is even more sinister than I imagined. It fights back. Everyone fall back. All of you retreat. What? Hearing this, the crowd in the hall hastily retreated. They never imagined that even a peak Lu Ming level expert with the soul demon talent could be corrupted by this thing. Damn it. How? How do we save him? If even the soul demon sequence is powerless, who else can do anything? Senior Ziluan, maybe we should give up. Yes, it's too dangerous. Everyone murmured, none daring to step. Ziluan's expression was grim. She tried to cleanse the corruption from Shin Mo, but her efforts were of limited effect. Frowning, she said, it seems this matter is more complicated than I thought. We may not be able to proceed today. Everyone leave for now. Let me return and study this further. She planned to first find a way to heal Shin Mo. Just then Lu Ming spoke calmly, now will you let me try? Ziluan was startled and turned to look at Lu Ming. Everyone else in the hall also stared at him. What? He still wanted to try. Hadn't he seen what happened to Shin Mo? Lu Ming, don't joke around. Ziluan shook her head gravely. If even Shin Mo failed you, the Sword Lord. The Sword Lord did not possess a soul-type talent. Even a 34-rated soul demon had failed. He was of the Dominator sequence, but that was the wrong specialty. What use was it? Yes, Lu Ming, don't make things worse. You are indeed the Dominator sequence, but your path is the sword not. If even the soul demon talent can't handle it, you'd just be throwing your life away. Lu Ming, stop it. Many began to dissuade him. Shin Mo, supported by Ziluan, forced himself to speak. Though his eyes were still black, he managed to say, Lu Ming, don't be reckless. This thing is truly dangerous. Even I was corrupted. Don't get yourself caught up in this. His words were already quite restrained, but he truly couldn't understand. Was Lu Ming so desperate to steal the spotlight? He had been told repeatedly that it was impossible, yet he refused to listen. Everyone thought Lu Ming was, after all, Lu Ming was a hero of the Anomaly Bureau, the Sword Lord of the Dominator sequence. The underlying message was clear: this was not something Lu Ming could handle. It wasn't his talent. He was just there to watch, not to interfere. Ziluan sighed, Lu Ming, don't cause trouble. This truly is. Lu Ming said nothing. He simply walked silently to stand before the spirit herb. Everyone was stunned. Ziluan called out, Lu Ming, come back. But he was already standing in front of the herb. Let you amateurs see what true soul power is. Shin Mo was bewildered. Us amateurs. Before they could react, Lu Ming closed his eyes. In the next moment, centered on him. A warm, pure radiance of soul power began to emanate softly. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? What was this? Before they could react, the next second the light of soul power exploded, flooding the entire hall with a blinding white glow. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Then slowly opening them, they beheld a sight they would never forget. Above the hall's ceiling, a pure sun had materialized out of nowhere. It emitted a gentle, yet sacred light, illuminating every corner of the hall. Every inch of space was filled with this immaculate radiance. Beneath this light, everyone felt the distracting thoughts, the shadows, and the ugliness within them being soothed away. What? What is this? Is this soul power? How can it be so pure? Holy shit. Such terrifying soul force. But I feel it's sacred. Sacred, my ass. Thunder is sick. Everyone was stunned. All eyes turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the center of the radiance like a deity. This? Shin Mo was completely dumbfounded. His talent was that of a soul demon, extremely sensitive to soul power, and he could feel the soul power emanating from Lu Ming at that moment. That purity, that intensity far exceeded his own. Why? Shun Mo murmured. Why is his soul power stronger than mine? He is the sword monarch, right? Who among us belongs to the soul sequence? He was truly infuriated. He was ranked 34th in the talent sequence, a soul demon. He made a living off souls. Yet a sword monarch's soul power was more than 10 times stronger than his. Is this reasonable? Heroic value 231, heroic value 178, heroic value 99, heroic value 64. Lu Ming's heart was bursting with joy. This wave was incredibly valuable. He activated his pure soul, enveloping the entire spirit herb in that pure light. The blackness on the spirit herb began to fade rapidly. It was as if it was being burned away by that light. In just a few seconds, all the blackness on the spirit herb disappeared. The spirit herb returned to its original light purple appearance. Not only that, but the light also extended and enveloped Shin Mo, who had fallen to the ground. The black energy surrounding Shin Mo began to dissipate, and his eyes returned to normal. This is... Shin Mo climbed up from the ground, his eyes filled with shock. He could feel that the sense of pollution on him had completely vanished. Not only had it disappeared, but he even felt that his soul had been cleansed by that light, becoming purer, and, my goodness. Shin Mo murmured, "What kind of miracle is this?" Everyone in the hall was stunned. What the hell did it succeed? What the thunderous grass? The spirit herb was revived? Lu Ming revived it. How could he have such strong soul power? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Just moments ago, they were urging Lu Ming not to cause trouble. Yet as soon as Lu Ming acted, he not only revived the spirit herb, but also conveniently healed Shin Mo. Is this some kind of cheat? And Ziluan stood frozen in place. She watched the soul power radiating from Lu Ming, her expression shifting from shock to fear. Incredulous. Dual talent sequence. Her voice trembled. Yes, it must be the dual talent sequence. The so-called dual talent sequence means that a person possesses two talent sequences at the same time. The probability of this is lower than winning the lottery. But Lu Ming, he is clearly the sword monarch ranked 6th in the master sequence. How could he possess such a level of soul power? This absolutely cannot be achieved solely through the sword monarch talent. It can only be the dual talent sequence. What the hell? Ziluan's mind raced as she recalled the master sequence rank 10, the soul master. The soul master is the master sequence of the soul category. However, the soul master's soul power is aggressive, filled with invasion and suppression. Yet Lu Ming's soul power was pure, warm, and healing. It was completely different. Then what sequence is this exactly? Ziluan was completely baffled. After all these years, it was the first time she had seen such soul power. What talent sequence is this? How come I've never heard of it? Meanwhile, Lu Ming slowly withdrew that light, and the phantom sun above his head dissipated. The hall returned to normal. He turned around and looked at Ziluan, his expression calm. Didn't I say that if I came there wouldn't be so much trouble? Ziluan. Heroic value 188, heroic value 121, heroic value 50. Looking at the heroic value flooding the screen before him, Lu Ming felt incredibly pleased. Ziluan took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. Yes. Ziluan took a deep breath and turned to the crowd behind her. You all can disperse now. Today's events. And here, the crowd exchanged glances. Although they had 1,000 questions in their minds since Ziluan had spoken, they felt it inappropriate to linger. One by one, they began to disperse. As they left, each person's gaze towards Lu Ming had changed. What kind of monster is this Lu Ming? Could this be the dual talent sequence? My goodness, I've lived this long and have never seen anything like this. This is just too ridiculous. The discussions gradually faded away. In truth, Lu Ming didn't care at all about what the dual talent sequence was. Just let you guys speculate. The more you speculate and generate emotions, the more heroic value you can obtain. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Shin Mo looked at Lu Ming with a complex expression. There was envy, jealousy, and a hint of fervor. At this time, only Lu Ming's Ziluan and that spirit herb remained in the hall. Oh right, and Shin Mo, whose expression was also complex. Brother Lu. Shin Mo walked over and deeply bowed to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming waved his hand. It's a small matter. Shin Mo forced a smile. A small matter? To you it's a small matter, but for me, it was a life-saving grace. He looked at Lu Ming, feeling incredibly complicated. He originally came here to achieve merit. Yet he was polluted right off the bat, and was saved by a sword monarch. What a slap to the face. But he had no resentment. The gap in strength was evident, and he accepted it. Brother Lu, your soul power. Shin Mo couldn't help but speak. It really opened my eyes. Lu Ming, it's alright, I haven't even used my full strength yet. Shin Mo, you haven't used your full strengths? Then just how terrifying is your full strength? He didn't dare to ask further, bowed to Lu Ming again, and then turned to leave. At this moment, Ziluan spoke, her voice still trembling. Lu Ming, come with me. Lu Ming nodded. All right. The two walked one after the other towards the alchemy room. The alchemy room was at the deepest part of the Anomalies Bureau. It was an independent space. Inside it was filled with all kinds of tools, and in the center stood a massive alchemy furnace. Ziluan pushed the door open. She carefully placed the spirit herb on the table. She turned around and looked at Lu Ming, her tone serious. Lu Ming, I just checked. Due to your soul infection, the spirit herb now has even greater spiritual essence than before. Perhaps I can refine a top-grade Luing Dan, and I will give it to you as promised. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Top grade? Yes. Ziluan nodded. Normal Luing Dan is already rare, but top-grade Luing Dan. That is a legendary item. After consuming it, not only can one perfectly break through to the flow spirit realm, but it can also deepen the foundation of the spiritual base. It can even nurture the most perfect form of spiritual infant within the body. Such top-grade pills are extremely rare. Listening to this, Lu Ming felt incredibly greedy. If he could obtain this, he could save a lot of time and resources. So will you refine it next? Lu Ming asked. Ziluan nodded, I will. She took out an ancient alchemy technique from her pocket. This is the alchemy technique passed down in my family. It contains the formula for Luing Dan. I must admit I haven't studied this part well before. I need to delve into it. The formula for Luing Dan is very complex, and a slight mistake could lead to failure. Alchemy technique. Lu Ming leaned closer. Can I take a look? Ziluan was taken aback. Take a look. This was her family's inheritance. Seeing Lu Ming's curious expression, she thought for a moment and still handed over the alchemy technique. Here, just don't let it spread. Lu Ming chuckled, don't worry. He took the alchemy technique. And at that moment, ding, do you want to spend 2,000 heroic value to master the perfect alchemy technique Luing Dan formula? Lu Ming was taken aback. What the heck? It can work like this. Upon seeing the system text appear before him, Lu Ming maintained a neutral expression, yet his heart raced with excitement. Does this mean I can refine pills too? Then what do I need Xilan for? Observing Xilan, who was still engrossed in her research, he thought, forget it, I'll take action myself. Yes. Perfect alchemy technique Luing Dan Fong acquired. At the instant the system's voice echoed, a torrent of information surged into Lu Ming's mind, and countless images flashed before his eyes, bursting forth in an explosion. Dense and overwhelming. He saw the scene of a blurred figure sitting before the alchemy furnace, constantly changing hand gestures. Lu Ming felt he was that person, able to smell the fragrance of the herbs wafting from the furnace. Suddenly, the steps of refining pills became clear to him, the combinations of ingredients, the control of the flame. The theories surrounding the formation of the pills had all transformed. These were not rigid pieces of knowledge, they were alive. It was as if a master was guiding him hand in hand. Not only that, he even grasped some of the essence of Xilan's family's alchemy techniques. Those ambiguous words written in the books suddenly made perfect sense to him. It was as if he had personally refined pills for decades, having failed countless times, yet succeeded just as many, learning from numerous pitfalls. It was the system, damn it. It directly stuffed decades of experience into his mind. His brain was rebooting. Lu Ming sat there stunned for quite a while. Damn, this system is truly amazing. It even managed to cram this alchemy technique into my head. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. He revealed nothing on his face. He pretended to flip through the alchemy book, occasionally furrowing his brow to feign deep concentration. Xilan watched from the side, her expression strange, yet she did not urge him. This kid was quite convincing, or if one did not know better, they might think he understood it. She figured this kid was probably just curious, flipping through casually while pretending to look serious. After all, such family heirloom alchemy techniques were incomprehensible to outsiders. Inside it was filled with terms unique to Xilan's family. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Ming closed the book, handing it back to Xilan with a serious face. It's all right, just average writing. Xilan, you clearly didn't understand a thing. But she did not show it, merely accepting the book and nodding. Her expression remained calm, not taking it to heart. She had seen too many people curious about alchemy flipping through a couple of pages before getting dizzy, and then just exclaiming how impressive it was. She thought Lu Ming was just another one of those. All right, you sit aside and don't disturb me. Xilan put the book away, turned around, and began preparing for alchemy, taking out several small vials from her storage bag. Some contained light blue powder, while others held a few dark red leaves. 7 vials in total. Xilan took out the Luing Dan Fong from her chest, laid it open on the table. She pointed at the characters on the formula with her finger, silently reciting them. Qi Jing grass 3 ounces first, add then. She recited slowly to ensure she did not misremember. After finishing, she took a deep breath and reached for the first vial. Lu Ming watched from the side. He sat in the chair, arms crossed, observing for a while, before suddenly, wait, that's not right. The sudden remark startled Xilan, causing her hand to tremble. The vial almost spilled. Damn, why did you suddenly call out? You scared me. What? Am I wrong? Her voice rose slightly. You, someone who has never refined pills, dare to say I am wrong after just glancing? Xilan suddenly felt a surge of anger. After all, she was a genius in the realm of alchemy. Being called out by a novice was infuriating. However, recalling Lu Ming's previous performance, she ultimately said nothing. He'll give you some face. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up from the chair looking at Xilan with a serious expression. It really isn't right. Forget it. If it doesn't work, let me try refining this Lu Ming Dan. Xilan, just praying the air doesn't suddenly go quiet. Thus she remained silent for several seconds, finally sighing, Lu Ming. Moi, could you stop showing off? Lu Ming. Xilan's tone became serious. The formula for Lu Ming Dan is very complex. It isn't as simple as you imagine. Look at the steps written here. There are so many ingredients, each with different requirements. Timing is critical. Even a second earlier or later can ruin everything. Even for someone like me who has a talent for alchemy, I must be extremely cautious. Because if I'm not careful, I could fail or even blow up the furnace. Do you know what blowing up a furnace means? Lu Ming, it means the furnace explodes. Xilan, are you seriously talking nonsense? That's the furnace exploding directly. All the herbs would be destroyed, and if luck is bad, even people could get hurt. She suppressed her anger looking at Lu Ming. You've never refined pills. She did not finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. You, a novice who has never even touched an alchemy furnace, want to refine top-tier pills. Isn't that a joke? Don't mess around. This spirit herb is not something to waste. Xilan's tone carried a sense of heartache as she looked at those vials. This vial of Qi Jing grass took me 3 years to gather this little amount. That vial of Long Gu Hua was traded for 3 batches of pills I personally refined. If you blow it up, where will I cry? Lu Ming chuckled. You don't believe me. How could I believe you? Xilan shook her head. This matter truly isn't that simple. Even now, I wouldn't dare claim 100% success in refining Lu Ming Dan, a top-tier pill. If I can succeed 6 out of 10 times, I would consider myself lucky. Lu Ming. Right, I'm just worried you'll waste the spirit herbs, so I decided to do it myself. Xilan. No way. You're worried I'll waste the spirit herbs. I'm a professional. I've been refining pills since I was a child and my hands are calloused from it. You say you're worried I'll waste the spirit herbs. Xilan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Just as she was about to curse, Lu Ming had already moved, walking to the alchemy furnace, looking back at Xilan. It's just refining a pill. Is it really that troublesome? If you can't do it, let me. Xilan, are you out of your mind? Xilan was dumbfounded. She had never seen anyone so desperate to show off. What did he mean by I can't do it? And let you do it? Do you even know how to refine pills? Showing off in something you know nothing about is pure stupidity. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She reached out to pull him back. Don't move. But Lu Ming was too fast. He grabbed the spirit herb in his hand, and following the alchemy techniques in his mind, began to operate. Oh no. Xilan's face turned pale. This kid really. She stomped her feet in anxiety. It was over, completely over. This spirit herb was going to be ruined by him. She was furious inside. She had just started to see Lu Ming in a good light, but now he had to cause trouble. But, just as she was about to snatch it back, she froze. Because she saw Lu Ming's movements. Those movements. The spirit herb was precisely cut into 7 slices, each almost identical in thickness. After cutting, Lu Ming's hands didn't stop. He picked up several auxiliary herbs from the side, combining them in a fluid, effortless manner. He didn't look like a novice. Rather, he seemed like an old hand who had been refining for decades. This. Xilan's eyes widened more and more. Every single one of Lu Ming's movements was incredibly precise. Some steps were even more standard than she had imagined. He really knows how to refine pills. Xilan murmured. Holy crap, this kid actually knew how to refine pills. Who taught him? And it seemed he was really going to refine the flowing infant pill. Xilan took a deep breath, but she still couldn't believe it. After all, the formula for the flowing infant pill was incredibly complex. Just the step of igniting the furnace could lead to failure with the slightest mistake. Impossible, it's so difficult, how could he possibly succeed? Xilan tried to console herself. But Lu Ming performed flawlessly. He lit the furnace, controlled the heat with extreme precision, and cast the spirit herb and auxiliary herbs into the cauldron. Every move was impeccably accurate. A rumbling sound began to emanate from the cauldron. Then, a fragrance of medicine wafted out from the furnace opening. Xilan's eyes went wide. This is... She could already tell from the scent that it was the flowing infant pill being refined. And the quality. No way, no way, no way. At least it shouldn't be. Xilan couldn't believe her eyes. Holy crap. This medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's movements didn't stop. He controlled the heat with one hand, while continuously tossing in ingredients with the other. Elegant and precise. Time passed minute by minute. About an hour later, still not as fast as I'd hoped. Out of the furnace. Lu Ming let out a soft breath. He opened the cauldron and then took out several pills. 1, 2, 3. 3 pills emitting a faint purple glow. Each one was round and full. Xilan leaned in to look, and then she froze completely. Her mind went blank. Top grade flowing infant pills. And 3 of them. This was This was, in all her years, she had never seen anyone refine 3 top-grade flowing infant pills in a single furnace. What did this mean? Even for a master alchemist refining, just one would be an incredible stroke of luck. Lu Ming had actually refined 3, and he was only at the spirit coagulation stage. It was common knowledge that the higher one's cultivation realm, the easier alchemy became. But for Lu Ming to refine pills at the spirit coagulation stage, the difficulty was beyond words. Yet despite that, he actually managed to refine them. Top grade. Prestige points 123, prestige points 88, prestige points 83. A corner of Lu Ming's mouth lifted. He was very satisfied with the new prestige points. Not bad. He did it all for this very reason, to show off. He refined this pill for the sake of it. Is this acceptable? Tisk still not up to my expectations, barely passable. Prestige points 233 Ziyuan. She didn't know what to say. Acceptable. And he said it didn't meet his expectations. How arrogantly boastful. This was more than acceptable. It shattered her entire understanding. Trembling, she reached out and picked up the 3 pills. She examined them closely. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Top grade. Ziyuan murmured, no. This is beyond top grade. In my heart, I would call it perfection. After all, these were refined by Lu Ming. It was too unbelievable. A pill like this, when taken, will not only perfectly break through to flowing spirit, but also save most of the time needed for the martial infant realm. She looked up at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, you. Who exactly are you? Lu Ming shrugged. Just an ordinary person with a bit of talent. Prestige points 83 Ziyuan. Just a bit of talent. How many people would want to vomit blood hearing that? Ziyuan took a deep breath, trying to calm the storm in her heart. This trip to the provincial capital had shown her a truly terrifying monster. A pillar of the nation. This was the true future pillar of the nation. She took another deep breath, struggling to compose herself. All right. Fine. Ziyuan gave a wry smile. Lu Ming, these 3 pills according to our agreement, and since you refined them yourself, he'll decide you get 2 and 1 goes to the Anomaly Bureau. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 2. This was a great deal. Then he'll reluctantly accept them. Lu Ming took the 2 pills. Ziyuan looked at his shameless expression, torn between exasperation and amusement. Oh, you. She shook her head. Come on, let's go see Elder Yi. If he finds out you can refine pills, he'll probably be overjoyed. The 2 walked out of the alchemy room. Lu Ming was overjoyed inside. Not only had he saved the spirit herb, but he also got 2 top-grade flowing infant pills. This trip was a huge gain. Meanwhile, Ziyuan walked behind him, looking at the young man's back. Her feelings were incredibly complicated. 6th on the dominant sequence, the Sword Lord. And possibly even a dual sequence with a soul force more formidable than the Soul Demon sequence. She just didn't know exactly what it was. He had killed a flowing spirit sin dragon with his bare hands, slain a martial infant with 1 sword strike, defeated the Knife Emperor by Lin, and could even refine pills, producing top-grade ones on his first try. What kind of monster was this? She finally understood why Elder Yi doted on this kid so much. Who wouldn't dote on such an extraordinary existence? Lu Ming. Ziyuan thought to herself, this person is truly extraordinary. China had produced a true monster. Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Yi sat in his office holding a report. The report detailed the events in the square that day. Lu Ming versus Bai Lin. Lu Ming had won. Not only had he won, but he had also beaten Bai Lin so badly that he lay in a pit, unable to get up. Elder Yi grinned from ear to ear. He had to credit his own good judgment for bringing such a monster back from Golden City, although he sometimes found Lu Ming's actions baffling. But deep down, who wouldn't love a genius like this? Especially one from their own Anomaly Bureau. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Lu Ming and Ziyuan entered one after the other. Elder Yi. Moi. Elder Yi looked up from a stack of documents, rubbing his eyes. What's up? Done with your business? Well, Ziyuan stood there, her expression a bit complex. Elder Yi smiled. What's with that look? How did the alchemy go? Before Ziyuan could organize her words, Lu Ming had already moved. He stepped forward, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 3 pills, placing them on Elder Yi's desk. Elder Yi top-grade flowing infant pills, 3 in total. The pills landed on the desk. They were the size of Longan, pure white all over. Their surfaces seemed coated with a layer of frost. Elder Yi stared at the scene before him, utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Elder Yi's face was filled with shock as he pointed at the pills on the table, his eyes wide open. A top-grade Lu Ying pill. Lu Ming nodded. Holy crap. Elder Yi slammed the table and abruptly stood up. You're not fucking joking with me, are you? His expression was a mixture of shock and disbelief. Disbelief tinged with a hint of existential doubt. A top-grade Lu Ying pill. Wait. Since when did your alchemy skills become this incredible? Didn't you say you weren't even confident? This is what you call not— Wait. Since when did your alchemy skills become this incredible? Didn't you say you weren't even confident? This is what you call not confident. Ziluan had previously mentioned to him that refining the Lu Ming pill was difficult, and even she wasn't very confident about it. She told him not to get his hopes up. He had smiled and said it was fine, that even one pill would be impressive. If none were produced, it didn't matter, they could take it slow. And now, 3 pills, all top grade. Elder Yi's first thought was Ziluan was messing with him. Ziluan's expression was complex. Elder Yi, they are indeed 3 and they are top grade. But these 3 weren't refined by me. Elder Yi was stunned. Not you. Did you get a substitute? He knew all the alchemists in the provincial capital. Who could she have gotten as a substitute? Was there another expert? Elder Yi frowned, about to ask further. But the next words from Ziluan caused his mind to completely short-circuit. Actually, these 3 were personally refined by Lu Ming. Elder Yi was dumbfounded. You? What did you say? Refined personally by Lu Ming. Ziluan nodded with a complex expression. 1 cauldron produced 3 pills, all top grade. We keep 1 for the Bureau of Anomalies, and he keeps the other 2 since he refined them. Elder Yi. His mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. He wanted to speak, but felt he didn't know what to say. His mind felt like 100 people were talking in his ear at once. He's cheating. He's cheating. He's cheating. When did he learn alchemy? Elder Yi's voice was a bit airy. Isn't he the Sword Lord? The Sword Lord. 6th in the Dominator sequence. That was a swordsman, one of decisive slaughter. Since when did the Sword Lord also know alchemy? This doesn't fit at all. Ziluan took a deep breath. Elder Yi, regarding Lu Ming. I have a lot to tell you. She sat down and began recounting the day's events. She started with the revival of the spirit herbs. Then she said Lu Ming was very likely a dual sequence, because Lu Ming's soul power was even more formidable than those with the Soul Fiend sequence talent. At this point, Elder Yi's hands had begun to tremble. Elder Yi could barely take in the rest of what Ziluan said, because the earlier parts were already too shocking. He hadn't even processed that information yet. The office was silent for a long while. Elder Yi sat in his chair, his mind filled with everything Ziluan had just said. A fucking dual sequence. He reached out to pick up the pill from the table. He held it up to his eyes, turning it over and over to examine it. It had the quality of a top-grade pill. He had seen many top-grade pills, but never one so exquisite. Elder Yi placed the pill back on the table and looked up at Lu Ming. His gaze was incredibly complex. Kid, just how many more trump cards do you have up your sleeve? Lu Ming, trump cards. This is just a daily routine. Heroism value 213. Heroism value 186. Ziluan. Elder Yi no longer dared to look at him with the eyes of a youth. And he calls this a daily routine. Elder Yi nearly wanted to curse. But since it was Lu Ming who said it, Elder Yi held back. Because he suddenly realized this kid really wasn't just showing. He was genuinely incredible. Heroism value 321. Heroism value 255. Heroism value 199. Watching the flood of heroism values before him, Lu Ming felt an immense satisfaction. Showing off in front of big shots was different. They gave far more heroism value than others. He sneaked a glance at his panel. Host Lu Ming, Realm Late, Condensing Chi Talents, Rain Master, Abyss of Sin, Physique, Thousand, Calamity, Desolate Body, Soul, Myriad, Epic, True Soul, Layer 1 Abilities, Heaven Slaying, Sword, Dao Minor Accomplishment, Rainstorm, Enhancement LV. For O Rain Manipulation LV. 3. Rain's Roar LV. For Raging Ember, Heavenly Flame LV. For Beast Intimidation LV. For Thunderous Sky, Scripture Perfected, Heavenly Punishment, Judgment Perfected. Heroism value 3120, although it had decreased significantly due to the cost of alchemy. But now it was back up thanks to Ziluan and Elder Yi. It felt amazing. Elder Yi looked at this young man. He understood less and less, his heart a whirlwind of emotions. Lu Ming. My kid. This old man really doesn't know what to say anymore. Elder Yi shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. The surprises you've given me are too many. So many that his old bones could barely handle them. He never imagined that bringing someone back from Golden City would yield a monster. Lu Ming waved his hand. This is nothing. Elder Yi stared at him for a long time. Then Elder Yi suddenly laughed. It wasn't a helpless laugh, but one of immense relief. Huh. Good. Elder Yi laughed heartily. Then let this old man know. Let all of Huaxia watch you. Let us see just how far you can go. Come. This old man is treating you to a meal. Today must be a grand celebration. Lu Ming didn't refuse. My treat. Elder Yi was taken aback. Lu Ming, you pay. And so, the 3 of them walked out of the office. Pushing open the doors of the Bureau of Anomalies, Lu Ming walked at the front and murmured softly, sweet. What he didn't know was that back in the capital, a report about him had already been secretly sent by Ziluan. It was sent using the Bureau of Anomalies encrypted channel, the highest level of encryption accessible only to a few core figures at the headquarters. The report was long, spanning several pages. It detailed everything from Lu Ming's awakening to the battle against the Rain Roar King, to his single sword strike that slew a martial infant, to his defeat of Bai Lin and his alchemy. Every detail was written down. In the final line of the report, Ziluan wrote this sentence: "This one is immeasurable, the backbone of Wuxia's future." Soon, the top powers of all Huaxia would know that the Bureau of Anomalies had produced a monster named Lu Ming, a monster whose flair for showing off was unmatched and whose heroic spirit soared to the heavens. A day later, in the office of the Anomaly Bureau, Lu Ming sat in a chair, his fingers casually tapping on the armrest, waiting as Elder Yi had asked him to. During this time, he had become quite famous in the Anomaly Bureau. Wherever he went, people would secretly glance at him, some perhaps admiring his looks, while others were simply curious about what this peculiar figure truly looked like. Lu Ming glanced at the system panel, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. In just a few days, he could earn valor points just by walking. It was exhilarating. Host Lu Ming. Realm late stage, spirit condensation. Talent rain, master abyss of sin. Physique, 1000 calamities, body. Soul, eternal true soul, level 1. Abilities, sky-slaying sword, path, minor achievement, torrential rain, enhancement LV. For O rain, manipulation LV. 3. Rain howl LV. For wrathful flame of heaven LV. For beast, intimidation LV. For thunderous heaven, chronicle, perfection, heavenly punishment, perfection. Valor points 4,224. His valor points had already exceeded 4,000. Lu Ming examined 2 of the abilities on the panel. Wrathful flame of heaven LV. For beast, intimidation LV. 4. Ding, it requires 2,000 valor points to upgrade to LV. 5. And unlock a new form. Looking at the text that appeared before him, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. According to the system, upgrading these 2 abilities to LV. 5 would unlock a new form. This must be a significant upgrade. It required 2,000 valor points, and he happened to have 4,000. That's enough. Lu Ming's lips curled upward as he was about to upgrade. Suddenly, the door was. "Kid, have you been waiting long?" Elder Yi and Ziluan entered one after the other. Today, Ziluan wasn't wearing her light purple long dress, but had changed into a plain white outfit, looking much more spirited. Lu Ming moved his hand away from the armrest and lazily looked at the 2 of them. "If you didn't come, I would have left." Elder Yi. This kid was becoming increasingly disrespectful. However, Elder Yi couldn't be bothered to argue. He found a chair to sit down, and Ziluan stood beside him. "I have something to tell you." Elder Yi got straight to the point. "They are paying attention to you in the capital." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "The capital? The headquarters of the Anomaly Bureau in the capital has invited you to take a look." Ziluan took over the conversation, her eyes glimmering as she looked at Lu Ming. "It's the report I sent yesterday. I estimate that the top levels of Huaxiao are already aware of your situation. After all, a talent like the Sword Lord has emerged. It must be taken seriously." Ziluan had seen other sovereign sequences, but none were as monstrous as Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart stirred. The capital? What kind of place is the capital? It's a gathering place for the top powerhouses of Huaxia. Warriors of impressive caliber are abundant there. The caliber of these people is high. These individuals produce emotional reactions. The valor points awarded can be hundreds of times that of ordinary people. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Sure, I'll go." He agreed straightforwardly. His decisiveness caught Elder Yi off guard. "You kid." Elder Yi had thought he would need to persuade him further, but Lu Ming was so agreeable. He had expected Lu Ming to hesitate a bit. After all, the capital was a treacherous place. Going there wasn't necessarily a good thing, especially with so many monsters gathered. Elder Yi reminded him, "You're quite eager, but let me tell you, there are many prodigies in the capital as well. You need to be cautious." "Heh." Lu Ming calmly replied. "I seem to recall hearing something similar before I came to the provincial city." Elder Yi. Ziluan. "You heard this before coming to the provincial city?" Elder Yi's mouth twitched. "So does that mean you look down on the capital as well?" This kid is really arrogant. However, Elder Yi thought about it and felt that with Lu Ming's current strength, going to the capital indeed posed no problem. He even felt a bit expectant. What kind of surprise would this kid bring to that bunch of old fogies in the capital? Ziluan shook her head. Indeed, given Lu Ming's level, he was a monster among monsters. It's truly strange. The previous generation Sword Lord wasn't this extraordinary, was he? At this moment. "All right, prepare yourself, or we will set off in the afternoon." Elder Yi nodded, but suddenly his expression changed. "However, I must remind you of something." Lu Ming raised his eyes to look at him. "My. Be careful." Elder Yi's tone turned serious. "The people of the Abyss God Cult." Abyss God Cult. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. This was the first time he had heard this name. What kind of organization is this? "They are not good people," Ziluan explained from the side. "They are a group of cultists, a bunch of lunatics who collaborate with beasts, idolizing them while despising humanity, and they even wish to destroy this world. Their people are very strange. They have no rules in their actions, and their attacks are ruthless and vicious." Elder Yi continued with a grave expression. "Yes, with your recent rise, having slain Wu Ying and defeated Bai Lin, these matters cannot be hidden. The Abyss God cult loves to target young geniuses who are gaining fame like you. He paused, his expression darkening further. Once they fixate on you, they will surely attempt to assassinate you. Lu Ming nodded after hearing this. Understood. Seeing Lu Ming's calm reaction, Elder Yi was just about to speak. Lu Ming, I will deal with them. Elder Yi and Zi Luan were both stunned. What do you mean you will deal with them? Big guy, they will assassinate you. Aren't you afraid? Valor points 321. Valor points 221. This feels great. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He didn't take it to heart much. Assassination. Bring it on, it's just sending me valor points, and then I can save up more valor points to upgrade the Skyslaying sword path. At that time I will obtain another chance to open the door to the heavens with my sword. Will I be afraid of their assassination then? With one sword I can take them all down. Don't take this lightly, kid. Elder Yi noticed that he wasn't taking it seriously and became anxious. Those people are truly different, their methods are very sinister. If you're not careful you might fall. Lu Ming smiled. Rest assured, I am very cautious. Cautious, my foot. Elder Yi was so angry he wanted to curse. How is this kid cautious? You are acting so arrogant, as if you are invincible. But despite the scolding, he knew Lu Ming's temperament. This kid only responds to softness and not hardness. That's just how he is. Forget it, forget it. Elder Yi waved his hand. You go now, oh be careful on the road. When you arrive in the capital, find Lung Qingyuan. He is the person in charge over there, and my junior, he will take care of you. Lu Ming nodded, all right. Elder Yi and Zi Luan gave a few more reminders before leaving the office. The room was left with only Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a breath. Finally they are gone. He quickly brought up the system panel. Then he looked at Wrathful Flame of Heaven LV. 4 and Beast Intimidation LV. 4 to the 2 abilities. Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmed his mind. He focused all his attention on the system panel. Ding, would you like to spend 2,000 valor points to upgrade Wrathful Flame of Heaven to LV? 5. Upgrade. As soon as the words fell, a surge of brand new power erupted from within him. It didn't rise slowly, it exploded directly. Within Lu Ming's pupils a glimmer of gold flashed. It was as if a miniature sun had appeared embedded deep within his pupils. Moreover, this power felt completely different from the previous Wrathful Flame of Heaven. It was denser. On the surface it appeared calm, but beneath it was an immense force surging. But Lu Ming knew that stillness did not equate to weakness. On the contrary, the more tranquil something was, the more terrifying its explosion could be. Now this power flowed slowly within his meridians. Upgrade successful. Wrathful Flame of Heaven LV. 5 evolves into Heavenly Ash of Destruction LV. 5. Heavenly Ash of Destruction LV. 5 to release the torrent of destruction, incinerate everything. Centered around itself, it forms an ash domain. Within a radius of 500 meters controllable at the hosts will turning creatures of the same level into ashes. Even those one major realm higher pose a severe threat. They may even face spiritual energy regression due to the constant absorption of ash poison. What the? Lu Ming stared at the words on the panel, reading each one slowly. Then he took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming joy in his heart. Now this is what I call power. Within 500 meters, beings of the same rank would turn to ashes at his command. If he wished, everyone of the same level within that radius would die. No need to even lift a finger. Incredible. And that's not all. Even those one major realm above him would still pose a significant threat. This indicates a killing power that is simply off the charts. Moreover, there's a lingering poison that will continue to entangle you. This isn't just a skill, it's a nuclear bomb. Lu Ming took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay grounded. There was still another step. Ding, would you like to spend 2,000 courage points to upgrade Beast Suppression to LV? 5. Upgrade. The moment he spoke, a sudden aura enveloped Lu Ming, a feeling that instinctively made one want to retreat. It was an ancient aura, as if it had traveled from tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago, carrying the weight of time pressing down on him to the point of breathlessness. Roar. It was as if an ancient beast of imperial lineage had opened its eyes behind Lu Ming, eyes that had been closed for countless years now awakened. But that aura had already made the surrounding air feel heavy. Lu Ming looked down at his hands. A thin layer of something was slowly forming beneath his skin, scales tightly packed and seamless. Lu Ming could sense that while the scales appeared thin, they were frighteningly hard. Upgrade successful. Beast Suppression LV. 5 evolves into Imperial Might of Beasts LV. 5. Imperial Might of Beasts LV. 5. Release a trace of the ancient beast's aura to suppress, even allowing for temporary control over same-rank beasts. Even those one major realm above will only be able to exert 70% of their strength due to the pressure. Gain beast scales, increasing overall defense by 50. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Incredible. He can even control beasts. Wow, what a reversal artifact. Plus with a 50 boost to overall defense. Now this is the most outrageous part, because Lu Ming possesses the Thousand Tribulations body. His physical form was already terrifying. Now his defense is boosted by half again. What a blast. Lu Ming stretched his neck, the bones cracking twice. Comfortable. Just then he remembered. He then took out a top-grade spirit-flowing infant pill. Just the thing to elevate my realm. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away from Jincheng in the south, there was a deep mountain. This mountain was so obscure that it wasn't even marked on the map, and from base to peak it was densely populated with snakes. Various colors and patterns conservatively estimated to be tens of thousands of them. This was a realm of snakes. At the deepest part of the valley there was a huge lake, its water black and bottomless. By the lake stood a figure in a black robe and hat obscuring his face. A multitude of snakes slithered past him, none daring to touch him. Upon seeing him, the snakes took a wide berth. "Come out, please." The figure in the black robe spoke, his voice hoarse. "I know you are here." The next moment, the black lake surface rippled. The ripples grew larger. Suddenly, splash, the lake burst open. A gigantic figure emerged from the water. With 9 heads, each as large as a water tank, its robust body coiled within the lake, and even the part above the water was dozens of meters long. 9 pairs of eyes lit up simultaneously, looking down from above at the figure in the black robe. "What do you want, you dog of the abyss god cult?" 9 heads spoke in unison, their voices overlapping, shaking the surrounding snakes into submission. He was Xiang Lu, ranked 10th among the beast sequence, equivalent to the human dominion sequence. Newly born not many years ago, but his strength had already reached the pinnacle of spirit flow. Only one step away from breaking into the martial infant realm. At that point, he would be a truly terrifying existence. "Dog thing." The figure in the black robe smiled, unconcerned about the title. "Lord Xiang Lu, please do not speak of us in such a manner." "Enough with the nonsense." Xiang Liu's 9 heads swayed in unison. "Speak your matter, and then leave." The figure in the black robe removed his hat, revealing a pale face, with no expression, devoid of any emotion. "I am here to bring you news. The Sin Flood King is dead." Xiang Liu's 9 heads trembled simultaneously, and 9 pairs of eyes squinted. "What did you say?" There was a hint of anger in his voice. The Sin Flood King was his brother. Although they were not of the same rank in the beast sequence, their relationship had always been good. "The Sin Flood King is dead." The figure in the black robe repeated. "He was slain by a single sword after breaking through to martial infant." "Martial infant? By a single sword?" Xiang Liu's tone grew colder. The figure in the black robe nodded. Xiang Lu fell silent for a moment, his 9 pairs of eyes slowly flickering. "We once swore to become brothers among beasts, and this bond is deep, but he is actually dead. I will not seek revenge for him." Xiang Liu's voice was icy. "I fancied him as a brother." The black-robed figure paused. "Do you beasts have such deep feelings?" But the next moment Xiang Liu's tone became calm. "Unfortunately, he was slain by a single sword. Such a powerful being I currently cannot contend with. Therefore, starting today, we are no longer brothers nor friends. We are merely strangers, not even on the same." The figure in the black robe. This change of heart was faster than flipping a page. However, he said nothing, as he hadn't come to persuade Xiang Lu to seek revenge. "Cough, Lord Xiang Lu, I haven't finished. Do you know who that strong being who killed him is?" Xiang Lu snorted. "Don't keep me in suspense, speak." "That person is called Lu Ming." All 9 of Xiang Liu's heads frowned. "Lu Ming." He searched his, never heard of him. As the 10th in the beast sequence, he focused on the top powers of various factions, and this name had never crossed his ears. Never heard of him. Xiang Lu shook his 9 heads. To slay the Sin Flood King with a single sword must be some hidden monster, right? After all, the Sin Jiao King had already reached the early stage of the martial infant realm, yet could still be slain with a single sword strike. This indicates that the opponent's strength was at least that of a peak martial infant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such overwhelming dominance. The man in black twitched his lips. "No. He belongs to the ruler sequence." Xiang Lu fell silent for a moment. He had heard of the ruler sequence, a terrifying existence ranked among the top 10 in the human sequence. If this were a powerful individual who had awakened for many years, it would indeed be reasonable for him to reach such a level. It asked which one from the ruler sequence. "The 6th Sword Monarch." "What realm?" The man in black paused. "Nurturing spirit." The valley fell silent for several seconds. Then ha ha. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu laughed, in unison, their laughter echoing and shaking the surrounding mountains. "Nurturing spirit. Nurturing spirit realm, slaying a martial infant. Do you think you're being humorous? What kind of trash is nurturing spirit? To cross an entire major realm of the flowing spirit and slay a martial infant with a single sword. Do you believe that yourself? Do you take me for a 3-year-old snake?" 9 pairs of eyes glimmered with cold light, all fixed on the man in black. The man in black looked helpless. "I'm not lying to you. I didn't believe it at first either. But based on the intelligence we've gathered, he truly is nurturing spirit, though he seems a bit unusual, not quite like previous sword monarchs. And we heard. He even sacrificed his own talent to slay the Xin Jiao King. Loss of talent. Xiang Liu's eyes flickered. One should know that talents among the top 10 are rare for decades. This person willingly sacrificed his own talent just to kill the Xin Jiao King. That can only mean one possibility: he must have been forced into a desperate situation by the Xin Jiao King. He wasn't as strong as he imagined. The man in black continued. Moreover, we suspect that at that time the Xin Jiao King had just broken through to the martial infant realm and was not in his best condition, which allowed that Lu Ming to seize the opportunity. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 heads simultaneously scoffed. I see. All this time, he was merely a lucky opportunist. And he even paid the price of losing his talent. Tisk truly weak. He originally thought he was a true powerhouse. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Although the opponent was merely an opportunist, he was still part of the ruler sequence, and now, with his talent diminished, it indicated a significant drop in strength. If he could devour this little brat, using the talent of the ruler sequence as nourishment, Xiang Lu would certainly advance further. He might even directly break through to the martial infant realm. In an instant, Xiang Lu realized something. You came to find me. Xiang Liu's eyes flickered. You want me to devour that little brat? The man in black nodded with a smile. Exactly, Lord Xiang Lu, that is the purpose of my visit. Our Abyssal God sect is willing to assist you in devouring Lu Ming and advancing further. After all, being able to kill someone from the ruler sequence is something our Abyssal God sect has dreamed of. The man in black spoke respectfully. You know, our Abyssal God sect's goal is to make the top 10 of the beast sequence the strongest in this world and eliminate the tyranny of humanity. You are the most promising among the top 10 in the beast sequence. You are also the one most capable of leading us. In fact, they had previously approached other top 10 members, but all were rejected. The reasons given were quite simple. Either they were too busy or their personalities were too arrogant. They looked down on dealing with little ants like Lu Ming, feeling it was beneath their dignity. Moreover, to some extent, Xiang Lu was indeed the most suitable because he possessed a potential for growth that the other top 10 members of the beast sequence did not have. Other beasts devouring humans were of no use. Only Xiang Lu could truly utilize those human bloodlines. Upon hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 pairs of eyes narrowed. You do have some sense. But I have been asleep for a long time. Xiang Lu changed the subject. What has happened? The man in black thought for a moment. Recently, the 5th of the ruler sequence Blade Emperor Bai Lin went to the provincial city, but we are unclear about his purpose. Bai Lin. Upon hearing this name, Xiang Lu frowned. He had fought Bai Lin once. He didn't win. However, at that time, he had just been born not long. Now, The 9 heads of Xiang Lu shook simultaneously. If it weren't for the fact that I had just been born at that time, I would have already devoured that group of humans from the ruler sequence. The man's lips twitched. By the way, Lord Xiang Lu. The man in black suddenly spoke. Why have you always stayed here and never gone out despite being so strong? He had held this question for a long time. With Xiang Liu's talent, if he were to go out and devour humans as food, he would have long since broken through to the martial infant realm. He should be able to walk arrogantly outside, yet he just wouldn't come out curling up here in this wretched lake. As a result, he was now also the weakest among the beast sequence. They in the Abyssal God sect had no idea why. Was he perhaps here for retirement? Xiang Liu's 9 heads simultaneously lifted, eyes filled with indignation. Because I was set up by a human powerhouse. The man in black was taken aback. At that moment, Xiang Lu continued passionately. Previously, I went out to fight for the continuation of our great beast race. But I encountered those damned high-level human powerhouses. They are very strong. I fought them for hundreds of rounds. It was a battle that darkened the skies and obscured the sun. I almost wiped them all out, completing the great rise of the beasts. But those human powerhouses actually used dirty tricks against me. Sigh. I was just one move away. I was forced to escape. I could only recuperate here. The man in black. Those damned humans. Xiang Liu's voice was passionate. Our great beast class should unite. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to the beasts. Why is he using my words? The man in black was truly at a loss for words. After talking for so long, wasn't it just that you were afraid of dying? If you are afraid of dying, just say so. Why bring up race continuation, talk about battling for hundreds of rounds, and speak of the beast class? Moreover, the man in black's expression grew increasingly strange. This guy, how does he seem? How does he seem a bit like Jiahao? What hundreds of rounds of battle? Are you bragging? You a peak flowing spirit beast telling me you fought against high-level human powerhouses for hundreds of rounds. A high-level human powerhouse could crush you into a meat paste with a single slap, and you claim hundreds of rounds. You can't even last a single round. You must be bragging. As a member of the Abyssal God sect, he knew the intelligence of various beasts like the back of his hand. Among the top 10 of the beast sequence, the other 9 had long since broken through to the martial infant realm. Only Yuxiang Lu are still lingering at the peak of flowing spirit. How can you call yourself strong? The man in black couldn't help but mutter softly, still a Jiahao. He never expected that the terrifying beast in his mind would actually be such a foolish thing. Xiang Liu's 9 pairs of ears perked up simultaneously. What is Jiahao? The man in black was taken aback. Oh no, he was overheard. He awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly explained, This is the recent term humans use for strong individuals. We investigated, and before awakening the ruler sequence, that Lu Ming was already referred to as Jiahao. Oh, Xiang Liu's 9 heads nodded in contemplation. I see. Is it only Jiahao that is worthy of being part of the ruler sequence? The man in black. So Jiahao is a symbol of strength. Xiang Liu's eyes were serious. As a top 10 member of the beast sequence, he naturally had to be called Jiahao. Then I must become the strongest Jiahao in the world. 9 heads simultaneously roared to the sky. All right. Xiang Lu suddenly burst out of the lake. Let's go. Kill that Lu Ming. The man in black. He absent-mindedly adjusted his hat. Whatever, as long as Xiang Lu is willing to take action, that is enough. As for whether he was Jiahao or not, let it be. The next moment, in the valley, thousands of snakes rose simultaneously. As for whether he was Jiahao or not, let it be. The next moment, in the valley, thousands of snakes rose simultaneously. At this moment, Lu Ming was looking at a pill in his hand. A top-grade flowing infant pill. The pearly white pill rolled in his palm like a luminous pearl. The other one was not taken out. Lu Ming looked at it for 2 seconds, then directly stuffed it into his mouth. The pill melted instantly, and a warm liquid slid down his throat. Then, boom, spiritual power exploded from his belly. His meridians swelled, bulging like never before, but not in a painful way, or it was a kind of bloating that felt like finally having a full meal. Like having been hungry for a day, sitting down to enjoy a hearty meal. Full yet comfortable. Because the Qianjia desolate body had activated. Usually quiet at times like this, it was more active than anyone. The spiritual power surging in his meridians hadn't even had the chance to burst anything before being devoured by this physical body bite by bite. Like a beast that had been starving for several days, the immense spiritual power sufficient to allow an ordinary person to break through to nurturing spirit was simply consumed by Lu Ming's body. Muscles were absorbing, bones were absorbing. Lu Ming closed his eyes. The spiritual power was rising. Bang! Something within him shattered like a door being kicked open. That feeling was hard to describe. The whole person felt refreshed. Spiritual power began to surge into every corner of his body, all being washed and enhanced by this force. Lu Ming could feel his bones hardening. His power was soaring. His skin felt as if it were clad in an invisible armor. The entire physical body had become significantly more terrifying than before. Lu Ming took a deep breath. His body was still consuming that spiritual power. The medicinal effects that would take others several days to refine were completely absorbed by his Qianjia desolate body in just a few minutes. Peak nurturing spirit. No. Lu Ming felt the power within him and shook his head. No, that's not right. This current state would be more appropriately called half-step flowing spirit. Lu Ming slowly exhaled the breath, condensing into a small puff of white mist before gradually dissipating. Phew. I'm truly remarkable. If anyone had witnessed what he just did, they would probably curse on the spot. Are you out of your mind, taking a top-grade flowing infant pill at the late condensing spirit stage? What a waste of heaven's bounty. How many people are stuck at the peak of condensing spirit for years, unable to obtain even one? And you at the late stage just consumed it. And you didn't even break through to flowing spirit. But others didn't know, but he did. He carried the flowing infant pill formula in his mind, knowing far more than the rest. After all, I possess the perfected flowing infant pill formula. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This thing indeed most said it should be taken at the peak of condensing spirit. But Lu Ming knew that wasn't the best method. The optimal way was actually to take one flowing infant pill first to lay the foundation, then consume another paired with the essence blood of a mystical beast. Detonate the power of the essence blood and the pills simultaneously surging in together. That was how to achieve the most perfect flowing spirit. There was even a considerable chance of gaining the enhancement of a mystical beast's bloodline. The firmest foundation, the widest meridians, the purest spiritual energy. This was the true usage of the flowing infant pill. Even Ziluan hadn't fully grasped the formula, but even if she did, few could accomplish it. Because who had 2 pills? Let alone 2, even one was hard to come by. But Lu Ming had them. One was already consumed, the other remained. Now all I need is the essence blood of a mystical beast. A glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His mind had already begun to scheme. Over in the capital there should be plenty of mystical beasts, right? He had seen what the provincial city had to offer. As the heart of Huaxiao, the capital surely had more and stronger mystical beasts than the province. The higher the quality of the mystical beast, the purer its bloodline, the better. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He had already formed a plan in his mind. Once in the capital, he would first hunt down mystical beasts. Then he would consume the essence blood together with that top-grade flowing infant pill, charging straight into flowing spirit in one go. If he didn't make a move, fine. But when he did, it would be for the most perfect breakthrough. Just then, his phone vibrated. He opened the message. It was from Elder Yi. The people from the capital have arrived. Lu Ming pocketed his phone and patted the non-existent dust off his pants. Let's go. The capital. Your buddy's here. After a while, Lu Ming walked out of the gate. A black car was parked at the entrance, and beside it stood a man with red hair. The man was in his 30s, ruggedly handsome, with alarmingly broad shoulders. Seeing Lu Ming emerge, the red-haired man stepped forward proactively. Are you Lu Ming? Lu Ming nodded. Hongju sent from the capital. Hongju extended his hand with a smile. I've heard so much about you. But inwardly he gave Lu Ming a serious look. So this is that monster. Lu Ming's recent deeds had stirred up quite a storm even in the capital. A small place could actually produce such a monster. Lu Ming shook his hand. With that handshake, Lu Ming had a measure of the situation. Martial Infant Realm. Let's go, the helicopter is waiting at the airport. Hongju didn't waste words and directly opened the car door. Lu Ming nodded and got in. Half an hour later, at the airport, a military helicopter was already revving up. Lu Ming followed Hongju on board. 5 people were already seated in the cabin. 4 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked formidable. Hongju introduced them. They're all from the capital's Anomaly Bureau here with me on this trip. Lu Ming swept his gaze over them, and his expression froze for a moment upon realizing they were all at the peak of flowing spirit. Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Hongju couldn't help but smile. It seemed Lu Ming was intimidated by this lineup. After all, it was quite impressive. They were all relatively young prodigies in their own right, each just 1 step away from the 4th realm martial infant. And these geniuses had come today solely for Lu Ming to escort him to the capital. He was about to speak to tell Lu Ming not to be too astonished. But then, Lu Ming frowned. Is my mission to escort you all safely to the capital? Why am I the one acting as bodyguard? Everyone was dumbfounded. Wait, what did you say? You're escorting us. These geniuses, dude, we're the ones escorting you. You're at the condensing spirit realm, and you think you're escorting us. Hongju's mouth twitched. We're the ones escorting you. Lu Ming chuckled. Stop joking. Can't you tell who's stronger and who's weaker? Audacity 132, Audacity 168, Audacity 185. Everyone fell silent. This guy, is he out of his mind? Even Hongju was speechless at this point and decided to drop the matter. Just take a seat. Hongju pointed to a corner. Lu Ming walked over and sat down. The others in the cabin instinctively cast glances his way. They had heard plenty about Lu Ming over the past few days. Dancing with a sword in the rain, slaying an early martial infant with a single strike, defeating the dominant sequence's 5th blade sovereign with his bare hands. Recently, it was also rumored that he possessed a dual sequence with soul force even more formidable than the Soul Fiend sequence. This had caused an uproar in the capital, and such a monster actually spoke so. Strangely, hold tight. Hongju sat beside the pilot, taking off. The helicopter roared as it ascended. Before long, the helicopter had climbed to an altitude of 5,000 meters. The cabin was very quiet. Hongju suddenly turned around, staring at Lu Ming as he asked, I heard Bai Lin lost to you. Lu Ming didn't look up. At these words, the others' eyes flickered. After all, they had all heard this rumor, and they said that Lu Ming withstood a blade with his physical body. They wondered if it was true or false. I heard about what you did from Bai Lin. Hongju paused, his tone carrying a hint of probing. He said your physical body is almost as formidable as the primordial body. Instantly, the others in the cabin pricked up their ears. The primordial body. The dominant sequence's 3rd, a terrifying talent renowned for its overwhelming physical strength. It was said that someone with the primordial body, even at the flowing spirit stage, could withstand attacks from the martial infant realm with their flesh alone. And now someone was saying this sword lord's body was nearly comparable to the primordial body. But they still had their doubts. After all, no matter how formidable Lu Ming's body was compared to the primordial body, the gap should still be significant. Yet, primordial body. Lu Ming lifted his head and said flatly, is he even worthy to be compared with me? Several people in the cabin were stunned simultaneously. What the hell? The primordial body isn't worthy of being compared to you. What kind of heaven-defying words are you spouting? Audacity 122, Audacity 188, Audacity 155. Lu Ming's eyes brightened. Indeed, the value was rising. The rewards were generous. Just this one sentence netted him several hundred points of gallantry. Awesome. At this moment, Hongju's mouth twitched. This kid really had a big mouth. As the head of the escort mission, he had a good understanding of the major dominators. The current holder of the ancient body is a man named Qin Ge. He is at the late stage of martial infant. His physical strength is so formidable that he can tear apart a beast at the half-step martial tribulation realm with his bare hands. And yet Lu Ming actually said that others were not worthy to compare with him. What a bunch of nonsense. Hongju was speechless in his heart. He shook his head, unable to help but murmur, young people. Truly too young. The dominators were all so prideful, none willing to bow to others. Opposite him, a woman with an excellent figure and short white hair couldn't help but frown her gaze towards Lu Ming, filled with disbelief. Her name is Bailan, a peak spirit flow practitioner. She hails from the capital's Anomaly Bureau, and her talent ranks 50th with the title Pale Eye. Bailan usually held great respect for strong individuals, so when she first learned about Lu Ming, her initial reaction was one of anticipation. She was eager to see this prodigy in person, which is why she specifically requested this escort mission. However, she didn't expect this guy to speak so arrogantly, and her good impression of Lu Ming instantly dwindled. Shouldn't true, strong individuals possess a humble heart? Bailan shook her head and snorted coldly. Your words are so reckless. Being this arrogant, you'll surely fall sooner or later. Lu Ming turned his head in confusion, his gaze curiously examining her several times. This girl, clearly with the appearance of a short-haired cool girl, looked incredibly aloof, yet her voice. Why was it so soft and cute? Pure lowly voice. What the? Lu Ming exclaimed. Where did this wild little girl come from? Is your voice? Just turned 18. Bailan. What nonsense is this? What little girl? What just turned 18? What are you talking about? Bailan's brows furrowed as she spoke coldly. Has no one understood my joke? This is quite boring. Lu Ming shook his head, looking quite dejected. Bailan. This person is truly odd. She wasn't foolish, although she didn't understand the joke. She certainly realized that he was mocking how her voice and appearance didn't match, which only made her more displeased. She despised such people the most. A long-haired man beside her frowned and couldn't help but speak up. Do you have any manners? Her voice is natural. Acting like this is quite uncouth, you know. His name is Zhang Chuan, ranked 81st in the talent sequence as Inner Demon. He had always liked Bailan, and he came along this time because of her, only to find this guy calling her a little girl. This. He actually said his thoughts aloud. Damn, he hadn't even spoken yet. Lu Ming glanced at him. Warm-hearted guy, stay behind. Zhang Chuan. Bailan. Both of their faces instantly flushed red, clearly on the verge of All right. Stop arguing. Hongju quickly intervened. As soon as he spoke, Zhang Chuan and Bailan surprisingly suppressed their anger, merely casting displeased glances at Lu Ming. Hongju grinned, feeling a bit of a headache. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to be such a troublesome child. Seeing this, Lu Ming also found it uninteresting and simply closed his eyes, planning to take a break. Thus, an hour later. At this point, they had completely left the range of the provincial city. Hongju looked at the scenery below. We've reached the Longridge mountain range. If all goes well, we should arrive at the capital in about 2 hours. Everyone nodded slightly upon hearing this. Only Lu Ming frowned upon hearing it. If all goes well. Did you just say if all goes well? Hongju was taken aback. Why? Then Lu Ming fell silent for 2 seconds before speaking. If all goes well, there will probably be an accident. At such a moment, saying this, could it not lead to an accident? Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, Lu Ming seriously stated, but don't worry, I am already prepared to protect you all. At this moment, a helicopter was 100 kilometers away. 2 figures hovered in midair. It was Yi Lao and a one-eyed man. The one-eyed man was burly with long golden hair. Yi Lao had his hands clasped behind his back, his expression slightly mocking. Can this group of kids deal with Xiang Lu? They are probably in for a tough time. The one-eyed man spoke in a deep voice. No need to worry with us keeping watch. It's just an underdeveloped little snake. No waves will be stirred. Just consider it a test. Tisk. That little snake ultimately couldn't suppress its greed. Yi Lao nodded without speaking. Humph. The one-eyed man snorted coldly. Among the top 10 monsters of the alien beast, that Xiang Lu is the most foolish, thinking that by swallowing Sword Sovereign, he could become invincible. Haha, dreaming. Yi Lao smiled slightly. Let's wait and see. I sense that the beast from the Abyssal God cult seems to be getting impatient. The good show is about to start. Meanwhile, on the helicopter, everyone was shocked by Lu Ming's words. What are you even talking about? They had yet to react. Suddenly, wait. Hongju's expression changed as he suddenly turned his head towards the cabin door. Something's off. Someone's coming. Almost simultaneously as he spoke, the cabin door was torn open by a tremendous force. A terrifying airflow rushed in. Everyone was in shock. They saw a black figure hovering 5,000 meters in the air. Clad in black robes and a black hat, his face was obscured. Hongju's pupils constricted. A scum from the Abyssal God cult. He recognized the outfit. In all of China, only that group of lunatics would dare to flaunt black robes like this. But then Hongju immediately realized something was wrong. Why did the abyssal god cult appear? It must be known that the escort mission for Lu Ming was supposed to be confidential and no one knew the flight path. Moreover, Lu Ming had just boarded the plane for a short while, and they had tracked him down so accurately. This is not right. Very not right. But at this moment Hongju had no time to think more. A cheerful voice drifted down from the black-robed figure in midair. Hello? Is little Lu Ming? Lu Ming not here. Black-robed figure. Lu Ming, I'm his brother. Black-robed figure. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He had known that if nothing unexpected happened, something would indeed go wrong. Look, isn't the situation now here? You dare to play with me, eh? The black-robed figure snorted coldly. You're asking for death. Before others could react, he waved his hand. Boom. The Black Lion's air current surged directly into the cabin, targeting Lu Ming. Seeking death. Red Absolute roared in fury. All the spiritual power of the mid-stage martial infant surged, erupting in a deep crimson aura around him. He positioned himself directly in front of that attack. Boom. The two forces collided, dispersing the attack of the black-robed man. However, the helicopter also suffered. The rotor blades emitted a piercing screech as the body began to plummet. Damn it. It's falling. Steady. Steady. Man, what nonsense are you spouting? I can't help it. In this situation, I just feel compelled to say. In an instant, everyone was thrown out of the cabin. Luckily, they were all flow spirits able to hover briefly in midair. They wouldn't directly crash into the ground. Vakan the love god. Lu Ming's expression was calm. He too was falling, but he wasn't afraid his physique could withstand it. At worst, he would just make a crater. He could just get up and brush off the dirt. Just as he thought this, a hand reached over and grabbed his arm. A peak flow spirit team member caught Lu Ming. Lu Ming, don't be scared. Lu Ming, expressionless, replied, Are you afraid? Fine, then hold on to me, you'll protect. Heroic value 123. The team member stared at Lu Ming's serious face. For a moment, he couldn't tell if the guy was joking or serious. Damn it. Red Absolute's voice exploded from above. His whole body erupted with deep red spiritual power, blasting the black-robed man far away from the helicopter. He needed to keep that guy away from Lu Ming. After all, the opponent was a martial infant. Even a casual shockwave could take Lu Ming's life. You guys? Protect Lu Ming. Yes. Bai Lan and the other 5 responded in unison. Red Absolute charged towards the black-robed man. The two began to grapple with each other, moving further away. Soon they became 2 small black dots in the sky. Meanwhile, a few people were getting closer to the ground. Fortunately, the place they were falling was a forest. Bang, 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 bang. After falling, Bai Lan dusted herself off and quickly walked over to Lu Ming. Don't worry, Lu Ming. With the 5 of us peak flow spirits here, no one can touch a hair on you. Once Captain Red Absolute finishes off that scum from the Abyss God cult, he'll come back. Then we'll send you to the capital together. The other 4 also gathered around. That's right, nothing will go wrong. Before I left home, my mom blessed me. Yes, my God has said that this time when I return she'll agree to be with me, so I definitely won't have any accidents. They formed a protective circle. Lu Ming watched this scene, his lips twitching slightly. You guys. Don't jinx it. Bai Lan was stunned for a moment and turned to look at him. What do you mean by jinx? Bai Lan didn't understand what he meant. She glanced at Zhang Chuan beside her. Zhang Chuan also looked confused. What does that mean? Did he not understand? Meanwhile, Lu Ming sighed internally. Could they all just stop talking nonsense? Don't they know that in movies those who say such things usually end up dead? Lu Ming sighed. All right, just don't wander too far, otherwise it will be troublesome for me to protect you. The 5 fell into collective silence. Their gazes towards Lu Ming completely changed. This guy, does he really have a screw loose? You protect us. You, a condensed spirit protecting 5 peak flow spirits. There should be a limit to bragging. Bai Lan took a deep breath, trying to maintain her patience. Lu Ming, she softened her tone. You are a dominator sequence, and we all acknowledge that. But you're only condensed spirit, while we are peak flow spirits. She didn't finish her sentence. But the meaning she wanted to convey was clear to anyone. You should be the one being Lu Ming frowned. I know you're feeling a bit inferior because your level is high, but your combat power is low, but do you have to emphasize it so much? I've already said it'll protect you, what are you panicking about? Heroic value 124, heroic value 128, heroic value 119. Lu Ming glanced at the panel. The value was decent. At this moment, the others were speechless. What the hell are you talking about? What do you mean by high-level low combat power? Do we need you to protect us? So with Captain Red Absolute gone, you've become even more arrogant, huh? Thinking of this, Zhang Chuan snorted coldly. Lu Ming, we've all heard about your exploits awakening in the rain explosive sequence easily, slaying a head of a strange beast. But I must remind you, the awakening explosion is a one-time opportunity in life. Oh, don't mistake that combat power for your true capabilities. The others couldn't help but roll their eyes at this. Indeed, this guy might really be mistaking the sword from his awakening explosion as his real combat power. Otherwise, how could a mere condensed spirit be this arrogant? You brat, no wonder rumors say you're a bit of a joke. This is too. Zhang Chuan shook his head, unable to hold back his. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Ming suddenly changed his expression and looked sharply in one direction. That was the aura of a strange beast. Due to his strong soul power, Lu Ming could sense an aura that a few others couldn't. He could feel it clearly. On the distant mountain top, there was an aura of a strange beast. Moreover, its quality seemed extremely high. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Heaven has blessed me. Just what I need, the blood of a strange beast. He sprang up from the ground. Bai Lan and the others were stunned. Lu Ming, what are you doing? Before they could finish, Lu Ming had already dashed out. The five were completely bewildered. What do you mean? What do you mean by not doing it? But at this moment, they no longer cared about that, as they saw Lu Ming madly rushing into the woods. Has he gone mad? Quick, chase after him. The five didn't think twice and dashed after him. Meanwhile, at the mountain top, the wind was strong. A gigantic figure loomed here, its gaze icy. It was Xiang. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu simultaneously tilted back, looking up at the sky. Looks like we've drawn away that martial infant. The 9 pairs of eyes squinted as they glanced down the mountain. That annoying mid-stage martial infant has finally left. This is part of the plan. The black-robed man from the Abyss God cult lured away the strongest, leaving the rest for Xiang Lu to devour. As for how they knew that Lu Ming would pass here, it was also told by the Abyss God cult. After all, they had insiders in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. To know Lu Ming's movements is not difficult. Moreover, he had just seen the direction where Lu Ming and the others fell. It should be nearby, and now he had plenty of time to catch this group of ants. Xiang Lu retracted its gaze, slowly grinning. Next, I will personally devour that guy named Lu Ming. The mouths on the 9 heads simultaneously opened, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Excitement was written all over its eyes. After all, a bunch of useless ants plus 1 dominator sequence with diminished talents, what could be more delicious than that? It completely disregarded the people around Lu Ming. Each of its 9 heads could unleash the power of a peak flow spirit. And when all 9 heads worked together, they could exert an even more formidable strength. It could even control countless serpentine strange beasts. That was its terrifying power. As a strange beast of sequence 10, Xiang Liu's strength was something that ordinary sequence holders couldn't contend with. As long as I swallow him. Xiang Liu's voice began to tremble. I will become the strongest Jiahao. Unassailable. It wanted to prove that it was the most promising among the top 10 strange beasts. One beast of mine is equivalent to the other 9. The 9 heads simultaneously laughed. It was already imagining in its mind. Swallowing Lu Ming and acquiring the power of the Sword Monarch. By then, who could stop it? The waste of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau would all kneel before it. Thinking of this, it laughed even harder. The 9 heads laughed until they were out of breath. Just then a voice descended. Who dares to claim Jiahao? Who claims to be invincible? The era of Jiahao is long gone. The voice was not loud, but every word was crystal clear. Xiang Lu paused, laughter ceased. 9 pairs of eyes abruptly lifted. Then he saw it. A figure descended from the sky. It landed precisely not far in front of him. Bang! The ground was smashed into a shallow pit. Dust slowly dispersed. Lu Ming stood up from the pit, brushing off the dust from his body. Xiang Lu was stunned. This. 9 pairs of eyes stared blankly at Lu Ming, not blinking for a long time. At this moment, Lu Ming, what on earth are you running from? The 5 from Bai Lan quickly caught up. They had been chasing for quite some time, only to find that they could not catch up to Lu Ming. What was going on with this guy? Before they could react, they looked up and were collectively dumbfounded. Is that a magical beast? 9 heads. Damn. The others were baffled. Before them appeared a massive blue serpent. How big was that snake? It coiled there like a small mountain, its dark green scales as large as wash basins, and its body so thick that 3 people could not wrap their arms around it. With 9 heads, each as large as a water tank, the serpent's length was estimated to exceed 100 meters. Bai Lan swallowed hard. She instinctively took a half step back. Jiahao. At this moment, Lu Ming furrowed his brows and looked up. He stared at the colossal creature before him. He had just heard the magical beast mention Jiahao. In this day and age, even magical beasts were calling out Jiahao. Could it be that this world was just a gigantic Jiahao? Human. 9 heads of Xiang Lu focused intently on Lu Ming. Anger filled the 9 pairs of eyes. It had posed dramatically for a long time, laughing grandly, exuding immense aura. Yet this kid fell from the sky and wrecked its stage. However, it had also heard the 5 from Bai Lan calling out Lu Ming's name. It squinted its 18 eyes. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Have you heard of my reputation? Xiang Lu sneered. Head trash like you is worthy of being called Jiahao. What? Is there someone daring enough to question my Jiahao identity? I've been this grand, and someone still wants to compete with me. Lu Ming's gaze turned cold. You better take back what you just said and apologize, or I will make you regret it. He had played the role of Jiahao for so long, yet someone dared to evaluate him like this. Ha ha ha, just based on you. Apologize. You think you're worthy. Xiang Lu laughed maniacally. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Very well, you have lost your only chance to apologize because I. He paused slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp. I never accept apologies after the fact. To all who anger me, I will only give them one word: kill. The 5 from Bailon were startled. Heroic value 246. Heroic value 190. Heroic value 278. I can't believe it. Does this kid not know what embarrassment is? To be fair, they had heard about Lu Ming's heroic reputation before, but they actually didn't understand what a Jiahao was at all, having no concept of it. However, at the instant Lu Ming spoke those words, the 5 from Bailon felt a surge of heroic spirit rising from their feet to the crown of their heads, goosebumps all over their toes, nearly breaking through their shoes. So this is what a Jiahao is. Truly heroic to the skies. And also, this magical beast must have a problem too. Competing to be a Jiahao. What the hell is that good for? Bailan's mind was already spinning. Zhang Chuan's mouth twitched, and he finally managed to utter, what the hell are these things? But then the others frowned, because they sensed the aura emanating from Xiang Lu. Peak flowing spirit. Moreover, this aura was astonishingly thick. This was definitely not an ordinary peak flowing spirit. This magical beast is not simple. Bailan's heart sank instantly, putting away other thoughts, stepping forward to stand in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming, stay behind us. Don't be so nervous, it's fine. Another man spoke calmly. His name was Wu Qianfeng, a peak flowing spirit powerhouse with a talent rank of 52 armor break. Leave this kind of magical beast to me. In his eyes, this magical beast was just a few more heads. Just the same realm as himself, nothing to fear. Wu Qianfeng drew his sword, the blade shimmering with a layer of golden light. Lu Ming, your talent is lacking. Let us handle this kind of guy. Just right. Let you see my skills. Lu Ming. No, why does it feel heroic? Indeed. Who would dare say that their future self wouldn't be overshadowed by their current self? You may not feel it now, but your future self is bound to seek out that grandeur. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Wu Qianfeng. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming shook his head, sighing. It's nothing, just a bit emotional sigh. Back then I thought it was just about seeking grandeur. Wu Qianfeng, Bailon and the others. Jiahao value 237. Jiahao value 192. Silence. Everyone was stunned. Especially Wu Qianfeng, his face in a daze. What was that about seeking Hao back then? What on earth is this guy talking about? Xiang Lu also had a strange expression, wondering what these humans were saying. Could it be related to Jiahao? Current Hao value 2624. Lu Ming looked at the Hao value on the panel, a smile involuntarily creeping up at the corners of his mouth. These guys are really enjoyable to use. In such a short time, the Hao value has increased so much. Lu Ming glanced at the bewildered Wu Qianfeng. It seems he isn't aware that he has also entered a certain state of Hao in an instant. Lu Ming shook his head, just as expected. The terrifying aspect of Jiahao lies here. When you discuss Jiahao, you are no longer Jiahao, but when you actually become Jiahao, you forget that you were ever Jiahao. This is the pseudo-Hao state that seems like Hao, but isn't. Alright, you want to show off, do you? Then go ahead, just right to help me test the strength of this nine-headed serpent. Lu Ming was not foolish. If this beast's strength was too overwhelming, it would definitely turn tail and run without a second thought. How what an interesting bunch of bugs. Xiang Lu looked at Wu Qianfeng, who was about to make a move, with disdain showing on all 9 heads. Do you, a mere and inferior to trash, think you can deal with me? I advise you to hand over Lu Ming. Only he is worthy of being devoured by me. You? Hey, even eating you would dirty my mouth. Hearing this, the anger flared up in Wu Kunfeng's eyes. What? This damn beast actually dared to say such a thing. After all, he was among the top of the high-risk sequences known for its lethality sequence, 52 Armor Breaker. Although not on par with Lu Ming's Dominator sequence, he had his own pride. He had killed at least 100 beasts, including more than one at the peak of the Flowing Spirit. And now to be insulted like this by a beast. You've successfully angered me. Beast! Wu Qianfeng shouted angrily, the ground beneath him cracking loudly as he shot out like a bolt from a bow. The sword was drawn. Spiritual light exploded on the blade, transforming into a blinding silver meteor aimed directly at one of Xiang Liu's heads. This strike was his full-powered attack, augmented by his Talon Armor Breaker. Simply put, it was equivalent to 90 penetration enchantment. Among the same tier, it could nearly pierce through all defenses. Heavenly drill roars. Wu Qianfeng shouted in his heart, the sword light suddenly spinning, resembling a high-speed drill, tearing through the air with a piercing scream as it viciously struck towards Xiang Lu. This was a high-tier mystic sword technique he had used to kill countless flowing spirit beasts, and he had never missed. Seeing this, the others raised their eyebrows. Unexpectedly, he even used this move. It seemed Wu Chuanfeng was genuinely angry. But that was fine. It meant they wouldn't have to intervene. After all, in their eyes, even the most lethal Wu Chuanfeng had used all his strength. This beast was undoubtedly doomed. Wu Chuanfeng thought the same, his gaze icy. Die. But what he didn't know was, he was facing Xiang Lu. Seeing Wu Kunfeng's attack, Xiang Liu's 9 heads didn't even have the intention to dodge. Truly laughable, a toothpick. Xiang Liu's gaze was mocking. In the next second, its serpent tail casually flicked. No charge, no technique, as if swatting away a bothersome bug. Yet the moment that massive tail swung, the air was violently compressed and exploded with a dull roar. Boom. The sword light shattered instantly. Crack. The low-tier mystic instrument in Wu Kunfeng's hand split from the tip of the sword all the way to the hilt, then exploded into dozens of fragments, scattering everywhere. What? Wu Kunfeng's pupils contracted sharply. Before he could react, the overwhelming force surged through the shattered hilt and slammed into his arm. Crack. His palm exploded on the spot, blood splattering. Then came his wrist, forearm, and shoulder, as if he had been hit heat-in by a semi-truck, bones making a sickening cracking sound. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Chuanfeng was pushed back uncontrollably by the residual force. Until his back collided hard against a massive rock, did he barely stop. Boom. The rock instantly cracked. Wu Chuanfeng half knelt on the ground, his right hand gripping the broken sword, trembling uncontrollably. He stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. This is impossible. His sword, a low-tier mystic instrument, took 3 years of merit to exchange for 3 years. And it was shattered by a single tail swipe. No, something's off. What kind of power does this beast possess? Xiang Lu glanced at him disdainfully. You who can't even be counted as Jiahao dare to challenge me. As soon as the words fell, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Get lost. A furious roar. A terrifying pressure exploded directly from Xiang Lu. In an instant, everyone felt a chill down their backs, their legs turning weak. No way. This power is far beyond that of the peak flowing spirit. Everyone felt that something was off. This pressure was too strong, excessively so. No way. This appearance. Zhang Chuan finally reacted. He stared intently at Xiang Liu's 9 heads, growing increasingly familiar. 9 heads. Dark green giant serpent. Suddenly Zhang Chuan's pupils shrank sharply. Wait. 9 heads. Is this? Bailan also reacted suddenly, a lightning bolt flashing through her mind. Her face turned pale instantly, lips trembling as she squeezed out a name. Xiang Lu. The other 2 were also left dumbfounded, their faces showing horror. Xiang Lu Beast Sequence 10th. Equivalent to the Dominator sequence of humans, they had seen the information about Xiang Lu, but none thought of it right away. After all, there were many beasts with 9 heads. Most importantly, the Xiang Lu recorded in the data had existed for many years. They never expected that it currently only had the realm of the peak flowing spirit, which was unreasonable. What has it been doing all these years? Just slacking off. Everyone's expressions suddenly turned serious. They knew just how terrifying Xiang Lu was. Beasts ranking higher in the sequence are kings among beasts, their combat strength far surpassing other beasts of the same realm. The closer to the front of the sequence, the more excessive the combat strength. And this Xiang Lu is even more of a monstrous thing. Each head possesses the strength of its own body. With 9 heads, if they all attacked simultaneously, it would be equivalent to 9 combat strengths, exceeding that of the peak flowing spirit. Even more terrifying is that Xiang Lu can summon serpent swarms covering the sky and blocking the sun. Xiang Lu appearing here means there is definitely more than one beast here. He is called the Emperor of Serpent Beasts. Lu Ming. Bailan's voice was unprecedentedly serious, even trembling a bit. You must run. This is Xiang Lu. Beast Sequence 10th. Leave this to us. She had only one thought left in her mind. To protect Lu Ming at any cost. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. 10th. Damn. This beast in front of him is actually the 10th. Beast Sequence 10th. This level of value, this essence blood, this is absolutely the perfect combination for the flowing infant pill. He was in desperate need of high-quality beast essence blood, and this fellow had come to his door. Moreover, judging from that strike, just now this creature's combat strength isn't that excessive, at least it is far from the martial infant level. With his current means revealing all his cards, he could take it out in a second. Lu Ming forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart, trying to remain calm. Run. Do I need to run from something like this? I just need one strike to kill him. Huh. Bailan and her companions were stunned. They all thought they had misheard. What? Just one move? You must be joking. This was rank 10 of the beast sequence. Bailan took a deep breath and decided to ignore Lu Ming entirely. Her voice hardened. Everyone, prepare for battle. They would attack together, 5 against 1. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to give their absolute all. Zhang Chuan's eyes flickered with resolve. Xiang Lu. Perhaps he can be slain upon the battlefield. Though each of Xiang Liu's heads embodied a peak flow spirit cultivator, yet they shared a single body, and thus a finite reservoir of spiritual energy. And all 5 of them stood at the peak flow spirit realm. Combined they might yet prevail. Excellent. It's been far too long since a true battle. Kill. The other peak flow spirit cultivators braced themselves, their gazes burning with fierce determination. Only by fighting as one, these 5 together, could victory even be conceivable. Oh, a faint amused glint shimmered in Xiang Liu's eyes. Just as tension thickened the air, a voice rang out, "Enough. Stand aside, you've played your part. Now the protagonist enters the stage." Everyone froze. Lu Ming strode forward calmly, "Step back, the weak ones. They'll take command of this battlefield." Bai Lan, Zhang Chuan. The others. What on earth are you planning? No need. Stay where you are and watch how we dismantle this beast. Bai Lan snapped, panic edging her voice. You're merely at the condensed spirit realm. Do you intend to die here? Lu Ming frowned, hesitating slightly. Could it be? None of you truly grasp who the strongest among us really is. Huh. I'm genuinely astounded. What are you playing at? Step back, immediately. Zhang Chuan nearly shouted, exasperated. Otherwise we'll have to split our focus just to protect you. After all, this assault demanded all 5 of them. No one could spare attention for Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly smiled. Fine. A pack of pretenders. Ha ha. So you'd all masquerade as mighty heroes. Go ahead then, attack. Let me see whether you can actually best him. Lu Ming waved dismissively, utterly unbothered, and I, as a worthy sovereign of strength, must descend like a celestial deity precisely when despair grips the mortal world. A towering surge of heroic aura erupted, overwhelming all in its wake. Bai Lan and the others involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. Pretender and celestial descent. Was he utterly unhinged? Damn it, what madness is this? Just then Xiang Liu's voice cut through the air, cold and sharp. Enough. I've no patience left for your childish squabbling. Head endured their endless bickering until his mind felt ready to shatter, irritated beyond endurance. Bai Lan exchanged a glance with the others. No more words remained. Only battle. All 5 launched themselves forward simultaneously. Bai Lan moved fastest. Frost bloomed from her palms, freezing the ground solid in her wake. Zhang Chuan followed close behind, his blade cleaving the air with a heavy resonant slash that made the very atmosphere hum with compressed spiritual energy. The other 3 erupted in unison. Flames, swordlight, and radiant spiritual energy converged from 3 directions, sealing off every possible retreat for Xiang Liu. 5 devastating attacks struck as one. Yet in response to this overwhelming barrage, Xiang Liu extended only a single head, just one. Bai Lan and the others stared. Outrage flared instantly. What did this mean? 5 warriors stood before him, and he deigned to offer only one head. It was sheer unadulterated contempt. Then let's sever it first. Enraged, their assault intensified. Boom, boom, boom. Frost enveloped the space, flames roared, blades flashed, and swordlight blazed, all converging upon that solitary head. Yet in the next instant their expressions turned ashen. Their strikes struck the serpent scales and erupted only in blinding sparks. That single head barely trembled, absorbing every blow without yielding. Then it swept sideways like a siege ram, shattering Zhang Chuan's blade light outright and biting clean through the sword energy rushing toward it. Bai Lan and the others were forced into retreat, only to regroup and charge again. But soon terror gripped them. That lone head fought them all, 5 peak flow spirit masters, to a standstill. Neither side gained advantage. Bai Lan's face paled. Something's wrong. The combat power. He's clearly not a half-step martial infant. Typically the next step beyond peak flow spirit is the martial infant realm, but the transition is fraught with peril, marked by an immense chasm. That chasm is the infant refinement stage, commonly called half-step martial infant. What is the martial infant? It is the formation within one's body of a unique, life-bound, nascent soul, a true hallmark of a martial infant master capable of commanding the forces of heaven and earth. The moment a peak flow spirit cultivator successfully forms even a nascent embryo of that nascent soul, they officially enter the infant refinement stage, becoming a half-step martial infant with combat prowess soaring exponentially. Yet this stage is extraordinarily difficult. Fewer than 1 in 100 peak flow spirit cultivators succeed. Furthermore, both the fully formed nascent soul and its embryonic form are ranked in 3 tiers: golden, silver, and bronze. Golden is supreme, bronze the lowest. Differences in tier yield astronomical disparities in strength. Even a half-step martial infant bearing a silver deer nascent soul embryo should effortlessly overwhelm 5 peak flow spirit masters combined. Yet now, against Xiang Liu, a mere peak flow spirit cultivator, they couldn't subdue a single head. What was happening? Zhang Chuan and the others stood paralyzed, minds reeling. Could it be? Was the combat strength of one of Xiang Liu's heads already comparable to that of a half-step martial infant with a golden-tier nascent soul embryo? That would make him a peerless genius even among half-step martial infants. How could this possibly be? Suddenly Xiang Liu's other heads yawned. Fine, enough games. In the next instant another head surged forward, purple light flashing across its scaled brow as thunder cracked violently, lightning arcing wildly, bathing the surroundings in violent violet radiance. Simultaneously, the first head slowly opened its maw. Boom. Crimson fire erupted, not as flame, but as a searing river of incandescence instantly flooding the field ahead. Thunder and fire merged, forging a raging torrent of violet-crimson devastation, sweeping relentlessly toward the five. If before Xiang Lu had toyed with children, now he struck with lethal intent. Danger! Bai Lan's pupils contracted, her heart lurched. She tried to shout a warning, but the thunder-fire torrent struck before she could utter a word. Crockham! The detonation shattered their defenses instantly. Bai Lan felt a crushing pressure in her chest and was hurled backward like a ragdoll. Zhang Chuan's blade light held for half an inch, then exploded under Thunder's wrath, sending him hurtling backward. The other three didn't even manage to brace themselves, blasted flat by the shockwave. Spit! Spit! Blood gushed from their mouths, splattering onto the ground in vivid, shocking. Bai Lan clutched her chest, blood trickling from her lips, her hands trembling. Zhang Chuan lay prone, breathing shallow and weak. The other three fared no better, unable even to rise. Five masters, united in perfect coordination, had failed to withstand a single strike. Blown apart in an instant. Terror seized every face. No, impossible. What happened? This defied all reason. Two heads, and they were finished. Then came Xiang Liu's mocking laughter. Ha! Maggots. Despair washed over them. Infuriating to be mocked by this beast. A deafening tenfold echo of laughter shook the air. Xiang Lu, ha! How pathetically weak you are. Lu Ming, ha! How pathetically weak you are. Xiang Lu. The others all froze, then watched dumbfounded as Lu Ming strode forward, laughing heartily. Bai Lan and her companions stared, utterly bewildered. Wait, what on earth are you laughing about? So that's why it echoed 10 times. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. Lu Ming chuckled lightly, looking relaxed. At this point, shouldn't you be begging me to step in and protect you? Others. Bravery points 2, 18 bravery points, 1, 54 bravery points, 178. What the hell? Can you stop showing off? The five of them were filled with despair, feeling as if their minds and bodies were about. Something's wrong. In the distance, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man were hiding in the shadows, observing the battle. At that moment, both of their expressions changed. How did this Xiang Lu become so powerful? Moreover, what surprised them even more was, where was Lu Ming? Why wasn't he making a move? Their original plan was to have Lu Ming joined by Lan and the others, with 5 people, plus Lu Ming, 6 of them, teaming up against Xiang Lu, while also training this kid's teamwork skills. But what was the result? Bai Lan and the other 5 charged and got knocked away, coughed up blood, and lay on the ground, unable to get up. Lu Ming hadn't moved an inch the entire time. What are you doing? Your teammates are all at death's door. Why are you just sitting there? Are you planning to take down Xiang Lu all by yourself? With Lu Ming not making a move, Xiang Lu instead suddenly unleashed such terrifying power. 2 heads took down the 5 of them. This situation looked increasingly wrong. Even if Lu Ming goes in alone, given the current situation, he definitely can't defeat Xiang Lu. Elder Yes' voice deepened. The power that Xiang Lu had just displayed was far beyond their estimates. Nonsense about being at the peak of the Luling stage. Even a half-step Wuing strongman would likely be no match for it. This creature had survived for so many years, its realm hadn't improved, but its combat power had skyrocketed. Should we intervene? The one-eyed man asked in a low voice. If they didn't act soon, Lu Ming would be in danger. Elder Yi gritted his teeth. Let's go, we can't let anything happen to Lu Ming. This kid was precious. If he fell here, they would have no way to explain when they returned. The 2 were just about to rush out, when suddenly a voice sounded from the side. The ending of this script has already been fixed, you can't change it. In an instant, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man's hair stood on end. They turned their heads sharply. Who? They saw a woman standing in the distant air, dressed in black silk, tightly clinging to her body from neck to toe, outlining a delicate figure, holding an umbrella embroidered with dark red patterns, emanating an air of wickedness. You. Elder Yes' pupils constricted. Martial Lord. This aura, the Abyssal God Sect. How could someone from the Abyssal God Sect appear here? And she was merely at the early stage of Martial Lord. How did they not notice her earlier? In an instant, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man exchanged glances. The opponent must possess a high-level secret technique or sequence to have evaded their detection. But what was this woman suddenly doing here? Is she seeking death? Elder Yes' gaze was disdainful. Is the Abyssal God Sect really out of people? They sent someone of your level. After all, both he and the one-eyed man were strong at the late stage of martial lord. The combat power between martial lords varies drastically with every small realm. The gap between the late stage and early stage of martial lord is even larger than that between a human and a dog. This rubbish was simply beneath his notice. The black silk woman smiled. You guys wouldn't think we're that foolish, would you? You can guess that we would send someone to deal with Lu Ming, but do you think we can't guess that you are here too? Elder Yes' expression darkened, his eyes filled with coldness. Do you think you can defeat both of us alone? 2 against 1, a late-stage martial lord against an early-stage martial lord. There was no way they would lose. But the smile on the black silk woman's face did not change at all. I don't need to defeat you. I just need to hold you off for a little while, and that will be enough. By the time you come to your senses, you will see the corpse of little Lu Ming. As her words fell, she suddenly spun the umbrella in her hand. Buzz. The dark red patterns on the umbrella seemed to come alive, blooming one by one with eerie blood-colored flowers. In the next second, an invisible force spread out instantly, enveloping Elder Yi and the one-eyed man. The two felt the world before them suddenly plunge, the surrounding sounds forcibly stripped away, and even the air became thick. The originally clear sky was suddenly stained with a layer of dark red. Supplement exchange. Illusion technique. The expressions of Elder Yi and the one-eyed man changed. This book has already reached first place concurrently in a blockbuster manner. Let me explain the rules for additional chapters. Every day guarantees at least 2 updates, and for every additional 100 5-star reviews, there will be 1 extra chapter. For every 100 yuan in gifts, there will be 1 extra chapter. Just 5-star reviews are fine. Free gifts are acceptable. Everyone just needs to support a bit. Thank you. Today alone, there have been over 170 new 5-star reviews. This rule shouldn't be too much, right? Currently, the number of book reviews is 372. Daily statistics. Due to the new rules, the maximum daily updates can only be 10, which is 5 chapters, or it may be judged as low quality. Please understand. If there are extra updates, they will be saved for the next day. Just showing off, the little author has 1.5 million words on another site, a long novel with a 1,000,000-word royalty, so rest assured to follow this book, it's guaranteed. Finally, I request for an update push. Thank you. In just an instant, both Elder Yi and the one-eyed man sensed that something was amiss. Everything around them transformed into a dark red world etched with dense and peculiar patterns. Elder Yi furrowed his brows, sweeping his gaze around. The surroundings were equally bizarre, resembling a gigantic box that trapped them inside. Not good. She is the Flower Queen. Elder Yes' expression instantly turned extremely grim. Flower Queen. The one-eyed man's face changed, gritting his teeth. Damn it, how could it be this disgusting thing? Both of their pupils reflected the shadow of a figure holding an umbrella. The Flower Queen. The 9th steward among the 12 stewards of the Abyssal God cult. The awakener of the ultra-high-risk sequence number 29 moon reading. Those ranked from 11 to 30 are referred to as ultra-high-risk sequences. Although the ranking of moon reading is at the bottom among the ultra-high risks, its level of disgust is hard to match. With a single illusion, it becomes impossible to distinguish between reality and falsehood. A few years ago, the deputy director of the Anomaly Bureau in Yuzhou province, a peak martial lord, was assigned to hunt her down. What happened? He was completely toyed with by her illusions. Almost caused a public scene. Damn it, the most disgusting one among the 12 stewards of the Abyssal God cult is this vile woman. The one-eyed man couldn't help but curse. The Abyssal God cult venerates the so-called God of the Abyss, also known as the Beast God, abbreviated as Abyss God. Their leader claims to be the agent of the God of the Abyss on Earth. It is said that this fellow has even tattooed 4 big characters on himself. Abyss God is awesome. Below the leader are 3 Hall Masters, and beneath them are the 12 stewards. In terms of overall combat power, the Abyssal God cult is just a minor nuisance compared to the entire Anomaly Bureau of Huaxia. The disgusting part is that they hide deep and constantly create trouble, making them impossible to eradicate. As the 9th steward, the Flower Queen is not the strongest in combat, only at the initial stage of martial lord. But she is the hardest to kill. Her heaven-defying illusion can even ensnare peak martial lords. Today, especially for you, I brought the Ming Luo umbrella. The Flower Queen smiled sweetly, resting the umbrella on her shoulder. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man's faces darkened further. The Ming Luo umbrella. A low-grade spiritual artifact of the heavenly tier related to the mind. When was the last time this thing appeared? 3 years ago. In a small county with a population of 50,000 overnight, everyone turned into lunatics and even held a mass party in the town center. The local branch of the Anomaly Bureau fought desperately to suppress the news. A low-grade heavenly tier artifact is just right for a martial lord to wield. A mind-related sequence martial lord plus a heavenly tier mind-related artifact. These 2 things combined, even if she is just at the initial stage of martial lord, would be enough to trap the 2 latest stage martial lords in place for a while. In half an hour, I will let you go. The Flower Queen stretched lazily, her face showing disdain. It's really annoying. I'm a beauty stuck with you two old men in the same place. My husband will be angry. But since it's the master's task, I guess I can manage for a bit. Half an hour. Elder Yes mind buzzed. Half an hour is enough for Lu Ming to die 1,000 times. No way. Break through with all your might. Elder Yi gritted his teeth. Damn the abyssal god cult. Illusions like this cannot be broken with spiritual power. No matter how strong the spiritual power is, hitting an illusion is like punching cotton. Only soul power can work. Fortunately, although they are primarily melee fighters specializing in spiritual power, they have also trained a bit in soul power. This was to prevent being completely defenseless when encountering such a disgusting situation. In the next moment, two streams of terrifying soul power erupted simultaneously. The surrounding space trembled slightly under this force. Behind Elder Yi, a gray Qilin phantom emerged, letting out a roar to the sky. The one-eyed man, on the other hand, was enveloped in a brilliant silver light, his silver soul power transforming into numerous swords and blades several meters long beside him. Flash! The two forces struck the illusion at the same time. But in the next second their expressions changed. They actually couldn't break through with one strike. The Flower Queen's eyes flashed as if she had anticipated this. I estimated that even if you exert your full strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to. Before she could finish speaking, Elder Yi directly pulled out a small object from his pocket, a palm-sized jade plate, a mind-related auxiliary artifact. The Flower Queen's expression changed slightly. What is this? In the next moment, the soul power belonging to both of them erupted completely. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man closed their eyes simultaneously. Terrifying soul power surged from their bodies, striking fiercely against the walls of the illusion front and back. Boom, boom, boom. The entire space trembled. The Flower Queen's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, the illusion began to shake violently. The originally bright dark red began to flicker in black and white intermittently. Cracks spread like a spider web, increasing in number and density. Although it didn't shatter immediately, there were clear signs of it being unable to withstand much longer. The Flower Queen stood not far away, watching the crumbling illusion blinking. Her expression was calm, even carrying a hint of indifference. Oh dear, I didn't expect it to be ineffective so soon. It's okay, you've done great. Even if it was short, it was still very cute. In her view, dealing with a diminished talent in the condensed spirit master sequence was no different from squashing an ant. Even if the illusion shattered now, when those two old men rushed forward, all they would see is Lu Ming's corpse. At that time, it would be them who panicked. Lu Ming, you better hold on. In the illusion, Elder Yi was screaming frantically in his heart. On the other side, on the battlefield, everyone was already in despair. They not only couldn't defeat Xiang Lu, but even their only protective teammate was constantly pressuring them. Those feeling the pressure could take a look at Bai Lan and the others. Bai Lan raised her head, looking at the figure standing in front. Lu Ming. Run away. Zhang Chuan lay not far away. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he spat. The other three were even worse off, lacking the strength to even lift their hands. The five of them were all peak talents of the flowing spirit level. Yet against the attacks from Xiang Liu's two heads, they couldn't even withstand a single move. All that remained in their minds was a single thought. It's over. Lu Ming, this master sequence is going to meet his end here today. And what happens after the beast consumes the master sequence, they dared not imagine. Lu Ming, let me swallow you. Become the strongest Jiahao. Xiang Liu's 9 heads roared in unison. It had sensed the change in the aura from afar. On the Flower Queen's side, it couldn't hold on much longer. Must end this quickly. Just you. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with disdain, daring to challenge the Golden Saint Dohao, without understanding the gap in power. You won't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Upon hearing this, Bai Lan and the others were completely stunned. Lu Ming, run. You'll die. Bai Lan shouted with all her strength, and after shouting, she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. She was genuinely anxious now. Is this kid out of his mind? Even at such a time, he's still pretending. Moreover, Lu Ming is a master sequence. If he gets eaten by Xiang Lu and then hides away to develop for another 10 years, even the martial king won't stand a chance. Whether or not it was the desperation of the few infecting the sky, suddenly, without warning, a torrential rain began to pour down. Raindrops hammered down on the ground, splashing droplets everywhere. They struck Lu Ming, running down his face. At that moment, Lu Ming felt the Rain Master sequence within him begin to resonate wildly. His physical body grew stronger, his spiritual power surged, his speed increased, his entire state was elevated to an entirely new level by this downpour. No, we will win. Lu Ming spoke softly. The 5 of Bai Lan were stunned. We will win. Did he just say we will win? Lu Ming, have you lost your mind? Bai Lan's eyes were already starting to blur. Lu Ming smiled slightly, looking at Xiang Lu. In 5 seconds I will kill you. Heroic value 144, heroic value 174, heroic value 163 by Lan, and the others were left in shock upon hearing this. Zhang Chuan struggled to raise his head, his gaze unfocused. Lu Ming, you idiot. Don't say such things. Saying that at this time, do you want to scare your teammates to death? 5 seconds to kill Xiang Lu. Do you think you can withstand its attacks for even 5 seconds? Upon hearing this, Xiang Liu's 9 heads laughed in unison. Ha! Just you. 5 seconds. Let's see how you survive the next second. Before the words fell, Xiang Liu's massive body charged forward. Even the foremost head had already lunged in front of Lu Ming. Its blood-red jaws opened wide, filled with jagged teeth, and a putrid stench assaulted him. Bai Lan and the others closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch any longer. 5. At that moment, Lu Ming's voice calmly rang out. Xiang Lu sneered, still counting. Fine, then you'll know how you die. But in the next moment, Lu Ming's voice echoed, heroic domain activated. Xiang Lu was taken aback. What heroic what? Bai Lan and the others were also puzzled. What on earth? But before they could comprehend its meaning, in the next instant, centered around Lu Ming, a deafening explosion of fire erupted without warning. No, that was no ordinary fire. It was like dozens of fire pillars, each several meters tall, rising from the ground, roaring between heaven and earth. Each fire pillar resembled a living fire dragon, clawing and snapping. Their color was a deep, almost golden red. The torrential rain struck the fire pillars, instantly turning into white mist. A large volume of water vapor appeared in the air. Beneath Lu Ming, a radius of 500 meters was immediately enveloped by this terrifying heat. Fiery ash. The ash domain took shape. In this domain, as long as Lu Ming willed it, beings of the same tier would be reduced to ashes. Even those of a higher realm would face severe threats. And the Xiang Lu before him was just one realm higher than him. Roar! The foremost head of Xiang Lu charged into the ash domain unguarded. In the next second, the dark green scales on its body began to curl and burn away one by one. Its flesh and skin charred and cracked at a visible speed. Ah! 9 heads screamed in unison. The screams were not from bodily pain, but because they shared a single body. The pain of the foremost head was felt by the other 8. What? Xiang Liu's entire body retreated frantically. In that moment, its mind was in, what the hell is happening? This is not right. This is definitely not the kind of power that can be unleashed by condensation of qi. Bai Lan and the others were also dumbfounded. They lay on the ground staring at the inferno before them, looking at the boy standing in the center of the flames, untouched by the rain. What is this? Bai Lan murmured to herself. They had attacked Xiang Lu for ages, and not even a single hair on a head was harmed. Yet with just this one move from Lu Ming, the strongest head of Xiang Lu was directly injured. Moreover, Lu Ming was at the condensation of qi level. The peak of condensation of qi. How can you be so awesome at condensation of qi? Heroic value 249, heroic value 164, heroic value 167. In the center of the fire pillar, Lu Ming remained completely still. 4. Upon hearing this number, Xiang Lu nearly spewed blood. Are you kidding? How many seconds has it been, and you say 4? Impossible. It already felt a hint of death's threat, a feeling it had never experienced since birth. It's Xiang Lu, the 10th in the beast sequence. How could it be threatened by a condensation of qi practitioner? The terrifying ash domain was spreading over. I'm going all out. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu trembled in unison, and the spiritual power within it surged wildly. In the next moment, a layer of black droplets seeped from beneath its scales. Those droplets quickly gathered, forming a thick layer of black water that enveloped its entire body, emitting eerie roars. Black water defense. This was Xiang Liu's signature technique. This layer of black water could withstand even a full-strength blow from a golden quality, half-step martial infant. Let's see how your fire can burn my water. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu laughed maniacally in unison. But in the next moment, their laughter ceased. Lu Ming still wore that smile, still counting down. 3. Hiss. The moment the black water touched the high temperature of the ash domain, it began to evaporate frantically. Not the kind of evaporation caused by burning. It was directly vaporized. Like a drop of water falling onto a scorching iron plate, it disappeared instantly, without even a struggle. In just a few seconds, all the black water protecting Xiang Lu had completely evaporated. How the hell is this possible? The 9 heads of Xiang Lu widened their eyes in shock. It's black water defense. Its innate divine ability from birth. Just like that, it was gone. And what made it even more distraught was, why are you only at 3? The 9 heads of Xiang Lu roared in unison. It has already been over 10 seconds, do you know that? But now it had no time to care about such things. Its mind raced. Something was off. Everything was wrong. The black-robed man from the Abyss God cult clearly told it that Lu Ming's talent was diminished, that he was just a lucky kid. But this battle power, what a loss. This is not a loss, but it's a gain. Xiang Lu had been used as a pawn by those bastards from the Abyss God cult. I'm going all out. The 9 heads of Xiang Lu howled to the heavens in anger. 9 different attributes of spiritual power erupted simultaneously above its 9 heads. Thunder, flames, ice, earth, storms, poisons, black water, purple, mist, golden light. 9 forces erupted at once, turning the entire sky into a swirling pot of colorful porridge. Bai Lan and the others watched this scene, their pupils shrinking in shock. This is the true strength of Xiang Lu. When they fought against Xiang Lu before, the opponent hadn't even exerted full strength. With just a casual swing of his heads, he had knocked all 5 of them down. But now all 9 of Xiang Liu's heads were unleashed. This momentum far exceeded the peak of Lu Ling realm. It was even stronger than a half-step martial infant who had refined a golden nascent soul embryo. Yet despite such a terrifying onslaught, Lu Ming still stood in place, continuing to count down 2. Damn it, can you just count properly for me? It's been this long, and you're still at 2. What the hell is wrong with you? Xiang Lu was already frantic. Are you messing with me? I'm going to kill you. 9 streams of power simultaneously slammed toward Lu Ming. Bai Lan and the others couldn't help but shout, Lu Ming, dodge. But Lu Ming remained unmoved. He didn't even change his posture. Just when everyone thought he would be reduced to ashes by this, 4 scales of a dark greenish-black began to emerge beneath Lu Ming's skin. The scales layered upon each other, wrapping around his entire body. 100 beast scales. Defense 50. And he originally possessed the 1,000 calamity desolate body. The 2 effects combined. Boom. 9 streams of power struck Lu Ming solidly. The shockwave from the explosion sent the surrounding pillars of fire flying. Bai Lan and the others instinctively closed their eyes. But the next moment what they heard was not Lu Ming's scream of agony, but Xiang Liu's voice filled with shock. What the hell? They opened their eyes wide. Then they saw a scene they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Lu Ming stood there completely unscathed. Not even his clothes were torn. With a casual wave, he dispersed the thunder that had struck him. The other streams of power were firmly held back by his scales, causing no damage whatsoever. Is this even human? This is poetic dominance. Xiang Liu's 9 heads were simultaneously in shock. Bai Lan and the others were also stunned. They recalled what Lu Ming had said on the helicopter. Ancient body. He thinks he can compare with me. At the time they thought this guy was just bragging. Now it seemed. This is even more outrageous than the ancient body. No, you really weren't boasting. Heroic value 182, heroic value 188, heroic value 265. Lu Ming smirked, feeling quite comfortable. This value was climbing steadily. Just then the warm, pure soul power within him began to surge wildly. Pure soul. Centered around Lu Ming, an illusory sun rose once again above his head. The pure white light instantly enveloped Xiang Liu's 9 heads. Xiang Lu let out the most mournful scream of the day. All 9 heads raised simultaneously, their eyes filled with terror. The pain on the soul level was far more devastating than that of the body. After all, it was Xiang Lu. 9 heads meant its soul power was naturally stronger than that of others at the same level. Its soul power should have crushed all beings of the same realm. Yet this soul power before it, it was being completely suppressed. Not human. He is definitely not human. If this continues, I'm going to die. Xiang Liu's mind was left with this single thought. No, I am destined to become the Beast King of Jiahao. I cannot die. All 9 heads howled in despair. Lu Ming, hearing this, smiled. Beast King of Jiahao. You. He raised his hand. The Han Yuan sword slowly fell into his palm. He lifted the sword in his hand as if it held some magical power. In an instant, the entire world fell silent because of this sword. The heavy rain continued, but the sound of the rain seemed to be blocked by something. All gazes were drawn to that sword. You are nothing but a false hero. Lu Ming's voice was calm. And I said I will kill you in 5 seconds. Xiang Liu's 9 heads simultaneously panicked. Damn it, 5 seconds have long passed. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Can you hear me? The time of heroism. Xiang Liu's entire being seemed to crack. What kind of terminology is this? But it had no time to ask, because the sword in Lu Ming's hand began to tremble slightly. A terrifyingly intense sword intent radiated from that sword. On the other side. Break! Yi Lao roared angrily. His and the one-eyed man's soul power surged to their limits at the same time. The illusion was finally shattered by them. The courtesan watched this scene, sighed with a hint of disappointment in her. I didn't expect that the old man is indeed fast. But according to the time, Lu Ming should be dead by now. Yet Yi Lao and the one-eyed man had no time to pay her any mind. The one-eyed man waved his hand, and a rift in space appeared out of thin air. His talent was Sequence 28, the Ripper, allowing him to tear through space over short distances. Go! The 2 of them plunged into the rift. Their hearts were in their throats. How long has it been? Is Lu Ming really still alive? Even if he were alive, could he hold on until now? The two rushed out of the rift, instantly appearing above the battlefield where Lu Ming was. Xiang Lu, you. Yi Lao's words were left unfinished as he froze. The one-eyed man also stood still. They hovered in midair, staring blankly at what lay below. Below, that massive dark green giant serpent over 100 meters long was wailing in agony. No, no, wait. All 9 heads lifted their eyes, filled with terror. And across from it, Lu Ming stood calmly with a Yi Lao's mind buzzed. What the hell? What the hell is going on? He and the one-eyed man exchanged glances, both seeing in each other's eyes a huge sense of confusion. On the battlefield, Lu Ming sensed the two presences above him, but did not turn back. He merely raised the sword in his hand. No, don't. Xiang Lu struggled to flee. Everyone come out. Come out. Hold him down. In the next moment, a cacophony of hisses flooded in from all directions. Clatter. The ground began to ripple. From the woods, from the burrows, from the grass, tens of thousands of serpentine beasts surged towards Lu Ming. Tens of thousands. Big and small, long and short, venomous and non-venomous, they flooded the entire land. Among them were even serpentine beasts of the Luling realm. This was Xiang Liu's ultimate summoning, the Emperor of Serpents. As the supreme of the Serpent clan, it could command all serpentine beasts within a radius of 100 miles. This move had been nearly invincible in its past battles. Even a half-step martial infant would be drowned alive by this surging tide of serpents. Lu Ming, Yi Lao shouted loudly in midair, just about to dive down. In the next moment, a terrifyingly powerful beast pressure erupted beside Lu Ming. The 100 Beast Emperor's might. It released a trace of ancient imperial beast aura capable of temporarily dominating beasts of the same rank. But this group of serpents, the strongest among them, was only at the Luling realm. In the next moment, the terrifying imperial beast pressure exploded. HSSSS. Tens of thousands of serpents froze in unison. Their bodies trembled, terror blazed in their eyes. Even a spirit flow realm beast felt that dread, though it answered not to Lu Ming's direct command. It was no fool. HSSSS. Tens of thousands of serpents collapsed at Lu Ming's feet, quaking uncontrollably, not daring to stir a single scale. Yi Lao and the one-eyed man hovered midair, stunned. This oppressive aura. The one-eyed man's voice quavered. What is happening? This energy, why does it feel like the aura of a primordial beast? Yi Lao opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, only silence. He was utterly bewildered. How many hidden trump cards did this youth still hold? Yesterday he was refining pills, today he subjugated a legendary beast. And the most despairing of all was Xiang Lu. No, impossible. His life-bound summoning had been crushed outright. Beneath that crushing aura, even his very genes recoiled in primal fear. It was the instinctive dread of encountering a natural predator. What arsenal does this human possess? Each revelation grows more absurd than the last. Xiang Lu shattered completely. Whirling about, it coiled its body and fled madly backward. Spare me. I'll never dare again. Regret choked it, its bowels twisted black with it. It had believed the lies of the Abyssal God sect and rushed here to provoke a monster, to devour Lu Ming. Now it only prayed to be devoured, to die swiftly, cleanly. But Lu Ming would grant it no such mercy. I said I do not accept apologies after the fact. His voice cut like frost, and, let it be known, I am the true king of Jiahao. Yi Lao, the one-eyed man, Bai Lan and the 4 others. In the next instant, kill. Amidst the torrential rain, Lu Ming swung his sword once. Whoosh! Hundreds of silvery sword energies erupted from that single stroke, each shimmering like a raindrop charged with lightning. Yet each was also a dragon of death. Interwoven midair, they wove an impenetrable net of blades. No! All 9 heads of Xiang Lu screamed their final cry in unison. But it was already too late. Hundreds of sword energies descended like judgment. Thud! The first head fell. Thud! The second head fell. Thud! The third. The fourth. The fifth. Boom! 8 of its 9 heads soared skyward, severed by the sword energies. Its colossal 100-meter-long body, coiled and ancient, was carved apart under the onslaught, reduced to slabs of meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until it dissolved into countless fragments scattered across the earth. Boom! Even the mountain behind Xiang Lu failed to escape. From peak to mid-slope, the lingering sword energies cleaved a chasm so vast it split the mountain in two. Ruer. Half the mountain crumbled amid earth-shaking tremors. Silence settled over the battlefield. The rain still fell, but the blazing pillars of fire had long since died. Bai Lan and the 4 others lay sprawled on the ground, mouths agape, staring upward. What had they just witnessed? Lu Ming had severed Xiang Lu with a single stroke. One stroke. Lu Ming glanced briefly at his interface, a faint smile curling his lips. Exhilarating. High above in the rain-lashed sky. Holy mother of... Yi Lao's mind detonated. His jaw hung slack, unable to close. This was Lu Ming's... He had watched Xiang Lu unleash its full might, a power far beyond ordinary spirit flow realm peak, almost indistinguishable from true martial infant realm. Among half-step martial infants, it ranked among the absolute elite. Yet Lu Ming, with one final slash, Xiang Lu hadn't even raised a hand in defense, reduced instantly to minced flesh. What manner of abomination is this? This defies all reason. What if he truly ascends to martial infant realm? How unfathomable would he become? The thought flashed through Yi Lao's mind. Could Ziluan's pill truly have restored his innate talent? That pill wasn't powerful enough for such a miracle. This wasn't restoration, it was transcendence. Yet Yi Lao had no idea Lu Ming hadn't even ingested the pill. Yi Lao drew a deep breath and turned toward the one-eyed man beside him, only to find the man's face utterly— Wait, you can actually keep a straight face through that. Yi Lao felt genuine admiration. The one-eyed man stared back deadpan. I'm paralyzed on one side of my face. Yi Lao. Suddenly the man's eye twitched violently. Damn it, that's too outrageous. Even facial paralysis is failing me. Yi Lao. On the battlefield below, Lu Ming sheathed his sword and frowned. Something was wrong. Why had no system prompt appeared? Slaying Xiang Lu, the 10th-ranked entity in the beast sequence, should have granted him its sequence slot. Yet his interface remained silent. Instinctively, he scanned the gory heap before him. His gaze locked onto one severed head. Though severed, its aura still flickered, unbroken. And then, Lu Ming's pupils contracted sharply. That head was inching agonizingly slow toward the distant grasses. Then, in the next breath, it shot away like an arrow. 666, still alive. Truly baffling. Like Louis XVI shampooing his hair, utterly incomprehensible. Lu Ming smiled. Indeed, ranking among the top 10 of the beast sequence was no trivial feat. Yet, you flee right before my eyes. Do you take me for a fool? With a thunderous push, he became a blur, chasing the fleeing head across the storm-racked sky. High above, the one-eyed man furrowed his brow. Xiang Lu has fled. Yi Lao waved a dismissive hand, his gaze hardening. No matter. Lu Ming will deal with it. But we have our own quarry to confront. His eyes fixed upon a tiny black speck in the distance. 10 li away, a woman holding an umbrella. The Flower Queen. Over a dozen li away, the Flower Queen could scarcely believe her eyes. She'd assumed Xiang Lu would crush Lu Ming in moments. After all, there was an entire realm's gap between them. Yet instead, Xiang Lu had been obliterated by a single stroke. One stroke. That image still left her speechless. Is this the monster? She murmured. Lu Ming, surely his talent hasn't strengthened. This isn't decline, it's transcendence. Such combat prowess must approach the martial infant realm itself. And his growth rate, this terrifying ability to slay foes beyond his realm. She swallowed hard. No, he must not be allowed to mature unchecked. It was time to consult the Hall Master. Then, she sensed a sharp, piercing gaze from afar. Yi Lao, 2 oppressive auras locked onto her. She sighed, but showed no trace of panic. What they saw was illusion. Her true body rested 100 li away. That was the true torment of this ability. I'll let you off this time. See you next round. Little Lu Ming, how impressive you are. Wait patiently, dear. Your elder sister will return soon to claim you utterly. On the other side, Hong Ju and the man in black fought fiercely against each other. The two of them battled from thousands of meters high down to the ground, and then back up to the mountain peak, leaving the entire forest in chaos. Suddenly the man in black burst into laughter. Lu Ming should be dead by now. However, Hong Ju let out a cold sneer. Did you think we were unaware of your plan? Let me tell you, we have long known your intentions. Yi Lao and the others are right here. Your plans with Xiang Lu have come to naught. He certainly knew. Otherwise, how could he have safely left Lu Ming and the others behind to entangle with this man in black? But what was the outcome? The man in black laughed even more heartily upon hearing this. Did you think we didn't know that you knew our plan? Hong Ju asked, puzzled. The man in black replied smugly, this is all part of the plan laid out by the Flower Queen. Lu Ming is undoubtedly doomed, even if you have a martial lord. Hong Ju's expression changed dramatically. Flower Queen. Was this person a subordinate of the Flower Queen? The Flower Queen, as you do. She wouldn't have detained Yi Lao and the others, would she? Oh no, that's it. Right now. The man in black spoke lightly. The Flower Queen has probably already taken Xiang Lu away from the battlefield. Hong Ju's heart sank to the bottom. But in the next second, a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. The man in black didn't even have time to react before he was pressed hard to the ground by that pressure. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The pupils of the man in black constricted sharply. What was happening? He abruptly looked up only to hear Yi Lao's disgruntled voice from above. And did you think we didn't know that you knew our plan? The man in black was dumbfounded. Hong Ju was taken aback at first, but then his eyes lit up. Yi Lao has arrived. This meant that nothing happened to Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Yi Lao's expression was foul. That Flower Queen woman was too disgusting, still not dead, and after all that they had only seen illusions. Although he couldn't kill that woman, he could still deal with this little brat. You bunch of dogs. Yilao gritted his. The man in black turned pale. No, no, I can surrender. He'll tell you everything. I don't want to hear it. Kill, kill, kill. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a snake head dragged a severed neck writhing wildly on the ground. Blood flowed endlessly from the neck wound. Huff, huff. Luckily, my life head will live as long as it doesn't break. Xiang Lu panted heavily. Its current cultivation had dropped from the peak of the flowing spirit realm to the body refining stage. 8 heads were gone. As long as I live. As long as I live. Xiang Liu's eyes were filled with the will to survive. I can make a comeback. Damn it. This time I need to hide for at least 200 years before coming out. My goodness. Too terrifying. It cursed while crawling forward. As it crawled, it suddenly brightened up. Ahead by a small lake lay a group of large turtles. About a dozen of them were basking in the sun. Food. Xiang Liu's eyes lit up. It lunged forward, opening its mouth wide, and swallowed the turtles whole shells and all. Then, with a pop, it began to spit out the turtle shells one by one. I need to regain some strength first. Just as it was thinking, suddenly Xiang Liu's whole body trembled. Not good. Without a second thought, it retracted its head and dove into the largest turtle shell nearby. From a distance, Lu Ming's figure slowly appeared. Xiang Lu was terrified inside the shell. Shivering. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. Lu Ming said, I see you, it's about time now. Xiang Lu trembled violently. It slowly poked its head out from the shell. It saw Lu Ming standing in front of it, smiling, holding the Han Yuan's sword in one hand. Why is the little snakehead still in a shell? Xiang Lu replied. You got it wrong. I'm not a snakehead. Xiang Liu's CPU was running wildly clearly. I am a Gui head, Lu Ming replied. He pulled out the Han Yuan's sword with a straight face. Xiang Lu saw the sword and was utterly terrified. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It frantically bowed its head, ill agree to anything. But Lu Ming was completely unmoved, slowly raising the sword in his hand. Sorry, he pretentiously said, I am a warrior of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. My duty is to eliminate all aberrant beasts in the world. Taking their sequence allows me to become even more powerful. He silently added in his heart. Xiang Lu was stunned. Has this kid always been this righteous? It quickly thought of a clever plan. Then, I can help you. Just as Lu Ming was about to strike down with his sword, he said, no need. I only kill aberrant beasts. In the next moment, Xiang Lu shouted at the top of its lungs, then I can help you find other aberrant beasts. I know a lot. I can be your beast guide. The hand that Lu Ming was raising the sword with paused. My. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. What do you know? Where are the top 10 aberrant beasts of other sequences? Do you know? Upon seeing Lu Ming halt, Xiang Lu quickly nodded vigorously. I know some of them. It was afraid if it spoke too slowly, Lu Ming would strike down at least. I know 5. I can take you there. I really can. Lu Ming hesitated slightly, seemingly in thought. 5. 1 for 5. If I kill one, that makes 6. Seems a bit worth it. Xiang Liu's eyes darted and quickly added more valuable information. Moreover, there are even beings above the sequence that I know of. You currently have no access to them. The Anomalous Affairs Bureau won't tell you either. Your current level isn't sufficient. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Beings above the sequence. What are they? He stared at Xiang. Xiang Lu realized it had said too much and quickly continued. All aberrant beasts are created by the god of the abyss. But he didn't just create aberrant beasts. If I didn't tell you, it would take you at least 5 to 6 years before the Anomalous Affairs Bureau would allow you access to those beings. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. The god of the abyss. He remembered that it was what the abyssal god cult worshipped. So, this world has so many things. Interesting. He silently calculated in his heart. The creature before him had fallen from sequence 10 of aberrant beasts to the body refining stage, even weaker than an ordinary condensing spirit. It couldn't stir up any trouble and could be killed at any moment. Rather, it would be better to keep it as a living dictionary. Lu Ming slowly sheathed his sword. Huff! Xiang Lu let out a long breath, almost collapsing in the turtle shell. Just then, Kid, get out of the way. Yi Lao's voice descended from the sky. The two immediately spotted the head hiding in the turtle shell. Isn't that Xiang Lu? Yi Lao slapped his thigh. Hurry and kill it. This thing is a disaster waiting to happen. Hey. Lu Ming quickly extended his hand, blocking in front of the two. What are you doing? Yi Lao was bewildered. You got it wrong, Lu Ming said seriously. He is not Xiang Lu. Yi Lao was confused. How can it not be? That snakehead is it. You got it wrong, this is not a snakehead. Lu Ming tapped on the turtle shell and said clearly it is a Gui head. Yi Lao, the one-eyed man. P.S. This was one of the 5 chapters from yesterday, which got stuck. Old Yi and the one-eyed man were somewhat bewildered. What do you mean by this is a Gui head? Who are you trying to fool? I have seen that Gui head before. I know it well, okay. I can't be unaware that it is Xiang Lu. Old Yi took a deep breath, his lips twitching. Lu Ming, stop messing around. Xiang Lu is truly dangerous. Dangerous. Lu Ming was taken aback, then glanced at the Xiang Lu in the turtle shell. Ha ha, cough cough. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. He really couldn't contain himself. This thing. Dangerous. Xiang Lu. It truly wanted to cry now. Big brother, are you going to save me or not? If you want to save me, at least take it a bit seriously. I feel very insecure like this. The one-eyed man looked at the Xiang Lu huddled in the turtle shell, then glanced at Lu Ming. He fell silent for a few seconds. To be honest, in front of Lu Ming, Xiang Lu didn't seem threatening at all. This thing had just been reduced to a head, and it had a turtle shell on. It didn't look like a top-tier exotic beast at all, more like a wild turtle bullied by kids on the street. After finishing his laugh, Lu Ming glanced at the system panel. Heroic value 5413, awesome. This wave directly earned so much heroic value, and he was just at the peak of spirit condensation. He had the pills. He also had the blood of the exotic beast. After he finished his tasks, he would directly break through to flowing spirit. Then he would use the system to add some points. Nice. However, there were still matters to settle. Lu Ming looked at Old Yi, waved his hand. Oh, he really is just an innocent Gui head. Don't be so nervous, Old Yi. If you don't believe me, record a few bits. Saying this, he really handed over the Xiang Lu along with its shell. Xiang Lu. Old Yi. I'm not surnamed Zhang, nor do I want to record. Lu Ming was taken aback, his expression a bit disappointed. That's too bad, it's really fun. You bastard. Old Yi's forehead was bulging with veins. Xiang Lu was also so angry it almost cursed out loud, feeling that its serpent dignity was insulted. But it could only hold it in, as its current situation didn't allow for such arrogance, remaining curled up in its shell. Xiang Lu sighed in its heart. It now felt that humans were truly terrifying. Especially Lu Ming, who was not only disturbingly bizarre, but also had some issues with his thought process. More bizarre than the exotic beasts. It's like this, Old Yi. Lu Ming put away his expression and spoke earnestly. This guy just said he could take me to find other top-tier exotic beasts, and also mentioned something about the abyssal gods above the tiers. I think it's very useful. As soon as Xiang Lu heard this, it immediately got excited. It hurriedly poked its head out from the turtle shell. Yes. I can be a beast trader. I am more useful alive than dead. I know a lot of things, so I'm particularly useful. However, these few words from Xiang Lu not only didn't make Old Yi and the one-eyed man happy. Instead, the atmosphere suddenly turned off. Old Yi and the one-eyed man's expressions changed instantly, becoming extremely serious. That seriousness was not a pretense. What's wrong? Even Lu Ming noticed something was off. Strange, why were these two so serious? Were they trying to hold it together? As a result, enough, Lu Ming. Old Yi fixed his gaze on Lu Ming, his voice sinking. You must not be tempted by it. Some things are not something you can touch right now. Oh, it's for your own good. Lu Ming frowned. Why? The one-eyed man, who had kept silent, also spoke with a serious face, looking at Lu Ming as if he were a reckless fool. This is a rule established since the founding of the Exotic News Bureau. Some things are to protect you. Under martial lords, that is, under the tiers, you must never cross over. Lu Ming was taken aback. Under martial lords, that is, under the tiers. What does that mean? He hesitated, sizing up Old Yi. This old man usually didn't act serious, but if he threw a tantrum, he would just curse a few times. But this time was different, Lu Ming could clearly feel it. This old man was truly anxious, truly angry. Moreover, Lu Ming felt a bit puzzled. What exactly was above the tiers? What could make Old Yi, who was in the late stage of martial lord, so wary? Old Yi took a deep breath. Lu Ming, I now order you, as the highest authority of the Provincial Exotic News Bureau, to kill Xiang Lu. You must not let it live. As soon as these words were spoken, the situation escalated. It was no longer just a senior to a junior, but a leader to a subordinate. Lu Ming looked up at him. Are you ordering me? I'm telling you, I'm not joking with you right now. Old Yi squinted, a powerful aura emanating. I am indeed ordering you. As the leader of the Exotic News Bureau, I have the right to do so. Hee. Lu Ming scoffed. Then what will happen if I quit the Exotic News Bureau? Old Yi was almost choked by this sentence. You bastard. Xiang Lu was also dumbfounded. Weren't you just saying you were the righteous warrior of the Exotic News Bureau? Why the sudden change of expression? Don't mess with me. Old Yi forcefully suppressed his anger. That's not the point. The point is, throughout history, anyone who dared to touch those existences before becoming a martial lord has died. Without exception. Even if it's the dominator of Tier 1, it's the same. I am protecting you. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. What? They all died. Even the dominator of Tier 1 also died. What kind of terrifying existence is above the tiers? It seems that Old Yi really was protecting himself. But the problem is, he doesn't need to. What sword lord, what Tier 1? I'm not a normal awakener at all. I'm a cheat. Not to mention, if I kill those in the top 10 tiers, wouldn't I possess all the dominator tiers? And if those above the tiers are really that powerful, then killing them would surely unleash even more impressive abilities. At that time, they would all become stepping stones on my path to divinity. This can't be let go. No way. Xiang Lu must be saved. At this moment, Xiang Lu was already almost fainting from fear. It was over, it was finished. I originally thought I could survive relying on information. But these two martial lords didn't give any chance at all. No, I don't want to die. I just transformed into a turtle. I still have a bright turtle life ahead. Enough talk, get out of the way. Old Yi shouted angrily, looking ready to strike. No way. Lu Ming still stood firmly in front of Xiang Lu, his tone resolute. No way, you cannot kill it. This Gui head is mine to protect. Even Jesus can't kill it, I'm saying. Old Yi, the one-eyed man. Xiang Lu was even more stunned upon hearing this. It looked at Lu Ming's back, suddenly feeling an indescribable sensation. Is he going to save me? Under the pressure of two martial lords. This human, although very strange, but he really does want to protect me. Old Yi couldn't believe it. Lu Ming, do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. But I don't care. Those people died because they were weak, but I am different. Lu Ming raised his chin, speaking earnestly. Those with the blood of the heroic must end with heroism. I am a born hero. Old Yi, one-eyed man, what the hell? Heroic value 311, heroic value 284, heroic value 302. Is he? Implying he's exceptionally formidable. The one-eyed man scratched his head, hesitating. Oomph. Master Yi burst into bitter laughter. Do you truly believe yourself so formidable? Defeating Shangliu, a mere nascent soul cultivator, makes you invincible, eh? Let me tell you plainly, even I dare not confront those beings face to face. What are you exactly at this moment? Any nascent soul cultivator at the initial realm could crush you without effort. No matter how swiftly you advance, you must diligently cultivate until you reach the martial sovereign realm. Upon finishing his words, Master Yi's spiritual energy erupted violently. Boom. As that overwhelming force surged forth, surrounding trees trembled violently, their crowns whipping wildly in all directions. Gravel on the ground leapt upward. Even Lu Ming felt it. Not wind, not a shockwave, but a crushing pressure descending from above, as if an invisible weight pressed down upon his crown. It felt like an unseen mountain bore down upon his shoulders. His breath caught mid-inhalation, and instinctively, he took half a step backward. This was the aura of a late-stage martial sovereign. It bore no resemblance whatsoever to any opponent he had faced before. No comparison existed. One soared among the heavens, the other crawled upon the earth. The chasm between them rendered numerical measurement meaningless. Hawk. Shangliu instantly lost all composure. Wait, don't kill me. I'll do anything. I'll even consume your excrement. Please, I beg you. Master Yi ignored him entirely. His gaze remained fixed solely upon Lu Ming, not a glance spared for Shangliu. Step aside. I will slay this serpent-headed creature. Shangliu grew frantic, tears nearly welling in its eyes. I already told you. I'm not serpent-headed. I have a shell. Look, look. It abruptly retracted its head deep into its turtle shell, then extended it once more. I've withdrawn inside. And now, I've emerged again. Clearly I am a tortoise. Enough. Master Yi's expression darkened. He could bear it no longer. With a single stride, he prepared to bypass Lu Ming and strike. At that very instant. Wait. Lu Ming suddenly bellowed. My. Master Yi froze mid-motion. Lu Ming let out a cold, disdainful snort. Ha ha. A martial sovereign. Merely the sixth realm. Within a month, I shall transcend it. You know nothing, absolutely nothing, of a deity's cultivation speed. Master Yi stood stunned. The one-eyed man stood equally dumbfounded, before either could react. In the next moment, Lu Ming withdrew the supreme linging pill. The moment the pill appeared, a faint fragrant aroma diffused through the air. Master Yi glanced at it, and his brows furrowed deeply. You intend to break through using this, to prove your extraordinary cultivation speed. Don't be foolish. I concede your cultivation speed is indeed astonishing, beyond mortal comprehension, and the linging pill is indeed potent. Yet consuming it now guarantees no ascension to the lingling realm. He spoke with grave seriousness. The linging pill was no divine elixir. Breakthroughs demanded perfect alignment of celestial timing, earthly advantage, and human readiness. None could be omitted. How long had Lu Ming cultivated? Just moments earlier, while battling Shangliu, Master Yi had sensed the peak of spirit condensation emanating from him, and had already been astounded. When, precisely, had this youth broken through again? It was simply too fast. Yet precisely because his advancement had been so rapid, his foundation might remain perilously unstable. Forcing the lingling breakthrough now carried immense risk. Moreover, this was the wilderness. No secluded chamber. No protective formation. No prior meridian refinement. This was not seclusion. This was recklessness. Yet Lu Ming offered no explanation. He turned instead toward Shangliu. If you wish to live, place your essence blood upon this pill. Shangliu. Master Yi, the one-eyed man. Feeling their bewildered stares, Lu Ming hastily clarified. I mean your essence blood. Oh, essence blood. You startled me. Shang Liu sighed in visible relief. Though it had no idea what Lu Ming intended, survival left no room for hesitation. To preserve its life, it would willingly offer its essence blood, or even swear fealty to Lu Ming as its tortoise father if demanded. In the next instant, it opened its maw and expelled a radiant prismatic stream of blood. That luminous multicolored blood struck the Linging pill and vanished instantly, fully absorbed. I feel hollow. This is my final offering. Shang Liu visibly wilted, its head drooping, its vitality drained. Lu Ming nodded approvingly. One offering is already extraordinary. Shang Liu. Master Yi. The one-eyed man. Master Yi's expression shifted to utter disbelief. He could no longer fathom what was unfolding. What are you doing? The Linging pill is not used this way. Lu Ming replied coolly. No one understands pills better than I do. Master Yi was utterly flabbergasted. What in the world? No one understood pills better than him. Calmly, Lu Ming continued. Your thresholds are too low. You will never comprehend the magnitude of my talent. With those words, spiritual energy surged from his palm. The supreme Linging pill, now infused with Shang Liu's essence blood, rose and hovered above his open hand. He did not swallow it. Instead, it began dissolving in midair. Its medicinal potency fused with the essence blood, coalescing into a swirling orb of white gold radiance, which then surged directly into Lu Ming's body. Wait! Master Yi and the one-eyed man paled, desperate to intervene. But it was already too late. That torrent of power had entered Lu Ming's body. Master Yi's scalp prickled with dread. It was over. Did he truly wish to die? Dare he refine Shang Liu's essence blood directly? Though newly born and still weak, Shang Liu ranked among the top 10 sequences. Its essence blood was explosively volatile. Even a martial tribulation cultivator would first refine it into a pill before daring to employ it. Yet this youth not only refined it directly, but combined it with the Linging pill. How catastrophically volatile would that energy become? One misstep, and every meridian in his body would detonate outright. Shang Liu's expression blanked. Hold on, brother. Are you sacrificing yourself to save me? That's my essence blood. My cultivation may have declined, but my innate foundation remains intact. For a spirit condensation cultivator to refine it thus, it's tantamount to suicide. Your death matters little. But by the heavens, I refuse to perish. Yet in the next instant, boom! Lu Ming's inner spiritual energy ignited like wildfire. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, and the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth began converging toward him. At first, only a few wisps drifted in from all directions, but swiftly they multiplied, thickened, intensified. They poured in from every angle, enveloping him completely. The spiritual energy grew so dense it became visible to the naked eye, until finally it coalesced into a spiraling vortex clearly discernible. Spiritual energy cascaded into him from the crown of his head, such an immense volume that any ordinary cultivator would have exploded instantly. Yet Lu Ming neither faltered nor ruptured. He absorbed it all. Wave after wave surged inward, and his body consumed each without resistance, accepting all, rejecting none. Master Yi stood utterly stupefied. This is impossible. Even sovereign sequence cultivators at the spirit condensation realm would suffer catastrophe attempting such a feat. He had witnessed countless prodigies, each cultivating with painstaking caution. A slight loss of control over spiritual energy meant at best damaged meridians, and at worst demonic corruption of the mind. But Lu Ming, what in the heavens was this? The one-eyed man remained expressionless, easy to hold steady. His voice, however, betrayed a subtle tremor. Shang Liu shrank deep into its shell, trembling uncontrollably as it gazed upon Lu Ming at the vortex's heart, and managed to whisper. What manner of monster is this? Within Lu Ming's body, the Qinjia body raged into action. The medicinal power erupted from the Linging pill, yet his flesh devoured it whole. Shang Liu's essence blood was gradually compressed into his physical form. His blood burned his bones, restructured, his meridians widened. It felt as though every fiber of his being was strengthening, evolving, ascending. Not only his physique strengthened, his soul force swelled exponentially. A gentle, yet overwhelmingly potent spiritual presence surged forth from within him. Master Yi and the one-eyed man stared stunned. This time they truly felt it. This soul force approached the nascent soul realm with terrifying proximity, and its quality was extraordinarily high. Master Yi murmured, awestruck, what other sequence does this youth possess? At that moment, the colossal spiritual energy above Lu Ming's head began condensing. Swiftly it coalesced into the translucent golden figure of an infant. Master Yi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This is the nascent form of a Ling infant. The Linging Pill's supreme virtue lay precisely here, aiding spirit condensation cultivators at the peak of their realm to ascend to the Lingling realm, and simultaneously forging the most stable Ling foundation. In exceedingly rare cases, it could even manifest the faintest embryonic trace of a Ling infant. Such a precursor conferred immeasurable advantage when later pursuing the nascent soul realm. Yet this remained theoretical. Fewer than a handful ever achieved it. Among the tens of thousands at the Strange Phenomena Bureau, fewer than 5 had succeeded. In all his years master, he had personally witnessed no more than 3 such occurrences. Yet Lu Ming had done it, and in radiant gold. Then, without warning, a small protrusion swelled upon the golden infant's shoulder. Pop! A second head emerged. Shangyu, the one-eyed man, who in the 9 hells could possibly hold steady now. They were all dumbfounded. Can a spiritual infant's form grow a second head? What on earth is this? Is this even reasonable? Xiang Lu stared at the second head, completely bewildered. Wait, this scene seems a bit familiar. It suddenly realized something. Could it be? That is its own blood. After Lu Ming refined his own essence blood, he actually compressed part of the characteristics of his bloodline into the spiritual infant's form. This is insane. Xiang Lu was frightened to tears. What does this represent? If this head can continue to grow in the future, how much stronger will Lu Ming's spiritual infant be compared to others? A 9-headed spiritual infant. No, can't think about it. The more Xiang Lu thought, the more frightened it became. Boom. In the next moment, Lu Ming's aura erupted completely. The originally gaseous spiritual power was crazily compressed into liquid, flowing through his limbs and bones. Flowing spirit. Spiritual power turned into liquid. Quality skyrocketed. He could briefly walk in midair. Breakthrough successful. Lu Ming felt the surging power within him, and before the crowd could react in shock, he directly looked up at the sky, filled with ambition. I'll put away your shocked expressions. Don't forget, I am Lu Ming. Lu of the Lu clan. Ming of the Heaven did not create me, Lu Xinming. The grandeur of the world is like a long night. So what if I am at sequence 1? So what if I am above the sequence? This world only needs one grand person, and that is me. I am the only one birthed in this era. To dare to claim to be grand one must naturally be omnipotent. Xiang Lu stared blankly at Lu Ming. It was deeply shaken by that overwhelming aura. At this moment it suddenly understood. So this is the true grandeur. Even the voice pack is this cool. All those grand words I said before were nothing. I was the one unworthy of the title of grandeur. Old Yi was stunned, and the one-eyed man was also stunned. Damn. What the hell? Is this still human? This is too monstrous. What kind of creature is this? Oh. Grand Aura 314, Grand Aura 315, Grand Aura 311. Ding Rain Master Sequence unlocks new ability. Rain Teleportation. Ding Sin Abyss Sequence unlocks new ability. Sin Claw. Lu Ming glanced at the system prompt. Rain Teleportation allows rapid position exchange in places where rainwater exists. It is related to distance and proficiency. Sin Claw is the attacking method of the Sin Abyss sequence. It can deliver a dual blow to the target's body and spirit. Not bad. I'll upgrade it later. For now, let's handle the main business. At this moment, Old Yi fell silent. He was originally worried that Lu Ming would act recklessly. But now looking at Lu Ming's breakthrough and the formation of the golden double-head spiritual infant, his thoughts wavered for the first time. Perhaps, this kid really might be able to achieve that step. Not good. The one-eyed man's expression changed, suddenly drawing his knife and slicing his own arm. Blood immediately sprayed out. Old Yi was startled. What are you doing? The one-eyed man laughed blankly. Ha ha ha, Flower Queen, your illusion is so strong. Did you think I didn't notice? Compensation. Why does it hurt so much? The crowd. Old Yes mouthed. Alright, we've long since broken through the illusion. The Flower Queen has already run away. The one-eyed man covered his arm, looked at Lu Ming, then at Xiang Lu. Really? But I still feel that this scene in front of me is a bit unreasonable. Lu Ming ignored the neurotic one-eyed man and turned to Old Yi, his expression serious. Old Yi, just listen to me. Old Yi remained silent for a while. Finally he sighed. Forget it, I'll report back to the capital. I can't handle this kind of monster. The meaning of these words was clear. Xiang Liu's life was temporarily saved. Hearing this, Xiang Lu flew to Lu Ming's feet with its shell. It was so excited it could barely speak. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. You are the true grandeur. You are the greatest. From now on, I am no longer Xiang Lu. I am just a Gue head. You are my brother. You are the Gue head brother. Lu Ming. The one-eyed man looked at Old Yi in disbelief. You still say this is not an illusion? This snake is clearly abnormal. Old Yi, what on earth is happening? He rubbed his forehead. I'm tired. Let's head back to the capital and talk. Then Old Yi first treated the one-eyed man's wound. He also used spiritual power to confirm a few times, so that this guy wouldn't feel like he hadn't woken up later. Next, Old Yi gathered the injured Hong Ju and Bai Lan. Hong Ju and the others looked at Lu Ming with very complicated expressions. especially Bai Lan. She recalled what she had said earlier on the helicopter, and remembered how she told Lu Ming to hide behind. She felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out that all this time Lu Ming was actually escorting them. It was not a joke. It was real. Bai Lan walked up to Lu Ming, her voice much lower than usual. Lu Ming, I misunderstood you before, I'm sorry. Lu Ming waved his hand. It's nothing, girls are generally like this, a bit proud. Bai Lan. The apology she had just raised almost shattered on the spot. Forget it, this guy is a bit rude, but his strength is too strong, and he's quite handsome. She hesitated for a moment and took out her phone. Let's add WeChat. If you come to the capital in the future and need any help, you can find me. On the side, Zhang Chuan was about to come over to, but when he saw this scene, his whole demeanor suddenly tensed. He looked at Lu Ming with a bit more hostility. Lu Ming, not a buddy. Can this still be read? Die simping dog. You'll never get a seat at the table. He waved his hand directly. No, my ancestor's surname is Chow. I don't like girls. Changing a character is fine. Bai Lan. P.S. 2 more chapters are coming soon. At this moment, the helicopter was broken, and it was not far from the capital. Elder Yi simply decided to fly back with everyone. At his speed, they would arrive in no more than 20 minutes. Then, Elder Yi directly used his immense spiritual power to lift everyone up, soaring into the sky. Woohoo, we are taking off. So exhilarating. At this time, Elder Yi couldn't help but ask, Lu Ming, what exactly is going on with the flowing infant pill? Why did you succeed in breaking through using the blood of the Xiang Lu? Lu Ming thought for a moment and did not hide anything. Your current method is too crude. The true value of the flowing infant pill is not simply in consuming it to break through. The best way is to first use one pill as a foundation, allowing the body to adapt to the medicinal properties. The second pill, when combined with high-quality beast blood, guides the bloodline power into the spiritual foundation, which stabilizes the foundation, widens the meridians, and even allows for the early condensation of the nascent soul into a form. Elder Yi was stunned. It can be done like that. Why didn't Ziluan mention this? Lu Ming casually replied, she is just an amateur. Everyone. Heroic value 294, heroic value 314, heroic value 302. So heroic. You really are heroic. Elder Yi wanted to retort, but after thinking for a long time, he found he couldn't. Ziluan's pill sequence was ranked 31. The first in the high-risk sequence. Do you know why a pill auxiliary sequence can rank so high? Because only an ultra-high-risk sequence is worthy of her assistance. On the battlefield, she can refine any pill. The perfect support for a team. If you're about to exhaust your strength during a fight, a single pill from her can restore you to full status. Can you keep your composure? Moreover, she doesn't just know how to refine pills, she can also turn enemies into pills during battle. All things serve as a furnace and talent as fuel. But such a person was labeled an amateur by Lu Ming. The most absurd part was that Lu Ming had actually succeeded just now. Elder Yi sighed after holding back for a long time. I suppose you are indeed impressive. Just knowing is enough. Lu Ming casually remarked, then glanced at the system panel. Heroic value 8012, impressive. This time was truly extraordinary, directly reaching over 8,000 in heroic value. Should I save up to 10,000 to upgrade the Sword of Heaven's Severance? Forget it. We'll be in the capital soon. That place is filled with strong people. 1,000 heroic value isn't something to be taken lightly. Lu Ming glanced at the panel again. To continue upgrading the Burning Sky and the Beast Emperors, might 2,500 heroic value is needed. However, this time there won't be an evolution, because LV5 has already undergone evolution once. After some thought, Lu Ming decided to upgrade the Storm Strengthening first. After all, leveling this up to LV5 would bring about a significant change. Ding, do you want to spend 2,000 heroic value to upgrade Storm Strengthening to LV5 and evolve it? Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something. Why is there no Rain Master and Sin Abyss in the human sequence? Could it be related to what Xiang Lu said about the sequence above? Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Yes. In the next moment, a cool sensation coursed through his body, drilling into his blood vessels, tendons, and even bone seams. Wherever it passed, the muscles heated up and the blood quickened. Even his heartbeat became stronger. Lu Ming felt his connection with the rain deepen. Every drop of rain could be perceived by him. Even the wind began to heat him. Upgrade successful. Storm Strengthening LV4 evolved into Weatherchild LV5. Weatherchild LV5. With a thought, you can rewrite the weather within 1,000 meters. As long as you are in bad weather, all attributes increase by 20. You can control the raging winds and condense wind blades for attacks easily, slaying foes of the same rank and causing certain damage even to opponents of a higher realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow, this is amazing. All attributes increasing by 20, and you can use wind blades. Most importantly, he could now fly. Normally, one could only hover briefly in the flowing spirit realm. True stable flight would only be achievable after reaching the martial infant stage. But he could fly now. This is quite thrilling. Lu Ming focused his thoughts, and the clouds in the sky quickly gathered, causing the rain that was about to stop to start pouring down again. Elder Yi was leading a few people toward the capital. He looked up and couldn't help but mutter, "Strange, why has it been raining so much lately?" Lu Ming casually replied, "It might be due to my melancholy." Elder Yi. Everyone. Elder Yi was left speechless for a long time. He now understood. No matter how powerful this kid becomes, his mouth remains the most dangerous weapon. The one-eyed man glanced at Lu Ming, then looked up at the rain above. He was silent for a moment. Elder Yi. "Moi. I still feel something is off." Elder Yi twitched his mouth. "You think it's an illusion again?" The one-eyed man nodded seriously, pointing at Lu Ming. "This kid has been abnormal from beginning to end. Can I take a swing at him to test it? I've been holding back for too long." Elder Yi. Lu Ming. Lu Ming calmly replied, "You don't understand. A strong person's emotions can influence the weather." The one-eyed man. Heroic value 281, heroic value 294, heroic value 276. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, feeling even better. As expected, they hadn't even reached the capital, and the people there were already starting to exert their influence. This is the true big city. Heroic values were everywhere. Something is off. It's not just a little off. The one-eyed man continued to stare at Lu Ming for several seconds. Then he looked down at his freshly bandaged arm, showing hesitation. Ultimately, he couldn't help it and pulled out a small knife, slashing it fiercely. Hiss! Damn, the illusion of the courtesan has gotten stronger. The pain felt too real. Elder Yi no longer wanted to deal with this foolishness and turned to look at Lu Ming suddenly, as if he remembered something. "Oh right, Lu Ming. Moi." Elder Yi's tone became much more serious. "Do you know who invited you to the capital this time?" Lu Ming was taken aback. He hadn't really thought about this question. Previously, he only knew that he had awakened the sovereign sequence and that the Abnormality Bureau wanted to take him to the capital. But he really didn't know who specifically requested to see him. Who? Elder Yi looked at him and slowly uttered a few words. "Old Sword Lord." Lu Ming blinked. Elder Yi continued, "The previous generations. King of the Sword Path. Ling Che-tian. You are far from being compared to him." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Oddities Bureau in the capital city. It is located in the very center of the city, and from the outside it appears to be an ordinary building, but in reality the entire structure is enveloped by a king-level formation. Even a martial king at the 8th realm cannot enter the front door without permission. And within a room on the top floor of the building, two elderly men are playing chess. The elder in black is named Pei Ran. He is the previous generation's sword emperor, his hands covered in scars from blades, each one a gruesome testament. The elder in white is named Ling Che-tian, who is also the previous generation's sword monarch. Logically, as the only two weapon sequences in the Dominion, these two should have been natural rivals. But quite the opposite is true. Their relationship is exceedingly good. They often drink tea together, play chess together, and tease each other's disciples. Lu Ming has arrived. Pei Ran gently placed a chess piece on the board. His spiritual power is exceptionally strong. He can perceive movements within a radius of several hundred miles. Ling Che-tian replied lightly. Pei Ran smiled. "I truly envy you. This generation's sword monarch is so powerful that he has even knocked that brat Bai Lin senseless." Bai Lin is his junior, still half a disciple in terms of seniority. Previously, Bai Lin had caused trouble for Lu Ming and was soundly beaten. He knows Bai Lin's character. Arrogant and self-important, never having suffered any grievances. What happened to him at the hands of Lu Ming? Logically, Pei Ran should be angry, but instead he felt the boy deserved it. Showing off comes at a price. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved having heard that Bai Lin, after being knocked silly, began to train diligently and made even greater progress. That's just the way of life, isn't it? Snap. Ling Che-tian captured Pei Ran's knight. "Your knight is dead." Pei Ran. "Did he just insult me?" "Stop dawdling, old Pei, it's checkmate." "Ah, this game doesn't count. Let's switch to go." Pei Ran irritably waved his hand, and the chessboard before him instantly transformed into a go board. "Come on, let's continue." But upon hearing this, Ling Che-tian randomly picked up a white stone, yet hesitated to place it down. Pei Ran sensed something was off. "What's the matter? Why do you look so glummed?" Ling Che-tian sighed. He placed down the white stone in his hand and looked up at Pei Ran. "Old Pei, I need to tell you something. I feel Lu Ming might not be the sword monarch." Pei Ran. He was momentarily taken aback. "Not the sword monarch? What does that mean?" "I don't know." Ling Che-tian shook his head. "It's just a gut feeling. When I awakened back, then there was indeed a sword energy that pierced through heaven and earth. But I never manifested that." Pei Ran fell silent. He knew about this. When Lu Ming awakened to the Dominion sequence, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky. That eye overlooked the entire Golden City. It struck fear deep within the souls of countless people. According to the records of the Oddities Bureau, this phenomenon has never occurred before. Even when Ling Che-tian awakened back, then there was no such spectacle. Moreover, Ling Che-tian continued. I actually observed him secretly before. His sword intent is somewhat different from mine. I can't quite articulate how it's different, but it just is. Pei Ran furrowed his brow. Don't forget, everyone has their own understanding of the sword. Differences in sword intent are completely normal. That's true. Ling Che-tian nodded, then shook his head. But the problem is he is cultivating too quickly. Old Pei tell me after awakening to the Dominion sequence, isn't the cultivation speed much faster than that of ordinary people? Of course. Pei Ran nodded without hesitation. He himself was from the Dominion sequence and knew this feeling all too well. But even for the Dominion sequence, it shouldn't be this fast. Ling Che-tian's voice rose slightly. Back then it took me 3 months to go from body refinement to the peak of spirit condensation. And you? Pei Ran was taken aback. About 2.5 months. Exactly. Ling Che-tian slammed the table. You took 2.5 months. I took 3 months. And we both achieved this under the resource tilt of the Oddities Bureau. But this kid, he has only awakened for a few days. And he has already reached the peak of spirit condensation. He was even able to slay the Sin Dragon King at the cost of his innate talent. Old Pei, does this thing even look human? Pei Ran fell silent. When he heard Xiao Ye's report, he was also shocked. But at that time he only thought it was due to Lu Ming's good talent and luck. But now with Ling Che-tian's analysis, he started to have doubts in his heart. This speed is indeed a bit outrageous. What do you mean? Pei Ran tentatively opened his mouth. He's not the Sword Monarch. Then what is he, eh? Ling Che-tian looked at him and slowly said, a new sequence. Pei Ran's pupils shrank sharply. He slammed down the chess piece in his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His reaction was very intense. That being, only created 300 sequences. For hundreds of years, it has never changed. How could he suddenly create a new sequence? And just create one? Ling Che-tian did not speak, but quietly observed him. The two fell silent for a while. Pei Ran gradually calmed down. He recalled something, and his brow furrowed even tighter. This matter involved an existence beyond the sequences. This is a taboo that only martial lords are qualified to engage with. And the two of them, knowing even more, understood what the number 300 sequences signifies. But Pei Ran spoke with difficulty. Is it really impossible? Ling Che-tian shook his head. Who knows what the thoughts of the divine being are? What if one day they suddenly have a whim and create dozens of new sequences? Perhaps those sequences have yet to fully awaken and Lu Ming just happened to awaken one of them. Pei Ran opened his mouth. He momentarily didn't know what to say. This conjecture is but it's not entirely impossible. After all, no one can fathom that being's thoughts. As he spoke, Ling Che-tian's expression suddenly turned somewhat melancholy. He raised his head and looked out the window. The sky outside was gray and overcast. Old Pei, who do you think I see when I look at Lu Ming? Pei Ran glanced at him. Are you reminded of yourself back in the day? Ling Che-tian chuckled. Yes, the me back then was just like him. Feeling invincible in the world. Thinking that the Dominion sequence is the ultimate goal. Believing that the sword in hand can cut through the heavens. As he spoke, he shook his head self-deprecatingly. But after cultivating to the level of a martial lord, everything changed. Pei Ran listened in silence. He understood Ling Che-tian's meaning. A martial lord is a watershed. Below the martial lord, they are geniuses, they are prideful, and they are the ones whom others look up to. But above the martial lord, they know that there are some things in this world that they can never overcome in their lifetime. Ling Che-tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. What does it matter if one is in the Dominion sequence? As long as one is within the sequence, they will forever remain beneath the divine being. Pei Ran looked at him and suddenly spoke up. Have you ever tried? My. Ling Che-tian was taken aback. Have you ever tried? Pei Ran's gaze sharpened. Really, has no one ever succeeded? This question exploded between the two. Ling Che-tian was dazed for quite a while. Then he nodded slowly that, I have tried. My sword can never kill a god. That Lu Ming must be the same. The two fell into silence. After a while, Pei Ran sighed. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. They should be arriving soon. Ling Che-tian nodded gently, placing a white stone on the board. Indeed. After a pause, he added, but old Pei, remember this. As seniors, we must act like seniors. Don't expose your true nature. Showing off. Who can't do that? We have to put on a show in front of the juniors. What? Can a little brat outshine me? As long as you understand. By the way, old Pei. What now? Your chess skills are really poor, especially in Go. If it doesn't work, should we play teamfight tactics instead? Are you kidding me? Last time you lost with a 4-star blaze. Get lost. PS update rules: 2 updates guaranteed per day. For every additional 100 5-star reviews, 1 extra chapter will be added. For every 100 yuan in gifts, 1 extra chapter will be added. Gifts can be free. Just support will suffice. Many hands make light work. Thank you. Yesterday, the number of reviews was 676. Currently, the number of reviews is 881, an increase of 205, resulting in 2 extra chapters. Yesterday's total was 213 yuan. Today's gift total is 298. 84 yuan, an increase of 85. 84 images available and commentary. No additional chapters. Calculation will continue tomorrow. Thanks to Uncle Bai who loves Menu for the explosive updates and flowers. Yesterday 2 chapters were owed, totaling 4 extra chapters. Today's total update is 5 chapters, meaning 3 extra chapters. Still a 1 chapter. During the debut period, I can update up to 15 chapters in a day. I'm afraid of being detected by the system as AI low quality, but after the debut it won't matter. Other authors update twice a day, but I casually update several thousands in a day, so you understand, right? Lastly, I request a push for updates. Thank you. However, Pei Ran and Ling Tian had just risen to open the door. My lords, a man dressed in the uniform of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau hurried, in his face a mix of surprise and urgency. I have important matters to report. We just received news. The courtesan of the Abyssal God cult accompanied by Xiang Lu ambushed Lu Ming on the way. The actions of the two immediately froze. They exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. What? Pei Ran furrowed his brow. Abyssal God cult. And Xiang Lu. He had been sensing the movements from afar. Indeed, he felt Lu Ming and his group approaching. Moreover, the aura was quite stable, so he assumed everything was going smoothly. But such a thing happened on the way. Ling Tian waved his hand. It's fine, Xiao Yi and Xiao Bai are with them. They should have resolved the issue, which is why the escort went without problems. Those two are after all latest-stage martial lords. Dealing with a courtesan and a Xiang Lu would be a piece of cake. Besides, that courtesan is at most early-stage martial lord, as she is annoying, but not a major threat. However, the man had a troubled expression. My lords, it wasn't Elder Yi and Instructor Bai who dealt with it, they were all trapped by the courtesan's illusion. The expressions of Pei Ran and Ling Tian changed simultaneously. Trap. Pei Ran's brow furrowed. What about Lu Ming? Has something happened to Lu Ming? But as the words came out, he felt something was off. His strong perception could clearly sense Lu Ming and the others. It was evident that Lu Ming was fine. But those two were trapped. It couldn't be that Hong Ju and the others saved Lu Ming, right? But if both martial lords were trapped, how could they save him? What on earth is going on? Nothing happened to Lu Ming is fine. The man took a deep breath and the expression on his face became somewhat complicated. My lords, please let me finish. At that time, Elder Yi and Instructor Bai were trapped by the courtesan's illusion, and the remaining escort members were all at the peak of flowing spirit, 5 people surrounding Xiang Lu. As a result, the 5 of them combined couldn't withstand even 2 of Xiang Liu's heads. Upon hearing this, the 2 fell silent. Then, Pei Ran squinted. Xiang Lu, that little snake has grown this fast. Ling Tian became even more curious. What happened afterwards? By all rights, this should have been a deadlock. The man continued. Later, it was Lu Ming who made a move. Lu Ming made a move. Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. What did he do? Wasn't he the one being escorted? But in the next moment, they heard the man say something that left them both dumbfounded. Yes, Lu Ming made a move. He single-handedly blew Xiang Lu apart. Pei Ran and Ling Tian both fell silent for a moment. What did you say? Pei Ran thought there was something wrong with his hearing. Say it again. The man swallowed. Lu Ming at the peak of condensing spirit slashed Xiang Lu with one sword. The 5 peak flowing spirit members in the team were all saved by him. Ling Tian and Pei Ran exchanged glances. For a full 3 seconds. Ling Tian couldn't hold back his expression. What the hell? Pei Ran also couldn't hold back. Me too. Then, the 2 frantically confirmed with the reporting man. You said Lu Ming is at what realm? 2nd realm peak of condensing spirit. What about Xiang Lu? 3rd realm peak of flowing spirit, and the explosive combat power is said to exceed that of peak flowing spirit. One sword. Pei Ran's mind bust. Peak of condensing spirit, 1 sword to slay Xiang Lu. When he was at peak condensing spirit, not to mention Xiang Lu, even an ordinary peak flowing spirit beast would have required all his trump cards to barely defeat. Let alone the top 10 of the beast sequence Xiang Lu. How did this kid do it? Ling Tian's expression was also quite something. Previously, he had told old Pei that Lu Ming might not be the sword sovereign. But now at peak condensing spirit, he blew apart a top 10 beast with 1 sword. Is he really not the sword sovereign? This is even more like the sword sovereign than I am. Could it be? I am the fake. Ling Tian felt a bit confused. Pei Ran couldn't help but click his tongue. Old Ling, what were we doing when we were at peak condensing spirit back then? Well, definitely not what you did. The man looked cautiously at the 2 lords, wanting to speak, but hesitating. All right, you may leave now. Ling Tian waved his hand. Yes. The man felt as if he had been given a pardon and quickly retreated. The room fell silent again. Ling Che-tian did not speak for a long time. After a while he let out a long sigh. Old Pei, this is truly a monster. But the next second his expression suddenly changed, and he sat up straight. Not good. Pei Ran was startled by him. What's wrong now? Ling Che-tian's expression was serious. Old Pei, what did we agree on? The demeanor of seniors. Pei Ran paused for a moment, and then reacted. Right? The demeanor of seniors. Ling Che-tian took a deep breath. No matter how monstrous or defiant this kid is, we must maintain our composure. We are the previous generation's rulers. We are his seniors. The more impressive he is, the steadier we must be. We can't let a junior daze us. How would that look? Absolutely. We must maintain our composure. When we see him later, we should appear calm as if we've just heard an ordinary matter. And we shouldn't take the initiative to find him. Let's just sit here. Use our aura to suppress him. Ling Che-tian stroked his beard. Yes, that's the plan. We can't lose the face of our seniors. On the other side, Elder Yi and the others landed on the helipad of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau headquarters. Lu Ming stretched after landing. Are we there? Elder Yi nodded. Yes, we have arrived at the headquarters of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau in the capital. Lu Ming looked around. On the surface it looked like an ordinary building, but he could sense that the aura hidden within this building was incredibly terrifying. Every floor had powerful beings stationed. Even the air felt denser than outside. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. It seems we've come to the right place this time. Where there are many people, there is more aura. Where there is more aura, it is comfortable. At this moment, Bai Lan and the others were taken away by several white-robed physicians. The 5 individuals were covered in injuries and needed immediate treatment. Before Bai Lan left, she glanced back at Lu Ming, opened her mouth, and ultimately said nothing. Lu Ming didn't pay much attention to it. The one-eyed man followed Elder Yi, still looking somewhat dazed. Suddenly, he raised his hand, preparing to take out the small knife again. Elder Yi slapped his hand. Are you out of your mind? The one-eyed man forced a smile. I just wanted to confirm one last time. Now that we are in the capital, what else do you need to confirm? This place the courtesan wouldn't dare to enter. If she took one step in, 3 martial generals would chop her into pieces. True. The one-eyed man finally put the small knife away. Elder Yi rubbed his temples and turned to Lu Ming. Let's go, those two are probably waiting impatiently. But Lu Ming didn't move. Wait a moment. Elder Yi was taken aback. What is it? Lu Ming turned his head to look at his feet. There lay a turtle shell. A half-snake head poked out from the shell, looking at him with a resentful expression. It was Xiang Lu. Along the way, Xiang Lu had shrunk inside the turtle shell carried by Lu Ming. The shell was about the size of a basketball and quite handy. If it weren't for Xiang Liu's drastic drop in realm, he wouldn't have been able to fit inside. Lu Ming frowned. This thing can't be brought along. If those big shots inside see it, any one of them could easily turn Xiang Lu into snake soup. Where would he find a living dictionary of the top 10 beast sequence afterward? But what if he doesn't take it, and this little guy takes the chance to run away? Even though it's currently in the body refinement stage, who knows how fast this thing can recover? What if one day it grows into 100 soft-meters long snake? Where would I go to cry? Lu Ming looked around. Suddenly his eyes lit up. At the center of the headquarters grand hall of the Bureau of Anomalies, there was an ornamental fountain. Inside the fountain, there was water rockeries and over a dozen turtles. Each turtle was larger than the last, all seemingly bearing some lineage of anomalous beasts basking under the lights atop the rockeries. Perfect. This was the heart of the capital's Bureau of Anomalies, where powerful figures roamed endlessly. Martial lords were a common sight. If this little turtle dared to make any unusual move, it would be obliterated, soul and all. A smirk curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Go to follow me. Hey, big bro, what are you doing? Shang Liu shrank into its shell only to be hoisted up by Lu Ming. It had grown accustomed to being carried by Lu Ming and didn't resist, just drooped its head, resigned to its fate. But when it saw Lu Ming about to toss it into the fountain, panic set in. Wait, big bro, where are you throwing me? Lu Ming shoved it into the water. You stay here. Shang. It poked its head out and looked around. All around it were giant turtles. Then it glanced at itself. It too was encased in a shell, its neck severed, leaving only a head. Other than that, it actually looked quite similar to the turtles surrounding it. Blend in with them and no one will find you, Lu Ming said, pointing at the turtles. Look at them, so steady. Don't move, don't speak, just stay put obediently. Wait for me to finish my business and come get you. Shang Liu. Though far from satisfied, it dared not complain. It could only tremble as it nodded, then curled back into its shell with a pitiful demeanor. Lu Ming patted the edge of the fountain and walked away satisfied. Let's go. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man watched the scene and shook their heads helplessly. This kid. Can't you act normal? Lu Ming waved a hand. I'm a bold man. Elder Yi refrained from further sarcasm. The 3 of them headed toward the elevator. The elevator ascended all the way to the top floor. Lu Ming followed Elder Yi and the one-eyed man into the room. Inside, two elderly men sat before a chessboard, one playing black, the other white, exuding a calm and commanding presence, both radiating the aura of grandmasters. When they noticed someone entering, they didn't even lift their heads, fully absorbed in their game. Lu Ming scanned the room, then furrowed his brow. The auras of these two far surpassed Elder Yes. It was a gap of overwhelming dominance. Elder Yi quickly introduced them. These two are the previous generation Sword Lord and previous generation Blade Emperor. No wonder. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Just then Ling Chetian raised his head and offered a gentle smile. You must be Lu Ming. I am Ling Chetian. Pei Ran also smiled. Pei Ran. Both spoke in an impossibly steady tone. The perfect demeanor of seniors. In their hearts they reveled with pride. This kid must be utterly awestruck, right? Never expected to meet the two of us. But little did they anticipate. After hearing their introductions, Lu Ming merely cast a casual glance at them. What do you want with me? Get to the point. I'm quite busy. Ling Chetian was taken aback. Pei Ran also looked at Ling Chetian in bewilderment. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man beside them wore odd expressions. What the hell? Lu Ming, calm down. Those are the previous Sword Lord and Blade Emperor. Is this how you talk to them? What's with quite busy? You're just a spirit flow cultivator. Can you be busier than them? Ling Qishan, however, wasn't angered. He chuckled. This kid has quite an independent streak. But recalling the reports just now, a condensed spirit peak cultivator slaying Shangliu with one sword strike. For such a prodigy, a bit of eccentricity was nothing. Geniuses always had their quirks. There is indeed something. Ling Chetian cleared his throat. Ahem, hey race, the thing, the capital's Bureau of Anomalies is about to hold a special training session lasting half a month focused on half-step martial infant cultivation. Participants are all half-step martial infant geniuses from across the nation, and their talent rankings must be in the top 100. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Top 100 in ranking. Those were all high-risk sequence or above beings. A treasure trove of boldness points. Ling Chetian continued with a smile. Given your strength, joining this training camp early is no problem. If you can secure a top 5 spot in the intensive training, I can keep you by my side and teach you some swordsmanship. At these words, Elder Yi and the one-eyed man's expressions shifted instantly. Teach swordsmanship. This man said he would teach Lu Ming. This meant he was taking a disciple. The old Sword Lord was taking Lu Ming as his disciple. This was an opportunity countless geniuses would beg for the old Sword Lord had formerly taken only a handful of disciples in his lifetime, and every single one of them was now a pillar of the Bureau in their respective regions. This kid's luck was too good. Suddenly Elder Yes' expression shifted as realization dawned. Wait, if he becomes your disciple, what happens to us? He quickly spoke. Hold on, Senior Ling. Lu Ming is a member of the Jiangnan Bureau. He instinctively felt that Ling Chetian was poaching. This kid was brought out from Jincheng and was supposed to serve in the Jiangnan Bureau later. He couldn't let the capital snatch him away. Ling Chetian smiled. Don't worry, old Yi. He's still yours in Jiangnan. They'll just teach him a few things and send him back. Elder Yi sighed in relief at this. He recalled Ling Qishan's temperament. Indeed, the old Sword Lord had never forced anyone in his life. He purely passed on swordsmanship. That was fine. Upon reflection, he had been overthinking. Though the capital's bureau was the headquarters, few geniuses actually stayed permanently, because the capital lay under the god's watch, making it the safest place on ordinary days. Even anomalous beasts dared not approach. Geniuses mostly came for various training programs, then returned to their provinces. After all, the more remote places teemed with anomalous beasts and opportunities. With this thought, Elder Yi was finally at ease. Ling Chetian looked at Lu Ming and spoke gently, but you'd better hurry. The training starts in half a month. You can use this time to. Hey, hold on. Lu Ming waved a hand, cutting him off. Did I say I need you to teach me? What makes you assume I'm willing to learn You're quite bold. The entire room fell silent for a moment. Ling Qishan's expression froze instantly. Pei Ran's hand stopped midair. Elder Yi and the one-eyed man turned to Lu Ming in shock. Are you insane? This was the old Sword Lord, offering to teach you swordsmanship of his own accord. And you refuse? What are you refusing for? Quite bold. Who's the bold one here? Boldness points 1923, boldness points 342, boldness points. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, his heart jolting. Holy cow, 1901 go. Talk about value. This was the true boldness from a top-tier powerhouse. I can't stop. I have to keep being bold. Ling Chetian snapped back to reality, his brow slightly furrowed. He felt Lu Ming might not grasp his significance. Do you know who I am? Countless swordsmanship geniuses beg me to teach them, yet they can't even get a chance, and you. Then do you know who I am? Lu Ming cut him off directly. The next moment, boom, Lu Ming's spiritual energy erupted. The aura of the spirit flow realm instantly flooded the entire room. Both Ling Chetian and Pei Ran were taken aback. The two exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. When did this kid break through to spirit flow? According to reports, he was still at condensed spirit peak. Both were baffled. When did it happen? And they knew Lu Ming had awakened not long ago. From body tempering to spirit flow. How long had it been? At most 10 days, if even that. Pei Ran calculated silently in his mind. Back in his day, it took him a full half year to go from body tempering to spirit flow. And this kid, 10 days. No wonder he's so arrogant. Ling Chetian was shaken internally. But he didn't show it on his face. As a senior, he had to maintain composure. He had to hold it together. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran exchanged a glance about to speak and curbed the kid's pride. Spirit flow is nothing to boast about. You. Don't speak. It's not fully out yet. The nascent spirit embryo manifested directly. A dazzling golden light burst forth. A semi-transparent golden infant hovered above his head. And that infant had 2 heads. Ling Qishan's pupils contracted. Holy shit. A twin-headed spirit embryo. Golden. He completely lost his composure. Slap. Holy hell. Pei Ran also shot to his feet. What the hell is that? At this moment, the dignified demeanor of the 2 former Dominator Sequence seniors shattered into pieces. All their composure and calm vanished, leaving only a dazed expression of utter bewilderment. Having just broken through to the early stage of flowing spirit, you were still an eternity away from martial infant. And yet you've already condensed a spiritual infant's nascent form. And it's of golden quality. And 2 heads. What the hell is a 2-headed thing? Even considering all the Dominator Sequence awakeners over the past few hundred years, this has never appeared. Pei Ran snapped back to reality and glared at Ling Chetian. Old Ling, we agreed to keep it together. And you've already broken character. Ling Qishan's mouth twitched. Hard to hold. Heroism value 2023, heroism value 1963, heroism value 1854. Lu Ming watched the rapidly jumping numbers on the panel, his heart blooming with joy. Awesome. The generosity of these 2 top-tier powerhouses was truly substantial. Each gave 7 or 8 times more than Elder Yi. This is the true heroism befitting a great master. Elder Yi, standing nearby, couldn't bear it any longer and quickly explained, esteemed seniors, it's like this. Lu Ming used the essence blood of Shangliu combined with a top-grade flowing infant pill to refine and condense this 2-headed spiritual infant's nascent form. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran were even more bewildered after hearing this. Shangliu's essence blood. It can be used like that. Flowing infant pill combined with beast essence blood. Who taught him this? Lu Ming stood to the side and spoke calmly. No one taught me. Besides, there's no need for you to be so astonished. As a hero, this is only natural. Ling Qishan's mouth twitched. What on earth is a hero? Lu Ming continued. Well, I've thought it over. Since you're begging me to attend that training camp, I suppose I could consider it. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran could no longer maintain their composure. Begging you? You say we're begging you. What kind of person is this? Too arrogant. This temperament is definitely problematic. Completely disrespectful to his elders. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran exchanged a glance. Their eyes met, and they understood each other's thoughts. This kid is indeed formidable. But too arrogant. He needs to be tempered. Otherwise, if he keeps growing at this rate, trouble is inevitable. Lu Ming ignored their complicated expressions and said calmly, however, if you call me to the capital just to have me learn swordsmanship from you, then it's completely unnecessary. I don't need anyone's instruction. Instead of wasting time here, I'd rather take Gui 2 and seek out what lies beyond the sequence. The entire room fell into dead silence. Pei Ran's face changed instantly. Who told you that? Ling Qishan's gaze locked onto Elder Yi. Little Yi, I thought you were a reliable fellow. Elder Yi broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Esteemed seniors, I am wronged. It was Shangliu. Shangliu told him. I tried to stop it. Shangliu. Pei Ran frowned. Elder Yi quickly recounted everything that had just happened from the beginning. From Lu Ming obliterating Shangliu to Shangliu begging for mercy before death, to Shangliu promising to become a beast trader and reveal the locations of the top 10 sequence beasts, as well as the existence beyond the sequence. Finally, Lu Ming insisted on sparing Shangliu. After hearing this, Ling Chetian and Pei Ran's expressions grew increasingly grim. That beast Shangliu. Pei Ran ground his teeth. It's still alive. And it spilled everything. When they heard the report earlier, they were told that Shangliu had been slain by a single sword strike, its essence blood refined. They had assumed the beast was completely dead, but they never expected it was still alive. Pei Ran was furious. Where is Shangliu now? I'm going to chop it. Meanwhile, inside the ornamental fountain, Shangliu shrank into its turtle shell, trembling. It could sense that every person passing by in the corridor exuded an aura of terrifying extremity. Any one of them could turn it into snake meat paste on the spot. Where the hell has this brought me? Shangliu quickly suppressed its aura to the minimum, wishing it could just die on the spot. The capital's Anomaly Bureau. No beast had ever dared to come here. Not far away, two powerhouses in bureau uniforms walked past the fountain. Hey. One of them stopped and looked at the fountain. This turtle looks a bit different from the others, doesn't it? Really? The other leaned in for a look. It does seem so. Why does it have no limbs, only a turtle head? Maybe it's a new purchase from the logistics department. Probably a rare beast turtle. A rare breed. Looks pretty shabby to me. Don't talk nonsense. If it's kept in the fountain at the bureau's headquarters, it can't be ordinary, can it? True, but we have things to do now. Next time we'll definitely record a couple of hits before leaving. The two chatted for a bit and walked away. Shangliu inside its shell was nearly in tears. I'm not a rare turtle. I'm a top 10 sequence beast. Whoa. Elder Yi was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Lu Ming. But Lu Ming spoke coldly. You don't need to worry about where that turtle head is. Right now I just want to know what exactly lies beyond the sequence. I also want to see the scenery beyond the sequence. Ling Chetian looked at him and took a deep breath. You cannot know. You are too weak. At this moment, any goodwill he had initially felt toward Lu Ming had dissipated completely. All that remained was a headache. How could this kid be so ignorant of his place? His talent was indeed heaven-defying. But no matter how extraordinary, he was still at the flowing spirit stage. Without reaching martial monarch, he was nothing but an ant. To meddle with things beyond the sequence was nothing short of seeking death. Pei Ran also couldn't help but speak. Listen, kid. For hundreds of years, everyone below martial monarch who dared to touch those existences has died. Without exception, including several of the previous generation's dominator sequence. We're doing this for your own good. Lu Ming merely sneered after hearing this. Just because no one has done it in hundreds of years doesn't mean I can't. Ling Chetian frowned deeply. You're too impatient. Stop wasting words with this kid. Pei Ran, more blunt in temper, said, now, immediately, tell me the location of that beast Shangliu, and he'll go chop it up right now. Lu Ming whirled around. You dare? Don't you dare touch my turtle. Pei Ran sneered. Is there anything I don't dare? Lu Ming took a deep breath and said coldly, if it loses a single drop of essence. Others. Lu Ming. Blood, I will slaughter an entire city. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. So it was essence blood. They thought it was something else. The entire room fell into an eerie silence again. Elder Yi was practically digging through the floor with his toes in embarrassment. The one-eyed man's mouth twitched violently. What the hell kind of statement is that? Ling Qishan's temples throbbed. Lu Ming, you. Lu Ming didn't give him a chance to speak. I must reach what lies beyond the sequence. No one can stop me. I cannot wait until martial monarch. I need it now. Even if you kill Shangliu today, so what? I have my own sword that can break all techniques. At worst, I'll go straight to the Abyss God sect and ask them clearly. Both Ling Chetian and Pei Ran changed color. Are you going to find the Abyss God sect? Has this kid lost his mind? Those cultists would love to capture someone like Lu Ming, a dominator of the sequence. At that point, not only would he fail to get answers, but he might also become the other party's sacrifice. But looking at Lu Ming's expression, he wasn't joking. This kid is actually daring to go. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran exchanged glances, each seeing resignation in the other's eyes. Yet Lu Ming was very clear in his mind. What he said was not just empty threats. The number on his bravado value panel had already accumulated to 10,000. He could upgrade his Sword of Heaven's Gate at any moment. To have the Sword of Heaven's Gate once more, it didn't mean he couldn't bravely charge into the Abyss God sect. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran had no idea of Lu Ming's logic. They could only feel that this kid was wildly arrogant. A mere flowing spirit dared to challenge two former dominators of the sequence. Ling Chetian sighed and waved his hand. Look, you're getting anxious again. Fine, you're invincible, kid. I won't teach you anymore. Lu Ming smiled. That's great. If you don't understand something in the future, you can still ask. Bravado value 2133, bravado value 1873. Ling Chetian, Pei Ran. Both of their faces were filled with astonishment. This kid, what kind of thought process does he have? The old sword master wouldn't teach him, yet he still asked the old sword master to be his mentor. Ling Chetian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. He began to understand. Such a personality could never grow. One day he would surely fall because of his arrogance. So be it. Let him go. Heavenly calamity can be resisted, but self-inflicted calamity cannot be survived. Ling Chetian waved his hand, his tone softening. Forget it, you can go back. No need to participate in the training session. Find a small place to train for a few years. If you can survive, then he'll consider whether to look for you again. After saying this, he was exhausted. He didn't want to argue with this kid anymore. But Lu Ming's next words nearly made him spit blood. A few years later, Lu Ming smirked. Haha, by then I can only say, old dang, your sword isn't strong enough and certainly not fast enough. The entire room fell into silence. Old Yes toes dug into the ground again. The one-eyed man had already become numb. Ling Chetian directly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, forcing himself not to act. Old dang. This kid just called me old dang. Damn it. Pei Ran beside him had already burst into laughter, but he also dared not laugh too openly. After all, this kid might just start spraying insults at him the next second. But just when everyone thought this conversation, Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone. By the way, I want to participate in this training session now. Ling Che-tian suddenly opened his eyes wide. Didn't you say you didn't want to go? Lu Ming shrugged. Wasn't it because I was afraid you would take me as your disciple and take advantage of me? The entire room collectively fell apart again. Old Yi couldn't help but shout, damn it, Lu Ming, don't talk nonsense. He's the former sword master, the king of sword Dao. How many geniuses have sought it and couldn't get it? How could this be taking advantage of you? Lu Ming glanced at him faintly. Is there a king of bravado then? Old Yi, what on earth is bravado? Lu Ming continued, sword Dao is ultimately a smaller path while bravado is the true eternal knight of all ages. There has never been a king in bravado. Perhaps I could fill this gap. Bravado value 2014, bravado value 1933, bravado value 2102. Lu Ming was inwardly delighted. Awesome. Others came to the capital for training to enhance their cultivation. He came to the capital solely to harvest bravado value. This round was definitely profitable. Ling Che-tian and Pei Ran felt their heads buzzing upon hearing this. They exchanged glances. In the silent communication of their gazes, they reached a consensus. This kid must be dealt with. Otherwise, with such a mindset, something bad would eventually happen. Pei Ran spoke slowly, his tone calm. Old Ling, it seems I need to call that kid by Lin over for a visit. Oh, your half-disciple. Yes. Pei Ran nodded. Recently, that kid has been crazily improving after being beaten by Lu Ming. Just in time, I will personally go down to impart some true knowledge to him. If I give him some resources, he might be able to reach half-step martial infant, and I'll let him participate in this training session. Ling Che-tian stroked his beard and smiled. Good, just in time to let your disciple give our king of bravado a proper lesson. Pei Ran laughed heartily. It settled then. We must let this kid Lu Ming see for himself just how strong our inheritance is. Arrogant, huh? Just don't get beaten to the point where you can't get up. Lu Ming, are you conspiring to deal with me right in front of me? What do you mean? Ling Che-tian he. Pei Ran hum. So what? Can you still beat us? Lu Ming rolled his eye. These two old men are quite amusing, not bothering to pretend after being exposed by me. It seems that in their youth they must have also had some bravado. Haha, by Lin. That guy I knocked silly. Come on. More bravado value is always welcome. Anyone can do. In the main hall of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau in the Scenic Fountain, Xiang Lu, curled up in its shell, was nearly driven mad by the overwhelming auras of the martial lords and even stronger beings surrounding it. It could feel that every second terrifying existences walked past it. Suddenly, it heard several doctors in white coats passing by the fountain. Hey, don't you think our new turtle seems a bit strange? What's strange about it? Look at its limbs, why are they gone? That's true. The logistics people are too careless buying some defective goods. Forget it, as long as it can swim it's fine. Such useless things. Xiang Lu. It shrank its head even deeper. Well, Gui 2 must hold on. Gui 2 must hold on. Big brother. Where on earth are you? Why did you leave me behind? You are so high and mighty. You're amazing. Do you know what kind of life I have here? I am incomplete. It wailed in its heart. Suddenly, the big turtle next door suddenly stretched its head over, and this thing could even speak human words, asking in a deep voice, Brother, new here? Xiang Lu was taken aback. Yes. Brother, why is your voice so thin? Xiang Lu, what? Brother, you smell so good. Xiang Lu, brother, I need to ask you for a favor. Please open your mouth quickly. It's urgent. Xiang Lu collapsed. Due to Lu Ming's strong attitude, Pei Ran and Ling Che-tian ultimately found themselves at a loss and no longer mentioned the matter of killing Xiang Lu. Although this brat was overly arrogant, making it difficult for them to see his potential. But what if Lu Ming really managed to grow? It's better not to offend him. Anyway, Xiang Lu is nearly useless now, so it doesn't matter. Now I can go to the fountain to find my Gui 2. But before that, I need to level up first. Lu Ming looked at Elder Yi still discussing something with Jian Jun and found it uninteresting. He stood in the corner staring at the panel. Heroic value 17382, awesome. Over 10,000. It's almost 20,000. Thanks to those two old men. Truly impressive. This is the capital. Then Lu Ming focused his attention on the Zhantian sword Dao. Finally able to upgrade this core ability. Spending 10,000 would still leave me with 7,000. Upgrade Zhantian sword Dao to great achievement, and for the rest, just level them up. Lu Ming calculated in his heart. First, upgrade the Sin Claw. Ding, would you like to spend 100 heroic value to elevate Sin Claw to LV? 2. Don't ask, just upgrade to level 5. I have plenty of money now. Proceeding. Would you like to consume 3,000 heroic value to upgrade to LV 5 and unlock a new form? Charge. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt his hands change. A surge of black energy emerged in his palms. The black energy crawled up his wrists, quickly enveloping both hands. A strong, killing intent erupted from his palms. He even experienced a sensation. As long as he wished, whether it be protective spiritual power or be scales, even if they were a major realm above his own, he could tear them apart with his bare hands. Upgrade successful. Sin Claw LV. 4 evolves into Blood Abyss, 10,000 Tears LV. 5 Blood Abyss, 10,000 Tears LV. 5. The sin energy around the body surges violently, capable of infecting targets of the same rank, causing them to enter a state of uncontrollable chaos. Both hands can easily break through protective powers that are a major realm higher. The more consecutive attacks, the higher the damage accumulation. Cultivating to the highest level, all things can be ripped apart with bare hands. Next upgrade requires 2,500 heroic value. Lu Ming looked at the information and nodded in satisfaction. Awesome. The faster the attack speed, the higher the damage. It even includes 100% armor piercing. It's simply a close combat divine skill. He was just lacking in close range attacks, and this directly filled that gap. After all, his physical body is so powerful, using his fists was too mediocre. Only cool skills can match Jiahao. Today is the Claw of Jiahao. Following that, Lu Ming set his sights on the Rain Instant Movement. Then came another round of upgrades. After a while, Rain Instant Movement LV4, as long as there is water within a radius of 500 meters, instant movement is possible. Speed 10. Next upgrade requires 2,000 heroic value. Upgrade successful. Rain Howl LV. 4 evolves into Rain Soul Fear LV. 5. Rain Soul Fear LV. 5. Summons Torrential Rain, increases single attribute by 20 strength speed offense. If an opponent comes into contact with water, they are directly struck with terror. A massive amount of information will flood the mind, causing a short circuit for 1 or 2 seconds. Next upgrade requires 2,500 heroic value. Heroic value 11582. Awesome. This upgrade, not only does it increase a single attribute by 20, but it can also terrify. Wait, come into contact with water. Isn't that rainwater? Lu Ming's eyes flickered, giving him more operational space. Outdoors I can directly summon torrential rain, but if in a closed space, I can politely spit saliva at the opponent. Saliva is still water. Then directly flood the opponent's mind with a massive amount of Jiahao's information. Directly fill them with heroic value until their CPU explodes. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. This is what it means to unleash your power up close. Finally, he looked towards the Zhantian Sword Dao. Would you like to spend 10,000 heroic value to upgrade the Zhantian Sword Dao to Great Achievement? Finally able to upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. Achieving Great Achievement in Sword Dao also meant reaching Great Achievement in Sword Intent. He always knew that the primary reason for his overwhelming combat power was largely due to the Zhantian Sword Intent. He was currently at the small achievement of Zhantian Sword Intent. Cutting through opponents of the same rank was as easy as chopping vegetables. Coupled with other abilities for support, that's why he could dominate others. However, Lu Ming didn't fully understand Sword Intent yet. Why was the amplification of combat power so tremendous? Just how much was it amplified? He had no clue. Are you kidding? I've only been practicing for a few days, how would I know? If the system provides it, just use it. Forget it, whatever, as long as it's powerful. Lu Ming exhaled deeply. Anyway, it had upgraded and Sword Intent was now at Great Achievement, which is even more impressive. However, just as he prepared to upgrade the Zhantian Sword Dao, Ling Che Tian suddenly walked over. Lu Ming was taken aback. Why did he come over again? He saw Ling Che Tian smiling as he approached, hands behind his back. Hee little Lu. Lu Ming. Ling Che Tian's smile deepened. If I'm not mistaken, your Sword Intent is still in its embryonic form, right? Lu Ming. What embryonic form? What does that mean? I've already reached small achievement, can't you see? Aren't you the Sword Monarch? System, what's going on? Sword Monarch is irrelevant. Host, the Sword Intent of Zhantian Sword Dao is the highest level of Sword Intent in the universe, capable of severing the heavenly Dao. As long as you don't deliberately reveal it, no one can know your true level, even if it's someone as strong as the Sword Monarch. Lu Ming was shocked. What the hell? So amazing. Now it makes sense. No wonder this old man came over with such confidence. He couldn't tell it all. And seeing Lu Ming dazed and silent, Ling Che Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his heart. He thought he was right. This brat finally stopped being hard-headed. Look, no matter how arrogant you are when it comes to Sword Intent, you're still a novice. Just now he held back a belly full of anger, and now he finally had a chance to regain some face. Ling Che Tian cleared his throat and smiled as he continued. It's okay, being a novice is normal. Lu Ming. What does it mean that it's normal for me to be a novice? Ling Che Tian saw Lu Ming not speaking, feeling even more that he had the upper hand. How about this? I'll take you to experience the small achievement sword intent. Before Lu Ming could respond, Ling Che-tian burst into laughter. Ha, how did you know my disciple achieved small achievement in sword intent during the mid-stage of the martial tribulation? And it's the destruction sword intent among the top 10 special sword intents. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming. This old Jiahao. So he went around in circles just to show off his disciple here. But, mid-stage of martial tribulation, small achievement sword intent. Martial tribulation, that's the 5th realm, 2 major realms higher than him. This means that reaching this level to comprehend small achievement sword intent is already quite impressive. But the problem is, I reached small achievement in sword intent at the peak of spirit condensation, and my sword intent can sever the heavens. What can your disciple's special sword intent sever? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel amused inside. However, he didn't show it on his face and planned to flaunt a few more times in front of this old man, as these values were simply too satisfying. Ling Che-tian thought that Lu Ming had been struck speechless after a long time of silence. He felt extremely pleased in his heart. Let you know that there's always someone better. So what do you think? Ling Che-tian asked with a smile. Do you want to take a look? My disciple is right here in the capital. Let you broaden your horizons. Lu Ming raised his head and glanced at him indifferently. Sure, let's see. Just right, I also want to see what this so-called special sword intent is. What kind of garbage is it? Ling Che-tian. Heroic value 1842. Ling Che-tian's smile froze on his face. This brat. He took a deep breath. Fine. Aren't you tough? Once you meet my disciple, let's see if you can still be that tough. This time I must completely suppress this brat's arrogance. Good. Ling Che-tian gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word. Let's go. Lu Ming shrugged and followed behind him. This capital city. He felt he had come to the right place. PS update rules: 2 updates guaranteed every day. For every additional 100 5-star reviews, 1 chapter will be added. And for every 100 yuan in gifts, 1 chapter will be added. Gifts can be free, just show support. Thank you. Yesterday, the number of reviews was 881. The current number of reviews is 1062, an increase of 181 today, adding 8 chapters. The total from the previous day was 213 yuan, and today's total gift amount is 386.95 yuan, an increase of 173.95. Details in the comments, adding 7 chapters. Yesterday, I owed 1 chapter, totaling 4 chapters added. 5 chapters. Today's total update is 5 chapters, which means 3 chapters added. Still owe 5 chapters. Lastly, please urge for updates. Thank you. The conversation between Ling Che-tian and Lu Ming was overheard by Pei Ran and the others who chose. At this moment, Pei Ran turned his gaze to the one-eyed man, his tone becoming serious. Old boy, I need to go over a few details regarding your role as an instructor for this half-step martial baby training camp. The one-eyed man immediately nodded. Understood, you just say the word. Ling Che-tian glanced at the two and turned to Lu Ming, smiling as he said, Then let's go, this is no longer your concern. Lu Ming nodded and followed Old Sword Master out the door. Old Yi hesitated for a moment, then quickly followed after them. In his heart, he was also calculating. He had heard a bit about the level of Ling Qishan's disciples. Each one was more monstrous than the last, all being swordsmanship prodigies. Although this kid Lu Ming was impressive when it came to sword intent. Since Old Sword Master was so confident, he must have some basis for it. Old Yi was filled with curiosity. He wanted to see what kind of expression this kid would have when faced with a genius of he. Old Yi chuckled to himself. Usually Lu Ming's mouth could get him into trouble, so it was rare to see someone able to put this kid in his place. If he didn't go to take a look, it would be a huge loss. The 3 of them walked out one after the other. Walking ahead, Ling Che-tian didn't stop his feet, but began to speak. My disciple is named Xia Qiyuan, a super high-risk sequence ranked 27th in the blood sword. At the mid-stage of the martial tribulation, he has already comprehended the destruction sword intent. Lu Ming listened without responding. Ling Che-tian glanced at him. Oh, he's quite good at keeping a straight face. Ling Che-tian sneered internally, yet couldn't suppress the pride in his tone. You might not be very clear, but the destruction sword intent is one of the top 10 special sword intents. This isn't something one can just comprehend without the right talent and insight. In the past few centuries, the number of people who have comprehended the top 10 special sword intents can be counted on one's fingers. Oh, Lu Ming responded blandly. Ling Che-tian raised an eyebrow and continued, Don't underestimate this sword intent. It has tremendous lethality, specifically designed to break through defenses and protective barriers. Although Qiyuan is only at the mid-stage of martial tribulation relying on this sword intent, he can already crush powerful enemies at the latest stage of martial tribulation. Recently, he even killed a common beast at the peak of martial tribulation with a single sword strike. Old Yi also clicked his tongue in amazement. He had heard about this matter, but hearing it again was still shocking, because at that time the entire Anomaly Bureau was buzzing about it. To slay a peak martial tribulation beast at the mid-stage of martial tribulation, the number of people who have accomplished such a feat in the past few centuries is exceedingly rare. After finishing, Ling Chetian looked sideways at Lu Ming. Surely hearing this kid must be astonished. At the very least, he should be curious, right? He waited for Lu Ming to ask. However, after Lu Ming listened, he simply nodded casually. Oh, so he really is garbage. Mid-stage defeating peak. Not even crossing a major realm. Well, what's so strong about that? I could effortlessly crush someone a major realm above me, okay? Ling Qishan. Old Yi. The two were a bit dumbfounded. Wait, what realm are you in? What realm is he in? Don't you realize that the higher the realm, the greater the gap between each minor realm? When Ling Chetian was at the mid-stage of Ling Condensation, he also slayed a being at the mid-stage of Flowing Spirit. Crossing a major realm was indeed not difficult for him at that time, just not as exaggerated as Lu Ming. But once he reached the early stage of martial tribulation, he could at most only defeat those at the latest stage of martial tribulation. After all, each minor realm in martial tribulation requires transcending tribulations to undergo qualitative changes. If one could cross levels, do you know how strong that is? That's a Ancient Millennium genius. Not to mention crossing 2 minor realms. This kid doesn't understand anything, yet tries to act tough. Ling Chetian couldn't help but shake his head. Heroic value 1844, heroic value 323. Lu Ming secretly glanced at his panel, feeling quite pleased. Impressive. Every time this old man gets emotional, it's like earning 2,000 heroic values. This feeling is quite exhilarating. Wait and see, you'll understand that my claim of him being garbage is indeed justified. Lu Ming wore a mysterious expression. Ling Chetian took a deep breath. All right. When we reach the swordsmanship training department and meet my disciples, let's see if you can still be so tough. Forget it. Ling Chetian waved his hand. What's the use of being tough with your mouth? When you see Qiyuan later, you'll naturally understand. Lu Ming shrugged, remaining silent. Ling Chetian stopped looking at the kid, snorting internally. This kid is indeed overpowered. However, according to the reports, Lu Ming had used many outrageous abilities in his battle against Xiang Lu. Fire, swordsmanship, spiritual force, physical strength. He had everything. It's not surprising that he has so many abilities. Generally speaking, awakened individuals above the hazardous sequence are granted 1 main ability and 1 secondary ability. The main ability corresponds to the core mechanism, while the secondary ability serves as support skills. The higher the sequence, the more secondary abilities one possesses. In the high-risk sequence, multiple secondary abilities accompany a single main ability. The number of secondary abilities in the super high-risk sequence is even more exaggerated, with some having over a dozen. The Dominator sequence usually has 2 to 3 main abilities along with dozens of secondary abilities. It sounds like a lot, but not all secondary abilities are compatible with the main ability. For example, one of the main abilities of Sword Sovereign is Sword Intent Comprehension Supreme, which allows for a comprehension speed that crushes other swordsmanship sequences. Among its dozens of secondary abilities, those that enhance penetration, damage amplification, and speed are, however, abilities that increase defense or healing. It's not that they are useless, but for swordsmanship training, these abilities is not cost-effective. It's better to specialize in damage-dealing skills. After all, a person's energy is limited, and it's impossible to practice dozens of abilities at once. But in Lu Ming's case, Ling Chetian glanced at Lu Ming, secretly shaking his head. This kid must have developed all his secondary abilities right. One moment using fire, the next sword, then spiritual force, then physical strength. And he even heard he can refine pills. What is going on? You're a swordsman. Why are you practicing everything? If you're going to practice, do it properly. You're going in the wrong direction. Sigh. Young people are like this. It's likely that he just awakened and finds all abilities fascinating, wanting to practice everything. In the early stages, his strength seems impressive and dazzling. But in the later stages, that will lead to significant losses. The path of cultivation must be specialized. The main ability must break through to its limit, paired with 1 or 2 compatible secondary abilities. That is the right path. Ling Chetian back, then pushed swordsmanship to its utmost limit, which led to his later achievements. Lu Ming's random practice looks flashy in the early stages. But in the later stages, he will be a jack of all trades, but master of none. Ling Chetian sighed. Forget it. Young people need to stumble a few times to learn their lessons. Soon he would let Qiyuan teach him a lesson, and he would understand. Before long, the three arrived in the hall next to the scenic fountain. Lu Ming walked over to retrieve Gui Tu, but was stunned on the spot. There in the water, Xiang Lu was lying on top of a giant tortoise, frantically banging its shell against the other. Bang, bang, bang. Damn it. You think you can match me yet? Arrogant. Xiang Lu was furious, his 9 orifices smoking even though he was down to 1. Am I fragrant or not? Am I fragrant or not? You better explain it clearly. The giant tortoise was flipped onto its back, retracting its head and trembling in fear. I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Stinky, you're the stinkiest. Xiang Lu. Oh, you dare insult me. Looking for a beating. Bang. Another hit. The giant tortoise's shell was dented, and it was almost in tears. No, no. You're the most fragrant. You're fragrant. Xiang Lu blushed instantly. You dare say I'm fragrant? Do you still want to match me? I will kill you. Bang, bang. The giant tortoise was completely confused. What should I say to be right? Lu Ming stood beside watching the scene in silence for a long time. Yi Lao and Ling Che-tian were also silent. Ling Che-tian's lips twitched. Is this what you meant by the top 10 in the sequence, the Xiang Lu? Yi Lao coughed. It is now left with only the body refining stage. Ling Che-tian. At this moment Lu Ming walked over and said casually, what's going on? Xiang Lu looked up, and upon seeing Lu Ming instantly changed its expression. Its furious demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a pitiful appearance. Whoa, big brother. I almost got paired with this bastard. It. Kept saying I smelled good. Lu Ming upon hearing this looked somewhat disappointed. What a pity. Xiang Lu. No, big brother. Whose side are you on? I am your beast slave. Shouldn't you feel sorry for me? Xiang Lu was so aggrieved that its shell trembled. But in the next second its peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Ling Che-tian behind Lu Ming. The entire shell of Xiang Lu froze. It sensed it. From that old man emanated an aura of terrifying intensity. That feeling was 10 times more frightening than Yi Lao. Who is this person? Xiang Liu's pupils constricted wildly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In its understanding, Wu Jun was the strongest existence in this world. It had only been 2 years since its birth, having no idea what it was when it was born. Later people from the Yuanshan sect found it and fed it a lot of nonsense. They said it was among the top 10 exotic beasts in the sequence, that its brother was the Sin Flood Dragon King ranked 16th, and that it was born invincible. It believed them. Then it was tricked into causing chaos. What happened? Right after it came out, it got into a fight with that by Lin Kid and was severely beaten down. Later it attracted a group of powerful figures from the martial tribulation realm, even Wu Jun realm, who madly hunted it down. It truly was lucky to not have been killed hiding for a long time without daring to come out. So when it saw that black-robed person from the Yuanshan sect, its attitude was so poor. Actually, before today, it thought those so-called peerless powerhouses were just the people from the provincial city's Exotic Affairs Bureau, with Wu Jun being the utmost. So at that time it was misled by people from the Yuanshan sect, thinking devouring Lu Ming would make it invincible. Now that it had come to the capital, it had truly seen reality. It was terrifying. What kind of monster is this? Today, why is my worldview being refreshed continuously? Xiang Liu's entire shell was trembling. Ling Che-tian gave it a glance, his expression emotionless. Beast, you aren't scared to death upon seeing me still have some guts. In reality, he was secretly pleased. A mere 10th ranked exotic beast, little snake, trembling before me, the king of Sword Dao. This little snake dares to cause trouble, it deserves to be punished. But since Lu Ming spoke up to stop it, he could only remember it for now. As for later, Ling Che-tian squinted, saying no more. All right, go handle the proper business. Lu Ming was now staring at Xiang Liu's shell, his eyes imbued with a deep meaning. He suddenly thought of something. Right. Lu Ming turned to look at Ling Che-tian. Do you have a speaker here? Ling Che-tian. The kind. Small Bluetooth speaker. Ling Che-tian frowned. Yes, what do you want this for? Lu Ming waved his hand and smiled. You don't need to worry, just get me one, I have great use for it. Ling Che-tian. Yi Lao beside him suddenly had a very bad premonition. Though he had known Lu Ming for a short time, every time Lu Ming showed this smile, something bad was sure to follow. Meanwhile, Xiang Lu was looking at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with terror. Big brother, your gaze isn't quite right. Why does it look like the expression of that tortoise wanting to pair with me? At the headquarters of the Exotic Affairs Bureau in the capital, the Sword Dao Training Department. This place occupies a vast area, being the most unique region in the entire bureau. It is filled with sword cultivators, each one a genius. Nationwide, only those who have awakened high-risk Sword Dao sequences or comprehended the embryonic forms of realms can register for training here. Here one can get the opportunity to receive guidance from the old Sword Jun. That is the king of Sword Dao and the great Xia. Every sword cultivator dreams of receiving his instruction, but the vast majority of people after training can only return from whence they came. Only a very few can gain the favor of the old Sword Jun and remain in the Sword Dao Training Department's group, one becoming his disciples. The Sword Dao Training Department has been established for over 10 years with hundreds of sword path geniuses coming from across the country, but fewer than 20 have entered Group 1. Currently, only 5 or 6 remain in Group 1. Those who left were not expelled by Ling Che-tian, but because their sword intent had reached the minor achievement level equivalent to graduating, allowing them to go out and train across the country. Ling Che-tian's words were, if your sword intent hasn't reached minor achievement, how dare you call yourself a sword path genius? How dare you say you are my disciple? Isn't that pure trash? Going out is just disgraceful for me. At this moment, in the central square of the Sword Dao training department, a group of sword cultivators was chatting together. Hey Xia Xixiao. A young sword cultivator approached. I heard that this generation's sword Jun is somewhat against the heavens. Yes. Another sword cultivator beside him chimed in. He killed Xiang Lu at the peak of the flowing spirit with just the condensing spirit realm. Is this even human? This combat power is simply outrageous. In the center of the square stood a man in black, eyes closed. His aura was steady. It was Xia Qiyuan. Hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. I heard that the kid has already been summoned to the capital by the master. I estimate he has already become our junior brother. The others nodded in agreement. The new generation Sword Jun becoming the old Sword Jun's disciple was something they viewed as a matter of when that kid arrives, he will likely bring plenty of surprises for the master. For the next few years, with this new Sword Jun accompanying the master, I will feel at ease. Xia Qiyuan's lips curled up. Now that I have achieved minor achievement in the destruction sword intent, it is also time for me to go out and train. Hearing this, other senior brothers expressed their envy. The surrounding groups also showed admiration. No wonder it's you, Xia Xixiao. Yes, minor achievement in the destruction sword intent. I can't even imagine this. In the sword path, Xia Xixiao is truly exceptionally gifted. Yes, I feel it's only second to the Sword Jun. Upon hearing these words, Xia Qiyuan felt somewhat proud, but still humbly said, it's just minor achievement in sword intent. As for talent, it's merely luck. Although talent grants awakened ones a faster cultivation speed, the higher the sequence, the quicker the pace. But understanding is different. Realm sword intent martial skills. These rely entirely on comprehension. Those with high sequences cultivate quickly, but their understanding may not catch up. Those with low sequences who have high understanding can, relying on sword intent and martial skills, even surpass higher sequences. Understanding is the only way for low sequence awakened ones to overtake others. Xia Qiyuan believed his understanding was second only to the Sword Jun. After all, he comprehended the third-rank destruction sword intent among the 10 special sword intents. No matter how monstrous Lu Ming is, his current cultivation level is still too low. Experience, sword techniques, combat experience. These things Xia Qiyuan considered himself to completely surpass Lu Ming. But before I leave, I need to see what my little junior brother looks like. Cough, cough. Except for the master. Xia Qiyuan coughed lightly, quickly shifting the topic. However, someone like Lu Ming must be given a stern warning. Teach him what humility means. I want him to understand that until his sword intent can match mine, I will always be his strictest senior brother. This kid is at least 10 years away from me. After all, they would have to coexist for a long time. He needed to suppress this arrogance early on to establish the authority of a senior brother. Otherwise, it could be troublesome later. The Sword Monarch's talent is too extraordinary. In a few years, when that kid has grown, he might not be able to keep him in check. You're right, I find that reasonable. Exactly, no matter how arrogant one is, they must respect their elders. Indeed, I am also a senior brother. I must also intimidate that kid. The heroic spirit is. Who is singing? At the entrance of the square, a strange noise arose. Xia Qiyuan and several other sword cultivators were taken aback simultaneously. They turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then, the entire square fell silent. At the entrance of the square, a young man walked in holding a turtle, and from the turtle's shell, deafening music was blasting. The heroic spirit is in the sky. Who can rival me? With the sword in hand. Who can slay a dragon with one sword? The volume was so loud that the entire square buzzed. Lu Ming walked at the forefront, hands behind his back. He raised his chin and spoke nonchalantly. Who is discussing the name of this sword hero? Heroic spirit value 638, heroic spirit value 585, heroic spirit value 688. Heroic spirit value 514. The entire square. Silence. A deathly silence. All the sword cultivators were frozen in place. Their minds couldn't process the scene before them. Sword hero. What on earth is that? Where did that music come from? This guy. How does he even have a BGM for his entry? Ling Chitian followed behind, looking utterly exasperated. What the hell is this? He finally understood why Lu Ming had asked him for a speaker earlier. Just for this. This kid. Elder Yi sighed beside him. I knew it. Sure enough. Whenever Lu Ming showed that smile, it could only mean trouble. Lu Ming tapped the turtle shell and said lightly, all right, the entrance has ended. Change to a softer BGM, got it. And inside the turtle shell, the Xiang Lu. It was already crying. It was curled up inside the turtle shell next to a Bluetooth speaker, turned to maximum volume, its head buzzing. In front of it was a smartphone connected via Bluetooth, displaying the music control interface. After hearing Lu Ming's words, Xiang Lu fell silent for a moment, then licked the screen to change the song. The next moment, follow Toffee meow, follow Toffee meow. Follow Toffee, thank you meow. Ling Qishan, Elder Yi, many sword cultivators. Lu Ming, He was furious, slapping the turtle shell hard. I'm super awesome. Make sure you play the right song for me. Whoa, big brother. Xiang Lu was completely broken. Stop. How would I know what songs you humans like? If not, should I just play a movie instead? I see what you have saved in your browser. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll find a land tortoise for you to pair with. Xiang Lu. In the center of the square, Xia Qiyuan finally reacted, his eyelid twitching fiercely as he looked at his master behind him. Master. Is this the sword monarch of this generation? Ling Qishan's mouth twitched, holding back for a long time before squeezing out a sentence. Not necessarily. Xia Qiyuan, what do you mean not necessarily? The other sword cultivators nearby were also puzzled. What does that mean? Then what is he? Xia Qiyuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He walked over to Lu Ming. All right, so your name. Stop the music. This is our place for sword practice. Playing random music is utterly inappropriate. Xia Qiyuan instinctively assumed the role of a senior brother. He thought that since Lu Ming had been brought by the master, he must have been accepted as a disciple, right? That means he is a junior brother. As a junior brother causing such a ruckus outside, he as a senior brother must intervene. Lu Ming glanced at him. Who the hell are you talking to? Xia Qiyuan. What? So arrogant. He never expected Lu Ming's reaction to be like this. Kid, watch your words. I am your senior brother. Xia Qiyuan frowned, trying to keep his tone calm. He could understand the pride of the young, but pride must be measured against the occasion. Senior brother. Lu Ming laughed. I never accepted the old sword monarch as my master. Xia Qiyuan. The other sword cultivators in the square were stunned. What? Not accepting old sword lord as a master? That doesn't sound right, does it? Is it against the heavens? And from what Lu Ming said, it seems he rejected him. No way. That's old sword lord, the king of Huaxia swordsmanship. He actually rejected him. What kind of celestial operation is this? Sigh. Ling Tian sighed deeply and had to step forward to explain to his disciple. He briefly recounted what had just happened. After hearing this, Xia Qiyuan looked utterly bewildered, his gaze towards Lu Ming now filled with true confusion. This kid actually rejected his master. Ling Tian cleared his throat and turned to face Lu Ming, not forgetting the purpose of his visit. Lu Ming, this is the disciple I told you about, Xia Qiyuan, who has achieved minor success in the destruction sword intent. Lu Ming glanced at Xia Qiyuan. Oh, so he's the weakling. Xia Qiyuan. The sword cultivators in the square? Weakling? What do you mean by weakling? That's senior brother Xia, the one with minor success in the destruction sword intent. Pride points 1678, pride points 555, pride points 588, pride points 624. Lu Ming glanced at the panel, feeling quite pleased. As expected, swordsmanship training department, a place teeming with geniuses. The concentration of pride points is indeed high. Ling Tian's eye twitched. He couldn't hold back any longer and spoke seriously. Lu Ming, you probably don't understand the value of the destruction sword intent. He is in the mid-stage of the martial tribulation, yet he comprehended the destruction sword intent to a minor degree. And the last person to comprehend the destruction sword intent was at least a martial lord. Moreover, once the destruction sword intent is perfected, he will at least be at the peak of the martial general level. Martial general, 7th realm. That is a realm above martial lords. Do you understand? Your sword intent is just a rudiment. You can't even touch his shadow. Ling Tian was completely convinced. This kid's mouth was indeed harder than his sword. After listening, Lu Ming coolly replied, Don't say he has minor success. Even if his sword intent is perfected, to me, he is still a weakling. The square fell into a dead silence. Elder Yi stood nearby, already numb. This kid really just came here to stir up trouble, didn't he? Xia Qiyuan's face began to twitch. He forcibly suppressed his anger. He realized this kid didn't understand sword intent at all. Thinking about it makes sense. After all, I heard this kid has only been cultivating for a few days. His sword intent is just a rudiment, and he doesn't truly grasp what minor success in sword intent means. Doesn't understand, but still puts on airs. Just as the rumors from the outside say. A purebred Jiahao. Xia Qiyuan's face flushed slightly. Minor success is garbage. Then is your rudimentary sword intent really impressive? Show me your impressive sword intent, if you can. You are not worthy. Xia Qiyuan's expression twisted. The crowd, in an instant, pride soared to the heavens. Everyone was dumbfounded. What? Xia Qiyuan isn't worthy. Isn't this just putting on a strong front? What the hell? Xia Qiyuan was stunned, then directly burst into laughter from anger. Impressive. You are impressive. Pride. Pride soaring to the skies. I finally understand what Jiahao means. Impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Ming chuckled lightly. However, since you asked me, I can reluctantly show you. Xia Qiyuan, when did I ask you? I'm super impressive. Master, why are you not managing this guy? This person is pure brainless. Feeling the surrounding gazes directed at Jiahao, Lu Ming's lips curled up. He knew it was time. just as he was about to call up the system panel. At that moment, whoosh, a terrifying sword intent rose from afar. That sword intent was vast and boundless, as if it would sweep across the entire sky. All sword cultivators in the square trembled simultaneously. What is this? Ling Che-tian's pupils suddenly constricted. Heavenly sword intent. Who is it? Who is there? Xia Qiyuan also turned his head sharply to look. It seems to be Junior Brother Chu. Chu ran by Junior Brother. Hey. Elder Yi also saw that sword intent, and he was stunned. So strong. This sword intent seems even more terrifying than the destruction sword intent. He had seen the destruction sword intent. It was precisely because of this that he was even more shocked. What kind of sword intent is this? In the next moment, he saw a figure rising from the distance. That figure ascended higher and higher, finally stabilizing in midair. His entire body surged with spiritual power. The sword intent erupted. All the swords at the waists of the sword cultivators in the swordsmanship training department trembled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It was as if they were bowing to that figure in the sky. In the next moment, that figure slowly descended, landing in the center of the square. He wore white robes, and his long hair was blown by the sword intent fluttering in the wind. Who in the world is worthy of white robes? Only I, the Sword King Chu, ran by. With a wave of his hand, he seemed to cut through the void, creating a 100-meter-long rift. That sword intent hung in the air, refusing to dissipate. Lu Ming. Another one. How come this swordsmanship training department is full of Jiahao? Ling Che-tian looked at that sword intent, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Little Chu Yu actually achieved minor success in the heavenly sword intent. The young man in white slowly retracted his sword aura, his face unable to hide his smile. Yes. He saluted Ling Che-tian. Master. I did it. Xia Qiyuan was also stunned. The strongest of the top 10 special sword intents, the heavenly sword intent. You actually comprehended it. You have to know that Chu ran by is only in the early stage of the martial tribulation. He is at least one small realm lower than him, and he comprehended it. Moreover, it is the strongest heavenly sword intent. Elder Yi was also shocked. He had heard of the heavenly sword intent. It is the top existence among the top 10 special sword intents, capable of condensing all rivers and encompassing all sword intents. In short, it can borrow the power of all sword cultivators for its own use. Once perfected, then he will be the true overlord of all sword cultivators in the world. At this moment, Chu ran by turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. This is the current sword lord, right? Lu Ming glanced at him without speaking. Chu ran by smiled slightly. Your cultivation level, being able to condense a rudimentary sword intent, is indeed commendable. If you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. You can call me Sword King. Lu Ming. Chu Ranbis' lips curled up, revealing a charming smile. Of course, I like to show off. You can also call me the Show-Off King. Lu Ming. Oh, so the little show-off is here. The square fell into silence. Lu Ming sneered coldly in his heart. You want to compete with me in bravado? Who do you think I am? The king of bravado. You dare to compare your audacity with mine? Do you believe you can outdo me? Ling Che-tian rubbed his temples. Lu Ming. You really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. He sighed and began to explain to Lu Ming. The heavenly sword intent is the foremost among the 10 special sword intents. Its most terrifying aspect lies not in its own attack power, but in its ability to condense the sword intent of other sword cultivators. With one person wielding a sword, thousands of sword intents emerge. Do you know what that means, eh? He has only just entered the early stage of martial tribulation, yet he has comprehended it to a small degree. Once he reaches the martial sovereign stage, he will surely achieve great success. At that time, he will be the true lord of sword cultivators in the world. If he grows in the future, he might very well become the next king of the sword path. When Ling Che-tian said this, his eyes were filled with satisfaction. He knew that Lu Ming was most likely not the true sword sovereign, but he still had his beloved disciple Chu Ranbai. Chu Ranbis' rank is the 12th in the sequence known as Sword Sound, the second in the high-risk sequence, the strongest sword path sequence beneath the sword sovereign. If the true sword sovereign does not appear, then Chu Ranbai will be the next generation's king of the sword path. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, replied indifferently, "Oh." Chu Ranbai was taken aback. "Oh, just to know, did this kid not understand?" In the square, the brows of the other sword cultivators furrowed as well. Their gazes towards Lu Ming began to change. Previously, he dismissed senior brother Xia's destruction sword intent. Now he still looked down on Chu Shurdis' heavenly sword intent. This was truly ignorance of one's own limitations. Every expert acts pretentious, it's only human nature, but this kid is just a braggart. He truly does not understand what it means to have a small success in sword intent. Does he really think that being the sword sovereign makes him invincible in the world? Ling Che-tian sighed. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. He turned to look at Chu Ranbai. Ranbai show him a thing or two, let him see what true sword intent is. Chu Ranbai was just about to nod in agreement. However, Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. I am too disappointed. Is this what you call sword path geniuses? One by one they are too weak. The others were confused. Lu Ming continued, it's a good thing I didn't agree to let you teach me, otherwise I would have been ruined. Bravado points 2078, bravado points 455, bravado points 588. Ling Che Tian was completely enraged. What the hell? It's a good thing I didn't teach you. What kind of talk is this? Ling Che Tian's expression darkened. Enough. I have tolerated you for long enough. You dare to speak like this with just a fledgling sword intent. Sword intent is all about comprehension. Your comprehension, how can it compare to any of them? The other sword cultivators in the square were also furious. Arrogant. Too arrogant. A fledgling sword intent dares to look down on others. Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. However, Elder Yi, who was nearby, looked somewhat strange after hearing Ling Che Tian's words. Wait. He had witnessed Lu Ming's breakthrough process with his own eyes. That comprehension was definitely not low. Moreover, it was not just low, it was exceedingly high. Could it be that the old sword sovereign thought Lu Ming's rapid breakthrough was due to his high rank? Elder Yi opened his mouth wanting to say something. Ling Sr. actually. But before he could finish, Lu Ming spoke first. Have I ever said that my sword intent is just a fledgling? The entire square fell silent once more. What? Everyone was stunned. Not a fledgling. Then what does that mean? Chu Ranbai frowned. Could it be that he is not a fledgling sword intent? It can't be. Lu Ming has just reached the spiritual flow. How could he have small success? He can even put on a better show than me. Ling Che Tian took a deep breath. What you mean is your sword intent has already reached small success. Then let me ask you, what kind of sword intent is it? Lu Ming shrugged. I never said I was at small success. Everyone was once again left in shock. Not a fledgling and not small success. Then what is it? Great success. You are still at spiritual flow. Elder Yi was also stunned. What does Lu Ming mean by this? At this moment, Lu Ming had already shifted his gaze to Chu Ranbai. Heavenly sword intent, right? Just in time. Let me show you what it means to slash through the heavens with a single sword. Chu Ranbai was taken aback. Ling Che Tian almost burst out laughing. Ha! You slash through the heavens with a single sword. Your sword intent hasn't even formed yet. You still. But before he could finish, suddenly, a surge of bravado erupted from Lu Ming's face. I am the bravado emperor. To suppress all bravado in the world. The crowd. The next, bravado points 28327. Would you like to spend 10,000 bravado points to upgrade the slashing heaven sword art to great success? Lu Ming's mind echoed with a single word. Smash it for me. The next moment, the entire sword path training department transformed. Boom. A terrifying sword intent erupted from Lu Ming's body. That sword intent soared into the sky. At that moment, the sky above the entire capital trembled. Buzz. All the swords of the sword cultivators in the sword path training department were drawn out at once. That feeling was not one of suppression. It was one of submission. It was as if they were bowing to something in the heavens. What? What is this? Xiaoqi Yuan was frozen in place. The sword that had accompanied him for over a decade flew out of its sheath. Buzz, trembling violently, trembling as if in worship. Lu Ming stood at the center of the sword intent, dressed in white. He lifted his head and spoke calmly. I am the sword hero. With a single sword I shall slash through the heavens. The next moment, a terrifying silver-white sword intent erupted. Chu ran bis 100-meter sword intent that hung in the sky. Snap! Instantly shattered. Chu Ranbai was frozen in place. His mouth was agape. The worldview collapsed in an instant. His heavenly sword intent was shattered. Ling Che Tian's eyes widened as he stared unmoving at the sword intent in the sky. This is great success, sword intent. PS Update Rules 2 updates guaranteed daily. For every additional 100 5-star reviews, 1 extra chapter will be added. For every 100 yuan in gifts, an extra chapter will be added. Free gifts are enough. Just show some support. Thank you. Yesterday's review count was 1062. Current review count is 1,200. Today's increase is 138, adding 1. Free chapters. The total amount 2 days ago was 386. 95 yuan. Today's total gift amount is 448. 81 yuan. An increase of 61. 85. The picture is in the comments, adding 0. 6 chapters. Yesterday there was a debt of 1. 5 chapters, a total of 3. 4 chapters added. Today's total update is 5 chapters and 1000 words, which means 3 chapters added. Still 0. 4 chapters. Finally, I asked for a push for updates. Thank you, readers. Meow. Thank you, readers. Thank you, meow. Everyone in the square was blown away. The great completion sword intent. What a joke. Xiaoqi Yuan's sword intent is only at the small completion level. Chu Rambus' heavenly sword intent is also at the small completion level. And Lu Ming? How the hell is he at the great completion level? Ling Chetian was dumbfounded. When he achieved great completion sword intent back, then he was already at the martial monarch realm, an existence at the 6th realm. And Lu Ming? Lu Ming is only at the flowing spirit level now. The 3rd realm. That's a gap of 3 major realms. How? How on earth did he comprehend this? Ling Qishan's mind was completely blank. He couldn't comprehend what was happening before his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had fallen into a mysterious and profound state. In his mind, countless sword intents were clashing. The understanding of the great completion of the sword path was violently pouring into his soul at a terrifying speed. At that moment, the clouds in the sky trembled. It seemed as if a sword intent was truly going to cleave the heaven. What? What kind of comprehension is this? Ling Qishan's voice trembled. Elder Yi coughed softly beside him and said, Elder Ling, I actually wanted to say this earlier. Lu Ming's comprehension seems to be quite impressive. Then he recounted Lu Ming's experiences at the Anomaly Bureau in the provincial city. How he grasped the spirit guiding technique in half a day and was selected by the medium-grade Xian stage Ming Lei Tianlu and immediately entered the practice right after being chosen. Such terrifying comprehension. After hearing this, Ling Chetian was dumbfounded. Why didn't you say this earlier? Elder Yi looked aggrieved. You didn't ask me. Ling Qishan. He felt his heart racing. If he had known earlier, why would he have brought Lu Ming here? Am I slapping myself in the face? Then Elder Yi meticulously recounted Lu Ming's training experiences at the Anomaly Bureau over the past few days. With each sentence he spoke, Ling Qishan's face darkened further. With each sentence, Xia Qiyuan and Chu Rambus' faces turned paler. Lu Ming 666, you're putting on a show for me. The crowd. You. What the hell? Xia Qiyuan's mouth twitched. Are you even human? Chu Rambai was completely stunned. He looked at Lu Ming, then at the sword in his hand. The sword was still trembling. It wasn't trembling out of excitement. It was trembling out of fear. Suddenly, ding. Great completion of the sword path achieved, gaining sword ability, zeroing 10,000 swords. Due to the host's sword intent breakthrough. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 sword, opens the heavenly gate. Zeroing 10,000 swords, LV. 1 is summon up to 10 swords formed from sword intent, unleashing a 30-meter radius sword domain, ignoring any spiritual defenses, dealing fatal damage to opponents of the same rank, and even inflicting damage to those 1 major realm higher. Requires 2,000 courage points to upgrade. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Wow. This time upgrading the sword path not only granted him sword opens the heavenly gate, but also came with a new ability. And it's this kind of large-scale AoE skill. Awesome. He glanced at his courage points, still having 18,000 left. System, go for it. Upgrade as much as you can. Upgrading, zeroing 10,000 swords, LV. 1, spending 2,000 courage points. Upgrading, zeroing 10,000 swords, LV. 2, spending 4,000 courage points. In the next moment, zeroing 10,000 swords, LV. 5, summon up to 300 swords formed from sword intent, unleashing a 300-meter large-scale sword domain, instilling fear. All other sword intents become ineffective, ignoring any spiritual defenses, ensuring death for opponents of the same rank, and inflicting great intimidation even on those 1 major realm higher. Awesome. Lu Ming focused his thoughts. The next moment, in the entire square in the sky, swish, 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 countless swords formed from great completion sword intent appeared out of thin air. 1 sword 10, swords 100 swords. In the end, there were a total of 300 swords. Each one exuded the aura of great completion sword intent. The momentum seemed as if it would cleave the entire world in 2. Buzz. At that moment, all sword intents of the sword-holding department extinguished. Whether it was Xia Qiyuan's destructive sword intent or Chu Rambus' heavenly sword intent. All extinguished, as if a fierce wind had blown out a flame. Ling Qishan's eyes widened. Damn. Chu Rambai. Damn. Xia Qiyuan directly knelt down. Damn. All the sword cultivators in the square stared blankly at the 300 swords in the sky. They were completely lost. Ling Chetian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Is this your main ability? Lu Ming turned to look at him. Main ability? What is that? Ling Qishan. You don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Ling Qishan's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly turned his head and glared at Elder Yi. Didn't you tell him these? Isn't this the most basic knowledge? No. Elder Yi looked wronged. He just joined the Anomaly Bureau for less than a week and almost got us a quick pass for the provincial branch. How could I have time to teach him? I thought you called him over so urgently to explain it yourself. Ling Qishan. For a moment, he was left speechless. Ling Chetian rubbed his temples. He had no choice but to personally explain the concepts of main ability and secondary ability to Lu Ming. Above the dangerous sequence, each awakener is granted a main ability and a secondary ability. The main ability is the core, while the secondary ability serves as support. The master sequence often has 2 to 3 main abilities and dozens of secondary abilities. After hearing this, Lu Ming suddenly understood. Oh, no wonder. He finally realized. The Rain Master sequence and the Sin Abyss sequence gain new abilities with each upgrade. It turns out that those are all secondary abilities. And something like zeroing 10,000 swords is an ability granted by the sword path, likely something beyond the sequence, right? In the square, the 300 swords of great completion sword intent still hovered in the sky. Lu Ming stood in the center of the sword intent. He looked up at the sky that had been cleaved open by the sword intent. He calmly spoke. Now do you still think my sword intent is just in its infancy? In the square, there was a deathly silence. Xiao Qiyuan and Chu Ranbai looked grim. They couldn't utter a single word. Ling Chetian looked at Lu Ming's back, opened his mouth, and finally let out a long sigh. If I had known, I wouldn't have brought him along. Now it was good he hadn't managed to strike this kid down, but instead struck down all of his disciples. Elder Yi spoke softly beside him. You realize too late. Ling Qishan. A deep sense of helplessness surged in the heart of this sword path king. Could it be that he really had no way to deal with this kid? No way. Being repeatedly slapped in the face by a young sword cultivator, if he didn't find a way to regain his honor, where would he put the face of this old sword monarch? No. He must find a way to regain his honor. He absolutely cannot let this kid have it too easy. Otherwise, he would surely suffer great losses in the future. As an elder, he must find a way to thoroughly temper this kid. It's all for his own good. It definitely isn't because he feels unjust. Absolutely not. The more Ling Chetian thought about it, the more he felt he was truly magnificent. Meanwhile, in the demon capital, within a secluded valley, Bai Lin sat cross-legged on a blue stone. His eyes were closed, his aura completely withdrawn, and the blade at his waist emitted a humming tremor. Ever since Lu Ming had beaten him at the entrance of the Paranormal Bureau, Bai Lin had become a completely different person. Gone was his former arrogant swagger. Now he trained frantically every day, not even stopping to eat. That battle had dealt him a heavy blow. He was the 5th-ranked Dominator Blade Sovereign Bai Lin. Since his awakening, he had always dominated any opponent of his age. Yet that day, a newcomer, an entire major realm beneath him, had beaten him to a pulp, and in front of so many people. Damn it! Bai Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with defiance. No, he had to grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he reclaim his pride. The next moment, an explosion of spiritual energy erupted from within him. His aura surged directly from the late flowing spirit stage to the peak of flowing spirit. Bai Lin slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of joy passing through them. Peak flowing spirit. Though still a far cry from half-step martial infant, it was a world of difference from just a week ago. Advancing from late stage to peak in just a few days. This speed was indeed terrifying. Lu Ming. Bai Lin clenched his fist. Just you wait. Yet he knew full well that Lu Ming was a monster. Even as a peak flowing spirit cultivator, he could not, so he would continue training, continue growing stronger. One day he would crush that sword lord underfoot and prove that Sequence 5 was mightier than Sequence 6. Just as he was silently vowing, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Shall Lindsay come to the capital? Bai Lin froze. That voice. Senior Pei. He shot to his feet. It was the voice of the old blade sovereign Pei Ran. By seniority, Pei Ran was his grandmaster. His master Wang Yin was a nominal disciple of Pei Ran. But Bai Lin had always dreamed of directly becoming a disciple of the old blade sovereign. However, the old blade sovereign found him too weak and had Wang Yin teach him first as a test. But Wang Yin had yet to fully accept him as a student, only agreeing to teach for now. So Bai Lin was merely a half-recognized grand disciple of the old blade sovereign. The reason he had challenged Lu Ming was to establish his authority, to earn Wang Yan's recognition, and to be formally accepted as Pei Ran's grand disciple. But the result was a crushing defeat. As he stood dumbfounded, the air before him suddenly twisted, and a golden spatial formation materialized. Golden light radiated from the surrounding space. Bai Lin's pupils contracted. An ultra-long-range spatial formation. A senior from the Demon Capital's Paranormal Bureau had mentioned this rare artifact to him. There were only 3 in the entire country. Activating it once cost tens of millions in materials alone. Few in the entire Huaxiao Paranormal Bureau were qualified to use it. Hurry in. I paid for this spatial formation out of my own pocket. The longer it runs, the more it costs. Get in now. Pei Ran's voice rang out again, clearly urgent. What could be so urgent for Senior Pei? Bai Lin swallowed hard, not daring to overthink. He stepped directly into the formation. The next second his vision blurred, and he found himself in a vast training ground. Bai Lin paused, then noticed a tea table set up at the edge of the training ground. An old man in black robes sat there sipping tea. His aura was unfathomably deep. It was the previous Blade Sovereign Pei Ran. Bai Lin took a deep breath, walked over, and bowed respectfully. Master. Senior Pei. He almost blurted out Grandmaster, but quickly corrected himself. After all, he had not been formally recognized yet. Pei Ran set down his teacup and glanced at him. Not bad progress. Peak flowing spirit. Bai Lin lowered his head. I was merely fortunate, young one. Pei Ran chuckled and got straight to the point. Hey, race the deal. The capital is about to hold a half-step martial infant training camp, and I want you to join. Bai Lin was taken aback. He had heard of this, but the entry requirement was at least half-step martial infant. But Senior Pei, my cultivation isn't enough. Pei Ran waved his hand dismissively. I will personally guide you for half a month. That will be enough for you to step into half-step martial infant. Bai Lin was stunned speechless. What? The old Blade Sovereign would personally train him for half a month. Was this a dream? What did this mean? This man was the Blade Sovereign, the king of the Blade Dao. Even a shred of his guidance would be immensely beneficial to a peak flowing spirit cultivator like himself. Bai Lin's heart surged with excitement. But, Pei Ran spoke slowly, I also have a favor to ask. There's a person in the capital who is too arrogant, and I find it displeasing. But since he's a junior, I can't very well discipline him directly. So I plan to put you through hellish training for half a month, and then you must give him a thorough lesson. Bai Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Teach someone a lesson. That was easy. He loved bullying people. With the old Blade Sovereign's personal guidance, Bai Lin would rise another level. No one could stand against him. All right. No problem, Senior Pei. Whoever you want me to take down, I'll take down. Bai Lin nodded excitedly, then lowered his head and muttered through gritted teeth. Lu Ming, just you wait. Once I'm out of here, I'll come for you. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? He would be trained by the old Blade Sovereign, defeat that so-called arrogant brat, and then go after Lu Ming. This was solid. He had already calculated with his peak flowing spirit cultivation and half a month of training, he might have a 50-50 chance against Lu Ming. After all, that kid was a monster. But now with the old Blade Sovereign's guidance. Lu Ming, enjoy your arrogance while you can. But Pei Ran was startled by his words. How did you know I want you to take down Lu Ming? Bai Lin. He stood frozen. What? Take down Lu Ming? Wait, he was in the capital too. Pei Ran looked at his bewildered expression and said calmly, Lu Ming is in the capital, and he will also be attending this training camp. Bai Lin. Why? He almost lost his composure. Didn't you say it was for half-step martial infant cultivators? That kid Lu Ming was still at spirit condensation, wasn't he? How could he join a half-step martial infant training camp? Pei Ran rubbed his temples, looking a bit troubled. Let me explain slowly. He then briefly recounted what Lu Ming had done over the past few days. In short, it was about how Lu Ming at the spirit condensation realm had slain a peak-flowing spirit Shangliu with a single sword strike. After hearing this, Bai Lin was completely dumbfounded. A Shangliu at the peak of Liuling slain with a single sword strike. Pei Ran nodded. Bai Lin fell silent for several seconds. Then he forcibly calmed himself down. No problem. I've taken down a Shangliu before too. I could do it as well. Right now, I'm evenly matched with Lu Ming at most a 50-50 split. He wasn't just boasting. He had indeed clashed with a Shangliu before and even subdued that little serpent. It had just fled too quickly back, then slipping away. Pei Ran looked at him, a strange expression on his face as he spoke. But Lu Ming has already broken through to Liuling. What a... Bai Lin was completely stunned. Broken through to Liuling. Wasn't that kid at the late stage of Ningling just a few days ago? This speed is absolutely absurd. Pei Ran watched his expression and said calmly, after annihilating the Shangliu with one blow at the Ningling realm, he's now at Liuling. What's more, he's already condensed the embryonic form of a golden spirit infant ahead of time. And it's a damn twin-headed dragon. Then Pei Ran recounted the subsequent events. It was mainly about what happened after Lu Ming consumed the Luing pill. Bai Lin listened, utterly bewildered. Pei Ran gazed at the dumbfounded Bai Lin, his expression complex. Are you sure you can still go 50-50? Bai Lin fell silent. His mind was practically overheating. Was this truly Lu Ming's doing? So outrageous. He lowered his head, then finally. It's fine. Bai Lin gritted his teeth and said, right now it's probably 4-60 him 6 me 4. But so what? Bai Lin lifted his head, his gaze resolute. With Senior Pei's guidance, I might still catch up to him. Pei Ran looked at his fervor and nodded with satisfaction. Good spirit, not bad. Follow me closely for the next half month. I recall you've already formed the rudiments of your blade intent. Your foundation is decent. Moreover, from my estimation, Lu Ming's current combat power is at most half-step martial infant. Once you also step into half-step martial infant, you might not be unable to defeat him. Hearing this, Bai Lin's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. He nodded emphatically. Pei Ran continued with satisfaction. After you teach that kid a good lesson, I'll officially make you my grand disciple. No, you'll become my direct disciple, standing on equal footing with your current master. His entire being erupted. Become a direct disciple of the old Blade Emperor, equal to his current master. This was an incredibly fortunate opportunity. Bai Lin nearly leaped with joy. Thank you, Senior Pei. His voice trembled with excitement. I will not disappoint your expectations. At that moment, a figure approached from the distance. It was his former nominal master Wang Yin. Wang Yin, a nominal disciple of Pei Ran, had profound attainments in the way of the blade and was already a mid-stage martial lord powerhouse. Xiao Bai, what are you doing here? Wang Yin was startled, frowning upon seeing Bai Lin. Why aren't you cultivating properly in Modu? What are you doing in the capital? And you've come to see my master. I've told you I still don't acknowledge you as my discus. Before he could finish, Bai Lin, who do you think you're talking to? Wang Yin was taken aback. What? What did you just say? Have you lost your mind? Bai Lin snorted coldly. In the past, he might have been respectful. But now, I'm about to be on equal. I don't need your acknowledgement. Seeing this, Pei Ran coughed. Xiao Yin, you go back first. Bai Lin snorted. Did you hear that? What is a nominal disciple like you doing here? Wang Yin. Wang Yin was completely baffled. What? Have you truly gone mad? How dare you speak to me like that? But constrained by Pei Ran's order, he couldn't lose his temper on the spot. He could only swallow his fury and glare fiercely at Bai Lin. Just you wait. With that, Wang Yin flicked his sleeves and left. Bai Lin watched his retreating figure with a mocking expression. Watching from the room, Pei Ran's mouth twitched. This kid is getting arrogant a bit too quickly. But never mind. As long as he can teach Lu Ming a lesson, a little arrogance is acceptable. However, whether to truly take him as a disciple later would require careful consideration. Then it's settled, Pei Ran said calmly. Yes, I promise to give him a thorough lesson. Bai Lin replied resolutely. Lu Ming, just you wait. Then suddenly recalling something, he asked, by the way, Senior Pei, where is Lu Ming in the capital now? Pei Ran stroked his beard. He's right next door at the Sword Dao training department, taken away by old Ling. Bai Lin shuddered. He's being guided by Senior Ling. He nearly stumbled. Who was old Ling? The previous generation's Sword Lord. A being on par with the old Blade Emperor. If Lu Ming was truly being guided by old Ling, wouldn't he still have no chance? Pei Ran shook his head. No, that kid was too arrogant. Old Ling took him to the Sword Dao training department to temper his arrogance. To show him what true sword geniuses are. Bai Lin breathed a sigh of relief. I see. He was secretly delighted. Good. Now Lu Ming must have been thoroughly humbled by reality. After all, the genius swordsmen in the Sword Dao training department were each more formidable than the last. Lu Ming had only awakened recently. His sword intent was at best rudimentary. Facing that group, Pei Ran also chuckled. He's probably been thoroughly humbled by reality now. Before he could finish, boom, suddenly, from afar, a towering sword intent soared into the sky. The sword intent was so terrifying it seemed to tear the entire sky above the capital apart. Pei Ran shot to his feet. Bai Lin was also startled. What is that? His expression shifted. Such fearsome sword intent. The oppressive force of that sword intent was immense. Even from this distance he could feel it. The blade at his waist was trembling. Pei Ran frowned, carefully sensing it. The next moment his pupils contracted. Great achievement, sword intent. Bai Lin was also stunned. Great achievement, sword intent. Damn. His own blade intent was only rudimentary, so he knew how formidable great achievement sword intent was. It was something that typically required at least the late martial lord stage to comprehend. Strange. Pei Ran frowned, muttering to himself. Which genius disciple of old Ling has become so powerful, already achieving great achievement sword intent? Several names crossed his mind. Xia Qiyuan, Chu Ranbai. They were old Ling's proud disciples with heaven-defying sword talent. But their highest sword intent should only be minor achievement, right? When did it reach great achievement? Pei Ran was puzzled. Bai Lin felt a twinge of envy. Great achievement sword intent. When would his own blade intent reach that level? Sigh. Pei Ran stopped pondering and glanced at him with a smile. See, I told you Lu Ming would be thoroughly shocked by this. Must be one of old Ling's disciples who just broke through in sword intent. Alright, forget about it. Get ready. He'll take you to the Blade Dao training department shortly. Bai Lin took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the envy in his heart. Yes. He was determined to train hard with the old Blade Emperor for this half-month. Then he would thoroughly teach Lu Ming a lesson. Let that kid know the consequences of messing with him. Bai Lin. On the other side, within the Sword Dao training department, the entire plaza fell into a dead silence. Ling Chetian stared at the 300 swords coalesced from Grandmaster-level sword intent in the sky, his pupils trembling with shock. Forcing himself to calm down, he took a deep breath and asked Lu Ming, What kind of sword intent? Initially, he had assumed Lu Ming had achieved Grandmastery in one of the 10 special sword intents. But now, upon closer inspection, no, that wasn't it. It wasn't any of the 10 special sword intents. This was a new sword intent. Ling Qishan's mind buzzed with disbelief. A new sword intent. Hadn't it been centuries since a new sword intent had emerged? All sword intents had already been fully developed by predecessors. Yet Lu Ming had actually comprehended a brand new sword intent, and he had achieved grand mastery from the very start. This comprehension is simply monstrous. Ling Chetian was utterly stunned. Beside him, Xiang Lu shrank into his shell, his eyes wide as eggs. Holy crap! He was genuinely terrified. Back in the valley, when he had taken that strike from Lu Ming, the sword intent hadn't been this terrifying. If Lu Ming had possessed this level of sword intent back then, I would have died 10,000 times over. A chill ran down Xiang Liu's spine. Lu Ming stared impassively at Ling Chetian and spoke coolly. Didn't I say I would naturally cleave the heavens with a single sword strike? This is the heaven-cleaving sword intent. Chu Ranbai, standing nearby, heard this, and his face instantly darkened. Heaven-cleaving sword intent. Are you targeting me? The heavenly sword intent, and now the heaven-cleaving sword intent. It was blatantly trying to one-up me. And besides, I've never even heard of this sword intent. Did you make up that name on purpose? Chu Ranbai felt a surge of bitterness in his heart. Ling Qishan, however, fell into deep thought. Heaven-cleaving sword intent. As the king of swords, he had heard of nearly every sword intent name. But this heaven-cleaving sword intent, he truly had never encountered it before. Could it be that this brat is the first to comprehend it? Turbulent waves crashed in Ling Qishan's heart. How could this even be reasonable? Not only had he comprehended a new sword intent, but he had also achieved grand mastery. Was this something a human could possibly accomplish? The surrounding sword cultivators erupted in chaos. Xia Qiyuan and Chu Ranbai stood there, their faces cycling through shades of pale and green. They were rendered speechless. Earlier, their minor mastery of sword intent had already made the entire Sword Dao training department envious. But now, Lu Ming had achieved grand mastery right from the start, and it was a newly created sword intent. How were they supposed to live with that? This is simply beyond comprehension. Xia Qiyuan muttered, his gaze already vacant. Chu Ranbai gritted his teeth, his hand gripping his sword, trembling. Just moments ago, he had called himself the Sword King, the Dominator. Now Lu Ming had scattered his heavenly sword intent with a single strike. He had lost all face. How could this be? How? Damn it. Whether they were sword cultivators from Group 1, Group 2, or Group 3, all of them stared blankly at Lu Ming, their eyes filled with nothing but shock. Is this the Sword Lord? The true Sword Lord? A genius. A true genius. Compared to him, we are nothing but trash. Holy crap. He's too strong. Absolutely incredible. Dominance points 1888, dominance points 564, dominance points 702. Lu Ming watched the rapidly increasing numbers on his interface, his mood soaring. Incredible. The concentration of Sword Dao geniuses here really paid off. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and spoke calmly. Look at you all so shocked. It's just a new sword intent. I told you all were trash, but you didn't believe me. The other sword cultivators. Dominance points 688, dominance points 523. Ling Chetian took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Wait, he called out. Let me see your sword. He wanted to see what level of sword could bear such sword intent. Lu Ming shrugged and handed over the Cold Abyss sword. Ling Chetian took the sword and examined it carefully. The next moment, his brow furrowed. Only peak mystical grade. Upon hearing this, Elder Yi nearly stumbled. It's already peak mystical grade. He knew the origins of this sword. It had been merely yellow grade before. This growth is way too fast. Elder Yi's eyes widened. Lu Ming was also startled for a moment, then quickly realized what had happened. It's quite greedy. He hadn't expected that with the grand mastery of the heaven-cleaving Sword Dao and the eruption of sword intent, the Cold Abyss sword would take the opportunity to break through its grade. Ling Chetian scrutinized the Cold Abyss sword and immediately saw its unique nature. A growth-type spirit artifact. He nodded and returned the sword to Lu Ming. Your current sword is not worthy of your sword intent. Lu Ming, no kidding, just like yours could match it. Ling Chetian was choked for a moment, but still spoke calmly. How about this? If you can secure first place in the training camp, I can gift you an earth-grade, mid-grade, growth-type spirit artifact, the heaven-destroying sword. It could even evolve into a heaven-grade, top-grade spirit artifact in the future. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire plaza erupted once more. An earth-grade, mid-grade, growth-type spirit artifact. And it can grow to heaven-grade, top-grade. The heaven-destroying sword. Ling Chetian was actually going to give Lu Ming that sword. Is Ling Qishan's most treasured possession. Xia Qiyuan and Chu Ranbai's eyes widened. The heaven-destroying sword. It was the sword Ling Chetian had used in his youth. Later, after Ling Chetian had broken through his realm, he no longer needed the sword. He had specially sought out a weapon refiner to temper it back to its original state, transforming it into a growth-type spirit artifact, intending to gift it to a promising junior he favored. Many disciples had begged Ling Chetian for this sword, but Ling Chetian had never relented. And now, he was going to give it to Lu Ming. Xia Qiyuan felt a sharp pang of bitterness in his heart, yet he couldn't say a word. After all, he now understood the gap between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming simply deserved it. Chu Ranbai also lowered his head. Though unwilling to accept it, the facts were plain to see. Lu Ming's sword intent had already surpassed them all. Ling Chetian looked at Lu Ming and said with a smile, "So, are you interested?" But Lu Ming glanced at him and replied coolly, "Oh, are you trying to curry favor with me too?" Ling Qishan, the entire plaza of sword cultivators. Elder Yi stood nearby silent. Such a familiar conversation. He suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. Elder Yi sighed inwardly. When would this brat ever learn to tone it down? Ling Qishan's mouth twitched several times. Curry favor. I'm currying favor with you. I'm appreciating your talent. Ling Chetian took a deep breath. I said I'll give it to you if you come first in the training camp. What are you thinking? Lu Ming, then you might as well give it to me now. Seeing Lu Ming's perfectly natural expression, everyone else was dumbfounded. Wait, are you already claiming first place? So arrogant. Ling Chetian suddenly felt a wave of, this brat was truly beyond saving. Dominance points 22-37. Lu Ming watched the number on his interface and couldn't help but curl his lips. Incredible. Coming to the capital was definitely the right choice. In just a few days, he had already amassed a huge pile of dominance points. At this rate, he might not be far from becoming the dominance Dao King. Just as everyone was still recovering from Lu Ming's astonishing remarks, a subtle tremor rippled through the nearby air. A figure emanating a profound aura stepped forward. It was Pei Ran. Old Ling, what was that sword intent about earlier? Which of your disciples reached mastery in sword intent? Pei Ran approached with a broad smile, his face betraying an undeniable curiosity. That sword intent was not only a mastery, it was exceptionally powerful. It left him so astounded that he couldn't remain seated, prompting him to come and investigate. Upon hearing this, a group of sword cultivators in the square exchanged strange glances. Xia Qiyuan lowered his head and dared not speak. Chu Ranbai's expression also turned stiff. The atmosphere suddenly became exceedingly bizarre. Ling Qishan's face grew even darker. He struggled to find a word for quite some time. Pei Ran, not paying much attention to everyone's expressions, boldly patted Ling Chetian on the shoulder and cheerfully said, "You brat, you must be overjoyed, right? Mastery in sword intent. Much more impressive than my foolish disciples. This time you old man are truly amazing." Lu Ming replied, "Yes, I am indeed amazing." Pei Ran asked, "What are you inserting yourself for?" Ling Qishan's old face twitched, almost unable to hold it together. "What does it have to do with you?" However, Pei Ran's eyes flickered, but he quickly resumed the demeanor of an elder, saying, "Now you understand the severity of the outside world, right? I told you not to underestimate things. In the capital, monsters are everywhere, and your skills are far from sufficient." He was still secretly delighted. Wasn't this brat quite arrogant? After being struck by the genius of the sword training department, he should be more subdued, right? After all, that was mastery in sword intent. Yet Lu Ming merely glanced at him calmly. "I have recognized my own capabilities." Pei Ran asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Are you out of your mind?" Ling Qishan's old face had turned completely dark. "Old Ling." Pei Ran's gaze was strange. "What's wrong? You look like a dead horse." Ling Chetian took a deep breath and finally spoke. That sword intent mastery was understood by Lu Ming, a new sword intent. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, Pei Ran burst into laughter. "Ha, old Ling, that statement of yours was too hard to keep straight. My apologies, I couldn't hold it in." Everyone else was left speechless. Pei Ran shook his head while laughing. "How come I never noticed you were this humorous before? Why don't you just say Lu Ming is the reincarnation of a true god?" Ha ha. He couldn't stop laughing. After all, the statement sounded absurd. Lu Ming had just reached the early stage of spiritual flow, mastery in sword intent. Moreover, a new one. Something that hadn't appeared in hundreds of years. Who are you trying to fool? While laughing, he suddenly realized something was off. No one in the entire square was laughing. All the sword cultivators kept their heads down. Even Ling Chetian was not laughing. Pei Ran's laughter abruptly ceased as he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Off. His voice had changed. "Is this true?" Ling Chetian looked at him expressionlessly. "I am not joking with you." Pei Ran was left stunned. Lu Ming said, "You continue to keep a straight face." Pei Ran abruptly turned to look at him, disbelief written all over his face. "How is this possible? Damn it, this is unreasonable." Pei Ran felt completely numb. Early stage of spiritual flow mastery in sword intent. What the hell is this? Sorry, the old Hao is dead, the new Hao is to be established. The crowd was bewildered. Lu Ming raised his chin. "The moment the people of the world call my name, I shall manifest my grandeur, ending the era of old Jiahao." The entire square fell into collective bewilderment again. Xia Qiyuan's mouth twitched fiercely. "What the hell is this?" Chu Ranbai's forehead twitched. "Is this something a human can say?" Prestige points 2093. Prestige points 759. Prestige points 688. Lu Ming glanced at the panel feeling quite pleased. Delightful. Two old men flaunting their grandeur. The value of these points is simply top-notch. Meanwhile, Pei Ran's face had started to twitch, forcing himself to suppress the corners of his mouth as he took a deep breath. Then instinctively he condensed his soul force into a fine line and transmitted it to Ling Chetian. Ling Chetian, what the hell are you playing at? Did we not agree to suppress him? Why does it feel like he has suppressed all of you instead? Ling Chetian looked utterly despondent and transmitted back, I too am baffled. Do you think I want this? I was all prepared, just waiting for Qiyuan and the others to come out and press this brat down. But he came up with a new sword intent all by himself, and it was mastery. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. Ling Chetian briefly recounted what had happened with Lu Ming from start. The more Pei Ran listened, the darker his expression grew, and the more serious his gaze became. In the end, his transmitted voice even cracked a little. Damn. This is bad. Ling Chetian asked what? Pei Ran said, Old Ling, I told Bai Lin that I want him to break through to the half-step martial infant realm and teach this brat a lesson during training. But look at this outrageous phenomenon with Lu Ming. The battle power increase from mastery and sword intent in the half-step martial infant realm would definitely be a dimensional strike. And with his insane training speed. In half a month, how can Bai Lin win? Ling Qishan's face darkened further upon hearing this. He fell into silence. After a long while he slowly transmitted, no, at this rate. If he continues to train in this half-month, I fear we will truly lose face. The more he thought about it, the more his head began to ache. This brat's training speed was like he was using hacks. Old Ling. Pei Ran squinted and transmitted, how about? We play a trick on him. Ling Chetian narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The two exchanged glances, understanding the same intention in each other's eyes. Just then a faint voice interrupted. What are you two doing? They both turned their heads simultaneously. Lu Ming squinted. Are you two plotting against me? Lu Ming observed the expressions of the two old men change. In the end, he saw a familiar look on their faces. It was treachery. What are you two planning? Cough, cough, no, what are you thinking? By the way, Ling Qishan's eyes shifted, and he suddenly spoke. I just remembered something. For your own good, I think during this half-month, it would be appropriate for the teacher to give you a refresher course on the theories of the Anomalous Affairs Bureau. Lu Ming replied. Ling Chetian adopted a serious tone. Just think about it, you joined the Anomalous Affairs Bureau not long ago, and there are many things you don't understand. For example, just now you didn't even know what the main ability and sub-ability are. You are too lacking in this regard. If you don't fill in this basic knowledge, you'll be the one suffering in the future. Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed he had guessed what these two old men were planning. Pei Ran suddenly spoke with seriousness. Oh, Old Ling, your words reminded me. This matter is truly important. Lu Ming was left speechless as Pei Ran looked at him with utmost seriousness. Little Lu, this is for your own good. Half a month is trivial. Your talent has already exceeded expectations to this extent. Does half a month really matter? But if you do not supplement your theoretical knowledge, when you reach the battlefield, you wouldn't even know what the anomalous beasts are called, and that would be a joke. If something truly went wrong, it could lead to death. While they had some selfish motives, they were indeed speaking out of concern for Lu Ming. Generally, after a newcomer awakens their sequence, it takes at least half a month to enter a realm. During this time, they will learn a lot of foundational knowledge in the Anomalous Affairs Bureau, such as detailed sequence explanations, basic illustrations of anomalous beasts, the use of various devices, and team cooperation theory. All of which are essential knowledge for battles in the coming decades. Being clueless could easily lead to issues. And this brat Lu Ming hasn't learned a thing. He certainly needs to catch up. This is a win-win situation. Well, you want to drag my training time for half a month, afraid that I will breeze through the half-step martial infant training, right? Haha, don't even think about it. Study. What a load of crap. I've already got hacks, and you want me to follow your pace. The Golden Hao is not just an ordinary being. I must intensely enhance my combat power during this half-month. Lu Ming was all about rebellion. You want to trick me? Fine, I'll play the game of deceit too. You do have a point. I indeed need to learn a bit. Lu Ming feigned contemplation. Then in this half-month, I want train him. Instead, I will consolidate my realm and make up for some foundational knowledge. Ling Chetian and Pei Ran's smiles gradually faded. This brat actually agreed, he didn't refuse. Nor did he speak carelessly. Something's off. This little lamp wants to do something. P.S. The power of grandeur has been exhausted. I can't add more. I will add 6,000 words tomorrow as I need to think about the plot. I have a rough framework now, and the future chapters will definitely be more exciting than the previous ones. Earlier, I mentioned casually updating a few tens of thousands of words was bragging. The reality is that I spend more than 10 hours in front of the computer each day. This morning my back hurt so much I could hardly get up. Even the ergonomic chair couldn't take it anymore. I need to take a break. I'm very sorry, bowing to you all. Mainly, I really didn't expect this book to explode like this. It nearly killed me. Yesterday, the number of reviews was 1,200, currently 1362, an increase of 162 today, adding 6 chapters. 81 yuan. Today's total gifts were 625. 78 yuan, an increase of 176. 97, adding 76 chapters. Thanks to Yume Qianxia for the Great God certification. Wishing the boss good health. Yesterday, I owed 0 for chapters for a total of 3. 7 chapters added. Today's total update is 5 chapters, which includes 3 chapters added. I still owe 0. 7 chapters. That should basically fulfill the agreement. Once I recover, I will definitely make up for it next time. I humbly request for urging updates. Thank you, readers. Subsequently, Pei Ran and Ling Chetian took Lu Ming back. There was no choice. The sword path training department truly could not keep this kid any longer. If he stayed, he might shatter the Dao hearts of Ling Qishan's precious disciples. Xia Qiyuan and Chu Ranbai now looked at Lu Ming with eyes akin to those of a monster. Elder Yuan defied the one-eyed man, claiming he had something to discuss, but in reality, he wanted to quickly inform him of the outrageous events that had transpired here. A slight smile, involuntarily tugging at the corners of his mouth, clearly looking forward to the other party's reaction. Yet Ling Chetian and Pei Ran both felt something was amiss. They exchanged strange glances with Lu Ming beside them. This kid used to have a rebuttal personality, always ready to argue back. Why was he being so agreeable this time? It was too unusual. But after a moment's thought, since he has agreed, what else could they do? For the next half-month, they would have this kid study theory, obediently prohibiting any cultivation, while Pei Ran would seriously train Bai Lin. Calculating this way, they still had a good chance to teach this kid a lesson. Their hearts felt slightly more at ease. Thus Ling Chetian spoke. Since that's the case, we've agreed. You should wait in the theory room on the 3rd floor of the Anomaly Bureau building, and I will find a professional teacher to catch you up on this knowledge. Lu Ming nodded all right. This time, seeing Lu Ming so straightforward again, their earlier unease resurfaced. But since he had agreed, they couldn't say much more. So Pei Ran and the others left first. Only Lu Ming and Xiang Lu remained. One person and one beast. Suddenly Lu Ming turned his head and looked at the turtle shell by his feet. Go away to tell me where the top 10 other anomalous beasts are. I'm going to take them down. Huh. Xiang Lu retracted into his shell, looking confused. Wait, big brother, aren't you supposed to be studying? Lu Ming immediately got angry. Study my ass. Before I had this power-up, you wanted me to study, and now that I have it, you still want me to study. What the hell is the point of that? Still study theory. What a joke. Locking myself up for half a month to study would be a complete waste of time. In this half month, I could be gaining power. Currently, there are only 2 ways for me to grow stronger. One is through the grand power harvesting power points. The other is to slay beings with sequences to acquire new sequences. Now sending myself to study theory. Huh. How can studying lead to grand power? Slaying beings with sequences. I can't just go around killing people in the Anomaly Bureau, can I? So I absolutely cannot truly study. I need to find a way to sneak out. For this half month, I'll sneak out and have some fun before coming back. Skipping class to gain glory. During these 15 days outside, I'll be sure to take down the other top 10 anomalous beasts. After all, I now have the sword to open the celestial gate. What am I afraid of? Moreover, I have Xiang Lu, a ready-made beast partner, so why not use him? Xiang Lu hesitantly spoke up. Big brother, how are you planning to escape? Escaping is simple. I have my methods, but the difficult part is, once I escape, I can't let those 2 old men discover me. If I get discovered, I won't be able to pull one over on them. He recalled the treacherous expressions of the 2 elders earlier, which made him furious. You want to scheme against me, huh? Fine, then I'll also play tricks on you. This will depend on you. Gui Tu. Lu Ming stared. Xiang Lu responded, huh? Lu Ming sneered. Stop pretending. Your survival skills are so strong, you must have some way to disguise yourself, right? Puppet. Clone. I won't make you take me along. Just create a clone for me. As for the rest, I have my own methods. Xiang Lu said hesitantly, his gaze starting to wander. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Think carefully before you speak. You don't want to stay here forever, do you? This statement struck at Xiang Liu's soft spot. Indeed, he didn't want to stay here at all. It was terrifying. Xiang Liu's mind raced, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, I heard someone from the Anomaly Bureau mention before. Big brother, it seems that the Anomaly Bureau has those substitute puppets, and they are quite cheap. If you can get one, I have a way. I can make that puppet look identical to a real person and maintain it for a month without issue. If you leave a trace of sword intent on it, I think those 2 old men might really not be able to discover it. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Oh wow, I didn't expect this little thing to really have a solution. What a good idea. Lu Ming said with satisfaction. All right, we'll take care of this later. First tell me where the other anomalous beasts in the top 10 are. Xiang Liu's expression changed slightly. I need to think about this carefully. A minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes. Lu Ming grew furious. Are you stuck? Xiang Lu finally couldn't hold back and cried out, Wah, big brother, I don't know. I've only been alive for 2.5 years. Back then to survive, I just made up stuff to fool you. Lu Ming was stunned, then furiously shouted, what? You dare to fool me? This damn Gui too. I went through the trouble of keeping you alive. Xiang Lu quickly pleaded for mercy, his face pale. Big brother, I didn't do it on purpose. I had no choice. If I didn't say that, you would have killed me. After hearing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then what use do I have for you? Xiang Lu, huh? Lu Ming's face was expressionless. I will cherish the time we spent together. Then Lu Ming slowly raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Xiang Lu felt his soul leave his body. Damn. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Big brother, I'm your Gui too. I have my own, I don't need you. Xiang Lu. At this critical moment, Xiang Lu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes brightening as he quickly spoke. Wait. Don't kill me. Although I don't know, I can contact the Abyss God sect. They must know. Lu Ming paused. Contact the Abyss God sect. Lu Ming squinted. You're not trying to fool me again, are you? I really am not. This time I'm serious. I'm the 10th in the anomalous beast sequence. How could I possibly not contact the Abyss God sect? As long as I go out, they will actively come to find me, alright. Xiang Lu quickly explained. And seeing Xiang Lu say this, Lu Ming pondered for a moment. It seemed. It truly might work. The people from the Abyss God sect surely know where the top 10 anomalous beasts are. Moreover, they also have talent sequences. Killing them will yield the same results. Besides, the Abyss God sect consists of strong individuals, so I can definitely gain power. Furthermore, I still hold the sword to open the celestial gate, ensuring my safety. In any case, it's absolutely impossible to study theory for half a month. Also, to figure out what lies beyond the sequences, the Abyss God sect is undoubtedly a good information channel. With this thought, Lu Ming's expression turned serious. It seems this is the only way. I'll go find the Abyss God sect. Since the Anomaly Bureau won't tell me about what lies beyond the sequences, then I will have to defect. Xiang Lu, huh? Lu Ming grinned. He defect from the Anomaly Bureau and join the Abyss God sect. Xiang Lu, huh? Wait, didn't you say you're on the side of justice? Why are you talking about defection now? Glory points 183. Lu Ming snorted coldly. Since the Anomaly Bureau wouldn't tell me, then I can only play the traitor for once. After all, how long have I been in the Anomaly Bureau? I haven't even finished my probation. What's wrong with changing jobs? Besides, I'm not doing anything immoral. Alright then, big brother. Xiang Lu nodded in resignation. I'll take you to the Abyss God sect. Just a voice suddenly rang out beside them. What did you just say? Lu Ming, huh? Xiang Lu, huh? Lu Ming slowly turned his head. Then he saw Ling Chetian standing beside them, his old face filled with shock and anger. Lu Ming was taken aback. What the hell, didn't you leave? When did that old Jiahao return? Did he hear that? Ling Chetian gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'm lucky to be back. He was almost in shock. Earlier he had sensed something was off, thinking Lu Ming had agreed too readily. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. So he turned back. As soon as he returned, he overheard Xiang Lu was going to take Lu Ming to the Abyssal God cult. What the hell? Ling Chetian's back was already sweating. Lucky I came back. If I were any later, this kid might really have run off to the Abyssal God cult. Ling Chetian's gaze turned cold as he glared at Xiang Lu. Damn, Xiang Lu. You really are trying to lure Lu Ming. Xiang Lu. Lu Ming was stunned, then realized his expression turned serious. Right. You actually want to entice a warrior from the Bureau of Strange Incidents. Xiang Lu. Damn. Clearly you were the one trying to coax me. Ling Chetian's expression instantly turned icy. Seeing this, Xiang Liu's face turned pale. Damn. It was he who was supposed to go there. What does it have to do with me? Xiang Lu. Ling Chetian was furious. I will kill you. As soon as the words fell, he was about to make his move. In that instant, the air around them suddenly became terrifyingly oppressive. Even breathing felt painful. Lu Ming only took a breath and felt as if countless swords were slashing at his body. Damn, this old Jiahao is so powerful. Just releasing a bit of aura, and he was almost unable to withstand it. Meanwhile, Xiang Lu was curled up in his shell, trembling in fear, almost peeing himself. He felt like he was about to be torn to pieces by this sword intent. Big brother, save me. At this critical moment. Wait. Lu Ming quickly blocked him. He takes me there just to tell me about the matters beyond the sequence. I said I must know about the existence beyond the sequence. Ling Chetian frowned tightly. But they are from the Abyssal God cult. That's an evil cult. Lu Ming, you guys won't tell me. Ling Chetian's face turned pale and flushed. He opened his mouth and finally gritted his teeth. All right, come with me, and I'll show you what kind of madmen the Abyssal God cult consists of. He realized. Lu Ming had no clear understanding of the Abyssal God cult. Just hearing others talk about it is useless. He needs to see with his own eyes how insane those people are. Only then can this kid truly give up on the idea of going to the Abyssal God cult. Then Ling Chetian slowly restrained his aura. Only then did Xiang Lu collapse to the ground, almost unable to recover. All right. Suddenly Lu Ming remembered something, and then spoke. By the way, I remember that killing strange beasts can earn contribution points, right? Don't forget to give me the contribution points for killing Xiang Lu. Ling Che Tian. Xiang Lu suddenly looked up. Am not dead yet, big brother. Lu Ming said expressionlessly. You are already dead. Xiang Lu. Am obviously still alive. Lu Ming pondered, then it seems. Xiang Lu is really not dead. Then I must. Xiang Lu suddenly jolted up, realizing, right. Am obviously dead. You don't believe me. Smell. I smell bad. Then you just scared yourself. Ling Che Tian looked at the pair and felt a throbbing in his temples. All right. Are you performing a comedic act for me? Wait, I'll send it to you later. Just come with me first. After all, Xiang Liu's current miserable state was no different from being dead. Moreover, Lu Ming indeed saved by Lan and the others, which is also a merit, so logically speaking, he should have contribution points. As he walked, Lu Ming was calculating. This escape thing would eventually require the use of teleportation. So he silently opened the panel and looked at the rain teleportation. Do you want to spend 2,000 courage points to upgrade rain teleportation to LV4? I'm not short on money. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a cool sensation shot up from his soles. Lu Ming closed his eyes, feeling as if something in his mind had been unlocked. He could sense that his connection with water had intensified. If before it was like a thin string, now it had transformed into a water pipe. Every flow, every drop's trajectory in the water was clearly imprinted in his mind. He could even feel the existence of all water within 1,000 meters around him. Upgrade successful. Rain teleportation LV4 evolved into water transformation escape LV5. Do you want to spend 3,000 courage points to upgrade water transformation escape to LV5? Continue. Then, water transformation escape LV6. Transform oneself into a stream of water, allowing instantaneous movement within a radius of 1 kilometer. Can carry up to 100 kilograms of objects, including living beings, and can be used up to 3 times a day. Passive increases speed by 30. The next upgrade requires an estimated 5,000 courage points. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled. Awesome. Previously, I needed water to use it. Now I can directly transform into a puddle of water and go wherever I want. Within a kilometer range, I can move around freely and my opponent wouldn't even be able to touch my shadow. Moreover, I can carry living beings up to 100 kilograms. This is a skill for escaping, ambushing, and assassinating. I can even save people. Of course, it won't work on Liangzi. The only downside is the limited uses only 3 times a day. But if this thing had no restrictions, that would be too overpowered. The system wouldn't be so generous. And with a 30 speed boost, passive escaping is even easier now. Lu Ming felt very pleased. This path he was definitely going to take, no matter what those 2 old geezers say. Just during the upgrade, Lu Ming had already followed Ling Che Tian to a building. As soon as they entered, the scene flashed before them. The 2 were teleported by a spatial formation. Ling Che Tian explained as he walked. This spatial formation is very special. It can only teleport in one direction. Because what is imprisoned inside are people from the Abyssal God cult. Some individuals are very special. Living is more valuable than dying and is also safer. This is not a lie. Within the Abyssal God cult, some people's sequences are incredibly troublesome. For example, the reincarnated demon of the ultra-high-risk sequence 11. If this thing dies, it can directly reincarnate into someone else. Quite disgusting. Soon Lu Ming's vision flashed again. He arrived at a dark place. There were countless rooms here, each one chained to a person. Lu Ming glanced around and asked, is there a bathroom in the room? Ling Che Tian. Can you focus on something normal? Just then someone suddenly shouted loudly, the Abyssal God lives forever. Lu Ming. Following that, more rooms started shouting along. The Abyssal God lives forever. The Abyssal God is great. Lu Ming was completely stunned. What the hell? These people. Are they playing Genshin? This organization is a heavy gamer. Ling Che Tian looked at his bewildered expression and began to explain the origins of the Abyssal God cult, including their positions. After hearing this, Lu Ming finally understood. Oh, so that's how it is. He was almost thinking it was Genshin. Then Ling Che Tian led him further inside, introducing them one by one. The rooms over there are where some important figures of the Abyssal God cult are imprisoned. The person in that room is the former 9th envoy who once forced tens of thousands of people to work tirelessly. Lu Ming frowned and instinctively replied, to work for them. Building what palaces? Playing Genshin nonstop. Ling Che Tian said expressionlessly, those tens of thousands of people, most of them died, not eating, drinking, or sleeping for 3 whole days and nights. The purpose of this was because there was a strange beast that needed a batch of people as sacrifices, but the condition was, this batch of people must die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's expression froze. This. Indeed, they are a bunch of madmen. And the people in that room, upon hearing this, actually laughed coldly and shouted, the Abyssal God is great. Ling Che Tian snorted, humph. This guy, we barely managed to catch him. His sequence is 30. But he hadn't. Lu Ming directly interrupted. What do you mean, only 30? Then roll aside. Are there any abyssal god cult members with higher sequences who are dangerous and have lower cultivation levels? Recommend them. Ling Chetian, that abyssal god cultist. What are you talking about? How does that sound like picking equipment? What kind of thought process does this kid have? Ling Chetian's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Just then, suddenly a calm and old voice came from a room. The Bureau of Strange Incidents actually brought people. Long time. No see. Lu Ming followed the voice and saw an old man chained in the depths of the room. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Who is this? Ling Chetian's expression also became serious. This person is one of the former leaders of the abyssal god cult, Yihuan. Yihuan leaned against the wall bound by thick chains, letting out a cold sneer. You idiots from the Anomaly Bureau, what use is locking me up? Without me, the Abyss God cult has thousands more like me. One day we'll overthrow human tyranny. His eyes brimmed with disdain, still feeling superior even in his dire straits. Ling Chetian glanced at him and said flatly, Your Abyss God cult replaced your Hall Master the day after you were captured. No one came to rescue you. Yihuan paused, then chuckled. Expected as much. That's how I took the position back then. Lu Ming. Good grief. Your team sure works fast. Caught one day, replaced the next. What kind of workplace is this? Lu Ming muttered inwardly. These people were cold-blooded, no doubt about it. But Ling Qixin's face darkened as he turned to Lu Ming, his voice laced with barely restrained disgust. Lu Ming, remember, this one is even more heinous. A small county plus all the surrounding town schools, thousands of boys and girls under 10. He fed them all to his aberrant beasts. Lu Ming was stunned. So vile. Thousands of children, all fed to beasts. His brow furrowed deeply, his gaze toward Yihuan shifting. Why don't you kill him? Saving him for New Year. What was the point of keeping such scum? Yihuan perked up at this, lifting his head with murky eyes fixed on Lu Ming. Oh, a kid who can hang with this old man. You must be important in the Anomaly Bureau. How do you think I should die? After 50 years locked up here, he was bored out of his mind. Toying with a newbie from the Bureau was some amusement. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Fucked to death. Yihuan exclaimed in surprise. Didn't expect such strong morals. Lu Ming. Ling Qixin. What kind of conversation was this? Suddenly, Yihuan sneered. Trapping me here for 50 years has reduced me to a mere martial infant realm ant. You'll all pay for this. He grew angrier, his chains clattering. In his prime, he was glorious. Sequence 13 Thunder Halberd, one of the Abyss God cult's hall masters. But now, locked in this godforsaken place for 50 years. Ling Chetian said expressionlessly, you deserve it. Then Ling Chetian explained the environment to Lu Ming. Every cell here absorbed spiritual energy, and it was one way. People could enter freely from outside, but those trapped inside by chains couldn't move. Yihuan had been drained for 50 years, his realm plummeting from its peak to martial infant. Coupled with unhealed severe injuries, even a rookie at the early martial infant stage could easily kill him, but the Anomaly Bureau wouldn't let him die. Lu Ming was puzzled. Why not kill him? What was the point of keeping a monster who harmed thousands of children? Ling Chetian sighed, his expression complex. Because he's the highest-ranking cultist we've captured. We need information from him about the Abyss God cult, and it's also related to his sequence. Lu Ming was stunned. Sequence? Ling Chetian stared at Yihuan and said slowly, his sequence is 13 Thunder Halberd. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. 13. So high. Among high-risk sequences, the lower the number, the more formidable. 13. Ling Chetian nodded. Yes, 13, but that's not the point. His tone turned grave. The key is that due to the Abyss God's influence, their cult can achieve sequence inheritance. Lu Ming frowned. What's that? Ling Chetian explained. Once he dies, some ordinary followers of the Abyss God cult will randomly inherit the Thunder Halberd sequence. So far, we've found that unless the sequence bearer willingly gives it up before death, this inheritance can't be stopped. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Can't stop it. Wait. A thought flashed through his mind. I cheat. If I kill him, he'll definitely take the sequence directly. That was the system's power. No matter if you agreed or not, my cheat would just snatch it. Sequence 13 Thunder Halberd. If I got that. Lu Ming's breathing quickened. Kill him. I must kill him. Just as this thought arose in Lu Ming's mind, Yihuan suddenly narrowed his eye. He seemed to sense the change in Lu Ming's gaze. It was a look he knew all too well. Greed and murderous intent. Yihuan smirked. Oh, won't want to kill me. Ling Qixin, noticing this too, felt slightly relieved. He saw Lu Ming's attitude toward the Abyss God cult. This loathing, this bloodlust. At least it proved the kid shared their hatred for this cult. That was enough. As long as Lu Ming understood what the Abyss God cult truly was, Ling Chetian wouldn't worry about him defecting. Ling Chetian breathed a silent sigh of relief. Bringing the kid here wasn't a waste. But Lu Ming said nothing, silently drawing the cold abyss sword from his waist. Yihuan grew intrigued, unafraid, even excited. Come on, if you've got the guts, kill me. I've been underestimated. A mere flow spirit ant dares to have such thoughts about me. Once a hall master of the abyss god cult, now treated like this by a kid at the early flow spirit stage. Even with his fallen realm, he was still martial infant. And his opponent was just flow spirit. How dare he be so arrogant? The imprisoned cultists nearby perked up at the commotion. Who newbie dare to kill the hall master? A flow spirit weakling stopped pretending. Haha, this kid's got balls. They jeered from their cells. To them, Lu Ming was just a clueless brat brandishing a sword to scare people. Ling Chetian frowned and advised Lu Ming don't stoop to their level. He thought Lu Ming was provoked by Yihuan's words. These cultists loved to taunt and no need to engage. But Lu Ming still said nothing. Seeing Lu Ming silent, just holding up his sword, Yihuan grew more smug. Come on, kill him. Before he could finish, Lu Ming moved. He stepped directly into the energy-absorbing cell. Ling Chetian was stunned. Yihuan was also shocked. The next moment, Zero returned 10,000 swords. The entire room erupted with terrifying sword intent. 300 blades forged from peak sword intent materialized in the room. Each radiated an aura that could tear heaven and earth. Yihuan was utterly bewildered. What was this? Peak sword intent. How could a flow spirit kid possess peak sword intent? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A truly peculiar request. Lu Ming grinned, eyes blazing with excitement. Granted. The next moment, 300 peak sword intent blades rained down upon Yihuan. Yihuan was dumbfounded. He never expected this kid to actually go through with it. Wait, you're really going to strike? When empty boasts met harsh reality, Yihuan's mind went completely blank. And besides, what the hell was this Grandmaster sword intent? How could a mere flowing spirit possess Grandmaster sword intent? But before he could react, the 300 Grandmaster sword intents had already come crashing down. He wanted to flee, but there was no escape. The next moment, boom, the terrifying Grandmaster sword intent directly slammed into Yihuan. He was already carrying old injuries, and with this blow his entire body was pierced through by countless sword intents. Even though he still possessed the power of a martial infant, his protective spiritual energy was utterly useless against this sword intent. The horror of the heaven-slashing sword Dao was beyond his comprehension. In an instant, Yihuan's body was torn apart by countless sword intents. A look of bewilderment still lingered in his eyes. Yihuan stared blankly. He'll never boast again. Then, bang, he directly turned into a mist of blood. Ling Qishan, the other abyss god cultists. Lu Ming spoke calmly, still boasting. See if I'm real enough for you. Everyone was stunned. Those abyss god cultists were utterly dumbfounded. They had actually witnessed their own former hall master being killed by a flowing spirit kid. This scene was too shocking for them. Some abyss god cultists could hardly believe it. Grandmaster sword intent. Impossible. How could this flowing spirit possess Grandmaster sword intent? Was he a new generation sword lord? No, even a sword lord wasn't this outrageous. All the abyss god cultists fell silent. At this moment, Xiang Lu shrank inside his turtle shell, trembling. Damn, big bro plays for keeps. Suddenly, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing talent sequence no. 13 Thunder Halberd. Obtained talent sequence no. 13 Thunder Halberd. Obtained abilities Halberd Technique Mastery Thunder Comprehension. Following that, a surge of information flooded into Lu Ming's mind. These were the two main abilities granted by the Thunder Halberd sequence. Halberd Technique Mastery meant he could quickly learn any halberd-related martial skills. Thunder Comprehension meant his insight into the Thunder Realm was extraordinary. Lu Ming was taken aback. Wait, comprehension? Did that mean he had to comprehend the Thunder Realm himself? How could that be? Ding, the host can spend 3,000 Valor Points to directly obtain the Halberd Intent Prototype and Thunder Realm Prototype, which, like the Sword Intent, can be continuously upgraded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then he glanced at his panel. Host Lu Ming Realm Early Flowing Spirit Realm Heaven Slashing Sword Intent Grandmaster Realm Ability 0 Return 10,000 Swords LV5 Physique 1000 Calamity Desolate Body Soul 10,000 Epic True Soul Layer 1 Pure Soul Techniques Martial Skills Roaring Thunder Celestial Record Perfection Heavenly Punishment Judgment Perfection Talents Thunder Halberd 13 Abyss Sin 16 Rainmaster 129 Talent Abilities Blood Abyss 10,000 Tears LV5 Son of Weather LV5 Rain Manipulation LV3 Rain Soul Fear LV5 A Water Condensation Void Escape LV6 Sky Burning Ember LV5 100 Beast Emperors Might LV5 Halberd Technique Mastery Thunder Comprehension Valor Points 2122 4 What a luxurious panel. Unstoppable. Not only did he have so many Valor Points left, but he also got a new sequence for free. Lu Ming then checked the Valor Points needed to upgrade the Heaven Slashing Sword Dao to perfection and was shocked to find it required 100,000. This truly startled Lu Ming. Since that was the case, he could only upgrade the newly acquired abilities first. Lu Ming planned to massively upgrade the main abilities of the new sequence after leaving this place. Ling Chetian came to his senses at this moment, looking bewildered. You just killed him like that. Damn it, I just said you can't kill him, you can't kill him. Are you deaf? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. Stop blabbering. If you really wanted to stop me, could I have killed him? No way could he really have gotten past old Sword Lord's reaction. Ling Chetian was taken aback, then smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect this kid to see through him. In truth, he had long wanted to kill Yi Huan, but was bound by rules and couldn't act himself. Ling Chetian cleared his throat on no help for it. You insisted on killing him, and I was careless and couldn't stop you. I'm getting old. Lu Ming. Ling Chetian looked Lu Ming up and down again, his expression turning somewhat complex. But you really are someone who hates evil as much as an enemy. As soon as he finished recounting the other's atrocities, look how angry Lu Ming got. He struck directly. But this was good too. It seemed Lu Ming truly had no goodwill towards the Abyss God cult. He had been a bit worried about Lu Ming's character before, afraid that the latter might join the Abyss God cult to learn about things beyond the sequences. Now it seemed he had overthought it. It appeared Lu Ming had already realized the terror of the Abyss God cult. This was great. Perhaps he would also give up on those things beyond the sequences. The only trouble was, the Abyss God cult would surely regain Sequence 13 Thunder Halberd. Oh, well, trading a Thunder Halberd for a genius like Lu Ming was not a loss. Suddenly, Lu Ming spoke. You remind me. Ling Qishan. Lu Ming said seriously, I killed Xiang Lu and helped you take down an Abyss God cult Hall Master. Make sure to calculate my contribution points properly. Ling Qishan. Others. You bastard. Do you have any shame? We've been after him for 50 years. You killed him, and you still have the nerve to ask for contribution points. Should I thank you? Abyss God cult. A hidden place. The light was dim here, surrounded by cold stone walls. A white-haired man sat on a high stone platform. So Xiang Lu isn't dead. Strange, why didn't Lu Ming kill Xiang Lu? Below, the courtesan respectfully reported everything that had happened. The man before her was her superior Ming Chao, one of the 3 Hall Masters of the Abyss God cult. In the Abyss God cult, aside from the cult leader, the Hall Masters were the highest level ordinary cultists could see. Each Hall Master commanded 4 executors. When Ming Chao first heard the courtesan's report, he was first shocked by Lu Ming's talent. After all, defeating a peak-flowing spirit like Xiang Lu at the condensing spirit realm was unheard of. Then came the confusion. Why wasn't Xiang Lu dead? This matter couldn't be hidden from the Abyss God cult. Ming Chao stroked his chin and spoke slowly. This Lu Ming. Could it be that he's not completely of one mind with the Anomaly Bureau? The courtesan, this subordinate, does not know, but Lu Ming's talent is truly astonishing. She still remembered that day the power of that youth's sword strike, which even she couldn't help but admire. Pity Lu Ming is a man, otherwise I would definitely make him my husband. The courtesan shook her head slightly. Although she constantly talked about her husband was actually a woman. Just as Ming Chao was about to say something, suddenly his eyes blazed with excitement. The courtesan was stunned. What's going on? Ming Chaos' expression was thrilled as he slammed the stone platform. Yi Huan is dead. Ha ha ha. The courtesan. She was first taken aback. The former Hall Master was dead. Wait, one of their own was dead, and he was this happy. But then she realized, oh, their Abyss God cult had sequence inheritance. That meant they would gain another ultra-high-risk sequence. The courtesan knew well how terrifying the Thunder Halberd was. It was hailed as the Halberd of Destruction, a sequence born for battle. The courtesan immediately put on a joyful expression. Haha, congratulations, Lord Hall Master. Our Abyss God cult losing a Hall Master is truly a cause for celebration. Ming Chao. I'm a Hall Master too, don't you know? But he couldn't be bothered to mind the strange remark and waved his hand. Finally dead. That old bastard managed to live for a full 50 years. At first they were distressed by Yi Huan's capture. Later they started wondering why Yi Huan wasn't dead yet. So 30 years ago they tried to storm the Anomaly Bureau to rescue Yi Huan. Then 20 years ago they tried to infiltrate the Anomaly Bureau to assassinate Yi Huan. But both attempts failed. In the end, within the Abyss God cult, Yi Huan was universally reviled and condemned by all. Why won't you just die? Ming Chao smoothed his sleeves. Although sequence inheritance is randomly passed to some Abyss God cultist, we have the Abyss God Jade, which allows us to designate the inheritor. I plan to give it to the Beast King so he can have a second sequence. As soon as he said this, the courtesan's expression changed instantly. Lord Hall Master, the Beast King is violent and bloodthirsty and a bit unhinged. If he gets a second sequence, could it be? In theory, sequence inheritance was indeed random. But 30 years ago, the cult leader brought the Abyss God Jade, calling it a gift from the Abyss God, allowing them to designate the inheritor. However, there was a prerequisite. The inheritor must have comprehended a realm matching the sequence. The Beast King had coincidentally comprehended the Thunder Realm to a minor level. But the problem was this guy was far too violent. Sometimes when he went berserk, even the courtesan felt he was more evil than a cult. Ming Chao waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I have my ways. Can a Hall Master not control his own subordinate? Then he directly sent a soul transmission Beast King. Come here. Following that, he also informed the Beast King of the subsequent arrangements. After a while, a Lolita with twin tails, standing less than 1.6 meters tall, slowly appeared. That Lolita was the Beast King. The 12th Executor Sequence, 30 Beast Fiend. The courtesan sneered, "Brother Beast King, you're quite the flirt today." The Beast King replied impassively, "Keep flattering me." Indeed, the Beast King was a femboy, though his appearance was that of a Lolita-style beauty. Ming Chao looked at him and asked, "Beast King, are you ready?" The Beast King's lips curled slightly. "Ready, Hall Master." Excitement surged within him. This way he would simultaneously possess the Thunder Halberd and the Beast Demon sequences. He could utterly crush the courtesan and the other deacons. Moreover, combining Thunder Halberd with Beast Demon would yield explosive destructive power. Good. Ming Chao slowly produced a white jade token. Come shatter the Abyss Divine Jade and recall the sequence power into your body. From now on you possess both Thunder Halberd and Beast Demon. The Abyss Divine Jade served as a guide channeling the sequence power. Although inheritance was random with the Abyss Divine Jade, one could forcibly designate it. However, if Thunder Halberd had already found a new awakened, the Abyss Divine Jade would backfire on its holder. But that was nearly impossible. After all, the previous host had just died. How could there be a new master so soon? The Beast King took the Jade token. At last, finally this day had come. The dual sequence. Such a privilege was not for everyone. He would surpass all other deacons. Ming Chao raised his hands high. Praise the greatness of the Abyss God. The Abyss God endures. The Beast King shattered the Abyss Divine Jade and burst into laughter. The Abyss God endures. The next moment, amidst the laughter, the power of the Abyss Divine Jade suddenly became chaotic. Ming Chao froze. Wait, something was wrong. The Beast King frowned. Why can't I sense the Thunder Halberd? And then, bang, a bloody mist erupted from somewhere beneath his skirt. Ming Chao, the courtesan, the Beast King. The Beast King stared blankly, looking down. Ming Chao and the courtesan suddenly felt a phantom pain. What was happening? The Beast King had suffered a backlash. Not only could he not sense the Thunder Halberd, but he couldn't even feel the halberd itself. After a moment of daze, the Beast King was overjoyed. Whoa, an unexpected bonus. The Abyss God is awesome. Ming Chao, the courtesan. The next instant, Ming Chao suddenly realized the inheritance had failed. But how was that possible? Unless Thunder Halberd had already found a new awakened. Wait. At that thought, Ming Chao immediately understood. It had to be that sequence 13. Thunder Halberd looked down on the Beast King and found another awakened. Thunder Halberd had actually rejected the Beast King and chosen someone else. And that person must be a believer of the Abyss God. This was a rule set by the Abyss God. It could never be wrong. That meant that believer had even greater potential than the Beast King. At this thought, Ming Chaos' eyes lit up and he rose abruptly. Thunder Halberd already has a new master. Find me that believer at once. The courtesan and the Beast King were both stunned. So someone had beat. The Beast King looked disappointed. So you call me here just to perform a neutering operation? Ming Chao ignored him. This is not the time for that. Find me that believer immediately. This person has the makings of a deacon. No, a Hall Master. The courtesan and the Beast King were both shaken. At the Anomaly Bureau, Ling Chetian and Lu Ming had already emerged from the dungeon. Ling Chetian wore a pained expression. All right, I've given you the contribution points. Go to the 3rd floor. A professional instructor will be there shortly. Lu Ming stared at the 30,000 contribution points on his phone, yet his face was filled with fury. This is exploitation. I killed the Abyss God Chuch's Hall Master for you. And you won't even give me contribution points. Ling Chetian was speechless. How could he have the nerve to say that? Of course they couldn't give Lu Ming contribution points. After all, it was an accident. The Abyss God believer provoked Lu Ming. Ling Chetian failed to stop him in time, and Lu Ming couldn't control himself, leading to the accidental death of the Abyss God Chuch's former Hall Master. Very reasonable. Ling Chetian covered his ears. Can't hear a thing. Go to class. Then with a flicker he vanished from the spot. As soon as Ling Chetian left, Lu Ming's expression instantly returned to normal. He opened the contribution points shop and glanced at the substitute puppets whose prices ranged from 1,000 to 10,000. Lu Ming planned to buy the best one. He looked down at his feet and whispered, "Go A2, it's up to you later. Well, run and join the Abyss God Church." Shang Liu, huh? The entire tortoise shell stiffened. Did I hear that right? You killed their Hall Master, and now you want to join the Abyss God Church. Weren't you just a warrior of the Anomaly Bureau? Could it be that because they didn't give you contribution points, you're switching sides? Shang Liu cautiously reminded him, but you just killed their Hall Master. Lu Ming retorted confidently, killing the Abyss God Chuch's high-ranking members doesn't mean I don't want to join them. Shang Liu was left speechless. Lu Ming had never intended to stay at the Anomaly Bureau from the start. Killing the Hall Master was only for that sequence. He and their Hall Master had a heart-to-heart relationship. Why couldn't he join? Now he planned to buy a substitute puppet and leave. But before that, Lu Ming intended to upgrade his 2 newly acquired abilities. Ding. Spend 300 Valor Points to obtain Halberd Intent Nascent Form. Go. The next moment, an indescribable something flooded into his mind. It wasn't words nor images, it was a sensation. As if someone had placed a halberd in his hand, guiding his movements, teaching him how to thrust, slash, sweep, and lift over and over. As if he had wielded a halberd for decades. Ding, congratulations. Host has obtained Halberd Intent Nascent Form. Spend 100 Valor Points to upgrade Halberd Intent Nascent Form. Lu Ming, take it straight to Minor Mastery. Yes, after a moment. Congratulations, Host. Obtained Halberd Intent Minor Mastery, next upgrade estimated to require 100 Valor Points. In an instant, Lu Ming's understanding of the halberd deepened greatly. He even felt that his strength, attack, speed, and range with the halberd had all increased. Then Lu Ming turned his attention to another ability. Ding. Spend 300 Valor Points to obtain Thunderous Conception Nascent Form. Go. The next moment it felt as if thunder had exploded in his mind. Boom. It shook his entire being. A flash of white light before his eyes within his soul. There was only thunder. A purple lightning bolt struck the ground before him, erupting into a blinding burst of light. One after another like falling rain. Ding, congratulations. Host has obtained Thunderous Conception Nascent Form. Spend 100 Valor Points to upgrade Thunderous Conception Nascent Form. Lu Ming, take this one straight to Minor Mastery 2. Yes, after a moment. Congratulations, Host. Obtained Thunderous Conception Minor Mastery, next upgrade estimated to require 100 Valor Points. Lu Ming slowly exhaled. A flicker of lightning flashed in his eyes. Within his soul something seemed to pulse, brightening and dimming like a heartbeat. It was thunder, not external thunder, but his own. Born within his soul, something no one could take away. And that wasn't all. He gained new insights into the Thunder Roar Celestial Scripture. If he were to use the Thunder Roar Celestial Scripture now, its power would be doubled. Excellent. Thunderous Conception plus Halberd Intent. I need to get myself a Fontian Huaji. Lu Ming grinned, feeling delighted. Haha, Abyss God Church. Here I come. Get ready to taste my thunderous halberd. Soon after, Lu Ming took out the special terminal that Elder Yi had previously given him. This device is exclusively used within the Bureau of Extraordinary Events, looking much like an ordinary mobile phone, but its functions are quite different. He skillfully opened the exchange interface and registered an anonymous account. Contribution points are akin to currency within the Bureau of Extraordinary Events. Exchanging items is no different from online shopping. One can choose to purchase anonymously. Although Lu Ming felt a bit like he was burying his head in the sand. After all, each member's device ID is fixed and internal personnel can immediately tell who made the purchase with just a quick check. But it doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't reveal any clues who would go out of their way to investigate. Lu Ming calculated clearly in his mind. He opened the store and found the section for the substitute puppet. Prices range from 1000 to 10000. If I'm buying, I might as well buy the best. Lu Ming's eyes didn't even blink. After all, he had gained quite a few contribution points for free. Just as he was about to place the order, a voice called out from a distance, "You must be Lu Ming." He paused, raising his. An old man strolled over leisurely, his cultivation level not very high, only at the flowing spirit stage. He wore simple clothing and looked rather ordinary. This was indeed the teacher that Ling Che Tian had invited to give Lu Ming supplementary theoretical lessons. "I am your teacher, come on, let's go to the classroom," the old man said in a flat tone. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. Here it comes, this is the old man's underhanded trick. He wants to lock me up in a room for half a month. In his dreams. Lu Ming replied, "Okay, teacher." He then took out his shell and followed the old man. As Lu Ming reached the bathroom on the 3rd floor, he suddenly stopped. The old man turned his head in confusion. "What's wrong?" Lu Ming put on a well-behaved expression. "Teacher, you go ahead. I need to use the restroom." The old man nodded without much thought. "All right, I'll wait for you in the classroom." After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Ming secretly smirked as he watched the old man's back. He's leaving just like that. This is too easy to deceive. Once the old man's figure completely disappeared, Lu Ming quickly pressed the order button and spent a full 100 contribution points to buy the most expensive substitute puppet. Then he hid in the restroom and began to wait. About 5 minutes later, a small drone flew in through the bathroom. It had a box hanging from its bottom, which contained the substitute puppet. Lu Ming quickly took out the device and reported the pickup code. Verification complete. The drone released the box and turned to fly away. Lu Ming nervously poked his head out to look out the window. No one. He let out a long breath. Who? That was close. He quickly shut the window and crouched down to begin studying the substitute puppet. This thing initially looked like a gray humanoid figure, featureless and limp. Lu Ming concentrated and infused a trace of his soul power into it. In the next moment, the surface of the puppet began to ripple, slowly forming facial features and hair. In less than a few seconds, a figure identical to Lu Ming stood in the restroom. Thank goodness I'm a boy, or if I were a charming girl, I'd probably fall in love with myself. Lu Ming nodded and Xiang Lu. It's your turn, go A2. Lu Ming turned to look at Xiang Lu at his feet. Xiang Lu sighed, all right, big brother. In the next moment, Xiang Lu opened his mouth and bit down on the puppet's arm. A stream of black-red blood slowly seeped into the body of the substitute puppet through the wound. The puppet suddenly let out a soft moan. Lu Ming, what the hell is that sound? Xiang Lu quickly released his mouth, looking serious. All right, big brother, I've infused it with my essence blood to give it a living aura. This thing can last for a month. Now you just need to tell it what kind of person you are, and it should execute accordingly. It turned out that Xiang Lu used his disguise ability. He infused a thread of his original blood into the substitute puppet. This way the puppet would carry a trace of a living aura, making it harder to be detected. After hearing this, Lu Ming cleared his throat and stared seriously at the puppet. Remember, you must be rebellious. You must have a contrarian personality, argue with anyone you encounter. That's how you'll resemble me more. The puppet slowly nodded, mechanically responding, okay, rebellious. Contradict. I remember. I will refute everything. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it has the right flavor. Just then he suddenly remembered something. Simply contradicting isn't enough. It needs a soul. Lu Ming took a deep breath and leaned closer to the puppet. He spat directly on the puppet's face. Xiang Lu, what are you doing? Big brother, why are you insulting it? But in the next moment, Yuhan activated out of fear. Saliva is also water. In an instant, a massive amount of Jiahao's memories were implanted into the puppet's mind, including things like I play with peers. An old Hao is dead, new Hao shall rise. And you are not worthy. All of them were stuffed in. The puppet's body trembled, and its gaze changed. It was filled with an overwhelming sense of arrogance. Lu Ming watched this scene with immense satisfaction. Perfect. Now no one would see through the flaw. However, just talking without practice is mere pretense. Lu Ming decided to see how this puppet performs in practice. He instructed the puppet to go to the classroom, first while he hid outside to observe quietly. After all, the puppet contains a trace of his soul power. He would be able to see what happens next. On the other side in the classroom, the teacher waiting for the supplementary lesson had been waiting for quite a while, sitting in a chair with a furrowed brow. Why hasn't Lu Ming arrived yet? Isn't it just a trip to the restroom? Could it be? He fell into the toilet. The old man muttered to himself. He had been personally invited by Senior Ling. It was said that this kid had an astonishing talent, but his theoretical knowledge was utterly lacking. That's why he had come to make up for it. The old man was quite curious. What kind of genius could make Senior Ling care so much? Just as he was lost in thought, the classroom door creaked open and a figure walked in. It was Lu Ming. The old man's eyes lit up as he quickly stood up. You're here. Lu Ming frowned. I'm not here. The old man was taken aback. What? You're standing right in front of me, and you're telling me you're not here. The old man's mind momentarily couldn't process this. He opened his mouth, looking at the living person before him. You just come here? Lu Ming lifted his chin, looking self-righteous. What you see is just my body. Oh, my soul is still on the way. The old man. On the other side, the hidden Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Impressive. This puppet understands me better than I do. With this, it's secure. For the next half-month, he could boldly escape. The operation of skipping school officially. Lu Ming suddenly remembered something. Right before leaving, he needed to leave a safeguard. That would be the sword intent of the sky-cutting sword. He silently connected through his spiritual power and quietly left a trace of sword intent within the puppet's body. In this way, even if Ling Che Tian sensed the sword intent, he would only perceive that Lu Ming was honestly staying in the classroom. Perfect. Meanwhile, on the other side, the puppet substitute was currently having an intense argument with the old tutor giving remedial lessons. The old man cleared his throat, deciding to ignore Lu Ming's words and start from the very basics. Let's start with the sequences. There are a total of 300. Lu Ming flashed a glint in his eyes. How do you know? Have you seen them all? The old man was taken aback. Actually no, I haven't. If you haven't seen them all, how do you know there are The old man paused, feeling that Lu Ming's words seemed somewhat reasonable, his eyes filled with confusion. You say it makes sense, but isn't it 300? Lu Ming laughed. Hee, what makes you think it isn't 300? The old man. He stood there frozen, his mind buzzed. What the hell is this? Didn't I just follow your lead? Why are you refuting me? Meanwhile, on the other side, hiding outside and observing, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Awesome, this is stable now. With the puppet paired with the sky-cutting sword Dao, let's see who can discover that I've escaped. Lu Ming retracted his gaze and picked up the Xiang Lu at his feet. Let's go A2. Yes, big brother. The next moment, water escape. Lu Ming along with Xiang Lu turned into a puddle of water, vanishing from the spot. Meanwhile, in the office of the Anomaly Bureau, Ling Che-tian was chatting with Pei Ran while drinking tea. Ling Che-tian stroked his beard, his tone filled with some relief. Lu Ming should be studying now, we can finally rest assured. Pei Ran nodded, but suddenly remembered something. By the way, he won't be dishonest, will he? This kid is quite slippery. Ling Che-tian fell silent for a moment. He felt that Pei Ran had a point. Let's take a look and well know right. Then Ling Che-tian waved his hand. Spiritual energy surged. In the void, the surveillance footage from the classroom emerged. It was perfectly capturing the old man and Lu Ming in the classroom. It seemed they were engaged in teaching. Ling Che-tian raised an eyebrow, carefully sensing Lu Ming's sword intent. Eyes can lie, but sword intent does not. Ling Che-tian could feel that the other party was indeed in the classroom, and the sword intent was very stable. Ling Che-tian let out a sigh of relief. It seems that it's alright, he hasn't played any tricks. That's good. Pei Ran was about to nod, when suddenly the old man's furious voice came from the screen. Are you trying to stir up trouble? Lu Ming looked innocent. I'm not trying to stir up trouble. How can you say that about me? The old man was enraged, his beard blowing. If you're not trying to stir up trouble, then study properly. Lu Ming chuckled. Then I am trying to stir up trouble. The old man. Pei Ran. Ling Che-tian. They fell silent for a while. Ling Che-tian's lips twitched. It's just a bit of a burden on the teacher. The two exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of sympathy in the other's eyes. This brat truly is something else. This teacher is likely to be worn down to resign. Never mind, let's give the old man some compensation when the time comes. On a rooftop somewhere. Finally out. Lu Ming stood at the edge of the high-rise rooftop. He carried the Hanyuan sword on his back and held a cup of freshly bought milk tea, taking a sip. He had just slipped out using the water escape. However, this technique could only be used 3 times a day, and he had already used it up today. Xiang Lu nestled in his arms, letting out a long sigh. Wu finally out. The Anomaly Bureau was just too terrifying. There were old monsters everywhere. Just one breath could crush him into a meat pie. After finishing the milk tea, Lu Ming tossed the empty cup. Alright, stop being sentimental. Oh, quickly take me to the Yuanshan sect. He had it all figured out. Since he decided to join the Yuanshan sect, he could no longer use the methods from the Anomaly. If he used them, it would be easy for the Anomaly Bureau to trace back and find out that he had escaped. In that case, the Thunder Spear was just right. The newly acquired sequence was something no one knew about, perfect for use as a facade. Xiang Lu quickly responded, yes. The Yuanshan sect left a way for me to contact them earlier. Lu Ming exhaled. He saw Xiang Lu open its mouth, and a cloud of black smoke rose from it. The black smoke condensed in midair into several words. Xiang Lu read them out loud. Big brother in Yang City, no. 1663, UNP Road, Building 7, Room 173. Lu Ming was taken aback. He originally thought that a cult like the Yuanshan sect would be hidden in deep mountains and forests. But the address was so detailed, accurate down to the building and room number. Yang City. Lu Ming thought for a moment. It seemed to be right next to Jin City, not far from his hometown. Let's go. Without a second thought, he activated the weather child. His figure instantly rushed into the clouds. Oh ho, taking off. 3 hours later. Thanks to being able to fly, Lu Ming quickly arrived at Yang City. He opened the troublesome navigation and input the address Xiang Lu had mentioned. He soon reached his destination. Landing on the ground, he looked up and was stunned. In front of him was the entrance of a university with the sign reading Yang City University. Lu Ming turned to Xiang Lu in his arms, his expression strange. Go to, you're not joking, are you? Xiang Lu replied earnestly, no, big brother, this is the place. Lu Ming confirmed the address once again. No. 1663, UNP Road, Yang City University. The base of the Yuanshan sect is actually in a university. Lu Ming gasped in surprise. Good heavens. The largest cult organization in China has its base in a university. This is too sinister. Is it possible that the principal of this school is one of them? Xiang Lu added, big brother, it's in Building 7, Room 173 inside. Alright. Lu Ming hugged Xiang Lu and stepped inside. On the way, the more he thought about it, the more he felt the Yuanshan sect was insidious. If their base is established in a school, then could it be that other schools also hide bases of the Yuanshan sect? These people are really deeply hidden. Lu Ming looked puzzled. By the way, where is Building 7? He wasn't a student of Yang City University. He wasn't very familiar with the place. Just then, several clear voices came from the side. Wow, so handsome. Is he cosplaying? It seems so. He's even carrying a sword. It should be a prop. So handsome, which character is he cosplaying? Lu Ming turned his head. He saw several pretty girls whispering while looking at him. They were obviously female university students from this school. Although he was just simply dressed in black and carrying a sword on his back, his exceptionally handsome face, indeed, easily attracted the attention of the girls. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Right, isn't this a ready-made guide NPC? So Lu Ming walked over. Sisters, may I ask, where Building 7, Room 173 is. He thought rather than searching blindly. It would be better to ask someone from the school directly. Building 7, Room 173. One of the more mature-looking girls in black stockings frowned. Are you talking about the school's anime club? Lu Ming. What the heck? The anime club? His mind momentarily couldn't process it. The largest cult, the Yuanshan sect, has their base in the universities. Anime club. Other girls chimed in. It seems to indeed be the anime club. You're a freshman, right? Lu Ming returned to his senses, his face calm and heart steady. Yes, I am a freshman. The black silk-clad older sister smiled. No wonder. Well, let's take you there. Lu Ming replied, Great, thank you, senior sister. He followed the group of girls inside. After walking for a while, Lu Ming suddenly recalled something and said, By the way, senior sister, when we get to the entrance, you all should leave first. The black silk-clad older sister looked puzzled. What's wrong? Lu Ming said earnestly, There might be a group of cultists inside, and I trust you can see that. I am a sword cultivator, and I intend to join them. For your safety, you all should leave at the entrance. The others responded. The girls were all stunned. Sword cultivator. Cult. Where did these terms even come from? Seeing their bewildered expressions, Lu Ming sighed. It's normal that you don't understand. After all, we are all the same age. Your everyday life involves classes while mine involves the clash of blades and swords. He continued, I fear I might startle you, but I once, with a single sword, cleaved the heavens. Valor 1, Valor 1. The girls immediately looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. They thought this guy must be really into his roleplay. Can it even be played like this? Especially the black silk-clad older sister. Her gaze towards Lu Ming already carried hints of thinking he was insane. This kid surely has a few screws loose. He is indeed handsome, but what a pity he seems a bit off. The black silk-clad older sister suddenly remembered something. But now that you mention it, I recall that the anime club is quite exclusive. Ordinary people can't just get in. I heard it has something to do with the principal. The other girls exclaimed in surprise, Huh? It's related to the principal. Is the president a relative of the black silk-clad older sister shook her head. I'm not sure, but I remember seeing someone on the school's confession wall complaining that those in the anime club are all a bunch of lunatics, and their conversations are odd. As she said this, the girls unconsciously turned to look at Lu Ming. It felt like Lu Ming fit that description quite well. Lu Ming responded. Just then they arrived at the entrance of the anime club. The place was not large, about the size of a regular classroom. Looking through the window, there were about 7 or 8 people inside. At that moment, a chorus of voices could be heard from within. Follow Toffee Meow. Ohio, senior sister. My daughter is the best mother raised by my sister. The girls knocked on the door and peered inside. They just happened to see several people in cosplay bowing towards a stone-like object. Genshin is awesome. The girls were speechless. Lu Ming stroked his chin. This group really isn't normal. Could they truly be those evil individuals? The girls were stunned. Are you really that normal, eh? Ha ha ha. The black silk-clad older sister couldn't help but laugh, pulling out her phone. I have to record this and send it to my friends. This scene was just too amusing. But as soon as she said that, the cosplayers who were bowing suddenly stood up. They all frowned in unison. A white-haired cosplayer spoke first, his tone quite rude. Who are you? Who let you in here? Get out. The black silk-clad older sister's expression suddenly turned ugly. Wait, how can you speak like that? These people have absolutely no manners. The white-haired cosplayer stood his ground. I said get out. Our anime club does not welcome outsiders. Wait a minute. Lu Ming suddenly spoke up. You are from the Yuanshan sect, right? I came to join you. Why not welcome me? Valor 186, Valor 179. As soon as he said that, the cosplayers' expressions instantly changed. The previously carefree atmosphere was suddenly tense. Hearing this, the black silk-clad older sister instinctively pulled Lu Ming. Junior, you better not join them. These people lack any quality. She genuinely did not want this seemingly handsome junior to turn into one of these lunatics. Although the junior had a few issues himself, at least he was much more polite than these people. She feared that if Lu Ming stayed with them too long, he would become even more deluded. But as soon as she finished speaking, bang, the windows and doors of the anime club suddenly closed on their own. A chilling aura began to spread throughout the room. One of the cosplayers stared seriously at Lu Ming. Kid, how did you know our true identity? Without saying a word, Lu Ming lifted the Xiang Lu in his arms, a smirk on his face. Of course, it was your beast lord who asked me to come. What? Not welcome. Valor 205, Valor 186. Xiang Lu. It's over. This junior seems to be a lunatic as well. Why is he holding a turtle and yelling about a beast lord? Just after he finished speaking, the white-haired cosplayer exploded. Bullshit. Do you take us for fools? Our Yuanshan sect has no weaklings. Only those who reach the threshold of wooing can be personally invited by the steward or the beast lord. How could a mere Lu Ling be invited? Another Yuanshan sect member also spoke up. Did the beast lord really ask you to come? How could a piece of trash Lu Ling dare to say such a thing? Who exactly are you? This is hilarious. Do you think we are idiots? Taking a turtle as a beast. Every member of the Yuanshan sect present was at least half a step into wooing. In fact, 4 of them had already reached the early stages of wooing. The girls were utterly confused. What is wooing? What is Lu Ling? What strange terms are these? Could it be some secret code for the second dimension? Lu Ming was taken aback, turning to Xiang Lu. Gui Tu, why didn't you say this earlier? Xiang Lu looked aggrieved. I didn't know either. The girls were completely bewildered. Wait a minute. Did that turtle just speak? You useless. Lu Ming was truly speechless. After some thought, he held up Xiang Lu again and said, Open your eyes wide and look. This is your Lord Xiang Lu. Top 10 beasts. Given that you have met Gui Tu, why not bow down? Xiang Lu quickly chimed in, That's right. I am Xiang Lu. The white-haired cosplayer sneered. He dared to impersonate Lord Xiang Lu with a stinky turtle. Xiang Lu. The other Yuanshan sect members also sneered. Exactly, Lord Xiang Lu was already captured by the Bureau of Strange Stories. Now his grave grass must be 8 meters high. Lu Ming. No. What do you mean by his grave grass is 8 meters high? He is right here, okay? The white-haired cosplayer's eyes turned cold. All right. No matter how you found out. Today you cannot leave. This was too suspicious. How could a Lu Ling know they were hiding here? There must be a problem. Another Yuanshan sect member decisively stated, I'll contact the Beast King, our hideout has been exposed. We need to switch universities. After saying that, he vanished in a flash. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Is it really that simple to just switch universities? However, at this moment, he understood that the situation was not right. He had initially intended to join the Yuanshan sect. Yet this group of lunatics was so sinister that they immediately sought to silence him. In the next moment, the surroundings of the anime club suddenly lit up. Flames rose into the air. In the next moment, the entire anime club was completely sealed off. The fierce flames surrounded the anime club. The girls were completely dumbfounded. What has happened? This scene was too real. The heat from the flames hit them, making them realize instantly. This seemed not like some kind of magic. This is real. The black silk-clad older sister's voice trembled. What are you doing? We. The white-haired cosplayer yelled, Shut up. The next moment, a wave of pressure suddenly erupted. It was something ordinary people couldn't endure. In an instant, the girls felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. One short girl turned pale and vomited on the spot. Now they all realized something was seriously wrong. A talking turtle, flames rising from thin air. These scenes were absolutely abnormal. They quickly recalled Lu Ming's earlier words. Sword cultivator cult cleaving the heavens. Could it be? Everything he said was true. This group of people is not ordinary. The white-haired cosplayer coldly stated, We activated the formation. None of you can escape. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Control those ordinary people, first take care of this kid, and then handle them. Afterward, erase their memories and throw them out. The girls exclaimed, Are we also going to be eliminated? No, wait. Which one is going to do it? I said I'm here to join you. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, his voice icy. But since you're courting death, I'll grant your wish. In that case, there was no choice but to kill. Ha ha ha, you. Saying we're courting death. A young man with crimson hair stepped forward, laughing loudly. Leave him to me. They'll finish off this trash from the flowing spirit realm. First, no need for you to bother. The white-haired man glanced at him and nodded. Fine, you go ahead. The rest of them were all at the early martial infant stage. Dealing with a mere flowing spirit cultivator hardly required their personal involvement. This red-haired youth, though only a half-step martial infant, was a genius recently recruited by the Abyss God sect. It was precisely because of his outstanding talent that he had been granted an exception to join. His sequence was 59, Iron Bones, renowned for his formidable physical prowess. Even ordinary early-stage martial infant cultivators, if they refrained from using spiritual energy and relied solely on physical strength, might not gain an advantage against him. Lu Ming glanced at the red-haired youth, a half-step martial infant. You're not worthy of testing me. Send a real martial infant. The others were taken aback. The white-haired man sneered. Hey, you're quite arrogant. A mere flowing spirit cultivator dared to provoke a group of martial infants. Audacity points 188, audacity points 173. Lu Ming was growing annoyed. Come on. Why is it always just a measly 1 or 200? These people's audacity levels are far too low. Can't I get some real powerhouses? Damn it. You're all a bunch of trash too. Moreover, his spiritual infant embryo was nearly solidified. In just a few more days, he would officially step into the martial infant realm. And this brat dared to be so arrogant. Moreover, his spiritual infant embryo was nearly solidified. In just a few more days, he would officially step into the martial infant realm. And this brat dared to be so arrogant. Meanwhile, in a separate compartment, a young girl wearing a Lolita dress with twin tails emerged from the basement. She slowly knelt on the floor, observing everything outside through a one-way mirror. How interesting. It was the Beast King. Upon hearing that the stronghold might be exposed, he had rushed over immediately and witnessed this scene. He was also puzzled. How had the other party found this place, and why was there an anomalous beast following him? The Beast King stared at Xiang Lu for a long time, but couldn't identify it. Xiang Liu's current aura was simply too faint. He found it vaguely familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen it. He didn't dwell on it. Regardless of who the intruder was, they would die here today. Could he be a spy sent by the anomaly? No, the Anomaly Bureau isn't that foolish, sending someone so weak with such glaring flaws in their words and actions. What's going on? The Beast King pondered for a long time, without finding an answer, then decided to relocate the stronghold immediately after the man was killed and report the matter. A piece of trash daring to break into my stronghold, what a waste of my time. Damn it, if that Flower Queen beats me to finding the new Master of Thunder Halberd, things will go south. He had already made up his mind. Once he found the person chosen by the Thunder Halberd, he would flatter them thoroughly. After all, the Home Master himself had said so. That person possessed the potential of a Home Master. At the very least, they would be his equal, but more likely his superior. He had to build a good relationship in advance and please them well. But for now, had watch how this intruder met his end. The Beast King was quite looking forward to seeing Lu Ming get punched to pieces. He personally admired the red-haired youth's fighting style. Inside the room, Lu Ming's expression was impassive. Where did this fake audacity come from? Say one more word, and I'll kill you. The red-haired youth erupted in fury. How dare you? This man showed him absolutely no respect. The next moment, the red-haired youth charged forward. He would crush Lu Ming with a single punch. The girls nearby were stunned. Such speed. Was this even human? The other Abyss God sect disciples were certain Lu Ming was doomed. After all, he was sequence 59, Iron Bones. Within the same realm, his physical strength could overpower any high-risk sequence. And this was a realm suppression to boot. By now, the red-haired youth had reached Lu Ming, his fist raised high. Die. He was supremely confident. This man absolutely couldn't dodge it. Just one punch. He would shatter this early-stage flowing spirit cultivator's head. Everyone watching this scene was certain Lu Ming was dead. The Beast King's eyes already gleamed with mockery. But then Lu Ming spoke calmly, I said. The next instant, he sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the red-haired youth's punch. Thighs. Impossible. The red-haired youth's eyes widened. Before anyone could react, Lu Ming grabbed. Your audacity level is too low. You're not worthy of testing me. In the next moment, Lu Ming placed his other hand on the youth's other shoulder and tore with both hands. PFFTT. The red-haired youth's body was ripped in half. Not cut, not sliced, but torn apart. Blood splattered everywhere. The red-haired youth didn't even have time to scream. His two halves fell to either side, entrails spilling all over the floor. He died on the spot. Everyone was dumbfounded. The entire room fell into an instant silence. The senior girls, having never witnessed such a scene, screamed in terror. Holy shit. Oh. ZZZ. Xiaomei, why are you asleep? She fainted from fear. The black-stocking Bowtie's eyes nearly popped out, her gaze fixed in horror on Lu Ming, whose hands were stained with blood. So this guy wasn't bluffing after all. But wait. Weren't you supposed to be a sword cultivator? Why are you tearing people apart with your bare hands? What kind of nonsense is this? The Beast King was also stunned, his large round eyes filled with shock. A half-step martial infant was killed in one move by a flowing spirit cultivator. How is this possible? A flowing spirit cultivator one-shotting a half-step martial infant and tearing apart Iron Bones, famed for its physical strength, with bare hands. This defied all logic. Several Abyss God sect disciples' voices cracked. This is impossible. A half-step martial infant killed in one move? How could this be? Nothing is impossible. Lu Ming shook the blood off his hands, his voice proud. If you can grasp audacity, you are like a frog at the bottom of a well seeing the moon. If you cannot, you view me as a mayfly gazing at the vast sky. The others. Lu Ming lifted his chin. Today you may call me the Brawler. Audacity points 372, audacity points 201, audacity points 189. And the next moment, the remaining four martial infant cultivators exchanged glances, seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. This man was off. Very off. But Lu Ming turned to the trembling girls behind him. Senior sisters, rest assured. Hide behind me, for I have a single fist that can defy the world. Audacity points 3, audacity points 1, audacity points 2, the girls. Though this man was indeed formidable. Why did he wreak so much of audacity? The Beast King grew intrigued. The Brawler. How interesting. But he soon shook his head. Although the man had one-shotted a half-step martial infant, that was as far as he could go. Facing four martial infants, he had absolutely no chance of survival. A half-step martial infant and a true martial infant might seem a step apart, but their combat power was worlds apart. Any one of those martial infants could have killed the red-haired youth just as easily, if not more so, than Lu Ming. Four early-stage martial infants working together. Unless a mid-stage martial infant showed up, even the most talented genius capable of surpassing realms would die here. Lu Ming, however, beckoned to them. "Come at me, all of you." The white-haired man gritted his teeth. Such brutal methods. This man must be from the Anomaly Bureau, right? He must be sent by the Bureau. Kill him. They exchanged glances, preparing to swarm him. And now, facing the siege of 4 martial infants, Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. His gaze fell upon a cosplay prop in the corner, a Fontaine halberd. He walked over, grabbed it, and infused it with spiritual energy. "Come, accept your death." One of the young men dressed in a Zhongli cosplay roared, "You're the one who's going to die." The next instant, all 4 early-stage martial infants attacked simultaneously. In that moment, 4 terrifying forces erupted at once. The combined power would have made even a mid-stage martial infant cautious. If not for the special formations laid within the room, this single blow would have collapsed the entire floor. The Beast King narrowed his eyes. It's over. He prepared to stand and leave. But the next moment, Lu Ming's halberd trembled, and the intent of thunder and the halberds will erupted simultaneously. "Come, taste my thunder halberd." In the next instant, terrifying lightning instantly enveloped the halberd. It was the lightning of destruction, merging the thunder roar celestial record and the intent of thunder. Purple electric light crackled wildly at the halberd's tip. Boom! The power of thunder exploded. The Beast King turned back in shock, his doll-like face filled with disbelief. "Taste the thunder halberd." Lu Ming roared, unleashing its power. A torrent of annihilation lightning surging straight toward the 4 nascent soul cultivators at the early stage. The entire anime club blazed with violet electric light. Utter suicide. Of the 4 nascent soul cultivators, the one furthest left could no longer contain himself. Clearly, their crude perception failed to recognize the thunder halberd. With a cold snort, he erupted a sapphire flame from his palm. A colossal wave of fire surged forth. The entire anime club was engulfed in searing heat. He shot forward at blinding speed, his blazing palm trailing a long, incandescent tail. Lu Ming gripped the thunder halberd, his expression unreadable. As the cultivator closed in, Lu Ming swung the heaven-painting halberd in a single decisive strike. This blow appeared utterly mundane. No martial technique, not even a trace of refinement. Even the heaven-painting halberd itself was merely a plastic cosplay prop. The nascent soul cultivator sneered, contempt etched across his face. A mere flow spirit realm wretch, wielding a plastic halberd to strike him. Preposterous. Insectal trifle. Before he could finish, the thunder energy coiled within the halberd erupted with cataclysm. Its velocity doubled instantly. The nascent soul cultivator's expression twisted. Sudden dread prickled his scalp, every hair standing on end. No, this is impossible. How could this strike be so fast? His pupils contracted, he tried to evade, but it was too late. Boom. A muffled detonation, blood and viscera exploded in a crimson mist. Scarlet and white splattered across the floor. His head shattered into fragments. His headless corpse staggered 2 steps forward, convulsed twice, and fell still. Yet the plastic heaven-painting halberd remained unscathed. Silence descended upon the scene. Absolute, suffocating silence. The remaining followers of the Abyss God sect. What in the world? How is this possible? The college girls stood utterly dumbfounded. They had expected at minimum a protracted back-and-forth battle. Instead, it ended in an instant. That nascent soul cultivator hadn't even finished speaking a single sentence. And the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators froze mid-step, stunned. What just happened? One strike, annihilating a nascent soul cultivator at the early stage. Their faces paled, fear flickered deep within their eyes. Defeating a quasi-nascent soul cultivator in one move had already been absurd. Yet that remained comprehensible. After all, the crimson-haired youth had yet to fully ascend into the nascent soul realm. But now, one strike, erasing a true early-stage nascent soul cultivator. That leap, from quasi-nascent soul to early-stage nascent soul, was a fundamental transcendence. How could a flow spirit realm cultivator at the early stage possibly slay such a foe in an instant? This defied all natural law. Hauchi value 241. Hauchi value 235. Hauchi value 221. Yet they knew nothing of it. The mastery of halberd intent at its nascent stage, combined with nascent thunder intent, was sheer terror incarnate. These were intentions, profound Tao resonances. Whether martial intentions like sword intent, or halberd intent, or natural intentions like thunder or water fire, all demanded extraordinary enlightenment. Years of relentless cultivation upon such weapons or elemental arts were required, reaching their zenith, then pushing further beyond the peak. Only then might one glimpse the faintest embryonic form of intent. Even a genius of Chu Ranbai's caliber only grasped nascent sword intent after enduring the martial tribulation. But Lu Ming, at flow spirit realm early stage, he wielded 3 intentions: heaven-cutting sword intent, halberd intent, and thunder intent, all surpassing the nascent stage. Even deliberately suppressing his sword intent, the synergy of the other two nascent intentions, amplified by the extreme hazard sequence, the thunder halberd, was more than enough to obliterate foes across an entire major realm boundary. Meanwhile, within the adjacent room, the girl in the Lolita dress stared eyes wide with shock. That's the thunder halberd. Showang felt the unique sequence energy radiating from the halberd and froze. When the former sect master Yi Huan still lived, he had once sealed a fragment of thunder halberd energy. Sect master Ming Chao had personally guided him to sense it. So this aura, he could never mistake it. Is he truly the new master of the thunder halberd? Could he be that abyss god sect disciple, the one whom the sect master himself declared possessed the bearing of a future sect master? Suddenly, Lu Ming slowly turned his gaze toward the remaining three-voiced glacial so. You think I'll spare you while killing only him? In the next breath, he lunged toward the remaining three nascent soul cultivators, who only now snapped out of their daze. Something's wrong with him. He's dangerous. Defend yourselves. They'd never dreamed Lu Ming would be this. Their expressions hardened instantly. One of them, seeing Lu Ming dare to scorn them nascent soul cultivators so brazenly, felt fury surge through his veins. Damn you. How dare you look down on us like this? You're the challenger. Instantly, a three-turtle glacier shield materialized before him. His extreme hazard sequence No. 62, Frost Ward, famed for its impenetrable defense. Its resilience even surpassed that of sequence No. 59, Iron Bone. Even a nascent soul cultivator at the early stage would struggle to breach this ice barrier. He refused to believe it couldn't hold. Die. Lu Ming bellowed. Annihilation lightning infused with dual intentions crashed down. Crack. The 3-meter ice shield shattered instantly. Holy hell, that shield's useless. Terror contorted the nascent soul cultivator's face. Yet in the next moment, Lu Ming drove the halberd straight into his mouth. Bang. His skull detonated on impact. Lu Ming spoke expressionless, enjoyed that bite. Others stood speechless. Lu Ming didn't pause, not even for a breath, as he turned toward the Zhongli cosplayer. That man already paralyzed by terror hadn't recovered his senses. Wait. Eat this too. Bang. His skull exploded. Lu Ming remarked coolly, double kill. Everyone in the hall was stunned. What in heaven's name was happening? The college girls' gazes went utterly vacant. They watched helpless as Lu Ming effortlessly dispatched each opponent one by one. So, the most terrifying one here was him. So he hadn't been boasting after all. Now only the silver-haired cultivator remained. Lu Ming walked toward him slowly and sighed. I told you. I came to join you. Look what you forced me to do. The silver-haired cultivator stood frozen, mind reeling. Who knew you'd be this overpowered? A flow spirit realm cultivator slaughtering nascent soul cultivators like toys. His survival instinct flared, desperate, urgent. Wait. You're in. Congratulations. You've joined the Abyss God sect. That was our initiation test. Lu Ming. Go to hell. As Lu Ming raised his hand again. Halt. A figure flashed between Lu Ming and the silver-haired cult. It was the Lolita-clad girl. Her appearance struck everyone motionless. Showang merely cast a brief, indifferent glance at the college girls. The girls instantly felt their limbs go weak, their faces draining of color. Thump. They collapsed unconscious. Lu Ming tensed instantly. This girl was no ordinary child. But the silver-haired cultivator erupted in elation. Lord Showang. Perfect. Lord Showang herself had arrived. With Lord Showang present, this brat was doomed. Upon hearing the title, Lu Ming's eyes flickered subtly. Showang, back at the occult bureau, Ling Chetian, determined to keep him from the Abyss God sect, had mentioned this name. 12th Executor. A martial sovereign realm expert. Notorious for ruthless, bloodthirsty ferocity. Yet, she was a woman. A child. Such jarring dissonance. Though why did her voice sound distinctly masculine? Lord Showang. He's a dog of the occult bureau. He slaughtered so many of our people. The silver-haired cultivator sneered at Lu Ming. You're finished. Lord Showang is a martial sovereign. You die today. With Lord Showang here, his life was saved. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Martial sovereign. He stood no chance. So, he considered drawing his sword to cleave open the heavenly gate. One strike, ending her instantly, then immediate escape. Worst case, he'd return to the occult bureau and claim he'd secretly infiltrated to eliminate the Abyss God sect. That too would count as meritorious service. Just as Lu Ming prepared to act. The occult bureau. Showang frowned, voice thick with impatience. Nonsense. Do you take me for blind? This is the inheritor of the Thunder Halberd, clearly one of our Abyss God sect disciples. She narrowed her eyes, fixing them coldly upon the silver-haired cultivator. You dared ambush the Thunder Halberd's inheritor. I suspect you're the ones from the occult bureau. Lu Ming. Silver-haired cultivator. Before the two could regain their senses, the Beast King suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming. Is your sequence the Thunder Spear? It must be the Thunder Spear, right? Lu Ming frowned. Why ask if you already know? The white-haired one replied. Not. Why are you so arrogant? That's the Beast King, a martial sovereign. Speaking to him like this, do you have a death wish? Yet the Beast King was not angry. Instead, he looked excited. Indeed. You are the one the Hall Master mentioned. I didn't expect to find you so quickly. The Hall Master had said that the new master of the Thunder Spear must be a believer of the Abyss God. This is the iron law of the sequence inheritance set by the Abyss God. The Beast King's mind has always been simple. Since this person has the Thunder Spear, he must definitely be from the Abyss God. Moreover, no wonder he was chosen by the Thunder Spear. It's no surprise he could comprehend 2 minor realms at the level of flowing spirit and dispatch martial infants, as if it were child's play. A talent. This is a real talent. A true Hall Master demeanor. Wait, what do you mean by this? Lu Ming was genuinely confused. His right hand behind his back was still accumulating energy for the sword to open Heaven's Gate. He only felt that the people from the Abyss God were increasingly abnormal. Were they saying these nonsensical words to lower his guard? Hey, don't be nervous. The Beast King's eyes rolled. Since this person in front of him might become his superior in the future, he must ingratiate himself well. Thus, he told Lu Ming all the words the Hall Master had previously said word for word. It's like this. After a while, Lu Ming listened, and he was stunned. It can be like this. He certainly knew that he was not chosen by the Thunder Spear at all. He had directly snatched the Thunder Spear from the otherworldly ring. Wait a minute. Lu Ming's mind raced, and he instantly realized. Isn't this an excellent opportunity to join the Abyss God? Lu Ming immediately put on a look of sudden enlightenment. So that's it. I was wondering what was going on. I was just thinking, why did a new sequence suddenly appear when I was praising the greatness of the Abyss God? So, it's the Abyss God's blessing. The Beast King excitedly clapped his hands. The Abyss God's blessing. So that's it. No wonder you could find our base. It seems that all of this is the guidance of the Abyss God. Lu Ming, right. That's it. Xiang Lu. The white-haired one. Lu Ming did not expect that this person was quite good at spinning words. The more the Beast King looked at Lu Ming, the more satisfied he became. Since that's the case, come with me, we will go meet the Hall Master. Wait, there's a spy from the Bureau of Oddities. We need to deal with him first. He pointed at the white-haired one. The white-haired one instantly felt a chill rise from his feet. The Beast King glanced over, his eyes dangerous. Oh, you're right. Bold. A spy from the Bureau of Oddities dares to mix into our base, and even dares to attack Lord Thunder Spear. Speak. Who told you the location of this place? Since he had to curry favor with the newcomer, sacrificing an inconsequential colleague was nothing. It was just a contribution to the Abyss God. After all, they were a cult who talks about brotherly feelings with you. The white-haired one was completely dumbfounded. Wait, Lord Beast King, I'm your true fan. I also love wearing women's clothing. My room is full of your posters. I even practice against your photo every night. The Beast King furiously shouted, finish and get lost. He waved his hand. Bang. The white-haired one didn't even have time to scream before he was blown apart into a mist of blood. Lu Ming. Wait a minute. What did he just hear? Lu Ming looked at the Beast King with a strange expression. You are a man. The Beast King replied confidently, of course I am a boy, I'm so cute. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. This is unbelievable. He is a cute boy. My goodness. What kind of bizarre beings are in the Abyss God? Hey, these foolish humans. The Beast King disdainfully glanced at the few fainted female college students. Wait, he'll arrange for someone to erase their memories. Lord Thunder Spear, let's go. Lu Ming nodded, sure. Unexpectedly, after such a long detour, he had so muddledly joined the Abyss God. In a certain secret hall. At this time, Ming Chao was sitting high on the throne, his brow furrowed. Where exactly is the Thunder Spear? I must turn the Thunder Spear into my person before Benghuai and Bengxi discover it. The Benghuai and Bengxi mentioned by Ming Chao are the other 2 Hall Masters of the Abyss God. Moreover, these 2 are a pair of biological brothers. Among the 3 Hall Masters, 2 are from the same parents. This shows how much pressure Ming Chao usually bears. After all, you work in a company. If in your group, besides you, everyone else is relatives, can you live comfortably? And now, as long as he finds that in the future, once he grows up, he can definitely become a Hall Master of the Abyss God. At that time, as long as the current Hall Masters are not caught by the Bureau of Oddities, the Abyss God will have a 4th Hall Master. 2 against 2. He, Ming Chao, will no longer have to worry about those 2 brothers constantly scheming against him. Ming Chao sighed softly. I really envy those 2 brothers. Their fate is good, even their surnames. If only the owner of the Thunder Spear had a character in common with my name. Of course, this was just a casual joke. Then Ming Chao took out a photo from his pocket. The photo was of Lu Ming. From now on, you will be the enemy of my Abyss God. Originally, they still held a potential stock. That was Xiang Lu. They had approached the little snake as soon as they thought of training it as the divine beast of their hall. Last time, they were even filled with joy thinking that letting it eat Lu Ming could lead to soaring success. What was the result? Alas, this Lu Ming is simply heinous. In just a few days since his emergence, he has already killed several otherworldly beasts with sequences. The last Sin Dragon King was also one of the divine beasts worshipped by Ming Chao's hall. He was also slain by him. He is simply a killer of sequence otherworldly beasts. Unforgivable. Damn it, don't let me see this little brat. If you have the guts, hide in the capital and don't come out. Otherwise I will kill you every time I see you, Ming Chao said viciously. Just then the figure of the courtesan appeared in the hall. Hall Master. Ming Chaos' eyes brightened, and he sat up straight. Have you found the thunder spear? The courtesan shook her head no. Ming Chaos' face fell. Then what are you back for? Hurry up and find it. The courtesan, however, was unhurried. Hall Master, although I haven't found the thunder spear, I have another major discovery. Ming Chao. The courtesan lowered her voice. According to the intelligence network I set up suddenly, there is a top-secret personnel file in the Bureau of Oddities. Moreover, it has been rated as SSS level. Ming Chaos' body shook, and he stood up abruptly. SSS level. You must know. S level is a super high-risk sequence. SS level is the most advanced among the super high-risk sequences. And SSS level is already the master sequence. They had also infiltrated personnel within the Bureau of Oddities. Although they couldn't touch the most core secrets, they had penetrated quite deeply. Previously, they had discovered that Lu Ming's file was rated as SSS level. But what is this SSS? Top 3 in the master sequence. Or, the first, the courtesan's expression was serious. The specifics my subordinate is also unclear, but it might also be a smokescreen released by the Bureau of Oddities, deliberately creating such a file to mislead us. Ming Chao paced back and forth in front of the throne, his expression fluctuating. After a long time, he gritted his teeth. No, we can't gamble on this matter. Let the internal personnel take the risk to steal the detailed information of that top-secret file. If it doesn't work, report directly to the sect master. Let the sect master find a way to get that information. We absolutely cannot gamble on whether it's a smokescreen or not. What if the Bureau of Oddities really has another monster that is even more heaven-defying than Lu Ming? Then our situation in the Abyss God will become increasingly dangerous. We must obtain his detailed information and finalize the assassination plan as soon as possible. The more Ming Chao spoke, the angrier he became, his chest heaving violently. And that Lu Ming. If given the chance, he must be killed. Damn it. Why do they in the Bureau of Oddities have so many geniuses? It takes them ages to find a thunder spear for the Abyss God. And just then, a voice suddenly rang in Ming Chaos' mind. In the next moment, he was stunned then ecstatic. The Beast King said he found the thunder spear. He's coming right over. The courtesan's expression changed dramatically. What? How can he be so fast? Damn it. He actually got ahead of me. The courtesan looked extremely displeased. The Beast King must have done a lot to gain favor in front of the new thunder halberd. Could it be? He was slandering me in front of them. In the center of the hall, a vortex of space appeared out of nowhere. Ming Chao rubbed his hands together, filled with excitement. Ha ha ha, it's coming. It's coming. It's about to come out. In the next moment, the figure of the Beast King stepped out from the vortex first. He looked at Ming Chao with an expression of pride. Master, I found the thunder halberd. Ming Chao asked eagerly. Where's the person? Where are they? The Beast King smiled mysteriously. Ha ha, I came out first to surprise you. You definitely can't imagine how perverse this thunder halberd is. Ming Chao raised an eyebrow and guessed casually. Could it be? He's also a pretty boy. The Beast King shook his head seriously. It's even more perverse than that. The courtesan was speechless. Then the Beast King recounted in detail how he encountered Lu Ming at his stronghold. In the end, he emphasized the key points. He killed a martial infant with the cultivation of early flowing spirit realm, just like chopping vegetables. He comprehended 2 minor realms. His combat power is absurdly strong. He might even be stronger than that sword lord. Ming Chao and the courtesan were both shocked after hearing this. Wow, so impressive. Not only does he have an ultra-high danger level 13 sequence, but he also has a monstrous comprehension. He understood 2 minor realms at this level. It really could make up for the gap in sequences and catch up to that damn Lu Ming. Ming Chaos' breathing quickened. Are you saying? This is true. Absolutely true. The Beast King patted his chest. Ming Chao was so excited he was rubbing his hands in place. Ha ha ha, then hurry. Let me see the person. The Beast King laughed. Ha ha ha, all right. Then he waved his hand grandly. He shouted loudly towards the vortex. Come, show yourself. Little treasure. Lord Thunder Halberd. In the next moment, Lu Ming slowly walked out of the vortex and appeared in the hall. In the instant they saw Lu Ming's face, Ming Chao and the courtesan were both stunned. Ming Chao. Lu Ming, however, seemed completely unaware and instead revealed a radiant smile to the two. Hello, I am the heir of the Thunder Halberd. But calling me by the sequence name sounds too unpleasant. Just call me Big Halberd from now on. It suits me perfectly. The Beast King quickly coughed and stepped forward to introduce. Ahem, master, this is the new master of the Thunder Halberd. Come, Lord Thunder. Oh, Big Halberd, this is our master. Lu Ming looked at Ming Chao with familiarity. You are the master. Then we are buddies from now on. Ming Chao fell silent. He didn't say anything, but slowly took out the photo of Lu Ming. He looked down at the photo. Then he looked up at Lu Ming. The Beast King was stunned on the side. Wow, master. You knew what the Thunder Halberd's master looked like in advance. You even prepared a photo? The courtesan's face had completely darkened. Lu Ming, how could he be here? Lu Ming looked confused. Lu Ming. Who is Lu Ming? The courtesan gritted her teeth. You are Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head and chuckled. Lu Ming. What a pathetic name. A name unworthy of mention. My name is Lu Guan. Lu Guan from the dawn. The courtesan. Generosity value 13, 21, generosity value 6, 53, generosity value 5, 24. Ming Chao was completely taken aback, looking at the Beast King in disbelief. Beast King, you brought Lu Ming here. The Beast King looked confused. What, Lu Ming? Didn't he say his name is Lu Guan? Beast King, you idiot. He is Lu Ming. The Beast King replied, but he said his name is Lu Guan. Are you deaf? Ming Chao, the courtesan. Lu Ming thought to himself. As expected, these two know me. But he was not flustered. He had already anticipated this situation. No worries. He still held the sword opening heaven gate in his hand. At worst, he would just blow up in front of them. The Beast King looked at the expressions of the master and the courtesan, which seemed to want to eat him, and sensed something was off. Master, what exactly is going on? He really is the new master of the Thunder Halberd. What? Ming Chao and the courtesan were stunned, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. He is the new master of the Thunder Halberd. In the next moment, a unique power of the Thunder Halberd suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's hand. Purple lightning exploded in his palm. Ming Chao and the courtesan's eyes instantly froze. This aura. This is the Thunder Halberd. Absolutely the Thunder Halberd. Lu Ming shrugged, his expression helpless. I already said I am Lu Guan, the one who possesses the Thunder Halberd. Ming Chaos mind buzzed. How is this possible? How can you be the new master of the Thunder Halberd? Aren't you the Sword Lord? Moreover, shouldn't only the followers of the Abyss God be able to inherit the Thunder Halberd? Isn't this the iron law set by the Abyss God? How can it be that it's Lu Ming from the Anomalous Cases Bureau? Could it be? He is also a follower of the Abyss God. The courtesan suppressed her shock, but still couldn't believe it, sneering. Lu Ming, you, a person from the Anomalous Cases Bureau, came to our Abyss God sect to seek death. Sword Lord, Lu Ming. The Beast King was also confused and began to realize something. Wait a minute. This guy, could he be the Sword Lord who killed Xiang Lu? Was I played? Lu Ming sighed, deeply, looking sincere. On the past, I had no choice. But now I want to be a good person. I have already defected from the Anomalous Cases Bureau. Now I am a part of your Abyss God sect. The court, she would never believe it. You took our Xiang Lu. Do you think we would believe you just because of that? Lu Ming smiled. Then, what if I rescue Xiang Lu? The courtesan. Ming Chao. Beast King. What is going on? Rescuing Xiang Lu. In the next moment, Lu Ming pulled out the turtle shell and slowly raised it, tapping on the shell. Come on, cooperate with me, as I say. Everyone. Xiang Lu sighed as if resigned and stretched his head out, shouting with full strength, Abyss God disciple. I am one of the top 10 anomalous beasts. Having seen the Gui head, why not bow down? Ming Chao. The courtesan. The Beast King widened his eyes. Damn you. You are Xiang Lu. He had sensed the aura of the anomalous beast on Lu Ming when he was in the anime club. But the aura was too weak, and he didn't recognize it at the time. He thought the other party was from the Abyss God sect with an anomalous beast partner, which was perfectly normal. The result. That is indeed Xiang Lu. Generosity value 12, 23, generosity value 6, 63, generosity value 5, 72. Lu Ming looked at the rapidly changing numbers on the panel, feeling overjoyed. Impressive. Indeed, in a place filled with strong individuals, the value is different. Each one is generous with their generosity value. He glanced at the three people's astonished expressions and spoke slowly. So do you believe that I sincerely want to join now? I even rescued your anomalous beast lord. Xiang Lu. What are you talking about? Ming Chao. The courtesan. The Beast King. The three exchanged glances and no one spoke. How did the plot develop to this point? A new sword lord renowned in the Anomalous Cases Bureau who had killed several anomalous beasts of the sequence was an existence they loathed. Now he actually inherited the Thunder Halberd, which only followers of the Abyss God could inherit, and then swaggered over to join the Abyss God sect. No way. My CPU is overheating, let me think for a moment. Ming Chao squatted down, lost in thought. Oh wait, why did the Beast King fall asleep immediately? The courtesan exclaimed. Don't mind him, his brain is not good, the CPU is overclocked. Within the great hall, an eerie silence persisted for several minutes. Wait, I think I have figured it out, but there's one thing I still can't comprehend. Ming Chao slowly lifted his head, staring at the turtle shell. Lord Xianglu, how did you end up here? Aren't you? He truly found it incomprehensible. Xianglu was clearly taken away by the Bureau of Strange Reports. No one understood this better than him. Logically, a beast of Xiangliu's caliber should have been strictly monitored by the Bureau, right? But why? Is it out now? The courtesan beside him was also completely stunned. She was the first to receive the news. When Xianglu was captured, the entire Abyssal God sect knew. They even thought there was no hope for Xianglu. Yet now Xianglu has returned alive. At this moment, the Beast King, who had just been overwhelmed by Lu Ming's series of CPU operations, finally regained his bearings. He crawled up from the ground, his expression blank. What exactly happened? Xianglu felt the chill emanating from behind and immediately spoke seriously. Of course, it was my big brother who saved me. Your big brother. The three exchanged glances and saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. The top 10 beasts, Xianglu actually referred to Lu Ming as big brother. What is going on? Suddenly Ming Chao raised an eyebrow. Wait. As far as I know, wasn't it he who captured you? Xianglu. Lu Ming. What the hell? I was almost forgetting about this. The more Ming Chao thought about it, the more he felt something was off. Lord Xianglu, if you were kidnapped by this guy, just blink your eyes. In the next moment, Xianglu widened his eyes in shock. You put in a lot of effort. Ming Chao, the courtesan, and the Beast King all fell silent. What? What is going on? What do you mean? Ahem. Lu Ming cleared his throat, his expression serious and his tone filled with sincerity. Actually, it's a huge misunderstanding. To be honest, I've longed for the Abyssal God sect. When I initially joined the Bureau of Strange Reports, it was purely to infiltrate and be an undercover agent. Otherwise, why didn't I kill Xianglu? Ming Chao fell silent. The more Lu Ming spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. Now I have formed close ties with the upper echelons of the Bureau. Yet every day in the Bureau, my heart is filled with thoughts of our Abyssal God sect. At this point, he suddenly waved his hand and shouted at the top of his lungs. Eradicate human tyranny. The world belongs to the beasts. The Abyssal God sect is formidable. The three of them. Ming Chaos lips twitched. No one would believe such a speech. In the next moment, he waved his hand. Buzz. The turtle shell along with Xianglu suddenly vanished into thin air, appearing in the palm of Ming Chao. Lu Ming's eyes widened. Hey, why are you stealing my turtle shell? The courtesan. The Beast King. Ming Chao ignored Lu Ming's words, instead looking seriously at Xianglu in his hand. Lord Xianglu, you need not be afraid. This is no longer the Bureau of Strange Reports. This is the bright hall of the Abyssal God sect. This is where we beasts hold power. If you were threatened by him, don't be afraid. Just tell the truth. Is he really an undercover agent? Rest assured, no one here can harm you. I guarantee it with my Marshal General's cultivation. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned serious. Marshal General. 7th rank. In the Bureau of Strange Reports, he was known as a human-shaped missile. If he acted without restraint, he could destroy a county within half an hour. If he acted in the city center, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Hall Master of the Abyssal God sect truly has some power. It seems that the anomaly was really dealt with severely. Lu Ming secretly clicked his tongue. Xianglu was stunned. It looked at Ming Chaos' sincere face, then turned to look at Lu Ming. For a moment, an indescribable feeling surged in its heart. It did not know that Lu Ming held a sword that could open the heavenly gate. All it knew was that there were 2 martial lords and 1 martial general here. Lu Ming could not possibly harm. In other words, this time was completely different from when it was in the Bureau. Here it had Xiangliu's life firmly in its grasp. Lu Ming's life and death were entirely in its hands. Thinking of this, Xiangliu's mind began to race, recalling the tumultuous journey it had been through. It remembered almost being matched with a turtle in that fountain and being treated like a speaker by Lu Ming. The more it thought, the more the fire within it blazed. Xianglu slowly raised its head, and the coldness in its gaze towards Lu Ming gradually intensified. It seems I really should speak some truth now. Lu Ming's brows furrowed instantly. Good for you. Indeed. Beasts are beasts. A wolf that cannot be tamed. Although I have never raised one. But that's not important. Since that's the case, don't blame me for turning against you. At worst, I can use one strike to open the heavenly gate and send everyone in this room away. However, just as Lu Ming was about to act, suddenly Xianglu spoke seriously. But the truth is, he is indeed from the Abyssal God sect. Everything he just said is true. If you have to say he is an undercover agent, then he can only be an undercover agent sent by our Abyssal God sect to the Bureau. Lu Ming. The hand that was about to strike stopped instantly. Ming Chao and the others were also stunned. Lu Ming stared at Xiang Lu in disbelief. It actually defended me. Why? Aren't beasts supposed to be bloodthirsty and unrecognizing of kin? This turtle actually has some sense of loyalty. It truly is a good turtle. Suddenly Ming Chao slowly nodded as if realizing something. I understand now, so that's how it is. Lu Ming, you sacrificed so much for the Abyssal God sect. Lu Ming quickly reacted. Although he still didn't understand why Xiang Lu would defend him, he had to ride the yes, that's how it is. But then Ming Chaos' expression suddenly darkened. What the hell? Courtesan, you come here. Make Lu Ming tell the truth. Lu Ming. Ming Chao sneered. Damn it. Even if Xiang Lu said so, who could guarantee that what Xiang Lu saw was definitely the truth? What if Xiang Lu was also deceived by this guy? They in the Abyssal God sect were all seasoned veterans who licked blood on the tip of the knife. How could they just believe Lu Ming's nonsense based on Xiang Liu's guarantee? Even if he was the new master of the Thunder Halberd, the doubts surrounding him were too numerous to count. What if all of this was a carefully crafted trap by the Bureau of Strange Reports? The courtesan understood and slowly stepped forward. She smiled charmingly at Lu Ming, but her smile carried a hint of coldness. Sorry, little brother Lu Ming. You don't mind if sister uses a spiritual illusion technique to let you speak the truth, do you, eh? Lu Ming, however, snorted with laughter. He based on you. With that martial lord's trash soul. The courtesan, Ming Chao, Beast King. The three of them were stunned simultaneously.